Chapter 1. On a stormy night, arriving at Delaw, in the southwestern region of the Tiendo Empire, in the province of Fasnuo, amidst a vast expanse of wilderness, two figures were sprinting with remarkable speed, as if something terrifying were pursuing them from behind. Both individuals bore the marks of countless injuries, their wounds bleeding profusely, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Yet, the infant cradled in the woman's arms had a cherubic face, untouched by the grime of their dire circumstances, peacefully slumbering in its swaddling. Suddenly, the couple seemed to sense something amiss. Halting in their tracks, the space around them began to distort, and in the next instant, a rift in the fabric of reality was violently torn open, releasing a shadow, exuding an aura of death as the shadow emerged. The surrounding flora withered instantly. At that moment, the fleeing couple's bodies began to dissolve into motes of light, vanishing entirely. A tendril extended from the shadow, poised to grasp the infant. Just then, the previously clear night sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in as a bolt of lightning struck down, incinerating the tendril to ash. The shadow recoiled in pain, attempting to retract the remaining fragment of its appendage, but the lightning offered no respite. With a series of thunderous strikes, the shadow was utterly obliterated. Amidst the night, the silhouette of an elderly man materialized, lifting the infant with a resigned sigh. So, it has finally come to this. 6 years later, outside the Holy Spirit village, as dawn broke, the village was enveloped in a veil of mist, resembling an ethereal realm. Although it bore the name Holy Spirit Village, the majority of its inhabitants were ordinary folk, the title stemming from a soul saint who had emerged from the village many years prior. A young boy clad in coarse linen emerged slowly from the fog, his complexion a healthy shade of wheat, with bright eyes that reflected a maturity beyond his years. His breathing was steady and regulated, indicative of a practiced athlete. He paused at the village entrance, observing a child of similar stature lounging on a recliner. The boy on the recliner had a head of silver hair, coupled with a strikingly handsome visage, making him quite endearing. However, at that moment, he appeared to be in a state of extreme lethargy. "Brother, you're up so early again today." "Ah, it's you little Sin, up early for some exercise, are we?" The boy on the recliner replied languidly, his eyes barely opening. "Brother, you wake up early every day, yet you neither work nor train. What's the point? And could you please stop calling me little San?" Tang Sin could only smile wryly. The boy lounging on the recliner was named Lu Yu, discovered by the village chief, Grandpa Jack, abandoned without parents and raised in his household. From a young age, Lu Yu exhibited remarkable intelligence. A year prior, he had penned a novel that garnered the admiration of various dignitaries, earning him a modest sum that alleviated some of Grandpa Jack's burdens. Additionally, Lu Yu delighted in creating small inventions, such as the very recliner he was lounging in, which was portable and foldable. He had also revitalized several small workshops in the village, enhancing the residents' income. Thus, Lu Yu enjoyed a favorable reputation among the villagers. If there were to be any flaw attributed to Lu Yu, it would be his excessive laziness. He would rise early each day merely to recline and breathe in the essence of nature, claiming to absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. At this thought, Tang San felt a wave of exasperation, internally musing, "Can his cultivation technique compare to my Xintian skill? Not calling you little San, should I then call you little C, or perhaps little Wu?" Tang San was left speechless. "Brother, take care of yourself. I'm off to train." Just as Tang San ascended the hillside with a vigorous gait, Lu Yu abruptly sprang up from the recliner, his eyes alight with uncontainable joy. A moment ago, a crisp female voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has completed the 365-day check-in task at the village entrance. Task duration: 365 days. Progress: 100. System activated. System binding complete. The novice gift pack has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check." System task: next check-in location, Holy Spirit Village, Spirit Hall. Task completion reward: random item. No penalties for task failure. System interface: host, Lu Yu. Soul power: martial spirit, unawakened. Points: 100. System warehouse: novice gift pack. Lu Yu sprang from the recliner in a rush. Finally, a system the essential golden finger for traversing worlds. Without hesitation, he opened the novice gift pack. Ding! Novice gift pack used successfully. Rewards: divine level random martial spirit, innate full soul power technique, myriad forms meditation, a celestial grade technique from another realm, adapted to the current world technique description. Absorb the energy of heaven and earth, encompassing all, consolidating into one, breaking myriad laws. Blueprint for playing cards item can be synthesized into a deck within the system. Dragon blood has body tempering effects. External use recommended. System: what is the purpose of the points? Points can be used for lottery draws, shopping in the store, and other functions. Lottery: every 300 points allows one draw. Accumulating 10 consecutive draws increases the likelihood of receiving a mysterious grand prize. Store: offers techniques, items, materials, etc. Refresh daily at midnight, accessible after the host's martial spirit awakens and reaches the rank of Soul Master. After utilizing his talent to gain innate full soul power, Lu Yu exited the system. He then sought a secluded spot in the woods outside the village, sitting cross-legged to practice the myriad forms meditation he had just acquired. Lu Yu had initially aspired to lead a tranquil life as an ordinary person, but after binding with the system, he altered his mindset, having been granted the opportunity to grow stronger. How could a man born of heaven and earth remain stagnant, especially when considering the exhilarating prospect of divine battles in the future? The myriad forms meditation was neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple. After expending 50 points to gain initial mastery, Lu Yu found himself grasping it at a basic level. As he settled into a meditative state, Lu Yu felt a surge of soul power within him, prompting an inward smile of satisfaction. That night, he returned to the grove, retrieving a prepared basin from the system warehouse, filling it with water, and then taking out a bottle containing a vivid red liquid. Upon uncapping it, he poured the dragon blood into the basin, instantly transforming the water into a boiling crimson. Lu Yu shed his clothing and plunged into the basin. The gentle night breeze swept through the forest, bringing a refreshing chill, yet Lu Yu felt as though he were immersed in molten lava, suffocating and seething. The searing heat of the dragon blood clashed violently within his body with each breath he took. As time passed, Lu Yu felt as though his bones were melting. Soon after, he lost consciousness. Not far away, Tang Hao, drawn by the aura of the dragon blood, observed the scene with astonishment, his eyes wide with admiration at the overwhelming heat. As Lu Yu slipped into unconsciousness, Tang Hao sensed a powerful soul force manifesting around them. Above, a dark cloud drifted by, flickering with hints of lightning, an anomaly in the clear night sky. From the cloud, an ancient voice resonated, mixing dragon blood with cool water. What a reckless child. Chapter 2. Competition, Awakening 1. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the forest canopy, illuminating the face of the silver-haired youth, making his exquisitely delicate features appear even more flawless. The youth's eyelids fluttered, and, as he slowly opened his eyes, his long, slightly upturned eyelashes accentuated his striking beauty. His silver-white pupils were pure and devoid of any impurities. Lu Yu shook his groggy head. In the next moment, a foul stench assaulted his senses. The once vibrant red liquid in the basin had vanished, replaced by a thick, dark, and putrid sludge. Lu Yu gagged, nearly regurgitating his previous meal, and hurriedly climbed out of the basin, leaping into the nearby river. As he submerged in the water, Lu Yu felt each droplet flowing over his body. He sensed a profound increase in his strength, far beyond what he had previously known. With a graceful leap, Lu Yu emerged onto the shore, changed into clean clothes, and strolled back, pondering. I wonder how much I've improved compared to Tang San. Little San, out for an early morning workout again? Lu Yu greeted Tang San, who was jogging towards him from the village. Tang San turned to Lu Yu, replying, "Yes, Brother Yu. Would you like to join me? I feel like today's Brother Yu is a bit different from usual." Tang San thought to himself, Brother Yu, you're not lounging on the recliner today. Did the sun rise in the west? Lu Yu chose to ignore that remark, leaning closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. Little San, Let me share a secret with you. I possess innate divine strength. I am a man chosen by heaven. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned serious as he reached out to touch Lu Ye's forehead. You're not running a fever, and it's daytime. It seemed this boy still did not believe him. Lu Yu sighed, swatting Tang San's hand away. If you don't believe me, let's have a competition. The loser agrees to fulfill one condition for the winner. How about that? Tang San, unable to refuse the confident Lu Yu, figured it would be a playful diversion and agreed. All right then, let's use the village entrance as the starting point and see who reaches the mountaintop first. They'll count to 3, 2, 1, go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. The two of them dashed forward almost simultaneously. Tang San turned his gaze back to Lu Yu, who was nimbly leaping along the rugged mountain path. His heart filled with astonishment, however. Upon observing the route chosen by Lu Yu, he felt a surge of delight, remarking, "This path is one I have painstakingly refined over the years to be the most time-efficient and labor-saving. You are bound to lose, brother Yu, sometimes. The choice is indeed more significant than effort itself, oh." Yet, in the next moment, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Ye's speed continued to escalate, allowing him to swiftly catch up to Tang San and surge ahead towards the mountain summit. Unwilling to lag behind, Tang San exerted himself, sprinting at full speed to pursue Lu Yu. Moments later, he gazed in astonishment at Lu Yu, whose complexion was flushed and breath steady. Though this hill is not particularly high, even an ordinary child of 6 or 7 years, without running, would find themselves panting and needing a substantial rest. Even now, his breathing seems somewhat disordered. "He-yo-oh, what do you think, little San? Do you concede defeat?" "I concede. Speak up, brother Yu. What do you wish for me to do?" I haven't quite decided, yet let's keep it for now and discuss it later when the opportunity arises. You mustn't renege on this, all right? Am I the sort to go back on my word?" Tang San retorted, somewhat exasperated. Lu Yu had initially intended to ask Tang San to teach him the Xintian skill, but he already possessed the Wanshan meditation and found it unnecessary. Furthermore, although Tang San appeared to be a frail child of 6 or 7, he was, in truth, a genuine reincarnator and transmigrator, undoubtedly possessing a keen intellect. To inquire about the Xintian skill recklessly would surely raise Tang San's suspicions and significantly alter the progression of future events. Moreover, regarding the Xintian skill and the Ziji demon eye, Tang San had even kept such matters hidden from his father. How could Lu Yu, a mere outsider, dare to pry? Thus, he chose to reserve this opportunity for the future. Contemplating Tang San's future attitude towards his teammates, while it might be somewhat difficult to articulate, it was certainly preferable to solitary struggles. At the very least, it would be more stable in the short term. With only a month remaining until the awakening of their martial souls, Lu Yu wondered what supreme martial soul the system would bestow upon him. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Brother Yu? What's the matter with you?" Tang San asked, observing Lu Ye's silly grin with confusion, pondering, could it be that Brother Yu has lost his mind? Snapping back to reality, Lu Yu heartily clapped Tang San on the shoulder and declared, "Little San, regardless of what martial soul you awaken in the future, even if it is merely a blade of grass, it matters not. You have me to protect you." You go. One shouldn't curse others in such a manner. Lu, however, paid no heed to what Tang San said, and with an arm around Tang San's shoulder, he began to lead him down the mountain. "Come, Yugo will take you home for a meal." "But I haven't exercised today," Tang San protested. "You've been training for so long. A moment's delay won't matter. I'm in a good mood today, and I will personally prepare the meal." Tang San intended to refuse, but Lu Yu did not grant him the opportunity to speak. "Grandfather, today Xiao San is coming over for dinner," Lu Yu called out as they reached the door. "Oh, Xiao San has arrived. Come in quickly," came the voice of Grandpa Jack from within the house. The dining table, though the dishes were commonplace, under Lu Yu's extraordinary culinary skills, they became delectable. "Xiao San, in just a month, you will awaken your martial soul. You must prepare well. I will come to fetch you," Grandpa Jack said to Tang San. "Martial soul awakening?" Tang San inquired. "Yes, every child on the continent undergoes martial soul awakening at the age of 6 or 7. If one awakens a strong martial soul and becomes a formidable soul master, their future prospects are boundless. Our village has previously produced a soul sage. Grandfather, Did our village truly produce a soul sage? Tang San asked, astonished. Of course. I believe both Xiao Yu and Xiao San will awaken excellent martial souls and bring glory to our village. After the meal, Grandpa Jack handed a package to Tang San. Xiao San, take this home with you. It should last you and your grandfather for a while. It's filled with fruits and vegetables we've grown ourselves. Xiao Yu accompanied Xiao San back, looking at the two departing figures. Grandpa Jack sighed. What a wonderful child, yet burdened with such a father. A month later, old Jack and Lu Yu stood outside Tang San's home. Xiao Yu, go call for Tang San. The village chief Jack seemed reluctant to approach. Prompting Lu Yu to do so, Xiao San, it's time to go. Tang San inside the house looked towards Tang Hao upon hearing this. All right, go ahead, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, continuing with his work. Soon, old Jack led Tang San and Lu Yu to the martial soul hall, which was merely a slightly larger wooden structure. Outside the hall stood 7 children, all around the same age as Lu Yu. Lu stood at the back, with Tang San just ahead of him. Children, you must listen to the Soul Master's instructions. This is your opportunity to change your fate. Quickly, step inside. Inside the martial soul hall, a young man awaited them. Lu recognized the handsome, black-haired man clad in the hall's uniform as Su Yuntao. A worker there. Master Soul Master, I apologize for the trouble. I hope you can help these children awaken strong martial souls. Enough, enough. You said the same before. How many talented children can there be from the countryside? Su Yuntao waved his hand impatiently and turned to enter the hall. Su Yuntao retrieved some jade stones from a package on the table, arranged them on the ground, and then addressed the line of children. I am Su Yuntao, responsible for your awakenings today. Now, step forward in order, and remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid or nervous. He unleashed his martial soul, channeling soul power into the formation, which instantly illuminated. A little girl was enveloped in a golden light. Extend your right hand, palm upwards. The girl complied, and in an instant, the light points began to converge in her palm, forming the illusion of a pair of gloves. Su Yuntao mused, gloves, a tool martial soul. It may lack combat prowess. Your martial soul is gloves, a tool martial soul. Now we will test your soul power. Place your hand on the blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao's wolf claw and the little girl's hand rested on either side of the crystal ball, which began to flicker. Once it stabilized, Su Yuntao, with disappointment, declared, your soul power is only level 1. The chances of becoming a soul master are slim. You may return. Next, the little girl walked back to the line, feeling somewhat disheartened as the second child stepped forward. Following the same procedure, the light began to gather. Martial soul, shoes, a tool martial soul, testing soul power, innate soul power, level 2, average, return. The third child approached. Martial soul, playing cards, a tool martial soul, innate soul power, level 2. From the fourth child to the 7th. None possess soul power, and Su Yuntao's expression remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this. Next, Tang San stepped forward. Having witnessed the earlier demonstrations, he extended his right hand as the golden light enveloped him. The light gathered, revealing the illusion of a small blade of grass in his palm. Martial soul, blue silver grass. Yet another useless martial soul. Su Yuntao pronounced his judgment. Lu Yu noticed Tang San's left hand gripping tightly behind him, as if concealing something. Testing soul power. Tang San placed his hand on the opposite side of the crystal ball, and in an instant, it burst forth with brilliant light. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao gasped in astonishment. But alas, it is a useless martial soul. There is little need for cultivation. Tang San appeared drained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Enough. Next, Lu Yu, encouraged by Tang San's gaze, stepped forward. Upon entering the formation and being enveloped by golden light, he raised his right hand. Immediately, he felt a surge of soul power coursing through his meridians. Gathering in his right hand, Su Yuntao observed the intensity of the golden light surrounding Lu Yu, far surpassing that of the other children, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the next moment, a spectral staff appeared in Lu Yu's hand. The staff was a deep blackish green, its crescent tip adorned with 7 dull gemstones. With a lotus flower slowly rotating at its center, divine level tool martial soul activated. Congratulations on obtaining the martial soul. Star requesting lotus staff. A tool martial soul, leaning towards support, but still commendable. Before Su Yuntao could finish his thought, a surge of golden light erupted again. A silver figure emerged behind Lu Yu, shrouded in mist, with indistinct wings faintly visible. Dual martial souls, Su Yuntao exclaimed. What is dual martial souls, uncle? Tang San inquired. Typically, a soul master possesses only one martial soul. However, some exceptionally gifted soul masters may awaken two, which is what we call dual martial souls. The likelihood of dual martial souls manifesting is exceedingly rare and is always seen in exceptional individuals. Su Yuntao explained. Now we will test your soul power. Relax and do not be nervous. The moment Lu Yu's hand touched the crystal ball, he felt as if the myriad meditations were awakening within him. The crystal ball began to absorb his soul power, radiating brilliant light once more. Innate full soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao felt as if he were dreaming, as an attendant of the martial soul hall. Awakening a genius and introducing them to the hall would assure him promotion and a raise. Child, are you interested in joining the martial soul hall? Joining the martial soul hall? Yes, the martial soul hall is the most powerful and formidable organization on the continent. With your talent, the hall will undoubtedly nurture you wholeheartedly. Your future prospects are limitless, Su Yuntao said, his face alight with anticipation that I need to discuss it with my family first. Is that all right? Ah, that's fine. If you are interested, come to the Nodding City Martial Soul Hall and seek out Su Yuntao. With that, Su Yuntao packed his belongings and headed for the exit. Jack eagerly inquired, Master, how did it go? Congratulations, village chief. Your village has produced a genius. Su Yuntao pointed to the emerging Lu Yu. Without waiting for old Jack to respond, he hurried off to the next village, A.T. Jack's home. Xiao Yu, may I see what your martial soul is? Sure. The next moment, Jack gazed in astonishment at the silver figure and staff behind Lu Yu. Dual martial souls. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Old Jack, perhaps overwhelmed by surprise, exclaimed thrice. Yet in the next instant, his expression turned serious as he cautioned Lu Yu. Xiao Yu, do not use your silver figure martial soul until you are strong enough, understand? Ah? Why, grandfather? Xiao Yu, I must tell you something. On the continent, everyone awakens their martial soul at a certain age, and each child's martial soul is influenced by their parents. This is why some powerful factions endure through generations. They possess their own inherited martial souls. Although there is a possibility of martial soul mutation, the likelihood is quite low. The probability of an ordinary person awakening a remarkable martial soul is exceedingly low. At this moment, Liu appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. Old man, are you not an ordinary person? How do you know such things? Did I mistakenly enter the wrong book? Lu Yu suppressed the shock within him. So, does that mean my parents are also formidable soul masters? Why have they not come to find me? Little Yu, your current strength is still too weak. When you become sufficiently powerful, you will naturally encounter them. This is a legacy left to you by your parents. Old Jack produced a silver token and a simple ring. This ring was a fortuitous find of mine. It is a soul guide capable of storing items. With a space of 50 cubic meters, it is now yours. Grandfather, Tang San also possesses innate full soul power. Yet his martial soul is blue silver grass. Oh, it seems our village will produce 2 soul masters this year. That we still have 1 study work position available for little San. Our family owns a bookstore, and I have some savings to cover your tuition. What do you think? I have no objections, Lu Yu replied. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow, I will have a word with Tang Hao, Grandpa Jack said, seemingly recalling something with a hint of disdain. Chapter 4, The Lottery. Golden Legend Lu Yu leaned against his bed's headboard, staring blankly at the ring and token in his hand. The shock imparted by Village Chief Jack this evening was monumental. In the original narrative, there was only a brief mention of Grandpa Jack at the beginning and end, with no evidence to suggest he was a powerful soul master. However, it now appeared that Grandpa Jack was undoubtedly concealing something. Yet, in the original story, he had minimal presence, making it impossible to discern anything. Moreover, the only place on the continent that inherits the angel martial soul is the Martial Soul Hall. Could it be that my parents are connected to the Martial Soul Hall? Not at all. Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, but he quickly regained his composure. Of course, it is this system. Does the system know something? You are currently too weak. Telling you would be of no use. Enough of that. Congratulations, host, for completing the Martial Soul Hall check-in task in Holy Soul Village, earning 200 points, a tenfold draw. The host's soul power has reached level 10, unlocking the shop. Host, Lu Yu, soul power, level 10, soul master. Martial soul, star prayer lotus staff, time-space angel, incomplete. Points, 250, warehouse, blueprint for playing cards. The shop is now open. Lu Yu opened the shop, and Upon glancing at it, couldn't help but curse. The cheapest item costs 1,000 points. System, why don't you go rob a bank? The host can earn generous rewards by completing tasks. Task, defeat any major soul master from any faction. Task period. For months, completion rewards, 600 points. Obtain the first soul ring. Soul ring age must not be less than 300 years. Completion rewards, 500 points. Any major soul master? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then thought of a suitable candidate. Next, he needed to figure out how to obtain a soul ring. To acquire a soul ring, one must hunt soul beasts, but given his current strength, hunting soul beasts would be tantamount to suicide. He needed to find a way to enhance his physical capabilities. Although Lu Yu had undergone dragon blood enhancement, the effects were limited, and he lacked combat skills, particularly his primary martial soul, the Star Prayer Lotus Staff. Had a notable shortcoming in close combat. System, do I have a tenfold draw opportunity? Shall I use it now? In the next moment, a blue fountain appeared before Lu Yu, visible only to him. Seconds later, the water began to swirl, and as time passed, the flow intensified. Suddenly, 10 beams of light shot forth from the fountain, 10 spheres of light darting around the room, leaving long trails behind them. Abruptly, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of gold. It's gold. In the next instant, the 10 spheres of light arranged themselves neatly before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Soul Guide, Breaking Sky Crossbow, Tai Chi Fist Martial Art, and 8 dumplings, now stored in the warehouse. Lu Yu retrieved the Breaking Sky Crossbow from the system. The crossbow was a deep blackish blue, adorned with swirling cloud patterns. Unlike traditional crossbows, the Breaking Sky Crossbow had no arms on either side. Only 3 black tubes, resembling a wrist-mounted crossbow. Outside the village, in a small grove, a figure dashed through the trees, sprinting and leaping from branch to branch, practicing agility. Then, with a powerful jump, Lu Yu soared into the air. Raising his right arm, and with a swift motion, 3 arrows flew in succession, accurately hitting the target on the tree. Lu Yu executed a stylish backflip, landing gracefully. After several days of practice, Lu Yu had a basic understanding of the Breaking Sky Crossbow's capabilities. Infusing soul power allowed him to fire 3 arrows at once, or a single arrow if he wished. Once the arrows were expended, there was a 5-second cooldown before he could use it again. Lu Yu concealed the arm crossbow beneath his sleeve, rendering it entirely unnoticeable. He then picked up a basket of stones and began various training exercises. This basket weighed at least 100 pounds, and the burden of weight training was immense. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu seemed to handle it with ease. That he engaged in jogging, squats, and weighted push-ups, essentially every form of training he could conceive. Indeed, as his physical prowess improved, the difficulty of assimilating the dragon blood also increased, necessitating an intensification of his training regimen. Previously, the dragon blood he utilized merely transformed into energy, not fully digested. At this moment, the dragon blood was stored within Lu Yu's dantian. With each breakthrough in his physical limits, a portion of the dragon blood would be released to reinforce his body. However, Lu Yu had now reached a bottleneck. After completing his training, he had only broken a slight sweat, indicating a need for increased strength training. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled the chaotic cloak-hammer technique from the original narrative. The most formidable aspect of this technique lay in its ability to leverage force against force, with each strike compounding the power. Theoretically, the power of the subsequent strike would always exceed that of the previous one, with the potential for infinite stacking, provided one could withstand the expenditure. Lu Yu remembered that Tang Hao, as a title de law, could seemingly unleash 81 strikes. How many was it again? It would be impossible to ask Tang Hao for instruction. In the original tale, Tang San awakened the Haoyan hammer, a top-tier martial soul. And only then did Tang Hao reluctantly agree to teach him. Furthermore, with his staff martial soul, Lu Yu would not require such overwhelming power. However, leveraging force against force, Lu Yu suddenly recalled that he had drawn a Tai Chi Fist martial art in his previous lottery. Leveraging force against force, 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Wasn't that the wisdom left by our ancestors? Finding his target, Lu Yu discarded the stone basket and hurried to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger iron blocks? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lu Yu noticed that village chief Jack was also present, seemingly engaged in conversation with Tang Hao, while Tang San was hammering away at the forge. It appeared Tang San had already learned the chaotic cloak hammer technique and was practicing diligently. Village chief Jack, upon seeing Lu Yu enter the blacksmith shop, was somewhat surprised. Little Yu has been absent for days. What brings him here now? Earlier that morning, Village Chief Jack had come to speak with Tang Hao about allowing Tang San to attend school. He had anticipated a lengthy discussion, but to his astonishment, Tang Hao had readily agreed, nearly making old Jack believe he was hearing things due to his age. What did you say? I said I agree to let Tang San attend the Notting City Soul Master Academy and become a Soul Master. Very well, I will come to pick up little San in a few days. The village still has a study work position available, which I discussed with Little Yu that we will allocate this position to little San. The travel expenses will be covered by the village, so you need not worry that I have no objections. Satisfied with the response, old Jack turned to leave. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger raw iron? Yes, but what do you need that for, you rascal? You'll see when the time comes. How large do you need? About 50 pounds, and it would be best to get a few pieces. As Liu departed, he discreetly took a hammer, and Tang Hao made no comment upon noticing that Liu contemplated using the iron to forge a set of weighted equipment. That would surely elevate the intensity of his training. Wouldn't it? Tang San observed Liu leave and mused. Brother, you must be looking to hone his skills. But what does he need that iron for? He doesn't know how to forge. Tang Hao, hearing this, couldn't help but wonder. Little San, you mentioned that Liu also awakened twin martial souls, and one of them is an angelic martial soul? Yes, but that martial soul is shrouded in mist, so it's difficult to see clearly. Tang Hao muttered to himself. What exactly is this kid's background? First, dragon blood, and now this martial soul. Could it be, Dad, is something wrong? Tang San inquired, noticing his father's prolonged silence. Nothing. All right, stop hammering for now. I'll demonstrate the technique for you again. Pay close attention to my posture and movements. Chapter 5. Journey to Notting City. Days later, Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow and set down the hammer in his hand. The hammer techniques taught by Dad are truly remarkable. I can barely manage to unleash 8 strikes. I wonder what Brother Yu has been up to these past few days. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao today, Tang San hurriedly made his way to the village chief's residence in search of Liu Yu. Reflecting on the past few days when Liu Yu had sought out his father for iron and a hammer, Tang San could not help but wonder about his brother's intentions. Was he perhaps aspiring to learn the art of forging? Yet, in the village, his father was the sole possessor of a bellows and a furnace. What practical purpose could merely hammering iron serve? Upon arriving at the village chief's home, Tang San was informed that Liu Yu was not present. When he inquired about Liu Yu's whereabouts, Village Chief Jack revealed that Liu Yu had been venturing into the small woods before dawn and returning after dark, covered in dirt. Consequently, Tang San made his way toward the small woods. As he entered the grove and took a few steps, he was greeted by the sound of rhythmic clinking and clanging. Following the noise, he was taken aback by the sight before him. What was this? In the distance, Liu Yu was vigorously wielding a hammer against a piece of raw iron. With each strike, Liu Yu's upper body would spin slightly upon the hammer's rebound, only to bring it down once more, with each blow seemingly more forceful than the last. This was the technique of using force against force, the chaotic wind hammering method. Could it be that his father had taught it to Liu Yu as well? No, Liu had not visited the blacksmith shop these past few days. Could it be that he had discovered this technique on his own? The more Tang San pondered, the more incredulous he became. He had only acquired such skills through his father's guidance, while Liu Yu appeared to have developed them entirely through his own exploration. Moreover, Tang San had counted earlier. Liu Yu had executed a full 30 strikes in one go. When his father had demonstrated for him, he had only managed 36 strikes in total. The talent of Liu Yu was indeed formidable to know. Liu Yu had already been putting in such effort. I cannot afford to lag behind. It is high time I begin my own training in hidden weapon crafting. With that thought, Tang San silently departed. That moment, Liu Yu was sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, his body aching terribly. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly dispelling the soreness and fatigue that a portion of the dragon blood had been absorbed. Liu Yu then stepped aside to don his iron vest, leg guards, and arm protectors, which collectively weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Even an adult would find it exceedingly difficult to walk 100 meters while clad in such gear. Nonetheless, upon wearing it, Liu Yu felt the pressure coursing through his limbs and bounced a few times in place. For the past month and a half, Liu Yu had consistently worn this weighted equipment, removing it only when sleeping. Even during meals, he had kept it on. After this period of acclimatization, he had grown accustomed to the burden. With the school term approaching, There remained less than a month until the deadline set by the system, and soon he would reunite with Gong Tao to undertake their tasks. In Lu Yu's eyes, Su Yun Tao had become a veritable point of accumulation. Meanwhile, at the Wuhuan Temple branch in Notting City, Achu, what is happening? Why have I been sneezing incessantly these past few days? Am I coming down with a cold? Su Yun Tao muttered to himself. Tang Xin tended to the fire, adding more wood and a bit of water to the porridge so that when his father awoke, he could enjoy a warm meal. Old Jack and Lu Yu were already waiting at the door, and perhaps due to their trip to the city today, Grandpa Jack had donned a fresh outfit, appearing much more spirited. Let us go. Xiao San, that lazybones won't be getting up. Village Chief Jack beckoned to Tang San. Hush, Grandpa. Keep your voice down. Father dislikes being disturbed during his sleep. Tang San gestured for silence, shouldering his pack as they departed. On their way, Tang San occasionally glanced back. Tang San, are you reluctant to part with Uncle Tang Hao? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Just a little, Tang San replied. Village Chief Jack smiled slightly, remarking, what good deed did that drunken Tang Hao perform in his past life to be blessed with such a sensible child? Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the academy? Tang San redirected the conversation. Jack chuckled and said, well, the academy is a place for learning, given that Holy Soul Village was not far from Notting City. The trio reached their destination in less than half a day. Notting City, while not considered a large city within the Tiando Empire, was still bustling with activity, after escorting the two to the academy's entrance. Old Jack cautioned, you two must attend classes diligently, listen attentively, and strive to become outstanding soul masters upon your return. Do you hear me? Grandpa has some matters to attend to in the city. So you two go on in yourselves, shall you? Take good care of Xiao San. Understood? And remember, no fighting. Yes, Grandpa, we'll be obedient. You go take care of your business, Lu Yu replied. Old Jack turned to leave, and Tang San and Lu Yu walked toward the school. Hey, who are these children? This is not a place for your antics. Hurry up and scram. Just as they approached the school gate, a voice filled with scorn rang out. Lu Yu quickly retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to the guard. Sir, we are the new students enrolling this year. The guard glanced at the document, sneering contemptuously. You? Which village of trash do you come from that you think you can become soul masters? Innate full soul power blue silvergrass. Huh. You could make me laugh to death. With that, the guard tossed the document to the ground, disdainfully adding, those noble families in the city barely produce an innate full soul power, and you think two from this backwater can do the same? TSK, two unwanted wildlings. These words. Lu Yu's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. He gathered strength in his right hand, poised to retaliate against the guard, when suddenly, a small hand grasped his arm. Tang Xin shook his head at him, signaling for him to refrain from acting rashly. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind them that I can vouch for them. Hearing this, Lu Yu and Tang San turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Master Su, they exclaimed in unison, surprise evident in their voices. Su Yun Tao nodded in acknowledgement, his expression turning stern as he addressed the guard. I am the soul master responsible for the awakening of these two children's martial souls. The document you discarded was issued by me. In the past few days, Su Yun Tao had been plagued by sneezes, and his right eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. He had intended to take a stroll for fresh air, only to stumble upon this scene. Upon recognizing that the guard was confronting Lu Yu, Su Yun Tao was initially taken aback. After all, his promotion and salary increase hinged upon this young man. If this commotion escalated and another steward intervened, his aspirations would be thwarted. Thus, the current situation unfolded as the guard prepared to unleash another tirade upon noticing the approaching youth. He suddenly caught sight of the golden badge adorning the young man's chest, two swords crossed, signifying a Grand Master. Gasping sharply, he thought to himself, what backgrounds do these two children have to attract a Grand Master? At that moment, he yearned to slap himself twice. The guard, having kicked the steel plate, felt his hopes plummet. What is happening? A figure approached from a distance. Chapter 6. The Master appears, seeking apprenticeship. What is the matter? A hoarse voice called out. Lu looked up to see a slender man of medium height making his way toward them. Clad in black, the man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Sporting a tidy crew cut, with an unremarkable visage, his demeanor bore a hint of the languor reminiscent of Tang Hao, hands clasped behind his back. This was Master Yu Xiaojing, Tang San's teacher in the original tale, and a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Though he had become a waste due to a mutation of his martial soul, one of the three wise men of the Iron Triangle. Suddenly, Liu recalled the identity of the man before him. Master, the guard, seizing the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, respectfully addressed him, hastily picking up the martial soul temple document and presenting it to Yu Xiaojing. These are the two new students sent from the village below. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the document before shifting his gaze to Lu Yu and Tang San. The instant Lu Yu's eyes met those of the master, he felt an unusual depth of wisdom in the man's gaze. A sensation mirrored by Tang San. Sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for what transpired earlier. I will take responsibility for these two children, Su Yintao remarked, scrutinizing the man before him. Suspecting him to be an instructor at the academy. The ones who require an apology are not me, but these two children that I hope your esteemed institution will assign someone more competent to guard the gates in the future and refrain from employing individuals lacking discernment. Su Yintao said, casting a pointed glance at the guard. The guard immediately lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his back, too intimidated to respond. Master Yu Xiaojing looked down at Lu Yu and Tang San, forcing a smile that was more awkward than welcoming. You two, come with me to AS. The master led the way. Su Yintao also turned to leave, discreetly pulling out a handkerchief from his sleeve, which contained several gold coins and a note. This was what Lu Yu had hastily slipped into his hand earlier, accomplished with such speed that no one had noticed. Upon reading the note, Su Yintao chuckled, this little rascal. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy check-in task. You have received 200 points, and the weapon, Black Gold Staff, has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it.as. Lu Yu stepped through the school gate. The system notification chimed in his ears. Meanwhile, Tang San was engaged in conversation with the master. Master, I apologize for the trouble earlier, Tang San said. Master Yu Xiaojing waved his hand dismissively. I am not a teacher. I am merely a guest who spends my days at the academy. You may refer to me as master, just like everyone else. Not a teacher? Surely, you must be a remarkable individual, are you not? Oh, what leads you to say that? Although you are not a teacher, the two guards earlier showed you great respect, and your ability to represent the academy certainly indicates a high standing. Tang San quickly articulated his conjecture. Lu Yu, standing beside him, couldn't help but admire the cleverness of little San, noting how flawlessly he flattered. The master let out a hearty laugh, stating that the title of teacher is not one to be bestowed lightly. You two possess innate full soul power, and the master paused, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and also have twin martial souls. A mere lodger who idles away my days. I am hardly qualified to be your teacher. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The proof in Yu Ji's possession indicated he had a twin martial soul, yet he had only shared the matter of his own twin martial soul with his father, having concealed it well even at the moment of awakening. Lu Yu sighed softly, impressed by the master's insight. As a time traveler with a divine perspective, he had learned of Tang San's twin martial soul. While the master had deduced the secret with naught but a theory. It was truly remarkable. No, you possess the capability, master. To discern my twin martial soul solely from a piece of proof. I dare say there is no teacher in the entire Soul Master Academy who can compare to you. Tang San spoke slowly. Could you be my teacher? This was a decision Tang San had pondered carefully. He had only confided in his father about his twin martial soul, yet the individual before him had uncovered it with such ease, truly astonishing. The master laughed heartily once more. Very well. Since you have taken the initiative to acknowledge me as your teacher, I shall accept your request. Tang San, do you know how I discerned your twin martial soul? Tang San contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. The master then turned to Lu Yu, inquiring whether this young friend was aware. Lu Yu was taken aback. Me? The master smiled and nodded. I suspect it is due to this proof. Lu Yu waved the proof in his hand. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. This proof clearly states that the blue-silver grass is a waste martial soul, yet you possess innate full soul power. However, I am uncertain as to how you deduced it. Although Lu Yu enjoyed watching anime and reading novels, he mainly remembered the thrilling battles and extraordinary skills, and he couldn't quite recall the fragmented theoretical concepts. As for the deduction, he had merely observed the master glance at the proof and guessed. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing was taken aback by this revelation. This child observed with such detail, he had merely glanced a few times. Yet the boy was able to infer the reason behind his recognition of Tang San's twin martial soul. These two children were indeed extraordinary. The proof? At this moment, Tang San was still in a fog. Indeed, it is the proof, the master chuckled. This young friend is truly astute. I derived my conclusion from your proof. I have investigated over 600 soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul across the continent. And only a third possess soul power, and even then, it is merely at level 1. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the quality of a martial soul is proportional to its soul power. And the blue-silver grass evidently does not fall into that category. That I know what you wish to say. Every rule has its exceptions. That in the past century, there have only been 2 individuals with twin martial souls in the 2 great empires. Yet there are 19 with innate full soul power, all of whom are formidable soul masters. Among them, 2 hail from humble beginnings, possessing innate full soul power due to martial soul mutation, while your blue-silver grass clearly shows no signs of mutation. Hence, I deduce that you must have another martial soul supporting you. The master concluded slowly, gazing at Tang San, who was left momentarily stunned by the master's words. Lu, however, remained unconvinced. This theory applied only to those from the duel continent. And Tang San was not one of them. Tang San's twin martial souls stemmed from his parents' lineage, while his innate full soul power was a result of the Shintian skill he practiced. The master then reiterated the theory of martial soul mutation to Tang San. Upon finishing, Tang San knelt and bowed his head in submission. Lu quietly observed from the side, showing no intent to follow suit. Yugo, are you not going to pay your respects to the master? His understanding of martial souls would surely benefit your future cultivation. After Tang San was assisted to his feet, he inquired. The master also smiled, his gaze fixed on Lu Yu. To be honest, he was curious about the origins of this youth's silver angel martial soul. The aura surrounding the boy neither resembled that of a commoner nor a noble. Moreover, the martial soul hall did not possess a silver martial soul. Lu gradually shook his head, stating, "The master cannot assist me." Tang San frowned at these words. The master, however, was unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. "If you do not wish to pay your respects, then do not. I admire your spirit." The master regarded Lu Yu with appreciation. "I can personally introduce you to a mentor. After all, you possess innate full soul power and will need to hunt soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Of course, if you have any questions regarding soul rings or soul beasts, feel free to consult me at any time." That he genuinely admired this child. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to engage. Chapter 7. Establishing authority in the dormitory. The master took the 2 of them to complete their enrollment procedures, registering their student identities, and after receiving their uniforms, they began the allocation of dormitories. Since Lu Yu was not a working student, he and Tang San were assigned to separate dormitories. The working students resided in Dormitory 7, while Lu Yu was allocated to Dormitory 6, which housed the offspring of nobility. The teacher in charge of accommodations escorted Lu Yu to Dormitory 6 before departing. Why you go? Once you finish tidying up your dormitory, let us go to the cafeteria together. All right, see you in a bit. The dormitory building had 3 floors. Dormitory 7 was on the ground floor, while Dormitory 6 occupied the second floor. As Lu Yu approached the entrance, he heard several voices conversing inside. "Boss, I just heard from the dormitory supervisor that we have a new student." "A new student? What of it?" "It seems this kid is from the countryside, and he has a working student companion who was assigned to Dormitory 7. From the countryside. A working student? Just a country bumpkin. Perfect, we can have this bumpkin do our chores, serving us tea and washing clothes. How delightful. What if he becomes a troublemaker? What can he do? He has just a fresh arrival from the countryside. How rebellious can he be? If he dares to defy us, we'll knock his teeth out. Hey, boss, I saw a girl from Dormitory 7 when I came up just now. Absolutely stunning. Let us have some fun with her tomorrow." Listening to the chattering voices within, Lu Yu furrowed his brows. That he then raised his foot and kicked the door. Bang! The steel door emitted a thunderous sound as it slammed against the wall behind it. In an instant, the children inside were left dumbfounded. Lu stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, coldly surveying the room. The children inside ranged from 6 to 12 years old, both boys and girls. All adorned in luxurious robes, they now fixated their gazes on Lu Yu at the doorway. "I am indeed the country bumpkin you speak of. I heard that. You intend to knock my teeth out?" Lu Yu sneered. The moment the stunned children inside regained their senses, they erupted in fury. How dare a country bumpkin be so arrogant? The leader, a tall boy, glared at Lu Yu with derision and disdain. "You, newcomer, Do you understand the rules? Do you know who holds the authority in Dormitory 6? Do you know who I am? Lu Yu coldly regarded the boy before him, the self-proclaimed boss. Boss, don't waste your breath on him. A country bumpkin dares to kick the door. Let us teach him a lesson and show him the rules. A boy stepped forward, his face twisted in a menacing expression as he glared at Lu Yu. Wang Hu, be gentle. Don't beat him to a pulp. That we still need him for the dirty work in our dormitory. The child referred to as Wang Hu replied, rest assured, boss, I know my limits. The other children in the dormitory began to snicker, seemingly envisioning the scene of Lu Yu being beaten to his knees in supplication. Boy, state your name. I don't beat nameless brats. Wang Hu's body trembled, and a yellow light glimmered as he summoned his martial soul, a 2-meter-long staff. Pathetic that Lu Yu raised his middle finger. Wang Hu's expression shifted as he swung the staff, leaping lightly before bringing it crashing down towards Lu Yu. As the staff descended, it was poised to land a devastating blow. The other children inside laughed even louder. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yu sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he transformed his right hand into a claw, the 5 fingers resembling eagle talons seizing their prey. Wang Hu froze in place. As if immobilized, Lu Yu's left foot paused momentarily. Whoosh! With a sudden burst of power, Wang Hu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his face turning a deep shade of purple. His back arched, resembling a boiled shrimp. Just then, with a resounding crash, Wang Hu was sent flying, landing on the floor. The entire process was swift and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the children could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Wang Hu was sent flying. With such meager strength, did he truly expect to serve me tea? Lu Yu, flexing his wrists, coldly regarded them and declared, today, unless I leave you all with shattered teeth, I shan't bear the surname Lu. Upon hearing these words, the children's faces paled in an instant. Suddenly, a figure leapt from behind the group of children. Soaring like a hunting eagle, his hands were poised like claws, legs slightly bent, as he rushed toward Lu Yu with astonishing speed, even faster than Wang Hu had been. It's Ling Fei. His martial spirit is that Song Ying, and he is second only to Xiao in strength among us. The children exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Fei struck with remarkable swiftness. Almost instantaneously as Lu Yu finished speaking, Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, slightly turning his body to face the incoming threat, and in a split second, he seized Ling Fei as he drew near. Following the momentum of the attack, Lu Yu pivoted, using his waist as an axis, transferring the force from his right shoulder to his left, and unleashed a powerful left punch aimed directly at Ling Fei's chest. Lu Yu's speed surpassed even that of Ling Fei, who possessed a speed-type martial spirit. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Ling Fei's chest, sending him crashing backward in the same manner as Wang Hu had moments before. In an instant, the entire 6th dormitory fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at Lu Yu, utterly unprepared for the fact that the 3 strongest fighters in the dormitory had been dispatched by him in mere moments, and he hadn't even moved from his spot. Lu Yu then took a step forward, slowly advancing. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, causing everyone except for Xiao to retreat a few steps in fear. At that moment, all eyes turned to Xiao, the only soul master among them with a soul ring. Wang Hu and Ling Fei helped each other to their feet, glaring coldly at Lu Yu, thinking to themselves that they had crossed Xiao and would soon face dire consequences. Xiao Lai fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Yu and spoke. You, young man, are facing a true soul master. It is not too late to apologize. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Yet, Lu Yu remained steadfast, replying, I have no desire to repeat myself, young man. Xiao Lai's fury ignited at these words, feeling utterly disrespected. First, Lu Yu had injured Wang Hu and Ling Fei, and now he was being so brazen. A mere country bumpkin, emboldened by a hint of strength, was acting so arrogantly. If this were not curtailed, how could he maintain authority in the future? Xiao Lai, a 6th-level student with the martial spirit of a Gale Wolf and a 12th-level battle soul master, coldly stated, state your martial spirit and level. It is the rule. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. I am Lu Yu, a freshman with a staff as my martial spirit, innate full soul power, and no soul ring. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious black staff inscribed with arcane runes appeared in his hand, adorned with 7 sparkling gemstones. Within the crescent moon's embrace, a green lotus flower slowly rotated, radiating a vibrant life force. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing of his innate full soul power. their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Lu Yu that a once-in-a-century talent had graced them today. Ling Fei, observing the warmth emanating from Lu Yu's staff, felt his own injuries begin to mend, and scoffed. What of his innate full soul power? A person without a soul ring dares to be so audacious. How formidable can a support-type staff spirit truly be? Others echoed his sentiments, encouraging Xiao Lai. Indeed, even with innate full soul power, he lacks a soul ring. What can he possibly do against the boss? Emboldened by the crowd's encouragement, Xiao Lai regained his confidence. Yes, while Lu Yu might possess innate full soul power, he was still a genuine soul master. With a sinister smile, he summoned a white soul ring that ascended from beneath him, manifesting a green wolf shadow behind him. Martial spirit, activate. The wolf shadow melded seamlessly with Xiao Lai, and his pupils glowed an ominous green as his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. Lu, however, glanced at the soul ring with disdain. What a pathetic display. Merely white. According to Lu Yu's recollection, the color of a soul ring correlated with its age. 10 years for white, 100 for yellow, 1,000 for purple, 10,000 for black, and 100,000 for red. This one was merely a decade old. Lu promptly retracted his martial spirit, deeming it unnecessary to summon it against one with such a feeble soul ring. Yet Xiao Lai misinterpreted Lu Yu's action as fear, believing he had recognized the futility of his own martial spirit. Now that you know fear, it's too late. You shall pay for today's transgressions. Xiao Lai bellowed, concentrating his strength into his claws and charging at Lu Yu with a powerful punch. Confident that Lu Yu would be unable to withstand this blow, the others jeered, convinced that Xiao Lai's attack would seal Lu Yu's fate. Yet Lu Yu remained unperturbed, adopting a stance that appeared almost casual, legs slightly bent, and threw a punch that seemed to float effortlessly. Boom! Xiao Lai was sent flying, crashing directly into the wall with a tremendous impact, followed by a thud as he hit the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, Xiao Lai struggled to rise, but was met with a pair of feet before him. A soft voice echoed, "Are you waiting to be hit again? Or will you call me daddy on your own accord?" As he felt the intense agony in his chest and recalled the terrifying punch, it dawned on him that he might not be able to defeat this newcomer after all. Lu turned to face the other children, and they instinctively recoiled, their faces flushed with fear. "From this moment forth, I am the new leader of the 6th Dormitory. Any objections?" The others, thoroughly intimidated, promptly responded, "No objections. You shall be our new leader. Wherever you lead, we shall follow." Wang Hu and Ling Fei, ever resourceful, immediately began to tidy up Lu Yu's bed. "You three, come here," Lu Yu commanded, pointing at Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei. Summoning the Qixing Lianju, he infused it with soul power, causing the lotus at the staff's tip to burst forth in radiant light. The three felt enveloped in a warm flow, their injuries healing almost instantaneously. "Remarkable," they exclaimed in unison. "Thank you, boss." Lu Yu understood the principle of reciprocity, recognizing that a small favor could yield great loyalty. "Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly prepare my bed that I've been through a lot and am famished. Let us head to the dining hall for a meal," he instructed with a wave of his hand. Wang Hu and Ling Fei hurried to arrange the bedding, while Xiao Lai earnestly declared, "From now on, you are my leader." Lu felt a twinge of discomfort at this proclamation, patting Xiao Lai's shoulder before turning to leave. Thinking to himself, children are children. They follow whoever is strong. Meanwhile, the three gathered together, watching Lu Yu's retreating figure. "The boss is indeed formidable. He defeated us without even using his martial spirit," Ling Fei remarked. "But is he truly just a support-type soul master? How can he fight so fiercely?" Wang Hu pondered aloud. Xiao Lai replied solemnly, "Perhaps this is the gift of innate full soul power." Lu sauntered into the dining hall, coincidentally encountering Tang San and a charming young girl standing beside him. The girl had a rosy complexion, dressed in simple yet neat attire, her long hair braided into a lengthy scorpion tail cascading down her back. They were engaged in conversation, accompanied by several individuals from the 7th Dormitory. Yu. Tang San called out, waving at Lu Yu. His exclamation caught the attention of the young girl, who turned to Lu Yu. "Is this the infamous Xiao Wu? I never imagined Xiao San would be drawn to this type." Lu Yu mused silently, recognizing her as the quintessential lowly, though Xiao Wu appeared innocent and endearing. Liu harbored no inappropriate thoughts. In the original story, Xiao Wu was Tang San's wife, and Liu regarded himself as Tang San's brother. Thus, he would never disrespect the bonds of brotherhood. Besides, there were plenty of beautiful women in Doloa continent, and opportunities would abound. You must be Luyu, Xiaowu said, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Tang-san told me about you. That there's someone named Luyu even stronger than him. I just defeated him, and now I want to defeat you. Tang-san's face flushed with embarrassment, though he had indeed allowed Xiaowu to win earlier. Being bested by a girl was still a blow to his pride. That would be me, Luyu acknowledged with a nod. After we finish our meal, I shall gladly engage in a match with you. Xiaowu beamed. I can't wait. Not interested, Luyu replied curtly. He was well aware that Xiaowu was actually a soft-boned charm rabbit, known for her penchant for fighting and teasing Tang-san. However, Liu had no inclination to engage in combat right now. He was simply too hungry after their earlier encounter. Why not? She asked, eyes wide with surprise. Xiaowu was taken aback, letting out a huff. Are you afraid of a girl like me? She challenged. Not at all, Luyu replied, shaking his head. It's primarily because you cannot defeat me. To be honest. Tang-san was also curious about the extent of Luyu's strength. Curiosity is inherent in human nature, even if Tang-san was a time traveler, possessing the soul of a man in his 30s. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's competitive spirit was fully ignited by Luyu's few words. How can you know if we haven't fought yet? I don't care. As a girl, I challenge you, Luyu, and you must accept. Unable to decline, Luyu acquiesced. All right, I will fight you. After a brief pause, he inquired. But do you have a soul ring? No. Why? She responded. Then we shall wait until you possess a soul ring before we engage in battle. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You said it, no backing out. I have innate full soul power, and when I return, let's eat first, Liu interjected, patting his stomach. In the meantime, the master approached Tang-san, drawing the attention of other work-study students in the 7th dormitory. The master was a well-known figure at the academy. Tang-san, have you taken the master as your teacher? One of the work-study students couldn't help but say. Think carefully, master only has a soul power of 29 levels. And he is nearly 50 years old, with little hope of breaking through to a great soul master. He spends all his time idling at the academy. Be cautious. Shut up, or I will really hit you. Tang-san warned coldly, casting a glance at him before walking away. Liu shook his head. These work-study students were merely ordinary people, lacking the foresight of Tang-san. However, Xiaowu gazed after Tang-san's retreating figure, her eyes gleaming. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter. After finishing their meal, Liu did not return to the dormitory, but instead headed to the library, intending to gather some information to supplement his knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings. He had anticipated a bustling library, but to his surprise, there were only a handful of scattered students present. Reflecting on it, this was the Doloa continent, where, although knowledge was important, this was still a world that revered strength. Moreover, the Junior Soul Master Academy was filled with children around 11 or 12 years old, along with work-study students, leaving little time for studying. While the records in the library might not be as detailed as the master's explanations, they sufficed for Luyu. He merely needed to familiarize himself with the soul beast illustrations and their approximate ages to prepare for acquiring his first soul ring. Soul beasts under 400 years of age typically appeared on the outskirts of the hunting soul forest. And with a bit of caution, he believed he could manage. Liu became immersed in his studies, evoking memories reminiscent of cramming for exams in his past life. The sun slowly descended. It left behind a resplendent twilight, the hues of dusk entwining to paint the sky and earth in warm colors. Ding. Daily reading check-in. Points earned. 100. Liu placed the book back on the shelf, only to turn and find a man clad in black staring intently at him, a familiar smile adorning his face. Master, what brings you here? He wondered. The library of Nodding Academy was modest, comprising only 2 floors. The first filled with foundational introductions to soul beasts. With the master's knowledge, there should be no need for him to come here for information, or is he seeking me? Just as Liu pondered. The master nodded at him. Follow me, he instructed softly before turning to leave. With Luyu trailing closely behind, the master remained silent throughout their journey, yet Luyu sensed a watchful gaze upon him at all times. They navigated through winding paths until they finally halted before a small wooden cabin. Come in, the master said, opening the door and beckoning Luyu inside, observing the numerous books neatly organized within. Luyu mused. It seems the master has a bit of an obsession with order. Master, did you summon me for something? Luyu could no longer contain his curiosity. Make yourself comfortable, the master replied. Sitting behind a desk. Liu, I noticed from the Spirit Hall's records that you possess innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, correct? Yes, Liu affirmed with a nod. Could you demonstrate your martial spirit? Rest assured, I mean no harm, the master added hastily, sensing Lu Yu's hesitation. Although puzzled, Lu Yu complied. With a thought, the praying star lotus staff instantly appeared in his hand, and a silver figure materialized behind him. Upon witnessing the silver angelic martial spirit, the master's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly stood up, murmuring, "Incredible, if it's not a mutation, then it's truly remarkable." Lu, intrigued by the master's reaction, asked, "Master, do you know the origin of my martial spirit? I cannot guarantee it, but I have a strong suspicion," the master replied earnestly. "The renowned angelic martial spirit on the continent comes from the Spirit Hall, which claims descent from the sun god. However, there is another place that also carries the legacy of the angelic martial spirit." "Where is that?" Lu Yu inquired, retracting his martial spirit, feeling the toll it had taken on his soul power. Hearing that the master might know the origins of his martial spirit filled Lu Yu with excitement. If that were the case, he might be able to find his parents in this world. In his previous life, Lu Yu's parents worked away from home, and he grew up with his grandfather in the countryside. After his grandfather's passing, he was reunited with his parents, but just as Lu Yu was about to enter college, an unfortunate accident befell them, leaving him yearning for a complete family. "I traveled the continent in my youth, and once, I accidentally stumbled upon a mysterious village," the master continued. "That village is not marked on any map. Yet it undeniably exists. The villagers do not need guidance. They awaken their powers at a certain age, and without exception, all awaken clock-type martial spirits." "What does that have to do with me?" Lu Yu queried. "In the center of the village stands a statue resembling your martial spirit closely. I learned from the villagers that it is the deity they have revered throughout generations." "A deity?" Lu Yu echoed, intrigued. "Indeed, and there is something quite extraordinary about it. The locals acquire their soul rings in a unique manner. They never hunt soul beasts. When someone needs to advance, they pray to the deity, and the statue manifests, granting them a soul ring. Do you remember where that village is?" Liu asked eagerly. Regrettably, the master shook his head. "When I attempted to retrace my steps to find it, the village had vanished." "Vanished?" Lu Yu repeated, bewildered. "Yes, it seemed to disappear into thin air. So, what connection does my martial spirit have with that village?" Lu Yu pondered, feeling lost amidst the revelations. "I suspect," the master continued, "that the village is linked to a hidden sect. Or rather, that village serves as a conduit between the continent and the sect, and your martial spirit is their inherited spirit, the key to finding it." After returning from the masters, Liu's consciousness remained within the system space, continuously reflecting on the master's words. "System, is everything the master said true? There are truths and falsehoods. Given your current strength, knowing it is of little use, your immediate priority is to acquire your first soul ring. Enhance your strength and complete your tasks. Do not overthink it," the system retorted dismissively. Lu glanced at the system panel. "Host, Liu soul power, level 10, soul scholar, points, 550 warehouse. Playing card blueprint tasks, defeat any great soul master, points, 600, acquire a first soul ring. Age no less than 300 years, points, 500. Currently, he had accumulated 550 points, and once he obtained his first soul ring, he could engage in a tenfold draw. As for the system shop, Lu Yu merely glanced before exiting, utterly uninterested in the offerings, which included absurd items like postpartum care for sows and 100 tips to become wealthy. Who knew where the system had sourced such things? Moreover, they were exorbitantly priced, averaging 2,000 points each. "System, what on earth is this? Why are the prices escalating? You get what you pay for. The stronger you become, the more costly it gets. That you're robbing me." "Indeed, I am robbing you." "Any objections?" the system quipped, raising an eyebrow. "What the hell? Is there logic in robbing me? Do you believe I won't sever our ties?" To the disobedient little host, the system held the power to erase him. Liu was left bewildered, grappling with the bizarre nature of the system. Chapter 10, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 1. In the morning, Liu decided to skip class and head straight to the library for some reading. The courses at the junior college primarily consisted of rote memorization, which was exceedingly simple for Lu Yu, who possessed the Wanxiang meditation technique. Moreover, since Lu Yu consistently ranked at the top of his class, the teachers turned a blind eye to his truancy. After lunch, Liu attempted to find Tang San, only to discover he was absent. Liu surmised that he must have gone to the soul-hunting forest with the master. In the afternoon, Lu Yu also ventured out, but he did not rush to the soul-hunting forest. Instead, He first made his way to the Spirit Hall. The soul-hunting forest served as a sanctuary for soul beasts within the Empire. An entry required a command token from the Spirit Hall, which Lu Yu, of course, did not possess. Thus he sought assistance. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City was far more imposing than that in Holy Soul Village, featuring 3 stories and a grand entrance adorned with a magnificent golden sword. "Child, this is the Spirit Hall, not a playground," a guard remarked as he noticed a young boy approaching. "Hello, I am looking for Master Su Yuntao. Could you inform him that Lu Yu has come to see him?" Lu Yu replied. The guard regarded Lu Yu with a look of uncertainty, furrowing his brow. "What business does a child like you have with him?" Despite his confusion, the guard complied. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuntao emerged, fixing a steady gaze upon Lu Yu. "Little genius, have you made up your mind to join the Spirit Hall? Come in and let us converse." "No, I am here to ask for your assistance." "You seek my help?" Su Yu now inquired, puzzled. Then he recalled that Lu Yu was a prodigy with innate full soul power, and he likely needed soul rings. "What assistance do you require? You do not expect me to help you hunt soul beasts, do you? However, if you choose to join the Spirit Hall, I could assist you." With a flicker of thought, Lu Yu retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and placed it upon the table. "I would like to hire you to help me hunt soul beasts. This is a down payment." Su Yuntao opened the pouch, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such wealth?" He recalled that Lu Yu was the grandson of the village chief in Holy Soul Village, but how much could a village chief possibly earn? This pouch contained at least 300 gold coins, more than his monthly salary. "That is none of your concern. Simply tell me whether you will help me or not," Lu Yu said with a smile. The coins had all been provided by Grandpa Jack, and to be honest, Lu Yu was equally astonished when he first laid eyes on such a sum that it felt akin to discovering one's family wealth at the age of 18. Leading Lu Yu to realize that Grandpa Jack was indeed extraordinary. How could a village chief amass such riches? "Very well. When shall we set off? Should we gather more people?" Su Yuntao's quick agreement took Lu Yu by surprise. "No need. Just the 2 of us will suffice. We can depart right away. In the northeast of Nodding City." Su Yuntao and Lu Yu arrived at the bustling marketplace outside the soul-hunting forest. What a lively scene, Lu Yu mused, recalling the vibrant atmosphere of temple fairs from his past life. Professional teams are recruiting. 1 member short, seeking support soul masters. Get on board and leave. Priority for healing-type assistance. Agility-type battle soul masters, level 30, with the spirit of the Shadow Eagle, seeking a team. Little 3 and the master must be inside searching for soul beasts right now. "Let us go. The entrance is over there." Su Yuntao's voice interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts as he led the way toward the imposing entrance that resembled a great city wall. "How magnificent!" Lu Yu exclaimed, gazing at the grand gate. Su Yuntao presented the token to the guard. "Attendant." The guard saluted, inspecting the token before returning it to Su Yuntao with a thunderous rumble. The massive steel doors slowly creaked open. A unique forest fragrance enveloped them as countless towering trees and exotic flowers came into view. "Let us proceed." Su Yuntao took the lead, with Lu Yu following closely behind. As his feet crunched on the fallen leaves, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement in his veins. 1,000-year soul beasts. Here I come. Indeed, Lu Yu intended to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast, which possessed strength equivalent to a level 40 human. This was an impossible feat for Lu Yu at present, even with Su Yuntao's assistance. It was a daunting challenge. No genius from influential families would dare provoke a 1,000-year soul beast at level 10 yet. Lu Yu wished to give it a try. His only source of confidence lay in his dragon blood. According to the master's theory, each stage of soul master had a limit on the age of soul rings they could absorb. However, in the original story, Tang San managed to absorb rings beyond his level due to his formidable physical condition. The dragon blood had the potential to enhance and break through physical limits. Lu Yu wanted to attempt absorbing a soul ring beyond his level by leveraging the power of dragon blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the soul-hunting forest, Little San, according to my theory, the upper limit of soul rings a level 10 soul master can absorb is around 400 years. The master and Tang San were searching for soul beasts within the forest. Your innate full soul power increases the likelihood of success, so we must seek a soul beast that closely approaches this value. Tang San listened attentively while fondling the jade belt at his waist. A rare spatial soul guide gifted to him by the master as a token of their meeting. Becoming the master's disciple was undoubtedly the right choice. Tang San reflected. If only Brother Yu could also become a disciple of the master. Thinking of Brother Yu, Tang San felt a twinge of concern. Master, if Brother Yu hunts for soul rings by himself, how many years of soul beasts do you think he could capture if he acts alone? 100 years would be commendable if he hires a team. It should be around 200 to 300 years, but hiring a team is quite costly, the master replied solemnly. The day is waning. It becomes more perilous to act at night. Let us rest here for the night, and proceed tomorrow. Understood, at that moment. On the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, boom, a massive purple spider collapsed to the ground, followed by a yellow soul ring slowly rising. Lu's broken crossbow dimmed in light. A green figure leapt down from a tree. 4 white stripes. It must be a 400-year Monda spider. What do you think? Su Yuntao released the spirit possession state. To his surprise, Liu shook his head. Not enough. Let us search elsewhere. Su Yuntao felt exasperated. They had already slain at least 400 or 500-year soul beasts. Yet every time Lu Yu merely glanced before turning away. Fortunately, Lu Yu's martial spirit could replenish soul power. Otherwise, Su Yuntao would have been drained dry. Little brat, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? Su Yuntao could no longer contain his frustration. If it weren't for the generous payment Lu Yu offered, he would have preferred to return to work 1,000 years. What? Su Yuntao questioned, doubting his hearing. 1,000. In Su Yuntao's understanding, a level 10 Soul Master's soul rings were typically white 10-year rings, with only the most gifted individuals able to obtain yellow 100-year rings, yet Lu Yu wished to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you out of your mind? A 1,000-year soul ring. It's uncertain whether you can absorb it, and together we might not even survive against a 1,000-year soul beast. I have a plan. Su Yuntao felt a headache coming on at Lu Yu's confident demeanor. If you are afraid, you may return, but my intention to join the spirit hall cannot be easily dismissed. Do not use this as a threat. Your life is more valuable than anything. For your safety, you should abandon this notion. Chapter 11. The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 2. Oh dear, Uncle Tao, I will increase your payment. Lu Yu unexpectedly began to act cute. That won't work. This isn't simply a matter of money. You must return with me today, Su Yuntao declared firmly. How about this? I will wait here while you go find someone to join us. We can regroup and act together afterward. Absolutely not. You must come back with me. It is far too dangerous for you to be alone in the forest. Su Yuntao looked at Lu Yu, who appeared obedient, but he could not shake the disbelief in his heart that Lu Yu would remain there quietly. Very well, Lu Yu conceded reluctantly. Su Yuntao turned away. Bang! A sudden blow sent Su Yuntao's head spinning as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Yu quickly retracted his head, sheepishly stowing away the black gold staff. I am truly sorry, Uncle Tao. I had no choice. I promised to make amends once we get out. Lu Yu muttered to himself. He dragged Su Yuntao toward the forest entrance. After placing Su Yuntao in a safe area, Lu Yu set off once more. 1,000-year soul beasts. Here I come. As Lu Yu ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the trees became increasingly dense, and the presence of soul beasts grew more pronounced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After dispatching a black panther with 3 crossbow bolts, he looked at the slowly rising yellow soul ring and couldn't help but shake his head. Another 100-year one. Lu had already slain nearly 10 soul beasts, all of which were around 100 years old. Without even catching a glimpse of the fur from a 1,000-year soul beast, he wondered how things were progressing on Xiaosan's side. Turning away, Lu Yu ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, not giving it much thought. After all, as the protagonist of the Doloa continent, with the master assisting him, Xiaosan's progress must surely be more favorable than his own. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sky began to dim, and as he delved further into the forest, it grew increasingly dense, shrouding the surroundings in deepening shadows and diminishing visibility. Time was of the essence. Once night fell, the dangers within the forest would far exceed those at its periphery. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed in the distance, causing the surrounding weaker soul beasts to cower in submission. This roar. Lu Yu's body trembled slightly. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It could only belong to a 1,000-year soul beast, and not just any ordinary soul beast. Just as Lu Yu was about to rush towards the source, another howl pierced the air, striking at his heart. Another 1,000-year soul beast. Judging by the roar, this one was no less formidable than the previous. In an instant, Lu Yu's blood surged with excitement. 2,000-year soul beasts. Alas, he could only absorb one of their soul rings. Quickly, Lu Yu sought refuge in a safe spot, forcing himself to regain his composure. The immediate priority was to devise a plan to defeat these 2 soul beasts. Climbing to the treetops, he peered through the dense foliage into the distance. There, he spotted a snow-white fox soul beast, approximately 4 meters in length, with 2 bushy tails swaying gracefully behind it. The star-whispering spirit fox. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He had previously encountered this soul beast in the library's Soul Beast Compendium. The star-whispering spirit fox was a 1,000-year soul beast that sprouted a tail every 500 years. With a maximum of 8 tails, its pure white form possessed remarkable regenerative abilities and could temporarily enhance its powers under starlight during the night. The lotus flower atop the Qixing Lianzhong possessed healing properties that aligned with the abilities of the soul beast before him. And since this spirit fox only had 2 tails, Liu felt a 60% confidence in his chances. A howl jolted Liu back to reality as a wolf-like soul beast approached. Its 4 piercing eyes were particularly striking, adorned with golden cloud patterns on its chest and back, also measuring around 4 meters in length. The Holy Light Wolf, yet another 1,000-year soul beast. Liu felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. The records indicated that the Holy Light Wolf had a highly aggressive nature and comparable regenerative capabilities to the star-whispering spirit fox. From the looks of it, these 2 soul beasts had just endured a fierce battle and were now catching their breath. However, the star-whispering spirit fox appeared to stand no chance against the Holy Light Wolf. The latter radiated deep purple soul power, indicating at least 5,000 years, while the fox barely reached 1,000. The disparity in their combat powers was vast. It was unlikely that the fox could even escape, let alone defeat the wolf. Liu's mind raced. His current offensive capabilities were limited to the Patsong crossbow and the black gold staff. The Patsong crossbow's power relied on his own soul power, and its damage was limited. As for the black gold staff, its attributes rendered Liu somewhat speechless. The staff, a long rod of pure black, could shrink down to the length of his arm. It was extremely resilient. Infusing it with soul power to strike non-vital areas would cause pain and paralysis, while a blow to the head would induce dizziness, the duration of which depended on the amount of soul power infused. However, its physical damage was 0, meaning Liu couldn't even break the glass created by a sand with all his might. Thus, he affectionately dubbed it the dull stick. The star fox let out a low growl, its body shimmering with starlight as it gradually healed its wounds. The best strategy would be to allow the 2 soul beasts to vie for dominance while he, the fisherman, reaped the benefits. Just then, a powerful shockwave shattered the tree canopy where Liu was concealed. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground. In an instant, he found himself completely exposed between the 2 soul beasts. A cold sweat broke out as panic surged through him, his mind blank. The next moment, another wave of light surged towards him. The Holy Light Wolf was launching an attack once more, though Liu's appearance had altered the situation slightly. To the Holy Light Wolf, this 2-legged creature was as insignificant as that dying fox. The speed of the light wave was blinding, and Liu had no time to evade. Resigned, he closed his eyes, only to find that nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, a snow-white figure stood before him. Had the star fox shielded him from the attack? According to the records, the star-whispering spirit fox was intelligent and gentle. At this moment, the best choice seemed to be to cooperate with it. After a moment's contemplation, Liu summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, its azure lotus flower radiating light, sensing the improvement in its injuries. The star fox looked at Liu with gratitude. Just then, the Holy Light Wolf gathered its brilliance, channeling it into a radiant projectile aimed at both Liu and the fox. In a moment of panic, the fox leaped high, evading the attack while sweeping its 2 tails to push Liu aside. Almost instantaneously, the form of the Holy Light Wolf vanished, and the next moment, its claws glinted ominously in the night. The star fox bore 3 gashes on its abdomen, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome sight. Seizing the opportunity, Liu swiftly raised his right arm, injecting soul power into the Patsong crossbow and unleashing a barrage of arrows. With a concentrated strike, 3 arrows shot forth toward the Holy Light Wolf's 4 eyes. The massive beast couldn't evade in time. The arrows struck true, causing it to lose its balance. Taking advantage of this moment, the star fox twisted midair, its tail tip gathering starlight to launch 2 projectiles at the Holy Light Wolf's head. The ground erupted with the force of the explosion, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The Holy Light Wolf's head was left a bloody mess, only one of its 4 eyes remaining intact, as its front half bled profusely, struggling to maintain its footing. Chapter 12. Soul Hunting Forest, Part 3. The star-whispering spirit fox had lost half of its 2 tails. Its pupils dull and lifeless, lying on the edge of the crater, barely clinging to life. Liu, too, was in a precarious state. He had just been flung by the fox's tail and caught in the terrifying blast. Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, he touched it and found his hand drenched in warm blood. A wave of intense pain surged through his mind. His ribs were broken, but thankfully, the dragon's blood granted him rapid recovery. Struggling to his feet, Lu Yu cautiously moved toward the center of the recent explosion. There, he found a massive wolf-like soul beast, battered and barely alive, its face contorted in agony, revealing stark white bones, clearly gravely injured. What a prime opportunity! The young man lifted his right arm, readying the Patsong crossbow for a decisive shot. Suddenly, a whimper caught Lu Yu's attention. It was the star-whispering spirit fox, lying feebly on the ground. Its eyes filled with pain, gazing at him as if pleading for an end to its suffering. Lu Yu's gaze shifted, and he gasped in shock as he noticed that the fox had lost both of its tails, its abdomen bearing a gaping wound from which blood and innards flowed freely. Witnessing this, Lu Yu hurriedly summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, intent on saving its life. After all, without the star-whispering spirit fox's timely assistance, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. The moment Lu Yu called forth his martial spirit and began channeling soul power, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Points of starlight appeared around them, growing increasingly radiant over time, gradually enveloping both Lu Yu and the fox. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was astonished to find his soul power uncontrollably surging into the staff in his hand, as if the staff had become a black hole, voraciously consuming his energy. Just as Lu Yu felt on the brink of collapse, a warm current surged from his dantian, dragon's blood. With the dragon's blood intervening, Lu Yu's condition began to improve that moment. He wished to retract his martial spirit, but found himself utterly powerless to do anything. Simultaneously, a star mark began to coalesce on the fox's forehead, reminiscent of a shooting star. In an instant, the star mark and the staff erupted in dazzling light. "What in the world?" Lu Yu exclaimed, the brilliance blinding him. Fortunately, the radiance was fleeting, disappearing almost as swiftly as it had come. Slowly opening his eyes, he found the star fox had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of blood mixed with internal fragments and a slowly rotating purple soul ring. Gone? As Lu Yu pondered in confusion, he noticed a fluffy white figure curled within the azure lotus of his staff, resembling the star-whispering spirit fox, albeit slightly smaller. Lu Yu was taken aback, still trying to comprehend what had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, he sat cross-legged, releasing his soul power to gently connect with the soul ring, guiding it slowly. Meanwhile, at another end of the soul-hunting forest, Shaosan remarked, "This mandala snake is at least 500 years old." The master pointed to the corpse on the ground and continued, "Look at the wounds. Its skull has been pierced, and the 7-inch mark bears fatal injuries." The attack was executed with precision, likely the work of a level 30 soul master. Tang San gazed at the corpse and nodded slightly. "What a pity," he lamented. "The mandala snake holds little value for that esteemed soul master. Yet it would have been a fitting spirit beast for your blue-silver grass. Alas, the soul ring has already vanished." Just then, a sudden, piercing shriek echoed in the distance. Another mandala snake. The master's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as a green figure rapidly approached from afar. The entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Su Yuntao was sprinting furiously towards the depths of the forest. Upon awakening, he found himself lying at the entrance. And before he could comprehend what had transpired, a violent explosion erupted in the distance, followed by a brilliant flash that illuminated the night. Su Yuntao suddenly recalled that Lu Yu seemed to be in that direction. He must have been knocked unconscious by him. This is bad. Su Yuntao sighed inwardly, instantly summoning his martial spirit, racing towards that location at full speed. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring of the star-whispering spirit fox without encountering any resistance. The process unfolding remarkably smoothly. The very moment Lu Yu successfully absorbed the ring, his soul power surged dramatically. Level 10, Level 11, Level 13, Level 20, in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu's soul power reached a bottleneck. To advance further, he needed to absorb a soul ring. He then thought of the holy light wolf beside him. The massive wolf body in the pit stirred slightly, sensing the unfriendly gaze of the bipedal beast. The holy light wolf attempted to rise and resist, but its broken forelimbs could not support its immense bulk. Observing this, Lu Yu raised his arm, acting decisively. Breaking crossbow, volley, whoosh, bang. The power of the breaking crossbow seemed to have increased significantly after his soul power enhancement. The colossal wolf had exploded into fragments with a resounding blast. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged, his mind entirely focused on the staff martial spirit within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power, gently guiding the shimmering purple soul ring to descend upon his head. As the soul ring approached, a mountain-like pressure enveloped Lu Yu. The weight of the 5,000-year soul ring bore down upon him like a tempest. fiercely battering his mind and body even before absorption. It was crucial to note that this 5,000-year spirit beast had already developed a semblance of intelligence. The Holy Light Wolf knew Lu Yu was its killer and surely harbored intense hatred towards him. The soul ring carried an overwhelming resentment. Lu Yu let out a muffled groan, a taste of sweetness laced with iron filling his mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too powerful. A 5,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed by a soul master of at least level 40. This was merely contact, and it was already so terrifying. If he attempted to absorb it, he would surely explode. Even if his body was reinforced twice over, absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring would be exceedingly difficult. Lu murmured to himself. Even with dragon blood, he had no guarantee of success. Come on. Liu forcefully suppressed the boiling blood within him. He released the prayer star lotus staff, drawing the purple soul ring down from above, slowly merging it into his body. In an instant, it was as if a deluge of power surged into him. Lu's body felt like a fragile dam, the energy flooding in like a raging torrent, crashing against the small barrier. His skin and flesh began to crack, followed by blood vessels and cellular tissues, rapidly torn apart by the ferocious energy. Even his bones could not withstand the strain, producing a clear sound of shattering. In that moment, Lu Yu resembled a bloodied figure. His consciousness was instantly engulfed by excruciating pain. Within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, a tiny figure crouched in the corner. The star-whispering spirit fox expressed an extraordinarily human-like pity. This human, though powerful, seemed not to possess much common sense. Forcing the absorption of a 5,000-year soul ring with only a level 20 soul power was akin to courting death. As the overwhelming energy washed over Lu Yu's body, it flowed toward the prayer star lotus staff, where the azure lotus at its tip began to rotate slowly. On the lotus platform, the smallest golden lotus seed unfurled, giving birth to a golden lotus. The violent energy appeared to open a breach, forming a purple vortex that surged into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus erupted with brilliant light, its once budding petals fully blossoming, while the lotus leaves swelled with fullness. Simultaneously, a silver figure materialized near Lu Yu's heart, absorbing the remaining energy. Chapter 13. The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 4. The silver figure raised its hand, and with a delicate grip, shattered the spatial barrier. As it did so, a dreamlike river slowly emerged, its light and shadows creating an ethereal spectacle. Threads of energy seemed to traverse time, emanating from the void, invigorating the energy stored within Lu Yu. Coursing through his entire being, every damaged area was restored in an instant, yet Lu Yu's body had become even more formidable. Although the energy contained within the Holy Light Wolf's 5,000-year soul ring had ravaged Lu Yu's form, it also granted him the opportunity for rebirth. With the assistance of dragon blood and the silver figure, Lu Yu's physique rapidly recovered, becoming even more powerful. His bones were reforged as if they were steel. Inch by inch, his muscles became tightly woven and filled with explosive strength. His skin was smooth and delicate, akin to white jade. After the complete remolding, he even grew a few centimeters taller, despite being merely 6 years old. His stature was comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. Observing Lu Yu's newly remade form, the star-whispering spirit fox could not help but marvel at this foolish human's incredible strength. At this moment, Lu Yu was enveloped in a bright cocoon of light, which contained a mysterious power that made the star-whispering spirit fox feel a sense of reverence. Lu Yu's consciousness gradually returned to his body. The resentment of the Holy Light Wolf transformed into a wolf form within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, howling furiously at his consciousness. Just then, Lu Yu's awareness jolted, and a torrent of silver energy surged forth, encircling him and manifesting as a pair of ethereal silver wings. In the next moment, the silver figure split into two, becoming two angelic beings, each with half a wing. However, they were shrouded in endless black mist, their energy sinister and lifeless, rendering these winged angels akin to demons from the depths of hell, ghostly and malevolent. Upon closer inspection, their faces bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu, the spirit of the Holy Light Wolf. Upon seeing this figure, trembled in fear, prostrating on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The two winged angels raised their right hands in unison, and with a gentle grip, the wolf's consciousness was bound by a powerful force. In the next instant, it burst like a bubble, disappearing without a trace. That same moment, Lu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils instantly transforming into a strange dark red. A terrifying aura erupted from him. A pair of silver wings adorned with eyes slowly unfurled from his back. The eyeballs on the wings shimmered with an uncanny light, exuding an eerie aura. The once robust body, now adorned with intertwining dark red and silver patterns, began to form a vertical pupil on Lu Yu's forehead in a trance. Lu Yu let out a low growl. The vertical pupil seemed to awaken, rapidly opening like a living creature, spinning incessantly in an instant. A terrifying momentum surged forth like a tangible force, radiating in all directions. Even the spirit beasts throughout the soul-hunting forest, including those engaged in battle, abruptly halted, prostrating themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. All soul masters within the soul-hunting forest sensed the overwhelming aura approaching. A chill creeping into their hearts as if they had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, their bodies shaking involuntarily. Tang San, who had just absorbed a soul ring and achieved a breakthrough, felt a chill sweep over him, instinctively glancing towards a particular direction. "Teacher, do you sense that?" He turned to the master, whispering, "This eerie aura, is it a spirit beast?" The master furrowed his brow but did not respond. He too was uncertain about the situation. In the extreme northern lands, beneath an icy lake, a pitch-black altar was ablaze with a crimson flame, casting an eerie red glow that illuminated the entire lake bed. Strangely, the flame pulsated rhythmically, as if breathing. Suddenly, the flames quivered violently, sensing something, but quickly resumed their calm. Meanwhile, in a distant void, within a grand hall, an elderly man sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a mysterious silver light flashing within them. Behind him, an angelic figure with silver wings emerged, the aura of the divine child. The old man exclaimed in astonishment, "But why is it mixed with such an eerie energy?" The elderly man mumbled to himself, his martial soul retracting as an elusive glimmer flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated, echoing throughout the entire sacred domain. "The 12 offerings of the 4 symbols pavilion, heed my command. Proceed immediately to the continent. Safeguard the divine child, and ensure his safe return to the sacred domain." In an instant, the air rippled as 12 figures cloaked in black appeared, as if conjured from thin air. "Understood," they responded in unison. Before the space twisted again, and the silhouettes stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. In the Tiando Empire, within the royal palace, a boy of approximately 15 years, adorned in resplendent robes, appeared to be in a state of meditation. A 6-winged angelic emblem prominently marked his brow. The spirit hall. An elderly man abruptly opened his eyes, and both spoke in unison. "Angel martial soul?" In the soul-hunting forest, at that moment, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. He only witnessed his angelic martial soul splitting into 2 before losing consciousness. The intricate patterns on his body and the wings on his back faded away, and his eyes returned to their original silver hue. By the time Lu Yu awoke, it was already the following afternoon. He opened his eyes to find himself in a spacious room, lying on a soft bed. Beside him sat a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading black waves, eliciting a subconscious murmur from Lu Yu. "So grand." Upon noticing Lu Yu's awakening, she exclaimed, "You're awake," and hurriedly dashed out. Shortly thereafter, a young man rushed in, reaching Lu Yu's bedside, seizing his arm and shaking it left and right while incessantly asking, "You reawake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Lu Yu, feeling overwhelmed, quickly extricated himself from the man's grip. "I'm fine, feeling good." He then looked around at the unfamiliar room and inquired, "Where is this? How did I end up here?" Su Yuntao, relieved to see him well, pulled a chair closer and explained, "This is the recuperation center of the Spirit Hall, responsible for providing medical services to the soul masters under the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction. When I found you in the soul-hunting forest, you had already fainted, so I brought you here." However, he swiftly shifted the topic. "Now, young man, you must recount in detail what transpired in the forest." "All right." Lu Yu nodded in agreement, subsequently recounting his encounter in the soul-hunting forest, mentioning only that he witnessed 2 soul beasts battling, resulting in mutual destruction, and that he seized the opportunity to absorb a soul ring. He omitted any mention of his martial soul's mutation or his role as the orchestrator of that anomaly. Upon hearing Lu Yu's account, Su Yutao found it consistent with what he had observed. Thus refraining from further questioning, he then said to Lu Yu, "Since you're all right, let us go. I will take you to register as a soul master." Lu Yu suddenly recalled that all soul masters on the continent must register at the Spirit Hall to receive their titles. Having just acquired a soul ring, he was officially recognized as a soul master and should proceed with registration. Moreover, Su Yuntao had previously extended an invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall. Following Su Yuntao, Liu entered the grand hall of the Spirit Hall, traversing a lengthy corridor that ended before a pair of towering doors, adorned with the engraving of a long sword at its center. As they approached, the doors swung open automatically. Beyond lay an opulent chamber, at the center of which was a magical array reminiscent of the one Su Yuntao had set up in the Holy Soul Village. Though this one appeared more magnificent, awaiting them was an individual who had been there for some time, the esteemed Bishop Matthew of the Spirit Hall in Notting City, a rank 33 Battle Soul Master. Su Yuntao introduced, "Bishop, this is Lu Yu, who possesses innate full soul power and dual martial souls, as I mentioned." Bishop Matthew appeared quite amiable, devoid of any air of superiority. "Very well, let us dispense with the formalities and commence," he stated, gesturing for Lu Yu to step forward. "Stand in the center of the array, and just as when you awakened your martial soul, summon it forth." Lu Yu concentrated, calling upon his martial soul. In the next moment, a staff manifested in his hand. Surrounded by a rotating golden lotus point, two silvery figures flitted past behind him. Bishop Matthew, catching a glimpse of the fleeting silver forms, momentarily questioned his vision. Though brief, he had indeed seen the angelic martial soul, and he was perplexed as to why there were two figures beside him. Su Yuntao was similarly bewildered, pondering why Lu Yu's martial soul had changed. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. Two purple soul rings gradually emerged beneath Lu Yu's feet. A 1,000-year soul ring. Bishop Matthew was utterly astonished. How could a 6-year-old child, who had only recently awakened his martial soul, possess not one but 2,000-year soul rings? Setting aside the difficulty of absorbing such rings, how had he survived an encounter with 1,000-year soul beasts? Su Yuntao's expression shifted from confusion to shock. He truly succeeded. "Now, please place your hand on the crystal ball to test your soul power," Bishop Matthew urged, forcefully suppressing his astonishment. As Lu Yu's slender hand made contact, the crystal ball began to emit a faint glow. Level 1. With the light dimming, silence enveloped the room. Bishop Matthew was at a loss. Everything that had transpired today was utterly inconceivable. A 6-year-old soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring, yet possessing merely level 1 soul power. A voice broke the silence. "That I will provide you with a medal. Do not be too disheartened. Level 1 is not insurmountable for cultivation." Bishop Matthew reassured Lu Yu.Su Yuntao. "Please escort him back." Upon returning to the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy, Lu Yu sought a secluded spot devoid of onlookers, determined to unravel the mystery of his soul power. Having just absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, he surmised he should possess at least level 21 soul power. Yet he felt not a trace of it within. Was it possible that the reconstitution of his body had consumed it entirely? Yet, he distinctly recalled feeling a faint trace of soul power just moments ago. "No, my body." Liu furrowed his brow, attuning himself to his physical state. He felt powerful, far more formidable than before. He cast his gaze toward a nearby tree. With a swift kick, the entire tree was severed in two. This kick must possess at least 5,000 pounds of force, he mused, contemplating the tree that could barely be embraced by two people. If Xiao San were to take this kick, he would likely be incapacitated. Though his soul power had vanished, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Liu closed his eyes. Tuning into the surrounding environment, he could hear students reciting in the distant teaching building. The teacher's lectures resonating from the platform. Even the buzzing of bees 1,000 meters away was crystal clear. Liu understood that his body had undergone a true rebirth, having completely expended the dragon's blood within his dantian. And with the purification of the 2,000-year soul rings, along with the enhancement from his silver martial soul and the rigorous training that had pushed his limits, he had emerged with this new physique. Ha! Now I can contend with a rank 40 soul master using merely my physical strength. A smile graced Lu Yu's face. As for his soul power, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. In an instant, a surge of soul power erupted throughout the academy, converging towards a single point. Moments later, a vortex of soul power manifested above the academy, leaving countless teachers and students speechless in astonishment. In a certain area of the academy, Tang San, who was sweeping leaves, was equally astounded. Is a powerful being cultivating? He wondered, dropping his broom and racing towards the vortex's center. Upon arrival, he found himself amidst a gathering of individuals, including the master. "Teacher, do you know what is happening?" Tang San inquired. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to look ahead. Tang San shifted his gaze to the vortex's center, where a familiar figure sat cross-legged. Yuge. The sight of Lu Yu surrounded by two purple soul rings left Tang San even more astonished. Meanwhile, Liu remained oblivious to the external commotion, fervently absorbing the energy around him. Level 1, Level 2, Level 4, Level 5, Level 10, Level 11, Level 20, Level 21, Level 29. In less than 2 hours, Liu Yu's soul power surged from 0 to an astonishing 29 levels. Liu Yu estimated that his current soul power level was approximately around 29. However, at that moment, he felt a tremendous pulling force emanating from his heart, as the soul power he had just absorbed from the outside world was instantly swept away. Gazing at the image of a winged angel materializing at his heart, Liu suddenly comprehended the fate of his soul power. Yet, he sensed that the silver silhouette showed no signs of cessation, with the pulling force intensifying continuously. Within Liu Yu's body, a vortex of soul power began to form. As energy surged uncontrollably, a familiar sensation of being torn apart ensued. Again, just as Liu Yu feared he might explode from within, a golden lotus quietly appeared at the center of the vortex. As the golden lotus slowly rotated, Liu Yu's soul power once again soared to 19 levels. Just when Liu Yu thought this ordeal had finally come to an end, the golden lotus unexpectedly guided the soul power to flow through. Moments later, the soul power reemerged, now more refined than before. Each extraction imposed varying degrees of pressure on his body and soul, yet it remained well within the limits of what Liu Yu could endure. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Chapter 15. Mutation of Martial Soul. Part 2. Since the golden lotus could refine soul power, could it also compress it? Liu Yu's primary means of attack at present was the breaking sky crossbow. As for the black gold club, while it could serve well for ambushes, it had little advantage in direct confrontations and consumed soul power similarly to the breaking sky crossbow. The potency of the breaking sky crossbow increased with greater soul power, hence its substantial demand for soul energy. Furthermore, his first martial soul, the azure lotus, possessed a healing effect that was virtually unparalleled among support-type soul masters, but it too came at a significant cost. Previously, he had the dragon blood to sustain him, as excessive strain on his soul power would also burden his body. However, now that the dragon blood had been entirely used up for body reconstruction, he had no backup resources left. Therefore, Liu Yu contemplated the idea of compressing soul power. Compressing soul power placed exceptionally high demands on a soul master's physical constitution. Thus, ordinary soul masters were simply incapable of enduring the burdens brought about by soul power compression. Nor would they think to attempt it. This was precisely why, at certain thresholds, one needed to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to advance to the next realm. Liu Yu recalled the protagonist from the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life, who effortlessly compressed spiritual energy or other forms of energy, often challenging foes beyond their level through sheer explosive force or by exhausting their opponents with overwhelming stamina. In that moment, Liu Yu's body perfectly filled this gap. As the thought crossed his mind, he set to work. The compression of soul power would indeed result in a qualitative transformation, where others might treat 1 unit of soul power as merely $1. He could treat it as 2 or even 3. Consequently, a single soul skill could be utilized multiple times. Soul breathing. First form, triple strike. The growth of soul power was incremental, and the disparity in levels only grew wider as one advanced. In the realm of soul masters, a single level difference at the title Doloa stage could be decisive in determining victory or defeat. The magnitude of such differences was readily apparent. As a transmigrator, it would be remiss not to deliver a small shock to this world. If he merely followed the beaten path to survive in the latter stages, his prospects would indeed be grim. Liu Yu opened his eyes and noticed that it was already late. Wait a minute. Why are there so many people? He discovered that the surroundings were filled with spectators, students and faculty from the academy. With Master among them, everyone regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a monster, sending a shiver down Liu Yu's spine. During this time, several students were dismissed by their teachers under the pretext of disrupting their studies. Yet a few remained, including Xiao Wu and Tang San. Hey, look, Liu Yu is awake. A sweet voice broke the surrounding silence. Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight upon seeing Liu Yu open his eyes at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. In Dormitory 6, upon awakening to find a circle of people around him, Liu Yu nearly succumbed to embarrassment, but fortunately, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to leave the scene nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Earlier, he had been called by Master, who curiously asked him to demonstrate his soul rings, then promptly dismissed him. Liu Yu recalled the look of incredulity on Master's face upon seeing 2,000-year soul rings. muttering impossible repeatedly as he left in silence. He couldn't help but internally marvel at the little shock he had delivered as a transmigrator. Indeed, Master, with his limited talent for martial soul mutation, had little hope for progress in cultivation, thus devoting all his energies to researching martial soul rings. Having just accepted Tang San, a perfect disciple, and witnessing his theories on the verge of realization, he suddenly encountered Lu Yu, a peculiar anomaly, whose 2,000-year soul ring struck a blow to his theoretical framework. Could one not be affected by such a stimulus? Lu Yu shook his head and decided not to dwell on it any longer. He turned over, covered himself with the blanket, and feigned a peaceful slumber. In truth, his consciousness had entered the system space. Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, Level 21, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Praying Star Lotus Staff, Mutated. Time Space Angel, Mutated, Points, 2,100 Storage, Playing Cards, Blueprint, Black Gold Club Tasks. Check-in at Rose Hotel, Points, 300. Check-in at Flanders Grocery Store, Points, 300. Lu Yu glanced at the additional points with confusion. System, why do I have so many points? Because you knocked out Su Yuntao with a heavy blow, replied the system. Is that even possible? Lu Yu was astonished if similar tasks arose in the future. A simple stealthy strike could yield experience points effortlessly. System, noted for future reference. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lu Yu failed to notice the system's exasperated expression. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar prize pool materialized. 10 beams of light shot forth, neatly arranged before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Elemental Magic, Basic Theory of Magic Circles, and 1 bag of cement. 8. The system, catching sight of the 2 black leather books in Lu Yu's hands, exclaimed in surprise, how is your luck so good? You always manage to draw excellent items. Excellent items, Lu Yu echoed, puzzled. Just these 2 books. To others, these books were of little utility. The system replied, however, for you, they can perfectly unleash the potential of your martial soul. Martial soul? Potential? Indeed, your first martial soul, the Praying Star Lotus Staff, is a genuine magic staff, but isn't it an auxiliary martial soul? Lu Yu was even more bewildered. Not at all. The Praying Star Lotus Staff is one of the supreme staffs from another world. A fusion with the Chaotic Azure Lotus. Another world, supreme, staff, Chaotic Azure Lotus? Precisely. This means that even if you do not acquire soul rings, you can grow stronger simply by learning magic. Not quite. Your body possesses no elemental attributes. Even if you study, you won't be able to master it, nor will you be able to utilize it. Then what should I do? Hunt soul beasts, acquire soul rings, and obtain the corresponding elemental attributes. But what's the deal with my martial soul splitting into 2? The Time Space Angel is inherently composed of both time and space forces. In your current physical state, you cannot bear its full power. The current form is to adapt to your existing body. As for the Praying Star Lotus Staff and the Chaotic Azure Lotus, they are 2 distinct entities that prevent your body from being overwhelmed. The system has compressed and sealed their powers. Chaotic Azure Lotus, one of the 3 primordial treasures from the world of Hongwang. You can seal that. System, what exactly are you? The origins of this system. Before the system could finish, Lu Yu suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness as the interface vanished in an instant. Moments later, it returned to normal. What just happened? It seemed like the system was forcibly logged out. Did it say something it shouldn't have? Lu Yu was now utterly perplexed. System, are you still there? He asked cautiously. System, there was no response. Exiting the system, his consciousness returned to the real world. Guh, the sound of Wang Hu's intermittent snoring filled the air beside him. At that moment, Lu Yu was wide awake, not merely due to the snoring but also because of the system's previous behavior. Forget it. Since the system is powerless to resist, it's clearly beyond the reach of his current realm. He decided to take it easy and focus on the matter of soul power compression. With that thought, Lu Yu sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Chapter 16. 1,000-Year Soul Skill. The next morning, in the soul-hunting forest, thick fog enveloped the forest, draping this verdant world in a layer of mystery. The outlines of the trees flickered in and out of visibility within the mist. As if he had stepped into another realm, distant sounds of soul beasts echoed through the air. A silver-haired figure nimbly darted through the woods, sprinting forward while forcefully pushing off the ground with his left foot. Leaping gracefully into the air, with a twist of his torso, he swiftly raised his hand, and whoosh, 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 3 arrows shot forth at breakneck speed. Bang! A soul beast fell to the ground, struck by an arrow. And soon after, a yellow soul ring began to materialize. The young boy executed a graceful backflip in midair, landing softly and silently on his feet. as nimble as a bird in flight. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon his face. Liu sheathed his broken crossbow and found a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Early in the morning, Liu had ventured into the soul-hunting forest, and upon entering with his badge, he sought a location near the forest center. Typically, soul masters would not approach this area, so Liu took the time to clear the surrounding area of soul beasts. Ensuring he would not be disturbed, closing his eyes, he began to channel his soul power, which then converged into the golden lotus within his sea of consciousness. The soul power surged into the golden lotus and, after a moment, flowed out again, now even more refined. As the purified soul power continued to emanate, Liu started to experiment with compressing it. It was feasible with the continuous compression of the soul power. A vortex began to form around the golden lotus once more. The small fox, which had been peacefully slumbering in the sea of consciousness, was suddenly startled awake. What was happening? What was going on? In the next instant, the little fox's gaze was drawn to the vortex of soul power before it. Such pure soul power. Meanwhile, Liu absorbed and compressed the soul power until the morning mist dissipated. At noon, under the blazing sun, Liu opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flashing within them. That he spread his palm, and a staff materialized silently, a green lotus blossoming delicately at its tip. Summoning his martial spirit, the lotus seed transformed into a golden lotus. The petals of the golden lotus gradually unfurled, each one remarkably plump. The compression was complete, yielding double the soul power. Liu felt the significantly reduced, yet incredibly pure soul power within him, and a joyful smile crept across his face. Although this mass of soul power appeared to be at the 20th level, it could undoubtedly function as if it were at the 40th level. Based on his current experience, the soul power compressed further would become increasingly formidable. When he reached the tidal Doluo level, the soul power contained within each level would be terrifying if he were to compress it 4 or 5 times. Even if he faced a deity on the Doluo continent, he could still manage to confront them. Just then, Liu suddenly sensed his soul power slowly dissipating within him. What was happening? Not again. He hurriedly entered his sea of consciousness, only to find a snow-white little fox climbing up to absorb the overflowing soul power beside the vortex. 3 tails, faintly swaying behind the pristine white body, confirmed it. Was this the Xingyu spirit fox? The third tail of the Xingyu spirit fox had sprouted? After a long while, the little fox appeared to have eaten its fill, resting its head on its front paws and falling into a deep slumber. Liu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. First, it was his martial spirit, and now it was the little fox. Was he being used as a soul power purifier? Well, it mattered little. The little fox wouldn't be able to absorb much anyway, and he could simply compress it again. In truth, Liu had another purpose for compressing soul power: to catalyze the chaotic green lotus into evolving into other forms. In the primordial chaos, the 3 small lotus leaves of the chaotic green lotus transformed into the 3 treasured artifacts of the land and country map: the river and Luo book, and the Qingping sword. The land and country map depicted mountains, rivers, cities, villages, and all living beings in vivid detail, as if it were an entirely different world. It even sealed the might of the deities governing the mountains and lakes of the primordial world, making it a treasure of sealing. The river and Luo book was born from the heavens and earth, not forged by human hands, inscribed with the myriad paths of all living beings in the vast world. After being acquired by Emperor Suo, it was further studied to develop the great array of the celestial stars. As for the Qingping sword, it was the companion sword of the celestial master. This sword, along with the Tai E Whisk and the 3 treasures Rui, constituted the 3 supreme treasures of the celestial master, the primordial lord, and the celestial master. One day, with a sword at his waist and clad in white, he could traverse the world, seeking out Sword Doluo for a contest of swordsmanship. What a splendid thought! These were merely Liu's daydreams. For now, it was crucial to ascertain the specifics of his soul skills. Let us examine the soul skills bestowed upon him by these 2,000-year soul rings, Liu murmured. Channeling the freshly compressed soul power, the green lotus gradually unfurled, releasing a lotus seed that transformed into a golden lotus. Slowly blooming. 2 purple soul rings began to emerge from Liu's feet. The 1,000-year soul ring shimmered. First soul skill. Immediately, the golden lotus radiated brilliance, and the surroundings sparkled with countless stars. In an instant, the celestial starlight converged into Liu's body. In that moment, a surge of overwhelming power erupted within him. According to the records, the Xingyu spirit fox possessed the ability to amplify star power. Indeed, the 1,000-year soul ring had inherited this capability. On clear nights, the amplification effect could even double. Moreover, this was a comprehensive group enhancement. The degree of amplification was nearly one-fold. At night, it could double again. And with the presence of stars, it could increase further. Lu Yu was enveloped in a soft layer of starlight. As if meteors were streaking by around him, he recalled from the original work that there was a 7 treasures glazed tile school, whose ancestral martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, was an amplification-type support martial spirit. Each of their soul skills corresponded to a specific amplification effect. Yet here he was, with a single soul skill providing comprehensive enhancement. It seemed that this amplification effect could last for about an hour. What should I name this first soul skill? Liu pondered aloud, as it had inherited the star amplification effect from the Xingyu spirit fox. How about calling it Starlit Reverence? Following that, Liu summoned his soul power once more. The second soul ring glimmered. The golden lotus once again radiated brilliantly. Whoosh! Golden light instantly concentrated into a beam and shot forth. Whoosh! 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 Laser beams shot out in all directions. Nearby trees were abruptly severed at their trunks, crashing to the ground. What the hell? Liu was dumbfounded by the scene before him. This destructive power was on par with the light unleashed by the Holy Light Wolf during its attack on him. Wait a moment. Liu seemed to have an epiphany and channeled his soul power again. The golden lotus erupted with light once more. However, this time it did not condense into a beam but transformed into 3 luminous orbs. Subsequently, the orbs sped towards a towering tree. Just as they were about to collide with the tree, the 3 orbs suddenly veered off in different directions. Boom! 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 The surrounding trees were obliterated into fragments. Indeed, it was controllable, though the directional speed was somewhat lacking. Lu Yu muttered to himself. The second soul ring inherited the destructive power of the Holy Light Wolf. In that case, it shall be named Light of the Sacred Domain. The only drawback of these 2 soul skills was their substantial soul power consumption. However, with Lu Yu's ability to compress soul power, he had no need to worry about this issue. While Lu Yu was deep in contemplation, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 17. A soul ring delivered to his door. The little fox. Liu was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Xingyu spirit fox. Quickly noting that the little fox's demeanor seemed somewhat off, the Xingyu spirit fox scanned its surroundings warily, crouching low, ready for battle at any moment. Could there be danger nearby? Before he could finish his thought, a beam of azure light crashed down onto the spot where Lu Yu had just stood. Fortunately, Lu Yu reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. Before him, a wolf-like soul beast, entirely azure in hue, was glaring menacingly at both him and the fox. A conspicuous emerald green wind pattern adorned its forehead. This, Lu Yu vaguely recalled having seen this soul beast in the Soul Beast Compendium.it, was the Wind Demon Wolf, a pure wind attribute soul beast. Likely around 3,000 years old, the system had mentioned that the more singular the attributes of the hunted soul beast, the more refined the power of the corresponding attribute granted by the soul ring. And the greater the might of the magic unleashed. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him at this moment. Lu Yu's heart swelled with joy. However, he suddenly noticed that the little fox's gaze towards the Wind Demon Wolf was somewhat peculiar. The Xingyu spirit fox glared fiercely at the enemy before them, wishing to tear it to shreds immediately. If it weren't for this bothersome foul wolf, it wouldn't have lost its territory, and thus wouldn't be wandering in the forest, leading to its encounter with the Holy Light Wolf, and subsequently losing its physical form, surviving only in a spiritual state. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon Wolf surveyed the pair with a mocking gaze, its disdain evident. As if to say, what can a mere human ally do? You are still bound for doom. Does it have a grudge against you? Liu turned to the little fox, the Xingyu spirit fox. Displaying a hint of sentience, nodded affirmatively. Very well, if that is the case, this beast is as good as dead. As Liu contemplated this, a blade of wind hurtled towards him. The speed was so fast that it reached Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. Damn! Lu Yu cursed under his breath and quickly leapt aside to evade. All you wolf-type soul beasts enjoy ambushing. Before he could finish his thought, several blades of wind came hurtling towards him. The purple soul ring beneath his feet began to materialize, shimmering with violet light. First soul skill, Starlit Reverence. Lotus seeds transform into golden lotuses, gradually unfurling to reveal a dazzling starlight. The starry spirit fox and Lu Yu are enveloped in a shimmering glow. Astonishingly, a phantom of a fourth tail appears beside the starry spirit fox's third tail. The starry spirit fox lets out a low growl, its foretails standing tall, the tips gathering starlight, with a flick of its tails. For beast spirit orbs shoot forth. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Bang! The wind demon wolf zips past as a streak of azure light. As its forelegs touch the ground, a barrage of beams erupts from its hind legs, leaving its massive form unable to evade. Immediately, several gaping wounds appear on the wind demon wolf, blood gushing forth. Lu strikes. Second soul skill. Sacred Domain Light Beam. The attack lands squarely. Yet Lu Yu does not dare to be complacent. The soul ring beneath his feet sparkles with purple radiance. Activating his second soul skill, Sacred Domain Light Sphere. Boom. The ground is violently blasted into a large crater. It's an empty hit. Suddenly, a glimmering green wolf claw lunges towards Lu Yu. Faced with the menacing claw, Lu Yu remains unfazed. "Little fox," he calls out. Upon hearing this, the wind demon wolf's pupils widen as 4 orbs of light rapidly magnify. Bang! The 4 beast spirit orbs strike simultaneously. The wind demon wolf is sent flying, crashing through several large trees before landing heavily on the ground. Realizing it is outmatched, the wind demon wolf unleashes several wind blades that in an instant. Its body is shrouded in a layer of azure light, and a fierce gale swirls around it. Before it turns to flee in another direction, not good, it's trying to escape. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lu Yu urges the Golden Lotus once more. Second soul skill. Sacred Domain Light Sphere. 4 glowing orbs zoom towards the wind demon wolf, blocking its path. Bang! The orbs explode violently. The wind demon wolf cannot dodge in time, its head instantly disfigured by the blast. Just then, the starry spirit fox arrives in the nick of time. Carrying Lu Yu, Lu channels his strength, leaps high, retrieves a blunt weapon from his spatial ring, infuses it with soul power, and delivers a heavy blow to the back of the wind demon wolf's head. Bang! The dazed wind demon wolf, still reeling from the explosion, is knocked down by a single strike, its head marked only by the remnants of the blast, without a single other wound. The force of this blow should have at least crushed its brain. Yet not a scratch appears, Lu Yu murmurs, gazing at the black gold staff in his hand. Truly a divine artifact with incredibly low physical damage. Lu Yu initially intended to let the little fox handle the wind demon wolf. But to his surprise, the little fox pushed the wind demon wolf back towards him. "You mean for me to absorb its soul ring?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. The starry spirit fox nodded again, then turned and stood guard nearby, seemingly protecting Lu Yu as he absorbed the soul ring. Seeing this, Lu Yu ceased to be polite, first releasing the previously compressed soul power, raising it to level 30, knowing that the wind demon wolf would not regain consciousness anytime soon. He then raised the broken song crossbow, aiming at the wind demon wolf's most vulnerable spot, and charged. Whoosh! A single shot ended it. Soon, a purple soul ring slowly materialized. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, summoned the praying star lotus staff, released his soul power, and gently guided the soul ring above his head. As the soul ring was gradually absorbed, Lu Yu found this process much easier than the last, without the risk of soul power overload bursting his body. After all, the absorption time for soul rings at level 30 had increased, and the wind demon wolf's age fell perfectly within this range, making the entire process remarkably smooth. Moments later, Lu Yu opened his eyes, palm facing upward, the praying star lotus staff manifesting, with one of its 7 gems, a blue gem, now glowing brightly. It seemed that each gem corresponded to a specific attribute, and obtaining the corresponding soul ring would illuminate it. Lu Yu's heart stirred as 3 soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. However, as he gazed at the rings, he wore a bewildered expression. A teal soul ring. Lu Yu's 3rd soul ring shimmered with a vibrant green light. He recalled that on the Doloa continent, soul ring colors were limited to white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Why was his teal? Could it be due to his status as a traveler? At that moment, the starry spirit fox, having approached, also regarded the teal soul ring with confusion, for it had never encountered such a color among the soul masters it had seen over the years, nor did it appear in the inherited memories from the previous starry spirit fox. Indeed, this human was extraordinary. Its perception was not misplaced. Subsequently, Lu Yu noticed the little fox lowering its front. "You want me to ride you?" The starry spirit fox nodded. Lu Yu mounted it, and the little fox rose, surveying the surroundings before dashing off in a selected direction. Whoa, whoa, ah. Lu Yu nearly fell off, quickly grasping the little fox's white fur to lower his center of gravity and stabilize himself. Chapter 18. The Strange Book. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled past Lu Yu's ears, and the surrounding trees blurred into a rapid retreat in his vision. "Little fox, where are we headed?" Lu Yu asked, perplexed. He had inquired more than 10 times along the journey. But the starry spirit fox beneath him seemed oblivious, focusing solely on the path ahead without a word. As dusk descended and the evening glow faded, a bright moon gradually rose. Finally, the starry spirit fox halted before a cave. But instead of entering immediately, it led Lu Yu around it before stopping in front of a patch of dense grass. What is this place? Why is the little fox so familiar with it? What is its purpose in bringing me here? Just as Lu Yu pondered these questions, the starry spirit fox began to clear the grass with its forepaws, lowering its body, and then half of it vanished from sight. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, Lu Yu discerned that a small opening lay hidden behind the grass, slightly smaller than the starry spirit fox's body, necessitating its lowered posture. Watching the starry spirit fox peek back at him, Lu Yu understood that he was meant to follow. The front part of the cave was damp and uncomfortable, but it soon opened up, revealing a spacious chamber where the roots of an unknown plant on the stone walls faintly glowed, preventing the tunnel from becoming too dark. Suddenly, the starry spirit fox stopped, and Lu Yu, caught off guard, bumped into it. What's wrong? He inquired, his curiosity piqued as he moved closer. Before him lay a vast chamber, dominated by a massive stone pedestal at its center, upon which rested a crystal roughly the size of a human head, continuously dripping clear liquid that pooled into a small pond at the base of the pedestal. In front of the pond stood a colossal soul beast resembling a black gorilla, its arms, chest, and back encased in obsidian armor, emanating a chilling glow. Behind it were a smaller gorilla, and to its right, 2 wind demon wolves, resembling the one Lu Yu had slain earlier, the only difference being that these 2 bore scars over their right eyes, extending from their foreheads to the corners of their mouths. 2 earth-shattering apes and 2 wind demon wolves, with the largest ape being at least 8,000 years old, while the others were no less than 6,000 years old. Lu Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath. This assembly was far beyond what he could contend with at present. That moment, Lu Yu and the little fox were positioned high above in the cave, looking down at the 4 soul beasts that appeared to be sleeping. Their situation seemingly safe. The little fox brought me here to take that white crystal, didn't it? Lu Yu turned to the little fox, his gaze filled with uncertainty. The starry spirit fox, sensing the questioning look, gestured for Lu Yu to observe the crystal at the center of the pedestal. Indeed, those 4 soul beasts were not something he could confront now. Should he engage, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Lu Yu shook his head at the little fox, pointed toward the tunnel behind them, and gestured for silence, indicating they should quietly retreat. Returning from the soul-hunting forest, it was already deep into the night, and everyone else was fast asleep. Lu Yu quietly pushed open the dormitory door, immediately greeted by the familiar sound of snoring, and climbed into bed, entering the system space. System? Lu Yu called tentatively. What's the matter? The system's normal response put Lu Yu at ease. Do you recognize that white crystal I saw earlier? No, I haven't seen it before. All right then, system, how many points do I have left? Upon hearing the answer, Lu Yu felt somewhat disappointed but quickly redirected his inquiry. After deducting the previous 10 consecutive draws, I have 1,100 points remaining. Would you like to draw? Seeing he still had over 1,000 points, he unhesitatingly chose to draw. In the familiar lottery pool, 10 light spheres emerged. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes widened. Among the 10 light spheres, 2 shone gold. What incredible luck! Ever since he began drawing, he had consistently obtained gold, and this fortune was making even the system sweat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 units of building cement and the Merlin Magic Diary. Items have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check. Remaining points, 100. Warehouse, poker blueprint, building cement. What is this? Lu Yu gazed at the system repository, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. If only he could procure this item to assist the little fox in obtaining the white crystal, it would surely be a trivial task. As his consciousness returned to reality, Lu Yu found himself holding a peculiar tome. The book's cover, resembling a type of animal hide, was adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes. At its center, a metal-carved magical eye. Upon opening the cover, he noticed the pages were slightly yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity. Strangely, there was not a single word within. Closing the book, he was suddenly startled as the metal eye on the cover sprang open. What the? Lu Yu's heart raced. The runes on the cover erupted in a brilliant light, and he felt an unfamiliar presence invade his mind. A soul from another world, favored by the divine, in the name of the great wizard Merlin. Who dares awaken me? The most illustrious grimoire, Holik, Andahal, had begun to speak. Lu Yu stood in stunned amazement. This book could actually converse. After a moment of silence, Holik, noticing the lack of response, mused inwardly that this youth was somewhat unrefined. Clearing its throat awkwardly, it proclaimed, "Young one, do you wish to study magic with me and ascend to the pinnacle of the world?" "Huh? Who are you? Disturbing my slumber at such an hour?" A drowsy voice replied. Realizing that Wang Hu was about to awaken, Liu thought, "This is bad." With swift reflexes, he summoned his black gold staff and struck Wang Hu on the head. Bang! Wang Hu fell back into a deep slumber. Thankfully, he remained oblivious. Liu quickly tucked the astonished magical book into his embrace and stealthily exited the dormitory, in the academy's small grove. Holik was released from Lu Yu's grasp, floating midair. Reflecting on the youth's adept use of the staff, leaping from the second-floor window, Lu Yu's movements were fluid and precise. This lad truly a good person. Holik pondered. Lu, meanwhile, was fixated on the enigmatic book. It had claimed to teach him magic? He inquired. "You mentioned you could teach me magic?" At this, the magical tome snapped back to attention. "Ahem, I am Holik, Andahal, a grimoire of wisdom, crafted by the hands of the greatest wizard Merlin. If you are willing to dedicate yourself to my teachings, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force renowned throughout the continent of Austin." Austin continent. Where is that? Why, it is the very land beneath your feet. But this is Deloa continent, not some Austin continent. Holik was momentarily flabbergasted, questioning if it had misheard. "What did you say this place is?" Deloa continent. Seeing Lu Yu's calm demeanor, Holik was utterly bewildered. It recalled a prior master's words. When someone awakened it, that individual would become its new master, yet it had never been mentioned that it would traverse dimensions. "Youngster, enlighten me about everything concerning this Deloa continent." Quickly, Holik fixed its large eyes intently upon Lu Yu. Chapter 19. Apprentice of Magic. My name is Holik, Andahal. I am a grimoire imbued with wisdom, or more precisely, a diary of magic. My creator and previous master was the greatest wizard of the Austin continent, Merlin. Initially, I was but a commonplace diary for Merlin, but as time passed, I gradually attained consciousness and, under my master's tutelage, mastered various forms of magic. However, as my master's life waned, fearing that I might be exploited by those with ill intent, he sealed me away, permitting only those with a just and kind heart to awaken me. Thus, I fell into an endless slumber, believing it to be eternal, until I was unexpectedly roused in this foreign realm. To my astonishment, the one who awakened me was merely a young lad, recalling his adept use of the staff. I cannot help but question whether he truly embodies the just and kind heart my master spoke of. Through these past few days of interaction, I have come to understand that I am situated in a world known as Deloa. Observing this world, I have noted that its inhabitants lack magical attributes and cannot cultivate magic. Instead, they awaken a phenomenon called a martial soul, allowing them to refine soul power by hunting soul beasts. They acquire soul rings, with the most powerful among them referred to as title Deloa, somewhat akin to the 9th-tier forbidden sorcerers of the Austin continent. Yet, this lad who awakened me possesses a unique soul ring and harbors a wind magic attribute. Although it is but a singular attribute, his talent and mental acuity are astonishing. At merely 6 years of age, he wields the strength of a 3rd-tier mage, with a mental power surpassing that of a 4th-tier mage. Nearing the limits of a 5th-tier mage. In the distance, a figure darted swiftly along the treetops, suddenly confronted by a massive rock ahead, seemingly on a collision course. However, Li remained unfazed, murmuring, "Cutting gale." With that, the azure gem atop his staff erupted with brilliance, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several wind blades. Boom! The enormous boulder was instantly shattered into fragments. Lu executed a stylish drift. Halting midair, through diligent practice over the past few days, he had become adept at wind attribute magic, mastering techniques such as the wind blade for cutting, the wind manipulation technique for flight, and the gale step for enhanced speed. Casting magic required incantations, with higher-tier spells necessitating longer chance and preparation times. Yet, Lu Yu's mental power far exceeded that of ordinary mages, allowing him to cast low-tier spells with little to no incantation. The system does not deceive me. This magical soul ring is indeed formidable. This grimoire is truly remarkable, Lu Yu marveled. But the next moment, a sly grin appeared on his face. Hee, esteemed Master Holik. As you can see, I have already mastered these spells quite proficiently. When shall you teach me some more powerful magic? Wishing to learn magic? Very well. However, Holik, floating in midair, observed Lu Yu's expression of feigned admiration and enthusiasm. Its small pupils gleaming with pride. You possess only a wind attribute. You cannot learn spells of other attributes, not to mention. Imoholik deliberately paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, whose face fell instantly, eliciting a smirk of satisfaction from Imoholik. Oh, it's a breeze to handle this little brat. Nevertheless, I can teach you a few spells that rely solely on mental power, considering you possess a modicum of talent. Otherwise, Lu Yu, regarding the self-satisfied Imoholik, scoffed inwardly. Were it not for the lack of other magical tomes in the system's shop, and the fact that I cannot comprehend the text in that elemental magic primer, I would not have to endure this arrogant and eccentric book. Yet, it does possess its merits in imparting knowledge. One day, I shall surely pour chili powder into its eyes. How dare you manipulate my body to enter the ladies' restroom in the dead of night? Thankfully, it was dark, and no one saw my face, or else my reputation would be ruined. And how could I continue to maintain my status in Dormitory 6 or appear before Xiao San with dignity? Lu Yu envisioned the scene of Tang Sen mocking him upon discovering this incident. Really? What kind of magic is it? Something truly impressive. Despite his internal mockery, Lu Yu maintained an outward appearance of eager anticipation. His expression deserving of an Oscar nomination for Best Actor. Imoholik reveled in this response, its small eyes beginning to dart about excitedly. Hee. The spell I shall teach you is called Mental Piercing. Imoholik, employing familiar tactics, noticed Lu Yu's bewildered yet admiring expression, which filled it with delight. Though the name may seem unremarkable, it is indeed a spell that can challenge opponents beyond your current capabilities. Challenge beyond my capabilities? Indeed, to practice this magic, one must have formidable mental strength to support it, and its casting requires virtually no preparation time. What's more, mental power is intangible and imperceptible, allowing you to catch opponents off guard in battle. You can strike when they least expect it, killing without a trace. Please, esteemed master, impart your wisdom. Very well, since you have sincerely requested my guidance, I shall generously teach you. Now, lend me your ears and listen closely. This mental piercing as dusk approached, Lu Yu found himself nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The toll this mental piercing took on his spiritual energy was immense, even with the myriad meditations he practiced. It was insufficient to counteract the drain. Fortunately, after an afternoon of diligent practice, Lu Yu had become adept at this skill, capable of rendering anyone within 100 meters unconscious at his command, unless their spiritual power vastly exceeded his own, leaving them with no chance of resistance. Just as Lu Yu closed his eyes to recuperate, a petite, snow-white figure suddenly darted out from an unknown source. Extending its delicate pink tongue to incessantly lick Lu Yu's chin, a ticklish sensation surged through Lu Yu's chin, causing him to erupt in laughter. A star-language spirit fox? Merholik, witnessing the creature, let out an astonished cry. You, my friend, have a star-language spirit fox. Lu Yu, bewildered by Merholik's reaction, asked, What's wrong? The little fox is my first spirit ring. Is there a problem? What? You mean to say it is your first spirit ring? Merholik's reaction grew more pronounced. The star-language spirit fox is a darling of the night. Harming them invites the curse of the stars, and you seem completely unscathed. Lu Yu, equally perplexed, thought, is the little fox really that significant? Yet why am I not affected at all? Chapter 20. An equal contract. An unequal treaty. Hey, kid, that star-language spirit fox is among the highest echelon of summoned beasts. Forming a contract with them could bestow the blessings of the stars. Merholik elaborated, I suggest you establish a contract with it now. Once the contract is signed, your fates will be intertwined. It appears this little creature has already accepted you, which will spare you much trouble. Glancing at the fluffy white creature in his arms, Liu was soon met with the fox's sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. What must I do? Liu turned to Merholik and inquired. It is simple. Just relax your mind. No matter what happens next, do not resist or panic. I will guide you. In an instant, a magical tome opened, bursting forth with a dazzling white light, its pages rustling in a flurry. Two contracts slowly materialized between Lu Yu and the fox. You must each offer a drop of your essence. As Merholik finished speaking, a drop of crimson blood floated from each of their foreheads, merging into the respective contracts. Now, you may bestow names upon each other. Lu Yu pondered. Since you are to become my contracted beast, how about adopting my surname? Lu, star language spirit fox. How about Star? Lu Xingxing. No, that's far too kitsch. Star, moon. Lu 6? Lu Yu's mind sparked with inspiration. How about we name you June? The star language spirit fox nodded eagerly. seemingly pleased with the name. All right, now it's your turn to name it. Wait, what did you say? Lu Yu, upon hearing this, doubted his own ears. Could you repeat that? Who names whom? Of course, it's the fox that names you. Merholik replied, wearing an expression of utmost certainty, though the star language spirit fox is a high-level summoned creature. Its celestial nature is not to be trifled with, and its intelligence is on par with humans, hence the necessity of an equal contract. This is a unique contract. Others cannot forge an equal contract. Lu Yu looked bewildered. Indeed, an equal contract implies that both parties hold equal status. There is no distinction between master and summoned beast, allowing mutual summoning in times of need. Mutual summoning? Lu Yu murmured, suddenly enlightened. This is quite advantageous. It could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Am I not in for a tremendous gain? Huh? Hey, are you daft? Merholik regarded Lu Yu's silly grin with disdain. Ha ha. Ahem. Nothing. You may continue. Very well. Proceed with naming it. Merholik then addressed the little fox. You may name him something simple, like Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, or Zhao Lao Matzi. Away with you. Don't cause trouble. Lu Yu pushed Merholik away with an expression of, little fox, no June, don't mind his nonsense. I believe in you. Lu Yu gazed at June with a smile. June furrowed her brows slightly, her ears twitching adorably. Suddenly, June's eyes sparkled, and she summoned points of starlight that coalesced into 3 characters before her. Lu. See you? Why does that sound like a girl's name? Well, it's already a step up from naming you Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang Matzi. You're being picky now. Merholik glared at Lu Yu with an expression of, The final step involves establishing a mental link, and the contract will be complete as the mental link gradually formed. Lu Yu felt an influx of newfound knowledge, his spiritual power amplifying. Suddenly, the stars in the sky shimmered, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lu Yu and June, with starlight swirling around them. In the next moment, Lu Yu felt his body lighten, and he began to float alongside June in midair. The swirling starlight flowed toward them, ultimately merging into their beings. That moment, Lu Yu's mind formed a vortex of countless starlights, resembling the soul power vortex beside him. The vortex emitted an extraordinary glow, surrounding a luminous orb akin to a full moon, gracefully swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The scene was breathtaking. As the light beam dissipated, Lu Yu and June gently descended to the ground. Amazing, a soft, melodious voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Is that? June's voice. How lovely. Ahem. No, I'm a good person. She's just a little fox. I must remain rational. My affection lies with mature women. After establishing the link, you can communicate telepathically, understanding each other's intentions, even without a shared language, Merholik added. Moreover, congratulations, my friend. You now possess the qualification to learn night magic. Night magic? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. Indeed, night magic does not belong to elemental or chaotic magic. It forms its own category. Its cultivation is quite challenging. Only those with the innate stellar holy body or those who contract a star language spirit fox to gain the starlight blessing are fortunate enough to pursue it. And you belong to the latter. Night magic is further divided into 3 categories: star arts, moon magic, and certain dark magics. It sounds quite formidable. Not only does it sound formidable, but it is genuinely powerful in practice. However, the difficulty of mastering night magic ranks among the highest of all magics. Even my master and creator, the legendary mage Merlin, had only a superficial understanding of it. His third girlfriend, who possessed the stellar holy body and starlight blessing, barely managed to grasp moon magic. Merlin's third girlfriend. Lu Yu expressed great curiosity. Hey, is that the focal point? Can you not digress? My apologies. Please continue. How formidable was she? Well, at that time, she was the youngest 6th-tier mage on the Austin continent, having reached the cusp of 7th-tier strength at merely 35 years of age, capable of contending with slightly weaker tidal Dolua in a full moon's glow. That's astonishing. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. I want to learn. Kid, think it over. The difficulty of cultivating night magic is no trivial matter. Even I only grasp a hint of it, and once you're beyond this point, there will be no guidance. You'll have to explore on your own. Merholik emphasized gravely. Moreover, this includes dark magic, which can erode one's mental state, posing a risk of falling into madness. In better circumstances, you may never grasp its essence, wasting precious time. However, Liu waved his hand, interrupting Merholik. You needn't say more. My resolve is firm. I have more pressing reasons to grow stronger. His gaze was so resolute that it even made Merholik tremble slightly. Merlin, I seem to see your shadow in this child. Chapter 21. The 12th level Spirit Master. Very well, since your attitude is so resolute. I shall guide you. As night fell, Liu strolled along the path back to the dormitory, massaging his throbbing head as he did so, that I in his arms. Miho-like masqueraded as an ordinary book. The intricacies of astrology proved to be quite the challenge. Those esoteric star charts nearly cost him his life. It was exceedingly difficult. Upon arriving at the foot of the dormitory building, Liu encountered a throng of people clustered tightly at the entrance. The air filled with a cacophony of noise. Hey, I heard your martial spirit is a rabbit. If you lose, how about becoming our boss's pet? Xiao Lai proclaimed with an air of arrogance. If I win, I don't care if you call yourself Boss Xiao or Dog Boss. From now on, I shall be the one to lead you all, Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Xiao Lai. At this, the senior students, led by Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei, erupted into laughter. Xiao Lai sneered. You? I never imagined a mere girl would be so audacious that a newly admitted work-study student daring to openly challenge us seniors. You ought to inquire about my reputation. I, Xiao Lai, stride through Nodding Academy unopposed. Who would dare speak otherwise? Such a mouthful of nonsense. Xiao Wu huffed, hands on her hips. You seniors merely chatter. If you possess any skill, let us settle this in a fight. With that, she strode forward in a fury, only to be halted by Wang Sheng, who grasped her arm. Sister Xiao Wu, you are powerful. Let me take the lead and gauge their strength. All right, but be careful, she replied. Upon seeing Wang Sheng step forward, Xiao Lai scoffed. Tch, a worthless fool like you hardly requires my intervention. Wang, who arrogantly stepped in front of Xiao, lied at you faced defeat before. Let me show you the might of my father, the tiger. Today, I shall have you searching for your teeth. Wang Sheng let out a low growl, summoning his martial spirit to attack Wang Hu. Both of their martial spirits manifested as 2-meter-long staffs. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their staff movements intertwining, and for a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Although Wang Sheng, as a work-study student, possessed considerable strength, his technique was chaotic and relied solely on instinct. Wang Hu, while not as strong, exhibited a disciplined fighting style, clearly having practiced specific techniques. His staff moved gracefully, always retreating to conserve energy while seeking to wear down his opponent. As the battle progressed, Wang Sheng's energy began to wane with each fierce strike. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hu switched to an offensive stance and struck down with his staff. Wang Sheng hurriedly raised his staff in defense, but felt no impact. Wang Hu smirked disdainfully, crouching low and pivoting. His staff reappeared in his hands, and with powerful thrust from his legs and a twist of his waist, he lunged forward, aiming directly for Wang Sheng's chest. Wang Sheng barely managed to evade, staggering back a few steps, nearly losing his balance, only to be steadied by a strong hand. Thank you, third brother, Wang Sheng gasped, clutching his aching chest as he turned to Tang San in gratitude. Tang San slightly shook his head. No need to thank me. Why did you arrive so late? San, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her surprise evident. How can you say that? You rushed in to challenge them without waiting for me. Do you even have a plan? Tang San replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, having just returned from Master S side to witness the scene. What was there to wait for? They were already bullying us, demanding I become their new boss's pet. Have you heard about this new boss? Tang San pondered, perplexed. It was rumored that Xiao Lai had connections to the Lord of Nodding City, and his own strength was noteworthy. Who in Nodding Academy could possibly rival him? Hey, are you still going to fight? Wang Sheng has already lost. If you wish to continue, hurry and send in someone else. Wang Hu's arrogant voice rang out from the center of the arena. Fight? Of course, Xiao Wu declared, pointing her finger at Xiao Lai with a fierce glare. But I want to fight you. Me? Xiao Lai pointed incredulously at himself, unable to believe what he heard. Yes, you. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The senior students erupted into mocking laughter. Ha! Although Boss Xiao was defeated by Lu Da, he is still a bona fide soul master with soul rings. Exactly. This little girl must be out of her mind to challenge Boss Xiao. Xiao Lai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Despite the truth in their words, he didn't appreciate their bluntness. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that he could still assert his dominance. Fine, I accept your challenge, given that you are a girl. I shall refrain from using my soul skills. Good. You have said it yourself today as Xiao Wu launched herself forward, her feet propelling her into a flying punch aimed directly at Xiao Lai's face. He hastily raised his arms in defense, but felt no pain. Instead, he realized he had been seized by her grip. Xiao Wu clasped his forearm and executed a graceful arc with her legs. Delivering a powerful kick to his waist, Xiao Lai stumbled, nearly losing his footing. You sneaky little thief, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Tang Xin facepalmed. Exasperated, sighing, Xiao Lai called out, martial spirit manifestation. A green light enveloped him. His eyes transforming to a haunting emerald hue. His hands morphed into claws, launching a rapid assault. The glint of his sharp claws shone ominously. Unyielding, Xiao Wu shouted, propelling herself forward once more. Humph. You want to catch me with the same trick twice. Xiao Lai swiftly retracted his claws and halted his advance, unleashing a rapid kick aimed at her abdomen. Just as his foot was about to connect, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his left knee. As if struck by something, he lost his balance entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu executed a familiar maneuver, gripping Xiao Lai's arm and throwing him forcefully aside. Thud. He landed in a heap, sprawled on the ground. Lu Yu, witnessing the entire spectacle from a distance, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Tang San had an exceptional knack for using hidden projectiles, having discreetly tossed a few pebbles that struck Xiao Lai's knee. Few could discern such a subtle technique. These children, having been bested so soundly, still dared to provoke trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Liu shook his head and approached the scene. As others observed Xiao Lai being thrown aside, their expressions darkened. Were the work-study students truly this formidable? At that moment, Xiao Lai was scrambling to regain his footing, utterly astonished. This was the second person who had defeated him without using soul power. All right, since you have lost, you must honor the agreement, Xiao Wu declared. Agreement? No, no way. Xiao Lai vehemently shook his head. Xiao Wu, hearing this, felt her temper flare. What? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your boss? At once, a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath her feet. Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, was a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master. Simultaneously, her ears elongated, rising gracefully from the sides of her head, giving her the appearance of an adorable little rabbit. Chapter 22. A century-old soul ring. Tang San's astonishment instantly. The crowd was taken aback. A century-old soul ring. Tang San gazed at the yellow ring. Astonished, he had only obtained a century-old soul ring through the assistance of his master. How could Xiao Wu, merely a work-study student, also possess one? What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see my century-old soul ring? Xiao Wu teased, feigning anger as she looked at Tang San. No, not at all. Tang San replied awkwardly. Realizing Xiao Wu was also a naturally gifted soul power wielder, her talent rivaling his own, he hadn't anticipated her to be so adept at concealing her abilities. Even if your talent surpasses mine, it doesn't matter, Xiao Lai retorted defiantly. What? Are you truly unwilling to honor our agreement? No, it's not that if you wish to be my boss, you must first defeat Luda. Xiao Wu, eager, exclaimed, then let your so-called Luda come forward, and let's have a proper match. Xiao Lai pointed behind him. Look, our Luda is right there. The crowd turned to see a figure approaching. Boss, you go? Luda? They watched as Lu Yu sauntered forward. At this moment, Tang San internally sighed, having correctly surmised the situation. The only new student recently admitted to Dorm 6 was Lu Yu. Moreover, having witnessed Lu Yu's prowess firsthand, he believed Lu Yu would easily handle the likes of Xiao Lai. Given the events of the recent skirmish between Xiao Lai and Xiao Wu gazed at the newcomer, somewhat puzzled. Are you the so-called Luda they speak of? Before Lu Yu could respond, she exclaimed with delight. So, are you ready to fight me now? Previously, you mentioned that I lacked a soul ring, yet now I possess one. And I have just vanquished your subordinate. Surely, you have no grounds to refuse me this time, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of silent exasperation within. Alas, it seems this hurdle cannot be overcome. And it appears to be an endless ordeal. Well then, shall we establish a wager? As before, the victor shall reign as the leader. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Xiao Wu became exuberant, fearing he might change his mind. Lu Yu, hearing her words, couldn't help but chuckle silently. She truly had the temperament of a child. I shall concede to you. But what? Not at this moment. What do you mean? You aren't trying to dismiss me with excuses again. Are you? Xiao Wu inquired. That is not the case. You have just finished a battle and must be fatigued. Moreover, the night is growing late. Rest well, and let us meet here 3 days hence at the same hour. What say you? Very well. 3 days from now at the same hour, we shall not miss each other, and you must not retract your words. Xiao Wu eagerly agreed, anxious that Lu Yu might have a change of heart. It is settled then. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Yu turned and returned to his dormitory. Luda, why schedule the duel for 3 days hence? Would it not be simpler to defeat that little girl now? As Lu Yu lay on his bed, Wang Hu inquired, why do you concern yourself with such matters? Luda certainly has his own plans. Hurry and sleep, for tomorrow, the fierce teacher shall administer a quiz. Xiao Lai interjected. Alas, how difficult this is, such a wretched fate. Wang Hu lamented, recalling the impending quiz from the fierce teacher, which felt like a death sentence for someone of his poor academic standing. If only the heavens would grant me. No, half of Lu Da's intellect. Lu Yu, unable to suppress a smile, adjusted his blanket in preparation for sleep. That in truth, it was not that he did not wish to respond, but rather that he lacked the strength at the moment. Just earlier, while returning to the dormitory, Lu Yu abruptly announced her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, draining Lu Yu's previously compressed soul energy entirely, leading him to succumb to deep slumber, unresponsive to any calls. Even his mental energy had not been spared, leaving him utterly drained. His demeanor earlier in front of everyone had been a forced facade. Had he lingered any longer, it would have been exposed. Thus, he had proposed the duel for 3 days later, as in his current state, even a mere slap could render him unconscious, in the first-floor dormitory of the work-study students. Third brother, judging by your reaction earlier, do you know that Luda, Wang Sheng, upon returning to his dormitory, eagerly approached Tang San with his inquiry? Yes, we are from the same village. His grandfather is the village chief and often looks after my family. Tang San replied. Xiao Lai's strength in the academy is formidable. For him to acknowledge Lu Da as the leader, it seems Lu Da must possess exceptional power, Wang Sheng remarked. Indeed, Yu Gu is also endowed with innate full soul power. Not to mention possessing twin martial souls, Tang San added. Then, isn't Xiao Wu's challenge in 3 days rather precarious? Hey, you two, what are you whispering about? Are you discussing something scandalous? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out, startling Wang Xing into a cold sweat. No, Xiao Wu, I was merely concerned for your safety the day after tomorrow, Wang Xing stammered. Concerned for my safety? So you believe I cannot win, do you? Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy. Sowing discord before battle. I see you're asking for a beating. She then raised her iron fist. Her fist descended towards him. Wang Sheng swiftly turned and fled. The next moment, a cry of distress echoed. Tang San shook his head helplessly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, they are still children. In the next instant, recalling the scene that had just unfolded, he fell into contemplation. That Yuji's condition seems off today. His steps are unsteady, and his eyes lackluster. Although his voice sounded normal while speaking to Xiao Wu, it could not escape the scrutiny of my purple extreme demon. Yuji's demeanor is clearly a fade, and his challenge to Xiao Wu seems to be a tactic to buy time. What could he possibly be concealing? Tang San found himself perplexed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the duel arrived. Outside the dormitory, the same crowd had gathered once more, but this time, all eyes were on the petite girl at the center. Hey, where is your Luda? Surely he isn't too cowardly to show up? Xiao Wu, now growing impatient, shouted toward Xiao Lai. How could that be? Our Luda is always true to his word. If he says he will come, he shall, Xiao Lai replied. Though uncertainty gnawed at him, it has been nearly half an hour. Where could Luda possibly be? Tang Sen mused, filled with doubt. Yu Gu is usually quite punctual. What could be the matter today? What has he been up to these past 2 days? Everything feels amiss. Meanwhile, among the work-study students, someone remarked, I bet that Luda is simply afraid of losing to Xiao Wu, which is why he hasn't shown up. Exactly, just so. Hey, who asked for your opinion? Xiao Lai retorted angrily. As the crowd continued to speculate, a figure gradually approached from a distance. Chapter 23. A Millennium Soul Ring. Tang San's big tooth. A silhouette emerged. Drawing closer, Tang San observed Lu Yu's approach. A sense of intrigue filled him. Activating his purple extreme demon eye, he noted that Lu Yu seemed to have grown significantly taller. Although he was merely a few months older than Tang San, he appeared nearly half a head taller at the age of 6. I only experienced such growth after absorbing a 100-year soul ring. Could it be that Yu Gu has also absorbed one? The thought deepened Tang San's astonishment. He had barely managed to hunt the mandala snake with the master's assistance. Could it be that Yu Ge had truly slain 100-year soul beast all on his own? Though Tang San was astonished, he maintained a calm exterior at this moment. The two combatants were already engaged in a fierce exchange. Of course, this was the result of Lu Yu intentionally holding back. Xiao Wu's movements were swift and agile, her strikes precise, yet they posed little threat to Lu Yu, as her strength was limited. What truly challenged him was her remarkable flexibility. In an instant, 2 long rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and a fluffy, spherical tail emerged from her hindquarters. As she entered her martial soul manifestation state, a yellow soul ring materialized beside her, radiating brilliance. Lu unleashed a powerful punch, only to have it caught by Xiao Wu. She pushed off the ground with her legs, leveraging her waist to leap into the air. Xiao Lai, witnessing this familiar scene, felt a twinge of discomfort in his ribs, recalling how he had been thrown out by that very move the day before. Oh no, Luda, Xiao Lai thought, growing increasingly worried for Lu Yu. Tang San, seeing this unfold, reminisced about his own battle with Xiao Wu a few days prior, his eyes glinting with concern. That was Xiao Wu's first soul skill. Waist bow. I nearly fell victim to it myself. I wonder how Yu Ge will respond. The next moment, Xiao Lai's eyes widened in astonishment as Lu Yu executed an impressive maneuver, showcasing his prowess. Truly, Lu De is remarkable. In that instant, as Xiao Wu seized him, Lu Yu deftly grasped her wrist, pivoted his body, and with a powerful thrust of his leg, he flung her into the air. Her petite form tumbled through the air, executing several flips before barely managing to regain her balance. Thanks to a strong hand that caught her, when Xiao Wu turned around, she found herself face to face with a youthful, delicate-visaged In that fleeting moment. Their eyes met, and both youthful faces flushed with a rosy hue. Tang San felt his cheeks grow warm, and just then, an exasperated voice broke the moment. Hey, you two, must you display your affections right now? Lu Yu crossed his arms, casting a bemused glance at the embracing pair. For goodness sake, 2 individuals with nearly 30 years of life experience between them, and here I am, being force-fed a mouthful of dog food by these children in public. At Lu Yu's remark, Tang San instinctively turned his head away, discreetly retracting his hand from a certain someone's waist and pretending to cough into his fist. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, being a soul beast that had cultivated into human form, possessed limited understanding of the complexities of human relationships, having only gleaned knowledge from soul masters who hunted soul beasts in the forest. Moreover, her interests lay solely in fighting and becoming the leader. So she paid little heed to Tang San's unusual demeanor. That a deal is a deal. You won. You are the leader, Xiao Wu said somewhat dejectedly, acknowledging that her opponent had not even employed his soul skills, nor had he summoned his martial soul, while she had utilized both her martial soul and soul skills in the match. However, the next moment, determination sparkled in her expressive eyes. Next time, I will surely defeat you fair and square. In a moment of puzzlement, Xiao Wu inquired, are you truly just an auxiliary soul master? May I see your martial soul? Upon learning from Tang San that Lu Yu was an auxiliary soul master, Xiao Wu found it utterly hard to believe. After all, Tang San was capable of holding his own against her, and according to Tang San, Lu Yu's strength was comparable to his own. The notion of him being merely an auxiliary soul master seemed too incredulous to accept. Hearing her words, Lu Yu offered a wry smile. With a subtle shift of his mind, a surge of powerful soul force erupted from his body. In the next instant, a resplendent staff adorned with 7 gemstones materialized in his hand. A green lotus gracefully revolving around the staff. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings gradually emerged beneath Lu Yu's feet. Purple, blue. The azure soul ring faintly echoed with the sound of wind. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. What? 2 purple soul rings, the first and second rings, no less. Is this truly just an auxiliary soul master? 3 soul rings, a 30th level soul master. My heavens, who exactly is Lu De? Is he really only 6 years old? Is he even human? The astonishment of the crowd echoed one after another. An azure soul ring? Upon seeing Lu Yu's peculiar 3rd soul ring, Xiao Wu, despite having lived for over 10,000 years, had never encountered such an unusual soul ring. She even began to suspect whether Lu Yu was a transformed being of a million-year soul beast. Tang San, standing nearby, was so taken aback that words escaped him. A 1,000-year soul ring, and 2 of them. Is brother Yu really that formidable? The term genius hardly suffices. He is nothing short of a prodigy, simply monstrous. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the astonished gazes of those around him, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, such a spotlight was not suited for him. Low-key was his forte. He then retracted his martial soul and soul rings, addressing Xiao Wu. As you can see, I am indeed just an auxiliary soul master. As for my soul rings, it was merely a stroke of luck that I stumbled upon them. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Lu Yu interrupted her. I won the earlier contest. So you need not call me big brother anymore. Just refer to me as brother Yu like Tang Sen does. Subsequently, Lu Yu turned to the crowd and declared, all right, that's enough for today's contest. It's getting late. Everyone should hurry back to rest. We have classes tomorrow. You lot, stop causing trouble every day. Learn to behave. Bullying a newcomer, especially a girl, and then losing. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourselves? Lu Yu scolded Wang Hu and the others, who were merely spectators. Before turning and walking towards the dormitory, Wang Hu and his companions, caught off guard by the reprimand, were left bewildered. Wasn't it Lu Degu who instigated the fight today? Why are we being brought into this? I didn't even lose. Enough of this nonsense. Let's just go back and rest, Xiao Lai interjected. Having been completely won over by Lu Yu. In fact, he now regarded Lu Yu as his lifelong aspiration. As Lu Yu ascended the stairs, he suddenly felt a scorching gaze fixed upon him from behind, sending shivers down his spine. However, having just showcased his prowess in front of the crowd, Lu Yu found immense satisfaction in his performance. Goodness, am I possessed today? If I look back now, will it diminish my worth? He suppressed his curiosity and, without glancing back, left the others with his cool demeanor. Wow, Lu Degu is so handsome. Not only is he strong, but even his silhouette is captivating. The young girls around him swooned. The boys, hearing this, merely scoffed. Please, I am the most handsome here. Though they only dared to voice this thought internally. Chapter 24. The Temptation of Holidays and Returning to the Village. In the work-study student dormitory, Tang San lay on his bed, lost in thought. My 100-year soul ring was obtained with the help of my teacher. Even so, it was perilous. Brother Yu claims he merely got lucky. But just absorbing a 100-year soul ring nearly cost me my life. Brother Yu's talent is truly terrifying. I cannot fathom how strong he must be now. Tang San, why are you awake at this hour? A voice suddenly interrupted Tang San's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Although Nuoding Academy permitted male and female students to share dormitories, the internal arrangement was still implicitly divided by gender. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu were an exception. Their beds not only close, but also sharing a quilt. This was because Xiao Wu lacked a blanket, prompting Tang San to share his, albeit with a pillow as a boundary between them. Thankfully, Tang San's blanket was sufficiently large to accommodate both of them. Nothing much, Tang San replied, only to notice that Xiao Wu had fallen silent. Her breathing was steady, indicating she had drifted off to sleep. Yay, the holidays have finally arrived. The elementary students, having swiftly passed through a short semester and completed their final exams, cheered jubilantly in the dormitory as they busily packed their belongings. Tang San stepped out of the dormitory building. He spotted Lu Yu waiting outside. Brother Yu, Tang San called out from a distance, only to notice that Lu Yu's hands were empty, leading him to question, Brother Yu, where is your luggage? Lu Yu, upon hearing this, raised his left index finger with a smile, saying, it's all packed in here. In Spatial Soul Guide. Tang San immediately recognized the ring on Lu Yu's finger. Yes, it's a gift from my grandfather. Let's hurry. He said he would come to pick us up, and he should be at the entrance by now. Tang San nodded in response to As Lu Yu and Tang San walked ahead. They noticed Xiao Wu trailing behind. Lu Yu playfully draped an arm around Tang San's shoulder, squinting his eyes, and teasingly remarked, not bad, Xiao San. Bringing a girl home after just one semester. Uncle Hao will be thrilled to hear this. Cough, cough, cough. Tang San, feeling slightly embarrassed, coughed a few times. Brother Yu, please stop making wild guesses. Xiao merely has no one at home for the holidays, so I invited her to stay in the village for a couple of days. What were you two whispering about? Just as Tang San attempted to clarify, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. Nothing much. We were just discussing how to host you in Shenghun Village, after all. You are our guest, Lu Yu explained, casting Tang San a meaningful smile. At the school entrance, the trio searched for some time, but found no sign of village chief Jack. Could it be that Grandpa has forgotten the date of our holiday? Possible. After all, he's quite old, so it's normal for him to forget things, replied Tang San. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, Just as they were pondering, a gruff voice rang out. "Uncle Zo?" Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. Uncle Zo was the village's sole carpenter, known for his simple and kind nature. Though he could earn a decent living through his craft, he had a wayward brother who squandered money on gambling, often causing trouble and leaving Uncle Zo to bear the financial burden. This had left Uncle Zo's family in a state of poverty, though they managed to get by. "Uncle Zo, what brings you here?" "Where's my grandpa?" Tang San asked, concerned at the mention of Tang San's grandfather. Zhou Qingping's expression faltered slightly before he replied, "Xiao San, Xiao Yu, you are both good children, but you should return home and see for yourselves." "What?" Tang San's heart raced with alarm. "Uncle Zhou, is something wrong at home? What happened to my father?" "Xiao San, don't panic. Uncle Hao is in good health. Nothing major will happen. We should first return to the village and find out." Lu Yu reassured, patting Tang San's shoulder for comfort. According to the original storyline, Tang Hao was likely disguised and secretly protecting Tang San. But given Tang Hao's status as a title de law, he could easily navigate the continent. However, the implication of Uncle Zou's words suggested that something was amiss at home. Could it be that the old village chief was a hidden powerhouse as well? What the heck? Lu Yu had long suspected this possibility, especially when old Jack had given him the spatial ring to AT that time. Lu Yu had thought it was a family heirloom. Now it seemed that matters were far more complicated than he had initially believed. Furthermore, it appeared that the old village chief recognized the silver-white token in his possession. Who exactly were his biological parents? This world of duel seemed to diverge from what he had perceived. Seated within the carriage, Lu Yu furrowed his brow, his mind a tempest of thoughts as the horse-drawn cart arrived at the village entrance. Tang San hastily leapt down and sprinted towards home without a moment's pause. With Xiao Wu trailing closely behind him, Lu Yu disembarked and expressed his gratitude to Uncle Zhou Qingping, who promptly made his way back home as well, observing the retreating figures of the three. Zhou Qingping shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "Such splendid children, alas." With that, he leisurely guided the cart towards the workshop. "Grandfather," Lu Yu called out cautiously as he gently pushed open the door. There was no response. The interior was oddly silent as Lu Yu stepped inside. A cloud of dust was stirred up, prompting him to stifle a cough and wave his hand before his face. The presence of such dust suggested that his grandfather had been gone for quite some time. Pondering this, Lu Yu's gaze roamed the room. The tools were arranged neatly. Aside from the excessive dust, everything appeared as it had before his departure. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the table. Was that a letter? He approached and picked up the envelope, scrutinizing it closely before deftly tearing it open to reveal a yellowed sheet of paper. After reading it thoroughly, Lu Yu placed it back on the table and proceeded with his usual routine of fetching water, mopping the floor, and wiping the table. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already deep into the night. After settling Imo-holic comfortably, he climbed into bed. The little fox, having fallen into a deep slumber since their last encounter, showed no signs of awakening. The world was enveloped in silence, as if Lu Yu were the sole inhabitant. Outside the window, the moon hung high, and a gentle breeze caressed the grass, bringing a chill that slipped through the window. The silver-haired youth on the bed wore a serene expression, his breathing steady. His sleeping visage resembled a delicate flower quietly blooming in the night, the breeze stirring the curtains to softly caress his finely sculpted features. This scene seemed to unfold like an exquisite painting of innocence and beauty in the tranquil night. The rhythm of his breath was the most enchanting melody. Another gust of wind playfully danced around the room like a mischievous child, cautiously avoiding disturbing the slumbering youth. Unbeknownst to him, a yellowed piece of paper had slipped from the table to the floor. Chapter 25. The Visitor. Little Yu. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here, for grandfather has important matters to attend to and must depart for a while. The money within the ring will suffice for your needs for some time. Should you graduate from the junior academy before my return, make your way to the Shrek Academy. There are items left for you by grandfather. Remember, the existence of those items must not be disclosed to anyone. And regarding your lineage, that you have never inquired, I know it weighs heavily on your heart. All the answers lie within that silver token. If you wish to uncover the truth, that token is of utmost importance. Outside, the wind howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. At a wooden table, a stooped figure set down his pen and looked up at the window, swaying precariously in the tempest. He pressed the yellowed letter flat and approached the window, hand poised to draw it shut. Suddenly, a shadow materialized. With a swift motion, A slick tentacle emerged from behind the shadow, piercing the old man's throat. Crash! A flash of silver lightning illuminated the pitch-black night. "Grandfather!" Lu Yu cried out, jolting awake and tumbling from his bed. Thud! Hiss! Ah! The sudden pain in his backside made the youth gasp, and he instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What happened, young sorcerer?" At that moment, Holik floated over, drawn by the sudden commotion. "Did you have a nightmare?" As Lu Yu rubbed his sore rear while rising, he replied, "Yes, I dreamed of my grandfather. It was a rather ominous dream." "Fear not, for what occupies the mind by day often manifests in dreams by night." Holik reassured him. "It is clear you hold great concern for your grandfather. Moreover, dreams are often contrary, suggesting that your grandfather is faring quite well. Try not to worry too much. I didn't expect this book to be so comforting," Liu remarked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, this tome is the exclusive diary of the greatest wizard of all time, Merlin, the most formidable grimoire in the Austin continent." Where are you off to?" Just as Holik was proudly introducing himself, he noticed Liu had already descended the stairs, preparing breakfast. "Oh, great tome. Would you care for a taste?" "Humph. The cycle of grains is a mundane affair. This grimoire holds no interest in such trivialities. This is quite delectable. I didn't realize you possess such culinary skills. If this were to be presented in the Austin continent, you'd surely be a royal chef." Liu watched in silent bemusement as the formidable grimoire devoured the meal voraciously, feeling a pang of embarrassment as his own image seemed to be tarnished by the spectacle before him. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Meanwhile, Tang Xin had also received a farewell letter from Tang Hao in recent days. The usually lively Xiao Wu had been unusually quiet, silently assisting Tang San in tidying their disordered abode. At the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, the master sat quietly in his room, engrossed in a book. With Tang San home for the break, he felt an unsettling emptiness within. Over the course of the year, his feelings for this student had deepened, and then there was that child, Lu Yu. Though he had never formally apprenticed under him, the bond he felt for Lu Yu was akin to that with Tang San. The astonishment Lu Yu had brought him was unparalleled. Achieving the first soul ring at merely 6 years of age and attaining the rank of soul master was unprecedented, shattering decades of the Master S research theories. Truly staggering. The Master S gaze drifted to a dark token resting on the table, identical to the one he had once carried when leading Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, save for the fact that this token bore a total of 6 distinct symbols. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The Master S brow furrowed in confusion. What could this be? Visitors have been rather frequent at my secluded abode these past few days. Come in, he said calmly, setting down his reading material. The wooden door creaked open, and a gaunt figure stepped inside, clad in a black robe that occasionally revealed a rough garment beneath. A pair of bony hands slowly removed the hood, revealing a weathered face etched with the passage of time and a head of white hair neatly groomed. "Greetings, Master. It has been quite some time." The elder's voice was raspy, for reasons unknown, as soon as the old man entered. The master felt his soul power instinctively surge. Although the elder made no overt moves, the Master's intuition warned him that this individual exuded a presence as formidable as Tang Hao, if not more so. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" The master rose slowly, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Nearly 50 years have passed, and not a soul remembers this old man. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard with a raspy voice. You recall the peculiar individual encountered 20 years ago in that strange village." 20 years ago? A strange village? A peculiar individual? The master fell into deep contemplation at these words. Suddenly, a wave of memory struck him, and he vividly recalled who this elderly figure was. "You are..." The master's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing as he stepped quickly toward the old man. The elder waved a hand, indicating for him to refrain from continuing. "Let bygone matters rest. I am merely an old man teetering on the brink of the grave. The debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life is etched in my heart, and I shall never forget it. My humble self is eternally grateful for your kindness all those years ago, esteemed elder," the master responded, visibly moved. "You must have met my wayward grandson, Lu Yu, by now?" "Lu Yu? He is your grandson?" The master was taken aback once more. "He was adopted, but in my eyes, he is as good as my own flesh and blood. His parents perished before my very eyes, and I was powerless to save them. Now, the very forces that took his parents from him have resurfaced, and I must embark on a journey. I have witnessed the changes in little Yu over this past year. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at 6 is unprecedented in all of history. However, with greatness comes peril, and I must impose upon you a request, utilizing the debt I owe you. The Master, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained serious, his demeanor reflecting the utmost respect. Please, speak freely that I shall not treat this matter lightly, that I ask that you keep a watchful eye over my inept grandson, and do your utmost to ensure his safety. The elder's expression was earnest, his gaze filled with earnest plea. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames, even at the cost of my own life, to protect your grandson. The elderly man's face revealed a look of satisfaction upon hearing those words that he reached into his pocket and presented an envelope to Yu Xiaojing. Inside, there lay a token, should he encounter an insurmountable issue. He could go to the address written in the letter. That old fellow still owes me a considerable amount of favors and should not refuse. Yu Xiaojing respectfully accepted the envelope, vowing not to disappoint the trust bestowed upon him by his senior. The old man smiled and nodded before turning to exit the room. The master heard a rumble of thunder and lightning, hastily making his way to the door, only to find it empty. He returned to the table, staring blankly at the token and the envelope before him. Chapter 26. Siblings. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the sky in a splendid hue of red. In front of the blacksmith shop in Holy Soul Village, 3 small figures sat together, gazing at the sun as it slowly descended on the horizon. Liu leaned back with his hand supporting him, a blue-silver grass sticking out from his mouth, his expression blank, lost in thought. Xiao Wu, sitting closely beside Tang San, rested her head on her hands, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Her demeanor reflecting her hesitation as she looked at the two. Why you go, Xiao Wu? Thank you both for your support these past few days. Tang San suddenly spoke up. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. We're like family. No need to be so polite, Liu replied, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Besides, Uncle Hao is quite robust. It's unlikely he'll run into any trouble, even if something were to happen. It surely wouldn't be him who suffers. Why you go? Aren't you worried about Grandpa Jack? Tang San turned to Liu, who appeared utterly relaxed, perplexed by his demeanor. Say, I'm not worried would be a lie. But I can't shake the feeling that the sudden departures of Uncle Hao and my grandfather are not as simple as they seem, Liu remarked, pinching the blue-silver grass between his fingers. Or perhaps it's that Uncle Hao and my grandfather are not simple. Tang San said, slightly confused. Xiao San, did Uncle Hao leave anything for you after he departed? Perhaps a note or something? Well, my father left a note saying he was going to retrieve what belonged to him, and that I should become stronger, yet simultaneously instructed me not to become powerful. How contradictory, Tang San replied. Yuga, did Grandpa Jack say anything? Well, Liu pondered. Grandpa told me to go to Shrek Academy and mentioned the need for me to grow stronger. Xiao San, do you think it's possible that Uncle Hao and my grandfather were once extraordinary powerhouses but had to conceal their identities for some reason? Then why did they leave so suddenly? Perhaps they saw hope in you too, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their departure might be to protect you, allowing you to grow better. Xiao Wu consoled. What Xiao Wu said makes sense. Xiao San, we must become stronger and not let them down. Why you go, Xiao Wu? I truly appreciate you both, Tang San said, lowering his gaze to his toes, tears welling in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiao Wu reached out and patted Tang San's shoulder, but her force was a bit too strong, nearly toppling him over. You must believe that your father has only temporarily left. There will come a day when you will reunite. Besides, you still have us as friends. We can be your family too. If you don't mind, I can be your sister, Xiao Wu said with a bright smile. Everyone at school calls me that. Except for you. It's only because I can't beat you. You go, she added playfully. Come on, call me Xiao Wu Jie so I can hear it, Liu said, smiling helplessly at her persistence in wanting to be the big sister. Huh? What? You don't want to? Xiao Wu's brows furrowed at Tang San's questioning tone. No, Tang San quickly clarified. Xiao Wu, I remember you're a few months younger than me, thus, you can call me Sango. No, you can't. If someone bullies you in the future, call me Xiao Wu Jie, and I'll help you fight back. That is not certain. Liu chuckled at the exchange. Yugo, what do you mean? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled that Yugo is right. You might not necessarily win against me. Tang San smirked slightly. All right then, let us have a match now. Why Yugo can be the judge. Whoever wins gets to decide. Xiao Wu's competitive spirit flared up. Tang San sighed helplessly at her enthusiasm. Xiao Wu eagerly tugged at Tang San's arm. Under the clear night sky, a bright moon cast a silver sheen over the verdant grass. Suddenly, Xiao Wu threw a punch towards Tang San's face, only for it to be blocked by the blue-silver grass he summoned. Hey, why is your blue-silver grass so strange? Xiao Wu rubbed her reddened fist. Feeling the tingling sensation, her brow furrowing to my first spirit ring comes from a 400-year-old mandala snake, which caused the blue-silver grass to mutate and become toxic. But don't worry, it only paralyzes. Essentially harmless, Tang San explained. Xiao Wu shook her numb right hand and, with a burst of energy in her legs, lunged forward again, aiming directly for Tang San's face. He leaned back, quickly retreating while keeping low to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, silently observing, noted Tang San's continuous subtle movements as he swiftly picked up a few small stones from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, 3 small pebbles flew out in an instant. Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in her ankle, her momentum faltering as she nearly lost her balance. Before she could react, Tang San's voice rang out that I'll hit your calves, I'll hit your wrists. I'll hit your stomach. Xiao Wu felt pain with each strike, trying to close the distance to Tang San, but he kept evading her with peculiar footwork, causing her inner frustration to boil. At that moment, Lu Yu focused intently, his gaze unwavering on Tang San's movements, recognizing them as the ghost shadow perplexing steps unique to the Tang sect. Although Tang San's movements were graceful, Lu Yu, bolstered by his exceptionally high mental acuity, perceived them in slow motion. The ghost shadow perplexing steps were eerily elusive, moving like a phantom, twisting and turning within mere moments. Truly, it was the exclusive technique of the Tang sect. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly in the next instant. In the center of the battle, the two figures exchanged blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. Finally, Xiao Wu seized an opportunity to close in on Tang San. In that moment, her yellow spirit ring glowed brightly as she swiftly reached out to grasp Tang San. First spirit skill, waist bow. The victory is assured, she thought joyfully. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San's lips curled into a slight smile. Just as Xiao Wu grasped his wrist and exerted force, Tang San twisted his waist, using that very force to swing Xiao Wu in a circle through the AI. It turned out that Tang San had intentionally lured her in with a feigned opening, solely to draw her closer. Controlling the crane and lifting the dragon, Lu Yu once again perceived Tang San's movements clearly. Using force against force, though similar to Tai Chi techniques, it was distinctly different. As expected, the outcome was inevitable. Xiao Wu fell to defeat under Tang San's relentless onslaught. Now standing before her, Tang San extended his hand. Xiao Wu rose from the ground, gazing at Tang San before her. You won. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang San shook his head, his gaze locking onto her sparkling eyes. Xiao Wu, I am asking you seriously now. Would you be willing to be my sister when my father was still around? He was my only family. Now, I am left alone. If you agree, you will become my family. Xiao Wu felt her face burn under Tang San's intense gaze, appearing flustered and at a loss for words. Chapter 27. Tang San, Xiao San jumping. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the lush grass in a silver veil. The silvery glow of the moon illuminated the youthful clarity in Tang San's eyes, reflecting the rosy cheeks of the girl before him. I am willing, came her delicate voice. Sangu. The joyous smile on Tang San's face broadened at her words. Sister, he exclaimed, filled with delight at that moment. Lu Yu, leaning against a tree trunk, felt 1,000 alpacas run through his mind. Cough, cough, cough. Finally unable to hold back, he cleared his throat a couple of times. Damn it, making it seem like a marriage proposal just to acknowledge a sister. Truly, the initial kiss killer of Doloa. Naturally exuding charm, far too strong to Lu, having been a solo act in his previous life, felt the closest proximity to the opposite sex was merely clearing a path for them, or awkwardly stating, "Excuse me, there's someone here," or similar phrases. Now, being inundated with such a significant amount of romantic gestures at such close range left him at a loss. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden sound broke the intimate atmosphere, pulling the two back to reality. Xiao Wu, startled like a frightened bird, felt her previously rosy cheeks turn crimson. Tang San looked at Lu Yu with uncontained joy. Why you go? I finally have a sister. Lu Yu smiled in response, saying, All right, I have seen everything. Congratulations to both of you. I shall not linger here to dampen the mood. Enjoy your time together. He then left behind a meaningful smile. Goodness, who would have thought that I originally came here just to play the role of a judge? only to be inundated with dog food. Lu's mind was rich with thoughts as he turned to leave. Huh. Third brother, what does two-person world mean? Observing Xiao Wu's bewildered expression, Tang Sen cleared his throat twice. Third brother, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Xiao Wu, let me show you something. What is it? Xiao Wu inquired. Tang Sen revealed a small object on his arm. This is called a hidden weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had just finished his meal, did not return home, but instead took a detour to a small grove behind the village. A rustling sound emerged from an inconspicuous bush, and suddenly a head popped out. Oldemo, did you say there were suspicious fluctuations of spiritual power in this area? We've been lying in wait for quite some time, yet there's been no sign of activity. As Lu Yu pulled a leaf from his nostrils, he complained. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mo Holik declared resolutely. That spiritual power is quite strong, but it is well concealed. Even I almost failed to detect it. You'd best. Before Mo Holik could finish his sentence, he fell silent. Old Mo? Lu Yu sensed something was amiss and hastily called out, but received no response. Turning around, he discovered Mo Holik was eerily still, hanging in the bush like an ordinary book. Old Mo. Lu Yu felt a surge of unease. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted. Lu Yu felt as though he were trapped on a tiny boat in an endless ocean, as a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his consciousness. A fierce wind howled, stirring up towering waves, and the trembling little boat swayed precariously, on the verge of capsizing. Abruptly, the overwhelming spiritual energy locked onto Lu Yu. He felt his small vessel overturned by the colossal wave, plunging him into the boundless ocean, where he subsequently felt suffocated, then powerless, until darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In reality, the youth merely rose, his legs trembling for a moment before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the space around the bushes distorted, and several figures materialized. Guanshan, you are too reckless, a figure cloaked in black exclaimed. He appeared to be just a 7-year-old child, yet his voice was filled with an aged wisdom and confidence, resembling that of a master. The black-robed figure referred to as Guanshan spoke in a rough voice, and upon closer inspection, he was indeed larger than the others, despite all wearing black robes. Hee, I was just testing the waters. Who would have thought it was so fragile? Guanshan scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet confidently smiled again. But don't worry, Uncle Feng. I know my limits. The figure called Uncle Feng, the owner of the earlier aged voice, admonished, you ought to be more cautious. This child is, after all, a divine offspring. Your recklessness is disrespectful to our ancestors. Isn't it just knocking the divine offspring unconscious? Why does it involve the ancestors? Guanshan scratched his head, noticing Uncle Feng's hand raised to strike him. He quickly exclaimed, ouch. Uncle Feng, I understand my mistake. I promise there won't be a next time. Uncle Feng withdrew his hand, sternly stating, Humph, I shall let you off this time, but should there be a next, I will record it in the task log for the high priest to adjudicate. He then cast a glance at Guanshan's large frame, muttering, with such a reckless physique, it's hard to believe you are one who cultivates spiritual power. All right. Uncle Feng, Guanshan, cease your quarrel. At that moment, a black-robed figure standing near Lu Yu's head interjected that I have just received the latest order from the sacred domain. We are to secretly protect the divine offspring, eliminate safety hazards, and ensure their secure growth. The immediate priority is to investigate the individuals surrounding the divine offspring. Uncle Feng stroked his beard, gazing at the speaker with admiration. What the Azure Dragon Protector states is indeed reasonable. He inwardly mused, wishing the speaker were a member of the Feng family. Then he recalled his own inept nephew, and his expression darkened as he cast a fierce glare at the bewildered Guanshan. As if to say, look at how they carry themselves. Guanshan appeared utterly confused, winky face. Huh, what did I do this time? A cough brought everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. The Azure Dragon Protector spoke once more. Based on observations over the past few months, this book bears no malice toward the divine offspring. In fact, it is aiding them in learning abilities from another world. Thus, it is temporarily safe. The only potential threat at present is the missing Tang Hao. Uncle Feng added, according to reliable information, this individual is the missing Haotian Delaw from several years ago, hailing from the Haotian sect. Tang San, who is very close to the divine offspring, is his only son. The girl named Xiao Wu has an unclear background and carries the aura of a soul beast, yet has not shown any malice. So she is currently safe. The Azure Dragon nodded. Indeed, as it stands, there seems to be no threat from Holy Soul Village. Next, we shall split into 2 groups. Uncle Phone will take 6 individuals to Shrek Academy, while the rest will remain with me to secretly protect the divine offspring. Remember, no one is permitted to act independently. Understood. The space distorted once more, and the figures vanished. The clearing in the forest was left with only Lu Yu and Mo Holik. As if the earlier events had merely been an illusion, the following day, sunlight streamed through the forest windows, creating a marvelous Tyndall effect. Chapter 28. Hidden Arrows. The morning sun was always so bright, and the air in the forest subtly carried the fragrance of fresh grass. Dew slid down the leaf veins. Lu felt something on the tip of his nose. It was damp, prompting him to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. Wait, was I unconscious in the woods last night? How did I end up at home? Oh, you're awake. A voice called out, and upon hearing it, Liu looked up to see another version of himself sitting at the table, smiling at him. Old Mo? What is going on? What happened last night? Why does my head hurt so much? Lu Yu rubbed his head vigorously. The individual's power far surpasses yours, categorized as a title de la level in this world. And they specialize in spiritual power. That you survive can be considered a blessing amidst disaster. The silver-haired youth crossed his arms. Lu struggled to prop himself up at the table, pouring himself a cup of water from the teapot. Title: Dolua. When did I provoke such a formidable being? The silver-haired youth rolled his eyes. How should I know? He then added, they likely harbor no ill intentions. In fact, they may be here to protect you. Liu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Protect me? What do you mean? Could they be arranged by my parents? But why would they attack me? Suddenly, Liu recalled something. Old Mo, how do you know there are multiple individuals? Could it be? Mo Holik did not attempt to deny it and nodded in acknowledgement that I wasn't unconscious at all. Then you? Oh, it's not that there were too many of them. And I couldn't handle it. Although that hulking man's spiritual power is indeed formidable, he was still a bit too inexperienced to deal with me, the greatest mage of all time. Since you weren't unconscious, you must have overheard something. Do tell. Lu interrupted him, not giving Mo Holik the chance to speak. Well, let me think. There were probably around 12 of them, from their conversation. They mentioned a place called the Sacred Domain, and they specifically came to find you. The Sacred Domain. They came to find me. Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation. He had never heard of such a place on the Dolo continent. And in the novels he had previously read, the only notable locations he could recall were the city of Slaughter and Sea God Island. The former was the residence of Tang San's grandfather, and the place where Tang San attained the god of Slaughter domain, while the latter was the site of the Sea Goddess legacy. Both places were integral to Lu Yu's original plan, certainly, provided that one possesses the strength to survive there. Otherwise, it is akin to courting death. Especially in the city of Slaughter, a veritable den of madness. Hey, what are you thinking about? Merholik remarked, noticing Lu Yu's stillness, his gaze fixated on a particular point, while his fingers rapped impatiently on the table. Oh, it's nothing. Please continue, Lu Yu replied, returning to reality. From my observations, this group possesses formidable strength, Merholik said, rolling his eyes as he continued. They seem to possess the ability to traverse through space. Moreover, it appears they have split into 2 factions, one heading towards Shrek Academy, while the other, well, I couldn't hear clearly where they went. Shrek Academy? Could it be that they are aware of the treasures left behind by Grandpa Jack? But wait, the letter stated that only Grandpa, and I knew the location of those items. Suddenly, as Lu Yu was lost in thought, Merholik, growing impatient, rapped the table again. Hey, how much longer are you going to ponder? Hurry up and make breakfast. I'm nearly starving. Seeing that Lu Yu remained unmoved, Merholik took matters into his own hands and pushed Lu Yu towards the kitchen. Oh, come on. Don't push me. I can walk myself. Hurry and prepare breakfast. After eating, you've got to practice magic, not to mention catching up on what you missed yesterday. Lu Yu, with a reluctant expression, was ushered into the kitchen. Resembling a petulant child, after Lu Yu had completely departed, Merholik discreetly scanned the corner before leaving as if nothing had happened. In the corner, after Merholik's departure, a faint sigh echoed. Phew, that was close. I almost got discovered. This task of personal protection is so challenging and exhilarating. A nearly transparent figure complained while patting its chest. As evening approached, on a small hill outside Holy Soul Village, Liu sat with his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his brow occasionally furrowing as if he were enduring immense agony. Finally, he abruptly opened his eyes, and with a spurt, blood gushed forth, supporting his chest with one hand. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring, "Indeed, is this still insufficient? Is my current physical state reaching its limit at double soul power?" Indeed, Lu Yu had been attempting to further compress his soul power. But regardless of how he guided its flow, the excess soul power ultimately spiraled out of control, although he had once succeeded in consolidating the surplus soul power into a stable form. It had suddenly erupted just as it transformed into a soul power vortex, almost tearing Lu Yu apart from within. Suddenly, Lu Yu's right hand shot up, and a soul power arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. "Who is it?" "Brother Yu, it's me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yu gradually lowered his weapon. A slender figure emerged from behind the tree trunk. "Xiao-san, what are you sneaking around for?" "Engaging in some clandestine activities." Time rewinds to that afternoon at Tang San's blacksmith shop. The tall chimney of the forge billowed smoke, rising languidly amidst the rain, while the rhythmic clanging of metal echoed from the smithy, enveloping the air above it. Clang! Tang San plunged a red-hot iron block into cold water, instantly vaporizing it and releasing plumes of white steam. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Tempering the metal. I'm crafting a hidden weapon." Tang San carefully extracted the iron while scrutinizing it. "A hidden weapon? Is that the item you mentioned yesterday?" "Indeed, this is a gift for Brother Yu. A gift for Brother Yu? Well, you all are my family. I must do my utmost to protect you." Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervor, reflecting the fiery dance of the flames within the forge, thanks to the additional components he had prepared in advance. Tang San only needed to craft the core part, and by that afternoon, he had completed the creation of the hidden weapon. As evening fell, Tang San slowly approached, his gaze drawn to the damaged tree, his heart racing with astonishment. "So, Brother Yu still has such means at his disposal." "Xiao-san, what are you doing outside so late?" "Where's Xiao Wu?" Tang San, snapping back to reality, replied, "I came to deliver something to you." "Brother Yu." He then presented the completed hidden weapon to Lu Yu. "This is the hidden weapon." Lu Yu recognized the item immediately and compared it with his own crossbow. The hidden weapon was entirely black, emanating a chilling gleam, quite similar to his crossbow, but adorned with various gears and mechanisms, replacing the runic pathways on his own weapon. Tang San observed Lu Yu's crossbow with slight confusion. "That glowing item in your hand at the school gate must be this. But how does Brother Yu possess a hidden weapon?" "Wait, this item, while resembling the hidden weapon, has a much simpler structure and those peculiar patterns." Sensing Tang San's bewilderment, Lu Yu smiled and explained, "This is the broken song bell. Like the jade belt you are going to wear, it is also a soul-guiding device. However, the broken song bow is an offensive type. But Xiao-san, you've done well. To craft such a delicate piece is indeed impressive." Tang San, feeling a bit proud, scratched his head. "Brother Yu, since you have a crossbow, using it should be quite similar to the hidden weapon. You should adapt quickly. I'll head back now." "Wait, hold on." Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Lu Yu suddenly called out to stop him. "Xiao-san, it seems we haven't practiced against each other in quite a while, right? Perfect timing. Let me see the power of your hidden weapon." Tang San, seeing Lu Yu's mischievous grin, felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Brother Yu." Tang San hesitated, worried that the hidden weapon might harm Lu Yu. Unbeknownst to him, his concerns were utterly unwarranted. Noticing Tang San's reluctance to respond, Lu Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Xiao-san, don't worry. I can go easy on you and refrain from using soul techniques. But if you're afraid of losing badly, you can always decline. After all, clever tricks and petty tactics will not sustain you in the long run. Lu Yu delivered this with a serious tone. "All right, I accept your challenge, Brother Yu. However, you need not hold back. Let us both give it our all." Tang San's eager acceptance nearly made Lu Yu burst into laughter. Haha. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are indeed formidable. With that, Lu Yu summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, the azure soul ring beneath his feet shimmering as he took to the wind, creating distance between them. "Xiao-san, feel free to attack. Brother Yu, be cautious," Tang San warned, stepping forth with unusual strides, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's gaze darted as he tracked Tang San's movements, his staff shimmering with azure gems. "Windblade," Lu Yu called out, launching several azure wind blades. Yet, Tang San evaded them all, leaving Lu Yu with empty strikes. Just as Lu Yu prepared to launch a second attack, Tang San's figure inexplicably vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yu felt a chill at his back and hurriedly used the gale technique to alter his position, narrowly avoiding 3 icy darts that grazed his cheeks. That was close. I almost fell for this little trick that Lu's peripheral vision caught sight of 3 iron needles embedded in a nearby tree trunk, using hidden weapons right off the bat. Xiao-san, you've got some skills. Lu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reversed his staff, sending forth wind blades that did not head directly for Tang-san, but instead took a circuitous route. As Tang-san saw the wind blades approaching again, he executed a series of swift footwork, only to realize that these seemingly erratic wind blades had effectively sealed all his escape routes. In the next moment, 2 wind blades surged toward him. Tang-san maintained a calm demeanor, even managing a slight smirk, entirely unfazed by that moment. He grasped with both hands, emanating wisps of cold air from his fingertips. And instantly, his hands crystallized like cold jade. In an astonishing display, Tang-san caught the wind blades with his bare hands and crushed them in an instant. This is one of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. The Xianyu hand. Upon witnessing Tang-san's skillful maneuver, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Xianyu hand truly lives up to its reputation, solid as a rock and impervious to poison. Today has indeed been an eye-opening experience. However, this is merely an appetizer before the main course. The true challenge lies ahead. At this moment, Tang-san has also become serious. There is no other choice. He must be earnest, for the disparity in strength is overwhelming. A 30th level versus a mere teens level. In this confrontation, defeat is inevitable for Tang-san, yet he aims to make his loss appear more dignified. With that thought, he closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, a purple light swirls within his gaze. Ha! I shall not grant you your wish. Lu raises his staff with one hand, murmuring incantations. With each arcane verse, the leaves around him begin to stir. Before Tang-san can comprehend what is unfolding, a sudden gale sweeps over the hillside, carrying with it dirt, withered branches, and debris, making it nearly impossible for Tang-san to keep his eyes open, let alone utilize his purple extreme magic. Second-tier magic, Gale Force. At this moment, he can only grasp the tree trunk beside him to maintain his balance, yet as time progresses, the wind's intensity continues to escalate, leaving him at risk of being swept away at any moment. In the next instant, Tang-san unexpectedly relinquishes his grip, allowing the fierce wind to carry him aloft. Xiao-san, stop hiding. This wind inflicts area damage, and with the sandstorm within, you will likely find it impossible to open your eyes. Your hidden weapons may not be of much use. A voice calls from behind. Brother you are absolutely correct. Even in defeat, I must make it look more impressive, Tang-san declares as he readjusts his stance amidst the tempest, cleverly utilizing the debris in the wind to execute the ghost shadow misty steps. He clutches the tree trunk once more, leveraging the wind's force to perform the crane-catching dragon. Propelling himself towards Lu Yu, he then pivots, delivering a swift kick, just as Tang-san believes he is about to succeed. A resounding clash echoes. It feels as though he has kicked a steel plate, and pain radiates through his entire leg. With a thunderous boom, Tang-san is sent sprawling backward. Third-tier magic, strong wind shield. The surrounding winds converge into a single plane, dissipating the force of his attack, while a counteracting gust redirects that very force back to the assailant. Almost simultaneously, Tang-san suddenly feels his limbs ensnared by 4 powerful bindings. Second-tier magic. Wind ropes. Lu turns to Tang-san with a slight smile. Xiao-san, you are still a bit too inexperienced. You lack sufficient training, my young friend. However, in a remarkable turn, Tang-san's previously frantic expression transforms. The howling winds tousle his hair, yet he remains composed. Brother Yu, one must not judge solely by appearances. What? Lu Yu thinks to himself, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suddenly, massive blue-silver grass vines erupt from the ground. Not just from the earth, but from all directions, thick and powerful, surging towards Lu Yu in the blink of an eye, as several blue-silver grass vines lash out at Lu Yu. He remains unperturbed. With a flick of his right hand, the surrounding gale explodes, shattering the blue-silver grass vines into fragments. The sudden whirlwind catches Tang-san off guard, sending him hurtling away. He feels as though his back might break upon impact with the ground, producing a dull thud as he meets the earth in a rather intimate embrace. Lu Yu glides down to Tang-san's side, gently brushing the dust from his clothes. Xiao-san, your hidden weapons are quite impressive, capable of being concealed anywhere. Do share your techniques with me sometime. Hearing this, Tang-san lifts his gaze to the smiling Lu Yu and the 3 iron needles in his hand, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes before he swiftly regains his composure. As expected of Brother Yu, such trivial tricks are still too juvenile for you. You've got some tricks up your sleeve. playing so sneakily, Lu Yu remarks, glancing at the iron needles in his hand. A shiver of apprehension running down his spine. Fortunately, he had sensed the 3 needles just in time. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. These needles had been concealed within the vines, aimed directly at his lower regions. Xiao-san, you truly are playing a dangerous game. He muses, feeling a chill creeping down his back. After bidding farewell to Tang-san, Lu Yu returns home. Suddenly, a flash of white darts into view, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Who goes there? The grass beneath him shimmers with a faint green light, and the surrounding foliage rustles. Before him stands a fox, its height matching a person, its fur as soft and delicate as freshly fallen snow. 2 glistening black eyes sparkling like obsidian gems, and a star-shaped mark glowing on its forehead. Behind it, 5 fluffy tails sway gracefully at a little fox. Lu Yu exclaims, lowering his hand that had been poised to unleash a wind blade. His heart filled with joy. June, having slumbered for nearly a year, has returned, and Lu Yu is overjoyed. Merholik, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, floats around the little fox, inspecting it with a sense of wonder. Oh my. Just look at that fur, and that physique. It's becoming increasingly godlike. Then, noticing the 5 fluffy tails, he adds, you've grown 5 tails. You're not far from achieving 6 tails. At this moment, Lu Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, tries to prevent the little fox from drooling all over him. Lest it offers him another free tongue therapy session. Achieving transformation, ISNT it said that soul beasts require at least 100,000 years to do so. June has only lived for 2,500 years. ISNT that's still far from reaching the 6-tailed transformation, perhaps in the past, but now Merholik shakes his head, feigning mystery. Now what? Please don't speak half-truths. It's rather vexing, Liu retorts, casting Merholik a disapproving glance. He has always despised those who leave sentences unfinished, silently wishing ill upon them while they still manage to have a house full of children. Don't be so impatient. I haven't finished yet. Merholik counters, rolling his eyes before continuing. Do you recall the cave you took me to previously? The one where a great gorilla led a few soul beasts to seize June's former nest? Lu Yu ponders for a moment before replying. Indeed, the stone platform in the center of that cave contained a milky white mass. Precisely. What of it? Does it relate to June's transformation? Lu Yu questions. Puzzled, he had previously inquired with the system but received no answers, and even after revisiting the cave with Merholik, no clarifications had been provided. He intended to wait until he reached level 50 to help June reclaim her nest. After all, the milky white mass had been exuding liquid at a painfully slow rate, and with the good fortune drawn from the system, defeating those 4 soul beasts should not pose a problem. Yet now, Merholik has brought this matter up again. Could it be old Mare? Do you have some thoughts on this? Or do you know what that substance is? Lu Yu inquires, inadvertently loosening his grip, allowing the little fox to break free. Of course, Merholik boasts, puffing out its chest. But before it can elaborate, Lu Yu interrupts. Stop. Enough with the theatrics. We all know you're impressive. Please, get to the point. Though slightly miffed at the interruption, Merholik continues, based on my extensive knowledge, that substance is most likely dragon marrow without a doubt. Dragon marrow? Lu Yu echoes, bewildered. Indeed, Merholik states, noting Lu Yu's confused expression. This so-called dragon marrow is not merely the marrow of a dragon's bones. Dragons are treasures in their entirety. Their scales are impervious and can be forged into armor. Their claws are razor-sharp and can be fashioned into weapons. And the dragon marrow. Merholik deliberately pauses, observing Lu Yu's eagerness, who is now contemplating the idea of igniting it for firewood. What of the dragon marrow? This marrow is where the essence of a dragon's cultivation is concentrated. Its benefits are second only to dragon pearls. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's power or refine one's physique, and it aids in strengthening mental fortitude. The little fox nods in agreement, acknowledging that its rapid growth from 1 tail to 3 and now to 5 tails owes much to the dragon marrow. However, there is a drawback. What drawback? It can be said to be a common flaw of treasures that provide rapid enhancement. Consuming too much at once can lead to fatal consequences. Lu Yu contemplates this, realizing that the 4 soul beasts had been guarding that dragon marrow. Waiting for the essence to be released, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, the soul beasts will absorb the marrow before we can retrieve it. Mo Horliku remarked, there's no need to rush. Let's take the night to rest well. Lu Yu has just awakened and needs time to adjust. We shall prepare ourselves first. The entrance to the soul hunting forest is in the city. We will set off early tomorrow morning and should arrive by noon, Liu pondered. After all, we must face 4,000-year soul beasts and one 5,000-year beast, given the passage of a year. I wonder how much stronger those soul beasts have become, especially with the essence of dragon marrow in play. We must be thoroughly prepared. Caution is the mother of safety. System, open the panel, Liu said as he lay on the bed, closing his eyes to enter the system space. Host, Liu, Martial Spirit, Variant Prayer Star Lotus Staff, Time Angel, Space Angel, Soul Power, Level 31, Soul Sovereign. Points, 100, System Warehouse, Poker Card Blueprint. Construction Cement, 1 punch, single use, incomplete. Flowing Silver Guardian 1. Note: this item is an experiential type, with only 3 uses, each lasting no less than 10 minutes and no more than 20 minutes. Check-in task. Check-in at Fran's grocery store, 300 points. Check-in at the Rose Hotel, 300 points. Ding. System update complete. The commission task interface is now open. Accept commission tasks upon meeting the unlocking conditions, with generous rewards for completion and penalties, with a chance of death. Please consider carefully. Host. Commission task. Shrek 7 Monsters. Unlock condition. Contact a member of the Shrek 7 Monsters to unlock related character tasks. No time limit. Chapter 31. Soul Hunting Commission Tasks. When did the system update again? It seems to upgrade itself whenever I am away. The neighboring systems are already reaching new heights, while I am still stuck in the novice village. Liu gazed at the newly added taskbar on the panel. But it's a good thing. There are more opportunities to earn points by contacting the Shrek 7 Monsters to unlock related commission tasks. Does that mean I can unlock tasks by interacting with other characters from the original story? Ding. Host is quite clever, correct? Though flattered, Liu felt as though he were being scrutinized. What kind of statement is that? How can you call it spying on me? You're invading my thoughts, Liu retorted. What do you mean by spying? Your inner thoughts are so loud that it's hard not to hear them. The system crossed its arms, staring at Liu defiantly. If you practice the universal meditation diligently, would I be able to hear your thoughts so easily? Liu was left speechless by the system's retort. So, is there a quick way to cultivate spiritual power with your current reckless training method? There is none. Huh? What do you mean by that? Liu asked, bewildered. After a year of nearly replacing sleep with meditation, it seemed that his efforts were for naught according to the system. Ahem, the system cleared its throat. The so-called universal meditation has countless methods of cultivation, unbound by form. Meditation is also a means of refining the spirit. Good sleep and rest can aid in spiritual cultivation. So you're saying that just sleeping can be a form of cultivation? What about all those countless days and nights I spent meditating? Does that count as being diligent? Or having ample time? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Liu exclaimed. You never asked. The system replied playfully, is it my fault now? You took the technique and just practiced without reading the manual. With a system at your disposal, you didn't think to inquire. Who else can you blame? Wait, what? A manual. There is such a thing. Liu exclaimed, pulling out a yellowed old book. Flip to the back. It's in the last section. The system instructed. With the sound of pages flipping, a white piece of paper slipped out. System Modification Technique Explanation. The universal meditation, originally created by an immortal mage from a magical realm to enhance spiritual power, refines the soul by absorbing the ambient magical energy. After system modification, it adapts to the current realm, and the cultivation method has been simplified to balance work and rest. Good sleep can also aid in spiritual cultivation. Reaching the highest realm can even harmonize with the environment and potentially alter it. Liu remained silent after reading. System, why didn't you mention such a valuable thing earlier? Next time, be sure to ask sooner. Any item that this system extracts and modifies usually comes with an explanation. Just pay attention. Liu closed his eyes and exited the system interface. Returning to the real world. After all, the items in the shop were far beyond his meager 100 points. Merely glancing at them felt extravagant. He pulled the blanket over his head. Sleep, rest the body, and calm the mind. The next day, as the sun rose high in the east, Tangsen opened his eyes, a fleeting purple gleam vanishing in an instant. He gazed at a distant carriage gradually receding and muttered, is that in the direction of Nodding City? Classes haven't started yet. Why is Yuga heading into the city so early? Inside the carriage, Liu sat upright, leaning against the carriage wall, feeling the nourishing surge of spiritual power within his consciousness. He could hardly fathom that this was the result of just one night's sleep. What had all those countless days and nights of meditation been for? What a waste of effort. Who would have thought that there could be such a vibrant method of cultivation? What's wrong? You look rather pale. Did you lose a food contest with a dog at the village head last night? Mo Horli Ku asked, noticing Lu Yu's unusual demeanor. Shut it. You're the one who's competing with dogs for food, Lu Yu retorted, annoyed. How much longer until we reach Nodding City? Lu Yu pulled back the curtain. Watching as the trees outside rushed past with the carriage's movement, it should be soon. Once we pass through this grove, we should see the city gate. Mo Horli Ku replied, esteemed soul master. Please enter. Here is your token. The guard respectfully returned the token to Lu Yu. Boom, the massive black gate slowly opened, and the fragrant aroma of the forest enveloped him. The silver-haired youth strolled within. Savoring the essence of nature. All right, stop pretending to be profound. Mo Horli Ku's voice rang out suddenly. Hurry up. Spending more time playing with the dragon marrow means less time for us. Time is money. Let's move. Ignoring Mo Horli Ku's interruption, Lu Yu elegantly leaped onto the small fox. With one arm pointing forward, he declared, onward. Our destination is the stars and the sea. The small fox let out a proud howl, its limbs propelling it forward like a streak of white. Woo! Hurry up, old Mo. Aren't you in a hurry? If we arrive late, there might be nothing left for us. Mo Horli Ku shook his head helplessly and chuckled. In the end, they're just two children. As he spoke, a flash of silver light darted past. With a whoosh, the figure vanished in an instant. At that moment, the one person and one fox, now sprinting, were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, followed by a cheerful voice echoing in their ears. Hurry up, you two slowpokes. Whoever arrives first is the best. Meanwhile, in a certain forbidden area of Delaw continent, two figures cloaked in black slowly advanced to desolate swamp, occasionally released wafts of green smoke. Pop, a small green bubble suddenly burst, and a nearby unfortunate frog, merely touched by it, instantly transformed into a puddle of pus. Leaving no bones behind. One of the figures in black glanced over and spoke. I never expected such a vicious place to exist on the continent. Senior, are you sure that mysterious village will appear here? The leading figure in black responded. Such a place cannot be birthed from the environment of Delaw continent, but now it exists. It must be the work of an outsider. Moreover, it is not the mysterious village that attracts such brothers, but rather the emergence of a sinister land that leads to the village. This place is too toxic. Even an ordinary tidal Delaw might not withstand it. Let's not rest today. We should quickly traverse this swamp before nightfall, lest some malevolent entities emerge. Outsider? The figure in black questioned. Humph. The leading figure scoffed. Just a pack of lost dogs returning once more. Considering the time, the sacred realm should also be taking action, but we must find the village before they retreat. Otherwise, pinpointing their location will become exceedingly difficult. Having spoken, the elder tapped the silver token in his hand. MD. This old relic. Why can't it provide something useful? It's unresponsive again. He then shook it vigorously once more. Senior. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the two. Chapter 32. The Tombstone Operation, Part 1. Senior. The figure in the black robe abruptly halted. Before them lay a gigantic shadow, blocking their path. Is this a great serpent coiled its body? Lowering its head to gaze at the two, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, accompanied by a foul stench that assailed their senses. The serpent's body quivered slightly, and upon closer inspection, two protrusions could be seen atop its head. This was a venomous serpent dragon. In the Soul Hunter Forest, Lu Yu and his companions had just arrived at the entrance of a cave, only to find it eerily silent. Something's amiss. It's daytime. Why is it so quiet? Could it be that soul beasts take afternoon naps? Lu Yu pondered aloud. No, that's not it. Mo Horli suddenly interjected. If there's only the aura of a single soul beast here, where are the other three? Let's venture inside and investigate. With that, Lu Yu took the lead into the cave. As they entered, a wave of overwhelming blood odor filled their nostrils. Such a potent scent of blood. Indeed, we all sensed it. It wasn't present when we last came. Lu Yu mused, stroking his chin. It seems something significant has occurred inside. Enough with the solemnity. Let us proceed and take a look. Mo Horli interrupted, floating ahead to lead the way. In an instant, the group was left astounded by the sight before them. The cave floor was stained with blood, some patches already dried and blackened, while skeletal remains littered the ground. The center of the cave stood a low tower constructed of bones. The stench of decay permeated the air. Of the four soul beasts that had once been present, three were now missing. Only a black giant ape lay sprawled atop the bone tower, its mouth still smeared with remnants of flesh. What on earth happened here? Lu Yu exclaimed, startled. Where are the three wind demon wolves? Emoholic was equally taken aback by the scene that it appears they were consumed by that giant ape. Consumed? By the giant ape? Indeed. Look there. Lu followed Emoholic's gaze to a corner where a jumble of bones lay scattered. Three skulls severely damaged yet unmistakably belonging to wolves. Old Emo, what do you think? What should we do? Lu Yu inquired. Remember when I mentioned the vast energy contained within dragon marrow? Emoholic replied. I do. But what does that have to do with this? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. While dragon marrow is rich in energy, if not handled properly, it can be volatile. Many have met their demise from forcibly absorbing it. Furthermore, the fact that giant ape has become this way indicates it has forcibly absorbed dragon marrow, which likely means this particular piece has been compromised. You must consider this carefully. Emoholic paused before continuing. This earth-rending ape seems to be one of the fortunate few, driven mad by the violent energy. So what shall we do now? Lu Yu whispered. Should we sneak past? Emoholic responded, yes. While the earth-rending ape is still asleep, we can attempt to steal the dragon marrow. Little June, can you reduce your size? Emoholic turned to ask. The little fox nodded slightly, and in a soft glimmer of starlight, its form gradually shrank until it resembled two watermelons in size. That we shall split up. Old Emo will go right near the stone platform, while I check beneath the bone tower. Move out. Lu Yu commanded, and the trio sprang into action. Approximately 1 incense stick's worth of time later, while rummaging through the pile of bones, Lu Yu suddenly felt something soft beneath his foot. A sharp pain shot through him. Just as he was about to cry out, a hand clamped tightly over his mouth. He saw a silver-haired youth signaling for silence with his other hand. After a slight nod, a flash of silver light occurred, and Emoholic transformed back into his original form. Lu swiftly turned around, only to find little June clinging to his leg, and beneath him lay a snow-white, fluffy-tailed. He quickly lifted his foot, and as little June released her grip, she swiftly withdrew her tail. His goodness, this little creature has quite the bite, Lu Yu gasped, observing the 2 small puncture wounds on his shoe. It must have bitten clean through. Should I consider getting a rabies vaccine? Is there a way to purchase one from the system shop? While Lu Yu was lost in thought, the little fox extended its tiny paw, gently stroking its tail. All right, have you two discovered anything? Emoholic inquired quietly. This. Both Lu Yu and the little fox shook their heads in unison, then turned their gazes towards Emoholic, who similarly shook his head with regret. It seemed their only choice was to concentrate on one location. The 3 of them simultaneously looked up at the shadow atop the bone tower. Lu Yu swallowed hard. Having searched everywhere, it seems we are left with the most perilous option. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in cold sweat, and he was numb to the pain in his foot. The trio had been rummaging around in the most primal manner to avoid disturbing the colossal beast. The earth-rending ape was now more than twice its original size, its power exceeding 10,000 years. Emoholic continued, there is no other option, just be as quiet as possible to avoid waking it, or we'll all be finished. However, Lu Yu felt something was amiss. What will you do then? He asked. Emoholic replied nonchalantly, I'm just a book without hands. Little June's paws are inconvenient. So it must be you. Hurry, no dawdling, or do you not want the treasure? Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Well then, fortune favors the bold, he encouraged himself. With that, he began to climb the bone tower cautiously. The stench of decay and excrement assaulted his senses, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the massive figure stirred, merely rolling over, sending a cascade of bone fragments tumbling down. Lu Yu lost his balance and nearly fell, but managed to grasp a protruding bone just in time. He resumed his careful ascent. Along the way, countless sharp bones left gashes on his skin, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Yet he dared not make a sound. Then, a white silhouette appeared before him. I found it, Lu Yu exclaimed as Emoholic evaded. He shouted. The cracking earth ape, wielding 2 enormous bones seemingly summoned from nowhere, brandished them wildly. Suddenly, drawn by an unseen force, it charged directly towards Lu Yu, its bloodshot eyes fixated on him. Roar! The cracking earth ape bellowed once more. In an instant, Lu Yu's vision was consumed by the 2 massive bone clubs. Bang! A resounding crash erupted, sending dust swirling. The colossal bones, belonging to no known soul beast, burned not a single crack despite the violent collision. As the dust settled, a vast crater was revealed, yet it was devoid of any substance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of azure light struck the giant ape's back at remarkable speed. To Lu Yu's astonishment, not even a scratch was left behind. This creature has such thick skin. Be careful, Emoholic shouted from a distance. Lu Yu's azure soul ring shimmered as he activated wind manipulation and gale steps, swiftly creating distance. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled a silver sphere with great force to go. Liquid silver Pikachu. The cracking earth ape swung its bone clubs once more. To Lu Yu's surprise, when the bone club made contact with the sphere, it emitted a sound akin to water droplets hitting the surface of a pool that in the next moment. The silver sphere adhered to the bone club as if it were a symbiotic entity. Gradually, the silver liquid spread backward, coalescing into a humanoid shape that shimmered with a metallic luster, while the liquid clinging to the bone club solidified into a powerful hand that grasped a section of the club firmly. Suddenly, the silver figure raised its hand violently, flinging the cracking earth ape and its weapon away as if they were mere toys. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. The cracking earth ape was sent reeling. Utterly dazed, Moholic and the little fox stood nearby, utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. What kind of being is this? Even the frenzied cracking earth ape seemed like a plaything in its hands. My goodness, the liquid silver guardian from the devouring starry sky truly lives up to its reputation. This is incredibly impressive. Liu too was rendered speechless by the astonishing scene. The liquid silver guardian, with its towering and robust physique crafted from liquid silver metal, was said to require at least a ton of liquid silver to forge a single guardian, due to the inherently fluid nature of the liquid silver guardian. Each of the cracking earth ape's attacks landed with the same effect as striking water. The bone club struck the guardian's body as if they were merely passing through air, further inciting the already dim-witted cracking earth ape into a frenzy. Roar! The giant ape slightly bent its legs, and with a thunderous crash, leaped high into the air. It slammed its fists into the ground. Boom! The cavern shook violently, fissures cracking open across the floor. Not good. Move aside. In a moment of panic, Lu Yu failed to notice a massive rock plummeting from above. By the time he turned around, it was too late. Moholic and the little fox were obstructed by the falling debris, helplessly watching as the rock buried Lu Yu beneath it. Bang! As the dust cleared, Lu Yu opened his eyes and brushed the dust from his face, discovering that he was unscathed except for some dirt. He slowly lifted his head, only to find that the liquid silver guardian had appeared beside him, having shielded him from most of the impact. Thud! The liquid silver guardian unleashed a shockwave, instantly shattering the massive boulder pressing down on it. Moholic and the little fox heard a muffled sound, followed by the explosive disintegration of the stone pile that a silver figure emerged, effortlessly lifting a person into view. Lu, are you all right? Moholic asked anxiously. I'm fine. It saved me. After placing Liu down safely, the liquid silver guardian pointed toward the cave's entrance, signaling for them to exit before vanishing once more. The little fox leaped in front of Lu Yu, urgently checking for injuries to ensure he was unharmed. What should we do next? Moholic floated before Lu Yu and inquired. What's that silver warrior? Is it your trump card? Let's go outside first. Then we'll talk. Lu replied. Can your silver warrior handle this? Are you sure you don't want to stay and help? Lu Yu pondered. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Without looking back, Lu Yu turned to head back inside. Seeing this, the little fox hurriedly followed, but Moholic lifted her with his psychic power. Let's go. This isn't a battle we can participate in, and our presence would only be a hindrance. That we should leave first. Then he turned with the little fox and departed. The little fox struggled a bit, but realized she couldn't escape Moholic's control, so she resigned herself to being taken out. Meanwhile, the cracking earth ape continued to swing its massive club in a fit of rage. Bang! A punch landed squarely on its skull. Surprisingly, the gigantic body nimbly dodged the blow. Then, a silver figure appeared in the ape's line of sight. Enemies meeting face to face, tensions ran high. The cracking earth ape, already filled with pent-up fury, finally had a target to unleash its wrath upon. Roar! The ape let out a furious roar, pounding its solid chest with its fists, as if declaring war. The atmosphere crackled with tension, thick enough to cut through the air. Suddenly, points of starlight flickered above in the dark cavern. The starlight coalesced, and the metallic figure of the liquid silver guardian formed a suit of starry armor. Gleaming brilliantly in the dim cave, the liquid silver guardian turned its gaze back to the cave entrance. A purple soul ring slowly rotated, radiating a dazzling light. Then, the soul ring retracted. Lu gave a thumbs up to the liquid silver guardian, and with a flash of his azure soul ring, he soared out of the cave, propelled by the howling winds beneath his feet. The liquid silver guardian, feeling the power bestowed by the starry armor, nodded slightly towards the cave's entrance. Roar! Bang! The liquid silver guardian turned, its mechanical eyes flashing with a cold, determined gaze, as if it had already pronounced the death sentence for the cracking earth ape. With a chilling grip, its iron fist tightened. Bang! The bone club shattered instantly. Chapter 34. The Tombstone Operation, Part 3. With a tremendous roar, the dark cave entrance began to collapse. The little fox anxiously watched the crumbling area. A white figure suddenly dashed out, but with a thud, it collided with an invisible barrier and fell back to the ground. Don't panic. Holik looked towards the cave entrance and said, with that silver guardian, Lu Yu should be fine. Besides, we wouldn't be able to help even if we went in. Given that kid's temperament, he wouldn't undertake a task without assurance. We must trust him. Just as Holik was reassuring the little fox, a streak of azure light suddenly shot out from the cave. The figure was none other than Lu Yu, who had just returned. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the little fox rushed forward, inspecting him, and upon finding no injuries, she finally relaxed. That moment, Holik floated in front of Lu Yu and spoke. Are you sure you're unharmed? Lu Yu nodded. Inside, the liquid silver guardian held the fort. I cast a buff and dashed back. What could possibly happen? Hearing this, Holik felt relieved, but soon his tone shifted to one of disappointment. It seems unlikely we can obtain the dragon marrow now. Can your liquid silver guardian handle that cracking earth ape? Although it has lost its sanity, it is still empowered by the dragon marrow, and its strength should not be underestimated. Shouldn't we devise a way to assist it? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying. It shouldn't be a problem. The liquid silver guardian's unique physique means we need not worry. Lu Yu was aware that this approach wasn't entirely honorable, but he wasn't wrong. The liquid silver guardian was crafted entirely from liquid silver metal, capable of altering its form at will. While these guardians weren't specifically designed for combat, they were indeed built for defense. In the world of the devouring starry sky, they could face off against even the golden-horned behemoth. And this achievement should suffice against a frenzied cracking earth ape. Old Mo, Lu Yu suddenly called out. What is it? Take a look at this. As he spoke, Lu Yu retrieved a milky white lump from his spatial ring. Dragon marrow, Holik exclaimed in delight. You brought it out? Time rewinds to when Lu Yu was still at the mountaintop. Lu Yu had just retreated into the cave. He found the liquid silver guardian facing off against the cracking earth ape. The air thick with tension. With a thought, Lu Yu summoned his martial soul, transforming its form. The blue lotus martial soul separated, and the first soul ring gleamed. First soul skill, starry praise, amplification objective, silver flow guardian. Comprehensive enhancement, maximum power. The unusual occurrence within the cave instantaneously captured the attention of both factions on the battlefield. The wrath of the earth-splitting ape was abruptly drawn toward Lu Yu. In the blink of an eye, the bone club in his hand was swung forth. Bang! Instinctively, Lu Yu conjured a strong wind shield to defend himself, yet he felt no trace of the anticipated assault. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A silvery figure stood protectively before him, gripping the wild giant club with a formidable hand. Bang! The bone club shattered instantly, but fortunately, the wind shield he had previously cast shielded him from the incoming fragments. The earth-splitting ape seemed to regain a modicum of rationality, cautiously creating distance, its eyes still consumed by bloodlust. With the power of dragon essence coursing through it, the earth-splitting ape approached an astonishing strength of nearly 100,000 years. This battle was beyond Lu Yu's capacity to engage. Thus, after signaling to the Silver Flow Guardian, Lu Yu unleashed the speed-enhancing magic he had learned, fleeing the battlefield at maximum velocity. The rumbling sounds reverberated as the residual shockwaves of the ongoing battle engulfed the entire cave. With falling debris raining down like a torrential downpour, Lu Yu could only struggle to maintain the shield above his head, while desperately accelerating beneath him. Suddenly, boom, a powerful shockwave surged through the cave. Lu Yu felt as if he had been struck by a truck. His body uncontrollably propelled forward, plunging him into darkness. Fortunately, he regained consciousness moments later. Supporting his head with difficulty, Lu Yu staggered forward and suddenly found his gaze drawn to a milky white mass on the ground. Dragon Essence. The dragon essence that had been pinned beneath the earth-splitting ape now lay quietly at Lu Yu's feet. Quickly snapping back to reality, without a moment's hesitation, he bent down to retrieve the dragon essence and once again activated the gale step beneath his feet, sprinting towards the cave's exit. Finally, just before being buried by the debris, he dashed out. Lu Yu presented the dragon essence before Holik. Old Mo, please check if this dragon essence is still usable and how much energy remains. Mo Holik's single eye glimmered with a mysterious magical array as he advanced to scrutinize it closely. What's wrong? Is this dragon essence unusable? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Lu Yu. No, 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 quite the opposite. This dragon essence is of exceptional quality, and its damage is within normal parameters, showing no signs of forced absorption or destruction. Truly, this is splendid. Lu Yu suddenly realized something amiss. Old Mo. If you say this dragon essence shows no signs of forced absorption, doesn't that imply that something else drove the earth-splitting ape into a frenzy? Mo Holik remained silent. The three of them stiffly lifted their heads, slowly gazing towards the collapsed cave behind them. At this moment, their sense of unease intensified. Rumbling the battle within the cave had yet to cease, with the repeated clashes between the Silver Flow Guardian and the earth-splitting ape causing tremors that shook the ground. Soul beasts within several miles had long fled in terror from this dreadful conflict. Suddenly, the earth-splitting ape hurled its remaining bone club with great force, seizing the opportunity during the Silver Flow Guardian's defensive stance. With a thunderous beating of its chest, it roared, boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated deafeningly within the confines of the narrow cave. Suddenly, the earth-splitting ape unleashed a furious roar. In the next instant, its form visibly swelled. While Lu Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, the ground began to tremble violently. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, what is happening? Why are these soul beasts in a frenzy? A bloodied man clad in armor plunged his massive sword heavily into the ground. Miss, we should return. Encountering a soul beast riot on your first hunt is far too perilous. Moreover, we are short-handed. It would be wise to retreat. Behind him stood a knightly order comprised of 10 heavily armored warriors, ready to strike down any rampaging soul beast. At the forefront of the formation, a young girl wielded a knight's sword, donned in sleek silver armor that fit her form perfectly, highlighting her figure beautifully. Although merely 6 or 7 years of age, her features hinted at a budding beauty, with a slightly adorable oval face and bright, sparkling eyes. No, I awakened my martial soul a year later than my peers. I must find a suitable spirit ring on this outing, or I will not return. Chapter 35. The Graveyard Operation, Part 4. The girl's resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for dissent. Despite facing his own mistress, the man with the heavy sword remained steadfast in his opinion. Miss, this soul beast riot is anything but ordinary. For your safety, retreating is the wisest course of action. Besides, the family has soul beasts in captivity. Why must you hunt them yourself? After pondering for a moment, the girl replied, Sir Duran makes a valid point. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, Oh no! What happened, miss? Duran rushed over. Everyone, increase vigilance. Sir Duran, I just saw a shadow flash by over there. It was terrifying. Please take a few men to investigate. The girl's face showed signs of fear, as if she had witnessed something dreadful. All right, you few come with me. Duran, noticing the rampaging soul beasts dwindling, led several guards to check the situation. Sir Duran, please clear the path for our retreat as well. What the young lady says makes sense. The rest of you protect the young lady, and the others follow me to clear the way. Duran promptly issued his orders. Once Duran and his group moved away, the girl cleared her throat and addressed the remaining 5 knights. Ahem, I need to use the restroom. You all keep a close watch, and don't let anything happen, or else. Beware of Sir Duran's wrath. Yes, the knights chorused. Satisfied with their response, the girl nodded and turned toward a nearby thicket. Unbeknownst to her, as she entered the brush, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Heh, a bunch of dimwits, so easy to deceive. With that, the girl strode deeper into the soul-hunting forest without a backward glance. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, boom, a headless black bear soul beast collapsed, blood gushing from its neck like a fountain. Duran wielded his sword, swinging it up and down. The massive sword, towering over him, moved with remarkable agility, like a paper-thin butterfly fluttering, each swing marking the end of a life. Duran carved out a vacuum of safety amid the relentless waves of attacking soul beasts. Sir Duran, this area as soul beasts have been mostly cleared. At that moment, a squire knight rushed over to report. Good, you stay behind to handle the remaining soul beast. I will go rejoin the young lady. Understood, the knights replied in unison. Meanwhile, outside the cave in the soul-hunting forest, Lu Yu and his companions stood speechless before the sight that unfolded before them. There, amidst the ruins of the cave, loomed a colossal shadow. Roar! The giant ape thundered, pounding its chest with a deafening roar. This bone-rattling sound left Lu Yu momentarily dazed. This is a mental shock. This sensation was all too familiar to Lu Yu. But why was the earth-splitting ape, a soil attribute soul beast, capable of a mental attack? Moreover, according to old Mo, the energy produced by the dragon essence should not be sufficient to drive the earth-splitting ape into a frenzy. Thus, it was clear that the beast possessed other treasures that Luu. Look, that gorilla seems different from before, Mo Holik suddenly interjected. Following his gaze, Lu noticed that the earth-splitting ape had developed scales across its body, particularly on its chest, which was entirely covered. Two horn-like protrusions had sprouted from the top of its head. In the midst of his astonishment, Mo Holik suddenly exclaimed, Lu, look at the gorilla's head. Lu turned to see a blood-red protrusion on the earth-splitting ape's forehead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a crystalline material, now conspicuously embedded in the ape's head. That must be the source of the earth-splitting ape's aberration. Lu concluded, if I'm not mistaken, Lu, we might have stumbled upon a treasure. Mo Holik exclaimed excitedly. Treasure? That crystal? Indeed. Merholik remarked, if my eyes do not deceive me, that must be Dragon Ball. It is a treasure that surpasses even the essence of dragons. Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, they soon dimmed again. But the current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for us. That colossal gorilla is in a frenzied state, and approaching it would be akin to courting death. Boom! Just as Lu finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted from the ruins. Another enormous figure emerged, the sight of this second giant. Lu's heart surged with joy. This second figure was none other than the Silver Guardian. The sole difference was its size, which had dramatically increased, towering even over the already gigantic earth-splitting ape, reaching an exaggerated height of 30 meters. Yet, for the Silver Guardian, such height was merely child's play, as the properties of silver metal allowed it to expand from 2 meters to 200 meters. Roar. The moment the Silver Guardian appeared before the earth-splitting ape, it drew all of the creature's wrath. It was this very iron lump that had previously battered itself in the cave. Roar. The crystal atop its head spread countless filaments, continuously stimulating the ape's nerves. The giant ape furiously pounded its own head, as if it were not even its own. Ultimately, its eyes turned crimson, having already succumbed. No one knew that the being now occupying this body was a long-forgotten existence. Roar. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar, its lantern-like eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds, intent on tearing apart whatever lay hidden behind. Simultaneously, in the eyes of Lu and his companions, the appearance of the earth-splitting ape had undergone a dramatic transformation. The few scales at once had now enveloped its entire body. The dragon horns on its head had fully formed, and it even sported a long, scaled tail trailing behind. Its blood-red eyes had morphed into eerie vertical slits, and its mouth had sprouted horrifying fangs. Its once rough hands had been replaced by lethal claws. That moment, the beast resembled a haphazard assemblage of two utterly unrelated entities. In the next instant, the giant beast unexpectedly turned to leave, showing no intention of engaging in battle with the Silver Guardian. Witnessing this scene, Merholik addressed Lu. Lu, this creature is brimming with resentment. If it manages to escape, the consequences would be dire. Lu nodded in agreement and promptly issued a command to the Silver Guardian to intercept. In truth, even if Merholik had remained silent, Lu had already intended to eliminate the monstrous being before him. Just moments ago, a cool electronic voice had resonated in his mind. Ding. The system has issued an emergency bounty task. Hunt the frenzied earth-splitting ape, semi-dragonized. Task difficulty: 5 stars, completion time 3 days, bounty reward, magic blade Shinrin. A full set of black god armor. Task failure, deduction of half the host's cultivation. Chapter 36, The Graveyard Operation 5, an emergency bounty task. It seems the system has devised yet another novel approach. Such a generous reward from the system only affirms the task's 5-star status. While the rewards are enticing, this giant gorilla appears to be rather formidable. This challenge is quite daunting, Lu murmured. Roar. The earth-splitting ape, seeing the Silver Guardian blocking its path, let out another furious roar. Observing that the Silver Guardian showed no signs of yielding, the earth-splitting ape tilted its head back to gather power. Its abdomen rapidly turned a fiery red, as if ablaze. Suddenly, the giant ape exhaled a scorching breath. The breath surged towards the Silver Guardian with a speed that was almost imperceptible. The massive silver figure exhibited no inclination to evade. Boom! At last, the searing ray collided violently with the Silver Guardian. The shockwave from the impact ignited the surrounding trees, and some soul beasts that could not escape were instantly reduced to charred remains by the terrifying heat. The air itself warped under the extreme temperature. Liu felt as though flames were igniting within his nostrils and lungs with each breath, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt enveloped by a refreshing coolness. Turning around, Liu beheld a single eye radiating a gentle blue light. Old Mo? Liu exclaimed in delight. The fourth-tier defensive magic. Water barrier. The gorilla seems somewhat off. Merholik remarked. Liu responded, perplexed. Observe, the gorilla's current offensive capabilities are quite limited. It has only one ranged attack, the breath. Additionally, its limbs appear very uncoordinated, almost as if they were hastily attached. Liu followed his gaze. In the distance, two enormous figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Each punch from the earth-splitting ape seemed capable of shattering a mountain. Despite the immense force behind each strike, its punching speed and angles were strangely awkward and rigid. The Silver Guardian merely sidestepped effortlessly to evade the incoming fists. Thus, this moment presents a golden opportunity for us. Bang! The Silver Guardian dodged a punch from the earth-splitting ape and seized the chance to deliver a powerful blow to its abdomen. Roar of the earth-splitting ape yelped in pain, attempting to unleash its fiery breath once more, but a mighty hand clamped over its mouth. The Silver Guardian's left hand deftly grasped the ape's horn. And with a sudden, forceful pull, bang, the massive figure of the earth-splitting ape was thrown to the ground as if it were a mere toy. Now's your chance, Merholik shouted. Then, the single eye shone with golden light. Suddenly, several intricate magic circles appeared around Liu, enveloping his limbs and torso. As the light swirled, the magic circles transformed into a robe of runes that adorned Liu. The magical energy on the robe streaked across like shooting stars. Feeling the abundant magic coursing through the robe, Liu couldn't help but express his astonishment. Impressive, Old Mo. You possess such capabilities. I have many more tricks up my sleeve, and I will teach you all of them in due time. But now, we must focus on the task at hand. Time is of the essence, Merholik replied proudly. Right at that moment, Liu's fighting spirit surged. With a thought, the star prayer staff manifested in his grasp. The chaotic azure lotus unfurled its petals gracefully in the absence of wind. 3 soul rings rose gently beneath his feet. The first soul ring shimmered brightly. First soul skill, starlit praise, target augmentation, self. Star whispering spirit fox, silver guardian, comprehensive enhancement. The azure soul ring glimmered. Second tier magic. Gale step, second tier magic. Wind manipulation, third tier magic. Great wind blast. Unlike his previous duel with Tang San, this time the whirlwind's coverage expanded to more than 5 times its original size. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fierce winds howled. Liu soared upwards, propelled by the wind. The azure gem atop the staff gleamed brightly. Numerous blades of wind shot forth, aimed directly at the earth-splitting ape's face. At this moment, the earth-splitting ape, pinned down by the Silver Guardian, had no chance of evading. Swish! The eye of the earth-cleaving ape burst forth in a crimson explosion. A roar erupted from its throat. But the sound was muffled, for its mouth was firmly restrained by the Silver Stream Guardian. In that moment, the earth-cleaving ape was consumed by a profound inner turmoil. After a century of slumber, it had finally found a body that was barely adequate, only to be confronted by a horde of lunatics upon completing its possession. Without uttering a word, they launched an unrelenting assault upon it. Yet, having just seized control of this new form, it was still unfamiliar with its capabilities, rendering it utterly incapable of resisting in such a short span of time. The towering figure before it, seemingly as solid as steel, moved with a fluidity akin to liquid, causing each of its punches to feel as though they were striking against cotton. Moments ago, an irritating insect had also been buzzing around, further aggravating its plight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, a young girl wielded her sword, adopting a combat stance as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The atmosphere here was eerily unsettling. Devoid of any trace of soul beasts, judging by the bloodstains on her armor, it was evident that she had emerged from a fierce battle, her hands trembling slightly as they gripped her weapon. Beads of sweat clung to her fair forehead, a stark contrast to her earlier expectations. She had anticipated that hunting soul beasts would mirror her training in her family's martial arts, merely requiring an understanding of their characteristics and weaknesses. However, her recent encounter with a wind demon wolf had shattered that illusion, while she had perused the family's archives and was aware of its vulnerabilities. Each swing of her sword had been accompanied by a pang of anxiety and a series of uncharacteristic mistakes, Despite being the most exemplary swordsman among her peers, even her usually stern father had offered commendations. She could not comprehend why, despite the soul beasts sharing similarities with those her family reared, her efforts seemed futile, had it not been for a sudden gust of wind that swept her and the wind demon wolf apart. She might have already met her demise. When the girl regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, not a single soul beast was in sight, yet an uncanny atmosphere permeated the air. Accompanied by distant roars echoing in the background, it was at this moment that she realized she had lost her way. Regret and despair filled her heart. Why had she disregarded her father's admonitions and insisted on embarking on this hunt? Why had she sought to outsmart Captain Duran and his companions? Why had she acted so recklessly? Why had she felt the need to prove her superiority over her siblings before her father? Suddenly, a thunderous noise in the distance startled her. She looked up to see a shadow rapidly enlarging in her vision. With a crash, her hands went limp, the sword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Despair washed over her as she shut her eyes, her mind blank. Instinct urged her to flee, yet her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, immovable. Chapter 37. The graveyard rave. The girl closed her eyes in despair, bracing herself for the impending pain of death. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated sensation did not arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a figure clad in a black robe standing before her. The youthful face of a silver-haired boy, seemingly of a similar age to her, bore an unexpected maturity that belied his years. "Hey, are you all right?" Liu asked, turning to her, when the girl did not respond for an extended period. He wondered if she had been rendered speechless by fear. "Are you alone?" It was then that the girl finally processed his words, but before she could reply, she felt a powerful arm encircle her waist. "Ah," she exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a rush of wind whisked her away, and when she regained her bearings, she found herself perched atop a nearby treetop. Glancing back, she saw that her previous position had transformed into a gaping pit. In that instant, she realized she was leaning against someone. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find herself losing her footing. "Ah!" She cried out as she teetered on the brink of falling, but a strong hand reached out just in time. Liu pulled her close, and a delicate fragrance enveloped him. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere began to swirl around them. A rosy hue crept onto their youthful faces. "Hey!" Just then, an ill-timed voice interrupted the moment. "Liu, what are you doing? Now is not the time for flirting." Holik rushed over from a distance. Moments ago, after Liu unleashed several wind blades at the earth-cleaving ape, he had been sent flying by the debris kicked up by its chaotic resistance. And now he was nowhere to be found. In his haste to find Liu, he had neglected his own safety, only to discover him caught up in a romantic entanglement. "Old Imo," Liu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Holik. "Stay here and don't wander off. It's dangerous over there." After offering a few words of caution to the girl, he summoned a whirlwind beneath his feet and soared toward the heart of the battlefield. Oblivious to the fact that the gust had caused the girl to lose her balance, she swayed back and forth, struggling to regain her equilibrium, but ultimately fell with a thud onto the ground. Rubbing her backside, she managed to stand up, grumbling to herself, "Honestly, he has no regard for delicate matters." Meanwhile, Liu, unaware of the events that had just transpired, rushed toward the battlefield. The center. Two colossal figures were locked in a fierce struggle. The earth-cleaving ape, initially subdued by the Silver Stream Guardian, found an opportunity to escape, skillfully tearing a fissure in the ground. One of its eyes bled profusely, while the other appeared to bulge from its socket. Its visage a fearsome sight. Thick plumes of smoke emanated from its flaring nostrils as its abdomen glowed ominously, and a scorching breath surged forth once again. The Silver Stream Guardian remained steadfast, making no effort to evade the attack. With its arms crossed above its head, it braced for the impending collision. Boom! At the moment of impact, a wave of searing heat enveloped the area. Witnessing this, Liu couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, I just got back, and this is what I walk into. Can't we have a moment of peace?" As frustration surged within him. The inevitable was upon him. In an instant, the familiar sensations of burning and suffocation washed over him. Suddenly, the earth-cleaving ape ceased its fiery breath. A torrent of potent energy coalesced within its maw, forming a sphere reminiscent of a black hole. In mere moments, the surrounding trees, flora, debris, and soul beasts were drawn toward the sphere, as if gravity had lost its hold. Slowly, the sphere detached from the ape's mouth and ascended toward the heavens. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it abruptly halted, yet its gravitational pull intensified, darkening the once clear sky as if heralding the apocalypse. Seeing the unfolding scene, Liu couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Isn't that the heavenly obstruction star?" "Bro, you're mixing up your references. This is just like Pain's technique from Naruto that destroyed the village." At that moment, Immoholik appeared at his side. "Our priority now is to remove the crystal from the gorilla's head. However, that black hole's gravitational pull is too strong. It's a tricky situation to Luu." Gripping the outer armor of the Silver Stream Guardian, fought against the pull. Hearing Immoholik's inquiry, he responded as loudly as he could. "Old Immo, every skill has its weaknesses. The black hole in the sky is the focal point of this technique. If we shatter it, we should be able to counter it. Old Immo, come here. I need to tell you something." Moholik floated closer, and Liu whispered his plan into his ear. To Liu's surprise, Moholik's single eye widened in astonishment. "Are you sure that will work?" Liu nodded solemnly. Without delay, he directed the Silver Stream Guardian to prepare to throw him. After a brief exchange of thoughts, both of them began to gather their strength. Moholik's body became enveloped in a series of dazzling magic circles. Unlike any seen before, converging into a single line, the circles radiated an intense heat, as if poised to incinerate everything in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Liu had already reverted to his true form, with 5 tails unfurled. Even in broad daylight, he shone with a dazzling brilliance that a massive-tailed beast ball began to form in his mouth. "Now's our chance." Standing within the immense metallic palm, Liu shouted fervently, in an instant. A scarlet beam of intense heat surged forth. 6th-tier magic, Flame God Pillar. The tailed beast orb was instantly launched, intertwining with the former in the air, ultimately striking the black hole above. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated instantly. Concurrently, the Silver Guardian thrust forward with one hand, and upon reaching its maximum range, a figure swiftly propelled itself from its palm. That figure was none other than Liu. The moment he darted forth, the massive form of the Silver Guardian vanished abruptly, seemingly converging along the contact point with Liu's palm, coalescing into a striking silver battle armor. The deafening roar from the sky and the sudden cessation of the suction indicated that Lao Mo and Liu's assault had borne fruit, confirming the viability of Liu's plan. Only one remaining link was needed to subdue the colossal gorilla before him. Liu soared through the air, his left hand positioned forward and right hand drawn back to gather energy. He noticed that his right hand was now enveloped in a red glove. This was the crux of Liu's strategy. While Lao Mo and Liu obliterated the black hole, he would utilize the Silver Guardian to approach the Rift Ape, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. "Come on." Liu silently urged himself. With all his might, he thrust his right fist forward. At that moment, the Rift Ape's legs slightly bent, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet the previous attack had exhausted nearly all of its soul power. Chapter 38. The Graveyard Operation Dance. 2. The diminutive figure appeared increasingly distinct in the Rift Ape's eyes. Curiously, although the silver-haired and exhibited limited strength, the red glove radiated an unsettling power. The soul concealed within the Rift Ape's colossal form seemed to tremble. Roar. The Rift Ape emitted another furious roar. In the next moment, countless boulders hurtled toward the giant ape. Its massive body was swiftly encased in a heavy rock armor, intricate patterns emerging and intertwining to form a labyrinth of designs. In a fleeting moment, the Rift Ape established a fortress-like defense. At this juncture, Liu felt his soul power rapidly depleting. Within his consciousness, 2 whirlpools of soul energy spun at an astonishing speed, absorbing nearly all the power released by his punch. In a brief span, an overwhelming surge of soul energy flooded through his limbs, leaving him oscillating between feeling drained and invigorated. In that moment, he could only curse in frustration. Damn it. No one mentioned that a single punch would consume so much soul power. Liu's complexion flushed crimson, yet his right hand continued to absorb his soul power like an insatiable abyss. All the whirlpools in his consciousness were spinning at high velocity, and even the surrounding soul power crystals were not spared, being crushed and re-released as soul energy, perhaps having absorbed enough soul power. Liu's fist gauntlet suddenly erupted with radiant red light, making him appear as a meteor blazing through the atmosphere. Boom! At last, the searing red meteor collided with the formidable barrier. Initially, the solid rock wall managed to withstand the impact. But in just a moment, it cracked like fragile glass. The next instant, the fissures rapidly spread across the entire barrier. Crack! The thick rock barrier emitted a crisp sound akin to glass shattering, before fracturing entirely. Suddenly, an invisible wave emanated from the point of collision. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze in time, as if everything had been paused. The next moment, trees within a several-mile radius disintegrated into dust. The colossal form of the rift ape was not spared either, dissolving into the ether. Only a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, remained in its place in the distance. A girl stood beneath a tree. Gazing at the unfolding spectacle at this moment, Zhang Qiqi was utterly astounded by the events taking place. The boy, seemingly of her age, possessed such formidable strength, while she herself, "My lady." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Knight Duran rushed breathlessly to the young girl's side. He immediately knelt on one knee, saying, "I apologize, my lady. It is my dereliction of duty that has placed you in such peril. Please punish me." He had noticed the enormous crater upon his arrival, and coupled with the desolation surrounding it, he surmised that a fierce battle had transpired. However, he found it strange that he had sensed nothing in the vicinity moments prior. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, preparing to report back to his lord, as escorting his lady to safety was of utmost importance. "It's all right. Let us return," the girl replied calmly. Her fair visage bore no sign of disturbance. Seemingly unfazed by the chaos that had just unfolded, unaware that a seed had quietly taken root within her heart, as Duran and his party departed, the space around them twisted unexpectedly. 6 figures appeared silently. They observed the direction from which the group had departed, and one of them spoke. "All right, they have moved on. Let us dismantle the barrier. The spirit hall must have heard the commotion and will arrive shortly." A gentle breeze stirred, causing the black cloaks to flutter, revealing a familiar face, one of the 12 offerings, the Qing Long, who had appeared when Li was knocked unconscious by Feng Guanshan. Before he could finish speaking, a sweet, melodic voice chimed in. "Oh my, I never expected our divine son had such capabilities. Although merely a remnant soul, it's impressive that he managed to escape from the Holy Domain's prison, yet he met his end here. I wonder how the old warden will react upon learning this." Another female voice chimed in. "Indeed, indeed. After all, this demon dragon escaped during his time of reckoning." At that moment, Qinglong interjected, "Enough of this trivial banter. Let us assess the divine son's condition." Just then, a figure cloaked in black approached from a distance, removing his hood to reveal a head of peculiar green hair. He spoke, "I have just checked. The divine son is not in grave danger, merely drained of soul power." Pausing briefly, the green-haired youth continued, "I have discovered this." As he spoke, he produced an ancient tome bound in sheepskin from behind him, along with a charred soul beast, barely identifiable as a fox. "Xuanwu, you tend to these two," he instructed. "Baihu, you and your companion are responsible for escorting the divine son back. Remember, do not act recklessly." The one addressed as Baihu, the owner of the previously sweet voice, replied cheerfully, "Leave it to me." Seemingly oblivious to the warning, Qinglong sighed, appearing unfazed by the scene before him. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier dissipated. In the distance, several figures could be seen hastening toward them. "All right, the spirit hall's personnel have arrived. We must depart," he declared, and once more, the space warped, causing the 6 figures to vanish as if they had never existed. The only difference in the area was the absence of Lu Yu and his party. Hardly had the 7 departed when several elegantly attired figures arrived. Among them, a familiar silhouette emerged, the city lord of Nodding City and the steward, Su Yuntao, both of whom held considerable status in the city. However, at that moment, they followed closely behind an even more resplendently dressed elder. Upon their arrival, they were left utterly astonished by the scene before them. The soul-hunting forest lay in proximity to Nodding City, practically beneath their noses, and such a cataclysm had erupted without their knowledge until informed by a special envoy from headquarters. "Envoy, this is entirely my oversight. How could such a battle occur within my territory without my awareness?" The city lord of Nodding City exclaimed hurriedly. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "This matter does not concern you. A powerful presence has set up a barrier here. If you had sensed anything, that would have been unusual." The envoy spoke. "I have come for 2 matters. The first pertains to this place. As for the second matter." Meanwhile, in a certain forbidden area of the Duel continent, Tang Hao was poised to summon his martial soul to confront the suddenly appearing poisonous dragon. Unexpectedly, a flash of silver light swept across, and the once formidable poisonous dragon was instantaneously reduced to a heap of bones. Chapter 39. The mysterious village. Tang Hao stood in shock, gazing at the bones below. Who would have imagined that mere moments ago, this had been a colossal soul beast? Suddenly, He lifted his gaze and saw a group of figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Indeed, they seemed to glide through space. Though they appeared to walk like ordinary people, with each step they took, their figures would instantaneously materialize several paces ahead. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Tang Hao and his companion. Upon closer inspection, Tang Hao discerned that there were only 4 individuals, and to his astonishment, they were all children, the leader appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. My grandfather has been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me," the leading child said respectfully, a silver-white dial in his left eye slowly turning. Tang Hao felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that the flash of light earlier was conjured by this young boy before him? His curiosity about the village intensified. The man in the black robe beside Tang Hao chuckled, his voice betraying his elderly status. "It seems you bear a resemblance to that old scoundrel. I never expected that old rascal M.O. would have such a distinguished grandson." "Child, what is your name?" he inquired. Upon hearing the elder address his grandfather in such a manner, the boy did not take offense. Instead, he responded with utmost respect, "I am called M.O. Rand. You must be Grandfather Jack, as I often hear my grandfather speak of you." "Huh? Speak of me? Surely, it cannot be that he has not spared a few words of complaint about me." Jack laughed heartily. The boy felt a bit awkward in response. "Enough of that. I shan't trouble you further. Lead the way. It has been quite some time since I last visited the village," Jack said with a smile. "Let us go. Prepare yourselves to enter the village." He beckoned to the silent Tang Hao standing beside him. Just as Tang Hao was ready to take a step forward, the child named M.O. Rand's lips curled into a subtle smile. In an instant, the dial in his left eye erupted with dazzling silver light, blinding those around him momentarily. Subsequently, everyone felt the ground beneath them soften, and their bodies swayed as they lost their balance. Once they regained their footing, Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that they had already departed from the toxic wasteland. Before him lay a serene village, with neatly arranged houses and a network of paths. The moss-covered steps gleamed green, and the grass appeared a vibrant blue. Villagers clad in simple attire carried farming tools on their shoulders, while women by the river washed clothes and vegetables, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Children played joyously at the village entrance, their laughter seemingly untouched by the dangers of the outside world. The arrival of the newcomers stirred not a ripple in this idyllic paradise. Tang Hao turned to observe his surroundings. He noticed that an ethereal mist enveloped the outskirts of the village, as if an invisible barrier prevented it from encroaching any closer. Seeing Tang Hao fixated on the mist, M.O. Rand chuckled and explained. "The village is under the protection of our ancestral deity. The deity's blessings allow us to remain shielded from all dangers." As they spoke, the group had arrived at the village center, where Tang Hao observed a gathering of people and curiously inquired, "What are they doing?" M.O. Rand smiled and elucidated. "That is the village altar, the place where we offer our prayers to the ancestral deity. This year, 3 children have reached adulthood, and they are undergoing their martial soul awakening." "Praying for their soul rings. Praying for soul rings?" Tang Hao was taken aback. In his understanding, children reaching the appropriate age typically had soul masters dispatched by the martial soul hall for their awakening. Some secluded families managed the awakening internally as well. However, regardless of whether it was the martial soul hall or hidden families, the only path to obtaining soul rings after awakening was through hunting soul beasts. The concept of praying for soul rings left him perplexed. As Tang Hao pondered, he gazed up at the statue at the center of the altar, only to find its face completely blank. "Why is the statue devoid of a face?" he asked. "The deity has yet to descend to the mortal realm. Once the deity returns, the visage will reveal itself." An aged voice suddenly interjected from behind. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, strolled toward them. "Grandfather, village elder." M.O. Rand and the others greeted politely. The elder nodded warmly. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." They soon arrived at a wooden house, where through the window they could see the faceless statue on the altar and the ongoing rituals. "Ha! I never expected this old rascal to still be alive." Old Jack suddenly burst into laughter. "Old Jack, it has been years since we last met. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever, cursing me to death upon our reunion." Emotion retorted with a chuckle. "And who might this be?" he asked, gesturing toward Tang Hao, a young man who has lost his way. "He has resided in our village for a few years, and I thought to bring him out for a stroll." Emotion replied. "You old scoundrel, look at how your grandson has grown. He has become quite distinguished." Old Jack continued, "I have come seeking your assistance regarding a matter." Emotion replied. pouring tea as he spoke, that I knew you would not come without a purpose. Speak. What do you require? Here, have some tea, he said, handing a cup to Tang Hao. Tang Hao received it with both hands in gratitude, then sipped it, only to feel a warm current coursing through his meridians, leading him to perceive his mental acuity sharpening. His eyes widened in astonishment. This tea possesses such remarkable properties. If only I could take some back for Xiao-san. Meanwhile, two white-haired elders engaged in conversation. Point two matters, old Jack indicated with two fingers. First, retrieve the item I left with you previously. That is easily arranged. I shall have Ranner fetch it for you. Emotion readily agreed. And the second matter, I wish to visit the sacred domain. Old Jack stated. Upon hearing this, Emotion paused momentarily in his tea pouring, then resumed, refilling cups for both old Jack and Tang Hao without uttering a word. What is the matter? This is not feasible. This is the sole passage to the sacred domain. Surely, they haven't closed it off as well? Old Jack sensed something amiss with his old friend and inquired anxiously. Yes, I may not be able to assist you with this matter. The passage to the sacred domain has been sealed for a year, Emotion replied. What? It has been closed for a year. Old Jack felt a wave of unease wash over him. Has something happened in the sacred domain? I am not privy to that information. Old Lu did not communicate anything to me. The passage has remained shut since the 12 offerings departed a year ago, and I am left in the dark regarding the current situation inside. Emotion explained. Old Jack was taken aback. What? All 12 offerings have been mobilized. It seems a great calamity is imminent. Emotion shook his head. Old Lu refuses to divulge anything. The passage was sealed from within, and there is no way to reopen it from the outside. I find myself powerless. As the two conversed, Tang Hao turned his gaze toward the window. Suddenly, the faceless statue at the altar erupted with a surge of silver light. Instantly, the three children undergoing the ritual vanished, as if swept away by that very silver light. Chapter 40. The Seed of Legacy. Emotion Yuan followed Tang Hao's gaze outside. The soul awakening ceremony is nearing its conclusion. In a day's time, the village will gain 3 new soul masters. A day? Tang Hao exclaimed. After awakening their martial souls, they must hunt soul beasts to obtain their soul rings to officially become soul masters. However, those 3 children do not appear capable of hunting soul beasts on their own. How can you be so certain they will become soul masters in one day? To his surprise, Emotion stroked his beard and chuckled. Young man, do you know the origins of our village? Tang Hao shook his head. I do not. Then do you know why we venerate our ancestral deity? Emotion continued. I do not. Tang Hao responded. Shaking his head once more, Emotion took a sip of tea and began to explain. Firstly, let me speak of that statue. It is more accurately described as a door. A door? Tang Hao queried in surprise. Indeed, this door connects 2 realms. One is the sacred domain that old Jack and I just mentioned. Is there another place? Tang Hao pressed further. Yes, there is another place, and that is the location where we awaken our martial souls and obtain our soul rings. Every child in the village who reaches the appropriate age is sent to the place of inheritance to receive the blessings of our ancestral deity. This blessing involves planting the seed of inheritance within their bodies, a process that takes 1 day. Once a person has planted the seed of inheritance and cultivates their soul power to a certain level, the seed will take root and sprout, giving birth to a soul ring. To plant the seed of inheritance within oneself and nurture a soul ring, Tang Hao is utterly astounded by this method of cultivation. However, once a villager passes away, the seed of inheritance within them returns to its original state and returns to the place of inheritance. Does this not, to some extent, transform a person into a soul beast? Tang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Emotion, upon hearing this, bore no anger and patiently explained. Indeed, this bears a resemblance to soul beasts, but humans are living beings of this world. Just as soul beasts are, the divine created both humanity and soul beasts, and the ideal relationship between the two is one of peaceful coexistence. The Stardow Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest are the consequences of rampant hunting of soul beasts. It is estimated that in a few hundred years, there will be no soul beasts left to hunt. Having said this, he extended his right hand, revealing a silver plant in his palm. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation and slowly nodded. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your enlightening instruction. I am deeply grateful. Emotion displayed a kind smile. Such trivial matters are of no consequence. You are recognized as a guardian of the barrier, so it is only natural that you are informed of these matters. recognized as a guardian of the barrier? Tang Hao was taken aback once more. Indeed, it is an invisible barrier that protects Mo family village from harm. A legacy left by our ancestral deity if one is not recognized by it. Even if Zhen'er were to use her soul abilities on you, you would be cast into the poisonous forest outside. By the time Tang Hao and old Jack left Mo family village, it was already deep into the night. The poisonous forest was far more dangerous at night, with countless nocturnal creatures beginning their hunt. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a pungent gas. After Mo Ran saw off the two distinguished guests, a silver light flickered in his left eye, and in the blink of an eye, the boy's figure vanished without a trace. Elder, why don't we stay in the village for a night before leaving? Tang Hao adjusted his hood. The holy domain has closed. Let us depart, old Jack replied slowly. Elder, what exactly is the holy domain? Tang Hao inquired, recalling the ancestral deity mentioned by Mo Lao. He nodded. The so-called ancestral deity can be regarded as one god or two gods. Tang Hao was once again perplexed. Isn't it true that the older generation speaks in such a convoluted manner? Do you remember the soul ability released by Mo Ran? Tang Hao nodded. That boy merely flashed silver light in his left eye, and he instantly changed his position. It was a typical example of a spatial soul ability. Could it be a deity of space? Yes, that is correct, but only partially. There is also a deity of time. Two gods. Tang Hao was even more astonished. The divine realm is created by these two gods, and its history can even be traced back to the very birth of the continent. The holy domain generally exists within a fluid and unique space, where the two gods utilize divine power to create several anchors to stabilize the location of the holy domain. These anchors serve as vital conduits between the holy domain and the continent. Mo family village is one of them, and indeed, it is the most crucial one since the Great War 90 years ago. All other anchors have been destroyed, leaving only Mo family village. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, could not help but ask, since the holy domain has existed for such a long time, why has there never been any record of it on the continent? Old Jack replied, the holy domain has always acted discreetly, unwilling to engage in excessive interactions with the continent. All that is known is that they have been monitoring every movement on the continent. Seemingly wary of something, the sudden closure of the holy domain is indeed peculiar. Although they have always been mysterious in their actions, they have historically maintained contact with the continent. Elder, where are we headed this time? Tang Hao caught up with old Jack. Although old Jack appeared as a frail old man, his steps were swift enough that even a robust man like Tang Hao had to quicken his pace to keep up. Upon hearing this, old Jack halted, retrieved two yellowed old envelopes from his pocket, and handed them to Tang Hao. Inside is something I left for Xiao San, and the other is for Xiao Yu. They are both good children. Cultivating as soul masters is not easy. This is a small token from me, and you must not keep what belongs to Xiao San for yourself. We part ways here. Please hand these to the two children when you see them again. Without waiting for Tang Hao to refuse, he pressed the envelopes into the latter's hands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, in the blink of an eye. Old Jack's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving Tang Hao standing in a daze, still holding the two envelopes. Tang Hao's weathered face bore an expression of neutrality, lost in thought, seemingly calm, yet within. He subtly speculated on old Jack's true identity. Could it be that village chief Jack was indeed that legendary master who shook the continent decades ago? Even he was taken aback by his own thoughts. Impossible. At that time, various forces on the continent nearly dispatched all their top-tier combatants to hunt down that being, and there was no chance of survival. However, his hand holding the envelopes trembled slightly. Soon after, he suddenly recalled that village chief Jack had not informed him how to leave. When he arrived, he had completely relied on the silver token in old Jack's possession to be transported into this poisonous forest. Now that old Jack had left, Mo Ran's teleportation was not to the same place as before. That it seemed he was lost. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt something in his embrace that he reached in and touched it. It was the silver token that village chief Jack had used earlier. Following that, Tang Hao attempted to infuse his soul power into the token, with a swish, accompanied by a flash of silver light. Tang Hao's figure disappeared from the poisonous forest. Chapter 41. Rebirth in the Heaven Do Empire, Holy Soul Village. Within a modest wooden house, Liu slowly opened his eyes. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting light and shadow to weave a scene unique to dawn upon the floor. Instinctively, Liu raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through his body, causing him to emit a pained groan. Why does it hurt so much? Lu Yu gasped, gritting his teeth. Brother Yu, you're awake. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out beside him, before Lu Yu could respond. Xiao Wu, seeing that he was awake, dashed outside. Third brother, Brother Yu is awake, she shouted as she ran. Just then, Tang San, who was carrying a pile of items, noticed the frantic figure rushing toward him. Suddenly, a stone appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet. Observing the situation, Tang San decisively halted, sidestepped, and nimbly retreated to avoid the impending disaster. Bang! As expected, Xiao Wu tripped over the stone and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had successfully dodged, continued to hold on to his belongings. Fortunately, nothing happened while I was giving Brother Yu medicine, he thought. Third brother, Xiao Wu, feeling aggrieved, rubbed her head as she rose from the ground, her eyes filled with reproach, resembling a little wronged wife. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Is there something urgent? Tang San inquired, noticing her haste. Initially, Xiao Wu was indignant that someone had failed to catch her and she had fallen, but she quickly suppressed her grievances. Brother Yu woke up, so I rushed to tell you. Tang San, upon hearing this, expressed his delight. Really? He quickened his pace toward the wooden house, calling back without looking, Xiao Wu, hurry and fetch a bowl of water. Oh, Xiao Wu responded eagerly. Brother Yu, are you all right? Just as Lu Yu was about to rise, he heard an urgent voice call out. Cough, cough. The moment Lu Yu spoke, his throat felt as if it were being ripped apart with pain. What has happened to me? Brother Yu, you have been unconscious for almost 5 days. Here, drink some water to soothe your throat. Xiao Wu handed a bowl of water to Lu Yu. He reached out to take it, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Fortunately, Tang San reacted quickly and caught the bowl, preventing Lu Yu from soaking himself. Gazing into the bowl, Lu Yu caught sight of his own face. That it was a visage devoid of color, lips pale and cracked, marred by streaks of blood. Brother Yu, what are you thinking about? Tang San observed Lu Yu lost in thought and couldn't help but inquire. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. That I was merely startled by my own appearance. Lu Yu replied. Little San, what has transpired during the days of my unconsciousness? Suddenly, as he uttered these words, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Brother Yu. Both of them were taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden spurt of blood. Tang San hurriedly approached and gently patted Lu Yu's back. Brother Yu, having been unconscious for such an extended period, it's only natural for you to feel weak. You should rest more and refrain from moving about. After a moment's pause, he continued, 5 days ago, I heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found you collapsed on the floor, covered in blood and unresponsive. Indeed, it nearly frightened us to death. Xiao Wu interjected. Beside you was a package and a note, which contained a prescription for your recovery. Tang San gestured toward the large and small bundles nearby. The medicines were gathered according to the prescription on that note. Wait a moment, Lu Yu suddenly interrupted. You dared to follow an unknown prescription for my treatment. To be honest, we were initially hesitant. The first batch was personally verified by Brother San. Until, Lu Yu couldn't help but tease. Little San, you are quite impressive, with knowledge of pharmacology. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Brother Yu, last night you nearly scared Xiao Wu and me to death. Fortunately, a mysterious figure in black appeared suddenly and fed you a golden pill, reviving you to Lu's interest peaked. So, you mean I suddenly died last night, and then a figure in black appeared and brought me back to life? Did you see the face of this figure or note any distinguishing features? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu felt he had asked a rather foolish question. Truth be told, he already had some suspicions about the identity of the figure in black. Xiao Wu shook her head. Straining to recall, the person wore a hood that was pulled low, obscuring their face, but they possessed extraordinary strength. The final statement from Xiao Wu was delivered with utmost certainty. Tang San nodded in agreement. Time rewound to the previous night. Tang San was preparing medicine for Lu Yu when he suddenly heard a piercing scream from within the house. Tang San sprang into action, swiftly appearing in the room. What happened? Xiao Wu trembled, pointing at Lu Yu on the bed. Brother Yu has no breath. While wiping Lu Yu's face, she noticed his pallor was alarming. Realizing something was wrong, she leaned in to check for his breath. Alarmed, Tang San rushed over to check Lu Yu's pulse. A disciple of the Tang sect in his past life. Not only was he adept with hidden weapons and agile movements, but he also had some knowledge of medicine, making pulse diagnosis a simple task. The moment he touched Lu Yu's wrist, a sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, as Xiao Wu had indicated, Lu Yu's pulse had ceased, just as the two were engulfed in a haze of panic. The surrounding space suddenly warped. A figure cloaked in black materialized in the room. Upon appearing, the figure swiftly approached and grasped Lu Yu's other hand. This sudden turn of events jolted Xiao Wu and Tang San back to reality. As Tang San was about to rise and intervene, the figure merely raised 2 fingers and waved them gently. Instantly, both were pinned against the wall by a tremendous force, unable to move. Fortunately, the figure held no malicious intent. The pressure was gentle, and they sustained no harm. After pinning Xiao Wu and Tang San against the wall, the figure turned their full attention to Lu Yu. They first checked his pulse, much like Tang San had done, then proceeded to press several points on his body. Tang San was taken aback by the sight. The figure's technique was evidently acupoint striking, targeting lethal points. However, at that moment, he was immobilized against the wall. Unable even to speak, forced to watch helplessly as the figure attended to Lu Yu. From somewhere, the cloaked figure produced a pitch-black wooden box, and upon opening it, the unique fragrance of the pill filled the entire room. After placing the golden pill in Lu Yu's mouth, the figure turned to address the two pinned against the wall, saying, "Rest assured, I bear no ill will. He should awaken by morning." Following this, the figure's gaze shifted to Tang San. Chapter 42. The disappearing soul ring. The figure's attention turned to Tang San. Though their face was concealed, Tang San felt an unsettling chill under the intense scrutiny. "Young man, do you understand medicine?" Tang San turned his head away, coldly retorting, "What is it to you?" "Oh, a stubborn one. Are we? In the past, I would have enjoyed playing with you, but right now, I am pressed for time," the figure replied. Their voice hoarse, gender indiscernible, clearly altered. "If you wish to save the lad on the bed, follow the instructions on this." The figure then slipped a note into Tang San's embrace that I will return in 3 days. "Who are you?" Tang San shouted. With that, the figure turned and departed, the space distorting once more as their form vanished from sight. Thud. After the figure's departure, the two, released from their confinement, fell heavily to the ground, their foreheads glistening with sweat. A 10,000-year soul beast, and with Tang San's 2 lifetimes of experience as a battle-hardened disciple of the Tang sect, their instincts for danger were innate, just moments ago. The power unleashed by the figure during their turn and distortion of space was beyond what they could withstand. In the face of such overwhelming strength, even the thought of fleeing did not cross their minds. Yet, they had no time to dwell on that now. Once they forced themselves to calm down, Tang San hurriedly checked Lu Yu's pulse. Thankfully, his anxious heart finally found solace. Returning to the present, Tang San remarked, "By the way, brother Yu, I went to Notting City the day before yesterday to gather medicine and unexpectedly discovered that the soul-hunting forest has been sealed off." "The soul-hunting forest has been sealed?" Lu Yu exclaimed, quickly realizing that given the commotion that had occurred, sealing it was indeed a reasonable response. "Yes, all soul masters have been cleared from the forest. Only the troops of the Tiendo Empire and the people from the Spirit Hall remain inside." Tang San continued, "Brother Yu, this matter isn't related to you, is it?" Lu Yu, seated weakly on the bed, replied, "Little San, cough, cough, cough." Before he could finish his sentence, he broke into another fit of coughing. Xiao Wu took a step forward, but Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling her to step back. Gathering his breath, Lu Yu asked, "Little San, where's the package you mentioned earlier? Could you bring it to me?" "All right," Tang San replied, promptly rising and returning shortly with a black package in hand. "You two should leave for now. I wish to rest alone for a while," Lu Yu stated as he accepted the package. Just as Xiao Wu was about to protest, a hand grasped her. "Brother Yu needs to recuperate in peace. Let us step outside," Tang San urged. "Yes, I will call for you if needed." Once the sound of their footsteps faded, Lu Yu eagerly opened the package before him. Inside were only 2 items, a fist-sized irregular dark red crystal and an ancient tome bound in sheepskin with a closed single eye on the cover. Old M.O. Old M.O. No matter how Lu Yu called out, the eye on the cover remained firmly shut, unresponsive. After fruitless calls, Lu Yu turned his attention to the crystal. The crystal bore a hue reminiscent of dried blood, its irregular surface riddled with cracks. Through the sunlight, he could faintly discern a dragon-like creature coiled within. Above it floated a purple ring. This is the 1,000-year soul ring of the cracking earth ape. According to common knowledge, when a soul beast perished, the soul ring would manifest, but its presence would not last long. Given his prolonged unconsciousness, Lu Yu assumed it had vanished long ago. To his surprise, it now appeared before him. The only question was how to extract the soul ring. Promptly, Lu Yu began to channel his soul power, attempting to establish a connection with the soul ring within the crystal. This is incorrect. Let me try again. As he repeatedly activated his soul power. Lu Yu was astonished to discover that his soul power had completely withered. He hurriedly plunged his consciousness into the sea of awareness, only to find it utterly empty. The once vibrant whirlpool of soul power and the crystalline essence of soul energy had vanished without a trace. Even his mental energy had dwindled to a mere few scattered strands within the sea of awareness. Lu Yu's consciousness drifted aimlessly, when suddenly, a flash of white caught his eye. June. Lu Yu was overjoyed and hastened forward, only to find June curled up tightly, her eyes firmly shut. And no matter how he called out, there was no response. Eventually, Lu Yu gave up and exited the sea of awareness, summoning the system. Host. Lu Yu, abnormal status. Martial soul, prayer star staff. Time-space angel, mutation. Soul power, 0 points, minus 25,000. Warehouse, poker blueprint, construction cement, silver guard. Note, 2 uses remaining. System reward task package 1. Cultivation method. All-encompassing meditation volume. Wait a moment. Lu Yu gazed at the system panel. He suddenly sensed something amiss. The system could actually have a negative points balance. When did I ever owe the system over 2,000 points? System, what is happening? Of course, no matter how he called. There was no reply, only a triangular symbol appearing before him. What is this? Curiously, Lu Yu clicked on it. An ethereal three-dimensional screen instantly materialized before him. With the sound of electrical currents, a familiar electronic voice sounded. System log activated. Loading screen, 110, 50, 100. Loading complete. As the numbers reached 100, images gradually appeared on the screen. Lu Yu was shocked to find that it displayed the scene of him striking the earth-splitting ape with a punch. He was lying in a desolate area, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his right arm completely missing, clearly dead beyond recovery. The massive body of the earth-splitting ape had long since vanished. Holik and the little fox were affected by the aftermath of the battle. Unconscious not far away. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Lu Yu's body, radiating a gentle glow. Life of host detected to be rapidly diminishing. Warning, host is deceased. Zzz. A chaotic sound of electrical currents erupted. The familiar electronic voice echoed once more. Host has lost life signs. Consciousness is being severed. Preparing to assume control of host's body. Body control permissions successfully acquired. Warning, severe damage detected in host's body. Points will be consumed for repairs. Points remaining, 0. Warning, insufficient points remaining. Initiating backup plan. Points deducted. Host's body is undergoing repair. 12506, 5100, body repair complete. Basic functions restored. Martial soul functioning normally. Soul power depleted. Mental energy depleted. Time-space angel martial soul activating. Activation complete. In an instant, a silver angelic martial soul appeared above Lu Yu. Subsequently, that silver figure merely raised its right hand and gently waved. A rift in space suddenly emerged. Chapter 43. System point lone. A rift in space materialized, revealing a profound void beyond. Then, strands of energy traversed the void, gradually merging into Lu Yu's body. Mechanical repair complete. This consumed a significant amount of points. Points, minus 25,000. System energy exhausted. Entering standby mode. Only basic functions retained. Store refresh function paused. Task system deactivated. Shutdown countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the screen abruptly plunged into darkness. Lu Yu now had a clearer understanding of the situation. The system had gone offline to save him. June had once again fallen into slumber, and Mo remained unresponsive. He was left alone. Tang Xin had mentioned that the black-clad figure would return in 3 days. If his guess was correct, that person should be one of the 12 offerings who had attacked him that day. What was the true purpose of those who called themselves the sacred domain in seeking him? However, they had not shown any malice thus far. Forget it. I'll set those thoughts aside for now and open the reward package. Ding. Bounty task grand package successfully used. Congratulations, host has obtained. Demon Blade 1000 Edges. Random item package. Black God armor. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. Lu Yu was bewildered. Wait, I open a package and it pops out a draw. Even with the system offline, it still plays the luck game? Never mind, I'll just store it in the warehouse for now. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly recalled that the system had previously issued a commission task. As long as he interacted with characters from the original work of Duel Continent, he could unlock related tasks. Having interacted with Xiao Wu and Tang San for such a long time, there should be relevant tasks by now. Randomly, Lu Yu once again called up the system panel. To his surprise, there was a branch under the task section, marked with the words commission task in a watery font. However, it was in a grayed out state. Great, the task cannot be activated, and I still owe the system over 20,000 points. This is dire. Waking up to find oneself in debt, Lu Yu felt as though the sky was collapsing. Fortunately, the system had not specified a deadline for repayment. There was still some room for maneuver. The most pressing matter now was to quickly devise a way to recover some strength. Gazing at the panel displaying a body function level of 1, Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration. Was the side effect of a single punch this severe? No one had informed me beforehand. The system didn't even have a manual or anything. Shaking his head, Lu Yu tossed aside his thoughts, threw back the covers, put on his shoes, and strolled outside. That moment, Tang San, who was outside brewing medicine, heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found Lu Yu standing at the door, his complexion pale. The morning sunlight illuminated the boy's haggard face, his frail body swaying in the wind, as if he might collapse at any moment. Brother Yu, what are you doing out here? The wind is strong. You should go back inside. Tang San quickly set down the fan in his hand and rushed over to support Lu Yu. The latter waved his hand, signaling Tang San to slow down. No need. I've been cooped up inside all day. I'm about to mold. I just want to come out and bask in the sun. Then, Brother Yu, let me accompany you for a stroll. Tang San immediately called out to Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, keep an eye on the stove. I'll take Brother Yu for a walk. A sweet voice responded, and a petite figure came running from a distance. In the morning forest, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, the fine rain from the previous night adding a touch of mist to the leaves. Birds chirped occasionally from the treetops. Lu Yu walked over to a stone and slowly sat down. Xiao San, let us sit here for a while and rest. Good. Tang San sat down beside Lu Yu. Brother Yu, Tang San suddenly spoke. The matter of the soul-hunting forest is related to you. I senti it? Oh, where does that come from? Lu Yu, intrigued by the question, leaned in. 5 days ago, in the morning. When I went up the mountain to train, I happened to see you leaving the village in a carriage. That night, you had an incident, and the next day, the soul-hunting forest was sealed off. Moreover, Brother Yu, you just woke up and inquired about the major events of these days. You must have been investigating the matter of the soul-hunting forest. After hearing Tang San's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, one who has experienced 2 lifetimes has a sharp mind, almost rivaling his own. Indeed, the commotion in the soul-hunting forest was caused by me. Lu Yu did not conceal this, and candidly admitted it. It really was you. Brother Yu, what on earth did you experience in the forest that led to the soul-hunting forest being sealed? Although Tang San had long suspected this matter, hearing Lu Yu admit it outright still left him somewhat shaken. This is quite a long story. With that, Lu Yu tilted his head toward the sky, closed his eyes, don't ask, it's just too bright, and assumed the demeanor of a recluse sage. In the past, I was a carefree immortal in the heavens. Who would have thought I would be treacherously plotted against by a villain, forced to lose my celestial form and descend to the mortal realm? Fortunate enough to be reincarnated as a human, the nearby Tang San, hearing Lu Yu's nonsense, felt a wave of exasperation. Brother Yu, are you really not just making up stories to deceive children? Lu Yu, upon being exposed by Tang San, instead burst into laughter. However, upon seeing Tang San's expressionless face, he felt a sense of self-deprecation and quickly regained his composure. In truth, I haven't done much. It's just that I have a friend who lost something in the hunting soul forest. And while helping him search, I unexpectedly encountered a formidable soul beast. Fortunately, I met a powerful senior, and with that senior's overwhelming strength and my perfect assistance, the soul beast was swiftly slain. Alas, what does that expression of yours mean? Seeing Tang San still appearing skeptical, Lu Yu feigned dissatisfaction. You still don't believe in your brother Yu, do you? Tang San realized that it was futile to extract any information from Lu Yu, so he refrained from further engaging in that topic. Believe it? Of course, I believe you, brother Yu. Xiao Wu should have the medicine ready soon. Let us hurry back. as that potion is quite precious, and if we don't drink it, it will all go to waste. So, are you worried about the cost of the medicine going to waste, or about your brother Yu's health? Lu Yu remarked. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, I'm worried about your health, brother Yu. After all, considering talent and intelligence, there is no one on this continent who can compete with you. Therefore, your health is undoubtedly the most important matter on the continent. So, brother Yu, for the sake of your speedy recovery, let us go back and drink the medicine. Naturally, Tang San deliberately paused before adding, if you're afraid of the bitterness and truly can't drink it, then no matter how expensive it is, we can forego it. Lu Yu responded, what you said earlier was quite reasonable, but what is this about? Me, afraid of bitterness? That is simply preposterous. Let us go, we're drinking the medicine. With that, Lu Yu stood up and began to head back. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at this turn of events. After all, he was still a child, easily provoked by such simple taunts. Hey, Xiao-san, why are you still dawdling there? Hurry up. Lu Yu, who was some distance ahead, turned back and urged it. Oh, coming, brother Yu. Take it slow, Tang San replied. Chapter 44. The Moonshadow Ruins. As night fell, Lu Yu rose and made his way to the door. He pressed his ear against it, listening intently to the sounds outside. Then he gently pushed the door open, and upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu sound asleep, he cautiously took his first step outside. Noticing they still had no reaction, he sighed in relief and tiptoed out. During these days of Lu Yu's injury, Tang San had moved in with Xiao Wu to better care for him. After all, Tang Hao and village chief Jack had been gone for quite some time, and their return was uncertain. Since Tang Hao's departure, the blacksmith shop had also closed, and the three of them, with their sole master subsidies, had enough for their daily expenses and didn't need to work for money. Moreover, the ring left to Lu Yu by Grandpa Jack contained at least 200,000 gold coins. A mere preliminary estimate, so he had no need to worry about finances at present. The forest at night was eerily quiet. Despite it being summer, the evening breeze still stirred a chill against the young man's skin. Achoo! Lu Yu shivered, rubbing his shoulders. Why is it so cold at night? The youth muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. Soon, Lu Yu arrived at his destination, the small grove behind the village. He retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his spatial ring. At that moment, he stood in an open area of the grove. Strangely, despite having visited this place numerous times before, he had no recollection of the scene before him. The paper indicated that this was the site of a massive stone. Lu Yu halted, gazing at the enormous boulder ahead. The stone was covered in moss, one side of it remarkably smooth as if carved by a knife. Nearly 10 meters high, the surface was incredibly slick due to the moss. The paper was something Lu Yu had found in Grandpa Jack's spatial ring. According to the note, this stone was the entrance to a place known as the Moonshadow Ruins. However, this entrance only appeared on a full moon night and required a key for entry. Lu Yu circled the boulder, but could discern nothing remarkable about it. Wait a moment. The youth looked up at the top of the stone. He suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked two aspects as for why he didn't dig down. The reason was simple. Climbing up was easier, though the boulder was several dozen meters high. That was a trivial matter for him. With a flash of light from the ancient ring on his hand, a glove suddenly appeared. The glove was entirely black, adorned with intricate golden patterns. Oddly enough, it was only for the right hand. Lu Yu picked up the glove, examining it closely. This was the black armor awarded for completing a system quest, renowned in the original Swallowing Stars as the strongest defensive armor on Earth. Discovered in the Nighthawk ruins of the Amazon rainforest, this armor could also form protective gear according to the user's will. He then donned it on his right hand. To his astonishment, the large glove began to flow like liquid, actively adapting to the contours of his arm. Soon, Lu Yu felt a sharp pain in his right hand, followed by a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were crawling over it in the next moment. The black glove melded into Lu Yu's body, revealing his fair arm. Immediately, with a thought, a full suit of armor enveloped him. Golden red patterns snaked and intertwined, bestowing a sense of majesty and mystery upon the armor. Lu Yu raised his right hand. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his armored arm elongated like rubber, reaching the top of the boulder. The youth's right hand fumbled around the summit until he finally found a suitable grip. With a forceful tug and a mental command, he felt his body being drawn upward along the extended arm. Thud as Lu Yu ascended. His feet suddenly slipped, causing him to land awkwardly on the stone. Suddenly, a round, dark red pattern caught his attention, embedded in a circular indentation. A clear masterpiece of artificial carving. He took out the crumpled paper again, spreading it flat against the stone. Just then, a cool breeze swept by, parting the clouds to reveal the hidden full moon. The silvery moonlight illuminated the surface of the paper. In the next moment, the writing on the paper began to fade gradually. Soon, a circular moon pattern identical to that on the stone appeared vividly on the paper. Found it! A joyful smile spread across the youth's face. Quickly, Luyu retrieved a round jade stone from his spatial ring, pressing it into the indentation to in an instant. A dazzling red light shot up into the sky. When Luyu opened his eyes again, he was startled to find himself no longer on the boulder, but standing on a floating fragment of rock, surrounded by an endless void. Any further gaze seemed to threaten consumption by the abyss. Luyu surveyed his surroundings and realized he was situated within a small asteroid belt. At the center of this belt stood a magnificent palace. The palace was predominantly dark red, featuring pointed arching roofs. Its vertical structure starkly contrasting with the architectural style found on the continent. Luyu extended his right hand, utilizing the black armor's properties to stretch it to the maximum distance, grasping a slightly larger fragment of rock and pulling himself towards it. He then reached out with his other hand to grab a stone further away. This alternating motion continued until he approached the palace. Before long, Luyu executed a great leap. Plopped, he landed steadily in front of the palace's main entrance. Standing before the majestic structure, he raised his head to scrutinize the imposing building that loomed in the void. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the palace doors. As he approached. The sound grew louder. Who is inside? Luyu shouted, but only the echoing sounds answered him. Cautiously, Luyu placed his hand on the dark red door, attempting to push it open. His dismay, no matter how hard he tried. The door remained immovable. Just as Luyu was about to give up and leave, a sudden, immense suction force erupted from the door, slamming him against it with a resounding thud, and no matter how much he struggled. It proved futile. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful shock erupted from behind the door. Everything occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving Luyu no opportunity to react before he was sent flying. He felt as though his very insides were being shattered. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Luyu regained his senses, the once magnificent palace had been reduced to a mere ruin. That a terrifying creature, covered in writhing tentacles, loomed in the void. Strangely, every tentacle was adorned with countless eyeballs. In the next moment, Luyu felt as if he were being scrutinized by thousands of gazes, sending a shiver down his spine. He then witnessed innumerable tentacles reaching out toward him, leaving him helpless against these grotesque appendages. Chapter 45, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 2. Suddenly, a mouth filled with fangs loomed larger and larger in Luyu's vision. At that moment, he was ensnared by the tentacles, helplessly watching as he was devoured. He could even feel the viscous slime dripping onto his face. Abruptly, the young man jolted awake to tick-tock, tick-tock. Luyu reached up to touch his face. His fingertips met with a coolness, accompanied by a sensation of dampness. Is it raining? Am I still outside? Luyu surveyed his surroundings. He was still sprawled atop a massive boulder, his clothes thoroughly soaked by the fine rain. Beads of water clung to his forehead, leaving him unsure whether they were sweat or rain. Luyu raised his right hand, and in a flash of light, a black glove appeared upon it. The black god armor had yet to activate, indicating that everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. However, Luyu slowly stood up and gazed downwards. If the black god armor had not activated, how had he ascended? Suddenly, a shadow darted past Luyu's eyes. Who? Luyu swiftly donned the glove. That a sharp pain was followed by the familiar tingling sensation in a breath. A suit of black and gold armor enveloped Luyu's entire body. His soul power had yet to be restored. If any danger were to arise now, Luyu felt utterly unprepared, relying solely on this set of black god armor. The young man clenched his fists. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Luyu. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Yu. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Luyu turned around to see Tang San rushing over with an umbrella. Brother Yu, are you all right? Tang San inquired with concern. At that moment, Luyu's expression hidden beneath the mask seemed somewhat off. Xiao San, why did you come out? Where's Xiao Wu? I came out to find you. Brother Yud. No sooner had he spoken than Tang San's expression morphed into one of savagery. Suddenly, a hand pierced through Luyu's chest. Blood trickled down the fingers, pooling into a puddle of crimson water beneath him. Mingling with the rain, Liu felt his consciousness fading, an icy chill sweeping over his entire body. Tang Xin withdrew his hand, and Lu Yu's weakened body fell backward. He saw Tang San's right hand drenched in bright red blood. His lips moved slightly, yet Lu Yu could hear nothing. I Shao San, Saint Soul Village. Liu Yu suddenly sat up, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He instinctively touched his chest, finding it unscathed. Looking around, he realized he was sitting on his own bed. Bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floor with frost. Suddenly, he felt a coolness at his fingertips. Liu looked down, only to discover a round jade stone that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a thought, he plunged his consciousness into the system space. Ding! Just as his consciousness entered the system space, a cold electronic voice rang out. Warning! Warning! Unknown realm detected. System connection with host interrupted. Warning! Unknown power intervening. Warning! Host pulled into unknown illusion. System consciousness isolation activated. The system space was now filled with alarm sounds. Even the system panel was dominated by warning. In the next moment, Lu Yu's vision went black, and his consciousness was forcibly returned to reality by the system. This moment, Lu Yu could not afford to panic. He sat on the bed, forcing himself to calm down and sort through his thoughts. Everything he had encountered seemed to have begun with the so-called Moonshadow Ruins. Moonshadow Ruins? A term suddenly flashed in Lu Yu's mind. He quickly retrieved the note left by old Jack, placing it alongside the round jade stone. The note was still crumpled with creases. Suddenly, Lu Yu noticed that the writing on the note appeared to have changed. The original text now resembled several lines of poetry. I in the dark night with high winds, when one departs riding a crane, lost in the hall of reincarnation, life finds the path to death. Truth is but a mirage, where right and wrong are reversed. On this long night road, the moon god nurtures all beings. I in the dark night with high winds, riding a crane. Where would Saint Soul Village find a crane? The young man found himself somewhat perplexed by these lines. Wait, the creases seem oddly familiar. Liu seemed to notice something. He laid the note flat on the jade stone, and then attempted to fold the note according to the creases. In no time, he managed to fold the note into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes. He placed the crane atop the jade, carefully cradling it in both hands under the moonlight. In the next moment, the 1,000 origami crane appeared to come to life, slowly flapping its wings. After circling around Lu Yu, it flew straight toward the door. The wooden door posed no obstacle to the crane's path, as it could pass through walls. Witnessing this, Lu Yu hurriedly stowed away the jade stone and closely followed the 1,000 origami crane. Upon exiting, Lu Yu found the crane hovering at the entrance. Then it flew toward the small woods behind the village. Nothing peculiar occurred along the way. Eventually, the crane came to a halt before the massive stone. Unlike before, a black hole had appeared above the stone. Seemingly awaiting something. As Lu Yu approached, the crane's form suddenly enlarged under the moonlight until it could carry an adult. Gradually, it came to a stop before Lu Yu, as if beckoning him to ascend. After climbing aboard, the crane soared once more, flying directly towards the black hole above the stone. Upon entering the black hole, Lu Yu instinctively closed his eyes. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him were floating fragments of stone. Lu Yu discovered he had once again arrived at the void where the previous Gothic structure resided. However, this palace appeared intact. The 1,000 origami crane was now guiding him toward it, after approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The crane finally landed before the palace's grand entrance. Once Lu Yu dismounted, it returned to its original size. The palace was identical to how it had appeared during Lu Yu's last visit. Gothic architectural style, dark red accents, and the towering grand door. For safety, Lu Yu once again donned the black god armor, experiencing the familiar sting and tingling sensation once more. Once prepared, he cautiously approached the grand door. At that moment, the origami crane slowly drifted over toward Lu Yu. Just as he was about to push the door open, it suddenly swung open with a resounding crash. The opening was small, just enough for a single person to enter. Liu warily turned around, only to find the 1,000 origami crane had appeared behind him. However, in the next moment, the crane circled around Lu Yu and flew into the palace on its own accord. Seeing this, Lu Yu followed suit into the palace. Before entering, Lu Yu ventured into the system space, discovering it still filled with warning. Confirming he remained within the illusion, Lu Yu cautiously followed the crane's lead. Boom! The moment Lu Yu stepped into the palace, the door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous bang. Chapter 46. The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 3. Boom. Lu Yu heard a tremendous sound and turned to look, only to find that the once open door had long since closed. It seemed that there was no way to exit through that door. He decided to follow the paper crane and see if there was another route available. Contemplating this, Lu Yu quickened his pace to keep up with the paper crane. He observed that the exterior of the palace appeared grand, but he was astonished to discover that the interior was even more expansive. Despite the absence of any illuminating devices within the palace, it still exuded a resplendent aura. Time seemed to lose its significance in this place. Although it was magnificent, everything felt so silent and lifeless. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, he had been following the paper crane for an indeterminate amount of time until he arrived at a long corridor that stretched endlessly before him. On either side of the corridor, doors were neatly aligned, all firmly shut. At that moment, the paper crane paused before one of the doors that Lu Yu approached. The wooden door creaked open slowly by itself. Outside, it was brilliantly lit, yet behind the wooden door lay an abyss of darkness that seemed poised to engulf anyone who dared to enter. As Lu Yu gazed in wonder, the paper crane leisurely drifted inside. In an instant, the crane ignited with a whoosh, the flames illuminating a small area. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the crane's sudden action. Was it burning itself to shed light for others? This fellow was quite accommodating, indeed, as it truly set itself ablaze. Following the paper crane within the room, Lu Yu was astonished to find the space unexpectedly vast. The crane, made of an unknown material, had been burning for quite some time. Without turning to Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter, glancing at the floating fire before him. Of course, at that moment, he fervently wished that the crane would not turn to ash, or he would truly become blind. At last, the paper crane halted before a mirror. Lu Yu stepped closer. The room was enveloped in darkness, with the only source of light being the burning crane. The reflection in the mirror was also indistinct. Lu Yu advanced once more, donning his black divine armor for precaution. Strangely, the mirror displayed nothing but emptiness. Even Lu Yu's own reflection was absent. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror rippled, as if a stone had been cast into a lake. Subsequently, a cold figure materialized within the mirror. As the figure approached, Lu Yu was taken aback to discover that the person bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come to this cursed place. The figure in the mirror spoke, his voice an exact echo of Lu Yu's own. Who are you? What is this place? Lu Yu inquired warily. To his surprise, the figure in the mirror burst into laughter. You possess a guiding fire crane, yet question my identity. How amusing. Senior, I have inadvertently wandered into this place, and I humbly request your guidance in finding a way out. Lu Yu replied respectfully, glancing at the burning crane beside him. You truly do not know where this is? The figure in the mirror responded, astonished. The key to this palace has always been entrusted to the apostles, and outsiders have no chance of even knowing of its existence. Those who gain entry are invariably chosen with great care by the apostles. How could one not be informed of the situation here? Lu Yu candidly shook his head. I do not know. I truly have no knowledge of this place. Only a name that suddenly sprang to mind. At that moment, his heart was filled with questions. What was this place, and why did his grandfather possess the key? Suddenly, the figure in the mirror formulated a bold hypothesis. Could it be that something has happened to this generation of apostles? Or has there been a significant upheaval on the continent? If so, does that not render the millennia-long plan of my moon god palace futile? Upon considering this, the figure's expression turned sorrowful, but he quickly regained his composure. Young man, I shall first inform you that this is the moon god palace, and that beside you is the guiding fire crane. If my guess is correct, you should also possess a round jade stone. Yes, the figure in the mirror spoke with feigned calmness. Indeed, senior, your insight is remarkable. You can discern that I am concealing something without even looking. Lu Yu flattered, earning a pleased reaction from the figure. Ahem, I am not that extraordinary. The figure in the mirror replied with a smirk. I am merely a mirror spirit, tasked with selecting apostles to guard the moon god palace. Mirror spirit? Apostles? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the apostles are typically young individuals selected from the continent, charged with safeguarding the moon god palace from external interference. The figure continued, I was created by the moon god, and I am responsible for selecting the apostles in accordance with the will of the palace. The round jade stone you hold is the token for entering the moon god palace, and the fire crane will only guide those chosen. Moreover, every generation of apostles enters into a contract with the palace to prevent betrayal. And once an apostle steps down, the token returns to the palace to await the next apostle's arrival. Therefore, young man, how did you come to possess that jade stone? From whom did you obtain it? It was left to me by my grandfather, who is currently missing, Lu Yu replied. Your grandfather? The figure in the mirror inquired. Is your grandfather named Jack? Does he possess a martial soul resembling a thundercloud? If I recall correctly, the last time I saw him was 20 years ago. He was already at the level of a title Dolois, and I suspect he has not changed much since. Thundercloud? Title Dolois. Could it be that my grandfather is truly a formidable figure? Lu Yu nodded and said, my grandfather is indeed named Jack, but I have never seen him wield his martial soul. I always thought he was an ordinary person. Moreover, he disappeared several months ago, and I have been searching for him. Indeed, a powerful individual who prefers to disguise himself as an ordinary person, likely to deceive others. It must indeed be him. The figure in the mirror continued. Young man, since you have found your way here and have the fire crane as your guide, it signifies that you have gained the palace's recognition. Although your situation is unusual, as the previous apostle has not formally stepped down, it does not affect your eligibility. So, what do you say? Are you interested in becoming an apostle? The figure in the mirror suggested eagerly. Senior, I would like to ask something. You mentioned that the next apostle only assumes their position after the previous one has retired. If my grandfather has not come to step down, what impact would my immediate ascension have on him? The figure in the mirror pondered briefly before responding. You need not worry about that. Apostles typically choose to enjoy their twilight years within the palace after stepping down. Moreover, you should have noticed that each door outside leads to a separate small world. Small world? Lu Yu repeated softly. Indeed, this place was meticulously crafted by the moon god eons ago. Over time, it has been divided into countless realms. The doors you observed outside serve as the entrances to this domain. However, it is essential to know that this magnificent moon god palace is intricately divided into 10 distinct levels at this moment. We are merely on the lowest tier, known as the illusory moon palace. The figure in the mirror declared proudly. Those who enter the illusory moon palace for the first time will undergo an illusion, the content of which varies from person to person, and this environment serves as the first test for the apostles. However, the figure paused abruptly. In that dreamlike, surreal realm, it is astonishing that you managed to achieve absolute concealment of your spiritual consciousness. This is truly extraordinary. To maintain clarity of mind in such a hazy and illusory world is already a challenge, let alone to completely obscure one's most sensitive and vital consciousness. Yet, you accomplished this seemingly impossible feat in an unfathomable manner, as if you possess a mysterious and formidable power to effortlessly control your mental domain, rendering it unassailable. This ability is truly remarkable, leaving one in awe. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu surmised that this was indeed the effect of the system's consciousness barrier. So, how about it? Are you willing to embark on the path of becoming an apostle? I assure you, it will bring immeasurable benefits to your future cultivation. Imagine, if you will, that upon becoming an apostle, you would acquire extraordinary abilities and powers, enabling you to transcend conventional limitations and explore higher realms of cultivation. Such an opportunity is not one to be encountered casually. Moreover, as an apostle, you would gain access to mysterious and potent knowledge and skills, all of which would become invaluable assets on your path to growth. Therefore, hesitate no longer. Seize this rare chance to become an apostle. It will irrevocably alter your destiny and guide you towards a resplendent pinnacle of achievement. The figure in the mirror believed that the youth before him would surely be moved by his passionate declaration. However, when Lu Yu spoke, he nearly caused the figure to doubt himself. I beg your pardon, Senior, he said, taking a deep breath. Please allow me to decline the role of apostle. Although, as you mentioned, becoming an apostle holds boundless prospects and could bring fame across the continent. I feel this path is not suited for me. Lu Yu's tone was calm, as though he were dismissing a trivial matter. Young man, you must consider carefully. You are not merely rejecting the title of apostle, but also a shortcut to cultivation, even a route to transcend the constraints of rules and ascend to a higher world. Are you truly willing to forego this? The figure in the mirror expressed surprise. For Lu Yu's earlier display of perfectly shielding his mental energy within the illusion had already piqued his interest in the young talent. He had spent countless years guarding the Moon God Palace. The last individual he had encountered with such potential had been centuries prior, and that person had been significantly older than Lu Yu. Senior, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. While I am indeed unfit for the role of apostle, I dare to recommend someone. The figure in the mirror became intrigued. Pray tell, who do you wish to recommend? Lu Yu continued. Forgive me, Senior, but the individual I recommend is not human. Not human? Could it possibly be a soul beast? The figure in the mirror's interest was piqued. Throughout the history of the Moon God Palace, there have been precedents for soul beasts serving as apostles, often holding their positions longer than humans. However, the soul beasts who have served in our palace have all been over 100,000 years old, with some nearing 1,000,000 years. The figure suddenly shifted his tone, asking, what level of soul beast do you recommend? And where is it currently located? In response to your query, Senior, Lu Yu replied respectfully, it is less than 10,000 years old. Less than 10,000. The figure in the mirror was both amused and indignant at Lu Yu's response. You speak of a soul beast that is not only less than 10,000 years old, but one that, in the near future, you may be unable to present to me. Most soul beasts of this age possess undeveloped intellect. And even if they exhibit a semblance of humanity, their innate instincts for slaughter and hunt prevail. How audacious of you to present a mere 1,000-year-old soul beast to me. You possess considerable boldness. The figure's expression darkened as he exclaimed, I initially regarded your remarkable talent with favor and kindly urged you to become an apostle of the Moon God Palace. Yet, not only do you refuse this honor, but you also disregard my dignity by proposing a non-existent soul beast. Suddenly, the serene surroundings appeared to be stirred by an invisible force, the air quaking violently. That mysterious and potent soul power surged forth like a tumultuous wave. Gathering and expanding at an astonishing pace, it rushed toward Lu Yu like a herd of unbridled stallions, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority and oppression. Caught off guard by this sudden upheaval, Lu Yu felt as if he were enveloped in a tempest, his body trembling involuntarily. The violent soul power bore down upon him like a heavy mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Each inhalation became an arduous endeavor. Sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such discomfort, gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle for composure. Senior, Lu Yu gasped, feeling as though he were crushed beneath the weight of an immense mountain. Struggling for breath, he clenched his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength, and finally managed to utter a few words. Yet, even this single utterance drained him of his energy, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Soaking his clothing, he understood that if he did not speak now, he might never have another chance. Taking a deep breath, he endured the dual torment of body and spirit, continuing to speak with great difficulty. I recommend the star language Spirit Fox. Each word felt as if it were forced from the depths of his throat, imbued with resolve and determination. After delivering this proclamation, Lu Yu felt utterly drained. Chapter 48. The Moon Shadow Relic. Part 5. Senior. Under the pressure akin to a towering mountain, Lu Yu barely managed to squeeze out those few words. I recommend the star language Spirit Fox. Despite being a mere handful of words, it seemed to sap all his strength. With a thud, the youth collapsed to the ground. Just as Lu Yu uttered those final words, the previously tranquil expression of the figure in the mirror underwent a profound transformation. It was as though an invisible force had pierced through the mirror, causing the entire space to tremble. Following this, the overwhelming and suffocating pressure akin to a mountain suddenly receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. That moment, Lu Yu felt as if all his strength had been drawn from him. Collapsing weakly to the ground, he gasped, desperately inhaling the thin air around him. His chest rising and falling violently, each breath laborious and strained. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking through his thin attire. What did you say that soul beast was? The figure in the mirror, whose voice had once been calm as water, now trembled slightly, betraying a surge of intense emotion. It was as if an unseen force was churning within him, causing every word to emerge with an uncontrollable quiver. This subtle tremor was like ripples upon a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Though faint, it was palpable, drawing attention. The star language Spirit Fox. It is indeed the star language Spirit Fox. The figure recalled the past. Remembering when the master first wielded his powers, meticulously crafting the spirit fox at that moment, a mysterious and enchanting star-language spirit fox had been present. Its lithe form and fur glimmered like the stars, radiating an irresistible allure. Since that time, every occasion the figure in the mirror had the honor of beholding the master's visage, the star-language spirit fox had remained steadfastly by his side, resembling a radiant jewel accentuating the master's brilliance, forming a breathtaking tapestry. Its lively eyes seemed to contain boundless wisdom and affection, sometimes gazing at the master, at other times scanning the surroundings vigilantly, always ensuring the master's safety and dignity. This star-language spirit fox was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed exceptional abilities that it could comprehend the master's thoughts and respond to his calls with a melodious voice. It could sense subtle changes in the environment, providing early warnings of potential dangers. Over the long passage of time, the figure in the mirror had witnessed the profound bond between the master and the star-language spirit fox, characterized by unwavering trust and mutual dependence as they weathered countless storms together. This extraordinary connection had become an indelible memory in the figure's heart. Yet, all of this had vanished with the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons. Lost to the relentless flow of time, those memories had crystallized into recollections preserved within the depths of the figure's mind. After that breathtaking and earth-shattering conflict, the master had exhausted his final reserves of strength and wisdom, ultimately crafting the resplendent moon god palace, akin to a celestial realm. However, just as this magnificent palace was completed, the master had, like a shooting star across the night sky, quietly fallen, leaving behind a deep sense of lament. Simultaneously, the star-language spirit fox, the enigmatic and noble companion that had always accompanied the master, seemed to vanish without a trace following the master's departure, leaving no word behind. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire continent into sorrow. Once, the star-language spirit fox clan had been the master's most loyal companions and guardians, braving countless trials alongside him. Yet, with the disappearance of the spirit fox that had stood by the master's side, the clan began to decline as time passed. Many began to question whether the star-language spirit fox had indeed vanished from the continent forever. However, fate is ever filled with boundless surprises and miracles. The figure within the mirror could hardly have anticipated that, in this day and age, the bloodline of the star-language spirit fox would still linger amidst the mortal realm. Even more astonishing was the fact that it had manifested right before his very eyes. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap on a clear day, shattering the tranquility he had harbored within for so long. Where might the star-language spirit fox be at this moment? The tone of the figure shifted abruptly, infused with a sense of urgency, as though the news of the spirit fox held greater significance than his very own existence. Return, esteemed elder. Luyu, struggling against his fatigue, managed to rise from the ground, his sweat-soaked garments clinging uncomfortably to his skin. To be frank, the star-language spirit fox has already entered into a pact with me. Unfortunately, it sustained injuries during our recent battle and is currently recuperating outside. It may be some time before it can meet with you. Luyu replied cautiously. At that moment, a wave of elation surged within him. He had indeed placed the right bet. June was undeniably connected to this place. Furthermore, judging by the figure's reaction, the star-language spirit fox likely held a position of significant esteem within the moon god palace. The basis for Luyu's bold conjecture lay in the presence of the fire crane, which provided illumination beside him. More specifically, it resided with the folded note that had summoned the fire crane. While examining the creases on the note, Luyu had unexpectedly discovered a fox insignia on its reverse side. This insignia not only depicted 8 long tails, but also bore a star mark upon its forehead. The moment Luyu laid eyes on that mark, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that it was a replica of the star mark adorning June's brow. Although the illustration on the note was somewhat blurred, Luyu was convinced that the insignia represented June, or, more precisely, June's lineage, the star-language spirit fox. Moreover, upon entering the moon god palace, Luyu had noted the abundance of star-language spirit fox insignias. Even the grand palace doors bore their likeness. This place, known as the moon god palace, was also referred to as the moon shadow ruins, intertwining the concepts of moon and stars, evoking an inescapable connection. Thus, Luyu resolutely mentioned June before the figure in the mirror, proposing that June become an apostle. Now, With the system offline, old Mo lay in a state of unconsciousness, the duration of his slumber unknown. Jack was nowhere to be found, and Tang Hao, in accordance with the original narrative, would remain by Tang Sen's side. But that was a matter for later, especially since Tang Sen was the biological son. Presently, Lu Yu could rely solely on himself. Coincidentally, the Moon God Palace had appeared, and Lu Yu sought to leverage his connection with June to secure a safeguard for himself and his companions. Chapter 49, Moon Shadow Ruins. 6. Boy, are you serious about what you just said? Just as Lu Yu was deep in thought, the figure in the mirror spoke up, its tone noticeably warmer than before. If there is even the slightest inaccuracy in my previous statements, I would willingly suffer the wrath of heaven, enduring the torment of being shattered to pieces, and I would find no peace in death. The earnestness in Lu Yu's voice and the unwavering determination in his expression prompted the figure to wave its hand. Before him, the mirror revealed a flaming paper crane, identical in appearance to the one beside Lu Yu. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the flaming crane in the mirror seemed to glide closer to the surface. In the next instant, upon contact, the mirror rippled as if a stone had been cast into still water, creating concentric waves. Subsequently, the flaming crane flew forth from the mirror, gently drifting before Lu Yu. This crane can contact me at any time, and it is no ordinary paper crane that it bears a special mark, capable of carrying my will and summoning me in critical moments. You possess the key to the Moon God Palace, allowing you to enter at will. The first layer of the palace is always open to you for exploration. You may freely utilize any valuable soul-guiding artifacts you find, though this privilege is limited to the first layer. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused momentarily, sensing something amiss. The seemingly generous offer from the figure in the mirror was, in fact, rather intriguing, limited to the first layer and the notion of valuable artifacts. If there were valuable artifacts, then there must also be worthless ones, and the ratio of the two remained an enigma to him. This arrangement implied that the figure in the mirror dictated the terms. Moreover, the notion of access to the first layer seemed like a privilege granted to him. Yet the figure, as the guardian of the Moon God Palace, had likely spent countless years here. It was evident that the palace's master had means to ensure the figure's presence, thus controlling access to the entirety of the first layer. If there existed places even the figure could not access, Lu Yu would not need to speak further. Hence, the decision of where he could enter or not was ultimately at the discretion of the figure. And the same logic applied to the artifacts. Who could say whether the figure might secretly rearrange their positions? Additionally, the special flaming crane designated for him, while providing a means to contact the figure, also served as a form of surveillance. From the figure's reaction upon mentioning June's affiliation with the star language spirit fox, it was clear that the spirit fox held considerable significance in the figure's regard. Coupled with Lu Yu's observations of the Moon God Palace's decor, which prominently featured the spirit fox, he dared to speculate that the enigmatic and alluring spirit fox's exalted status was likely intertwined with the mysterious master of the Moon God Palace. Entangled in a web of complex and elusive connections, such ties might resemble the intricate interweaving of stars in the cosmos or the tumultuous undercurrents of the deep sea, both profound yet elusive. What was even more astonishing was that this spirited and intelligent fox likely held a position far superior to that of the figure trapped within the mirror, who claimed to be its guardian. To have inadvertently assisted the figure in locating the spirit fox and presenting it to him was indeed a monumental favor. In return for such a significant service, the figure granted him merely access to the first layer and the usage rights to artifacts, not ownership. Setting aside these grievances, he would also be under the figure's watchful gaze. Contemplating this, Lu Yu felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Still, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swelling within me at this moment. Your assistance today has been like nourishing rain in spring, revitalizing my parched heart. Akin to a beacon in the dark, illuminating my path forward. Your profound kindness will forever remain etched in my memory." That he bowed deeply, determination shining in his eyes as he continued. "The favor you have bestowed upon me today is akin to a seed of hope, now firmly planted in my heart. In the days to come, regardless of the storms and adversities I face, I shall remember your benevolence and strive to grow stronger. When the time is ripe, I will repay your kindness with a tide of gratitude, ensuring I do not betray your expectations." With that, he respectfully bowed once more, affirming his resolve and sincerity. Ha ha! The figure in the mirror expressed satisfaction at the youth's response. Laughing heartily, at least you are perceptive, but it suddenly shifted its tone. The benefits I offer are not to be taken lightly. If you desire the artifacts, you esteemed elder, forgive my boldness, but are you referring to the star language spirit fox? Liu interrupted before the figure could finish. Surprisingly, the figure showed no sign of anger at being interrupted. Rather, it gazed at the silver-haired youth with keen interest. You certainly possess remarkable abilities, worthy of one who can perfectly shield their mental prowess. Yet, it is a pity the figure feigned regret. With such talent, you cannot be utilized by my moon god palace. Very well, since your ambitions lie elsewhere, I shall not press the issue. It continued. Follow the fire crane to exit the first layer of the moon god palace's illusion. Thank you, esteemed elder. Liu Yu responded. I take my leave. As soon as the words left his lips, the flames engulfing the paper crane suddenly blazed fiercely. Liu Yu instinctively shut his eyes, yet felt no pain. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld two tightly shut doors, adorned with lifelike images of the star language spirit foxes. Surveying the surroundings filled with floating debris, he realized he had unexpectedly arrived outside the moon god temple. However, he pondered how he might escape. A glance around revealed no means of exit. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful suction emanating from above, and before the young man could react, he was instantaneously consumed by the black hole above him. In the small grove behind Shanghun village, a black spherical portal materialized abruptly. With a thud, a silver-haired figure tumbled out from within. Liu Yu instinctively raised his hand to rub his backside, which had landed awkwardly. As he stood up, goodness, he thought, having been reduced to someone else's servant and treated this way, couldn't they allow him a moment to adjust? Chapter 50. Prosperity and wealth in the small grove behind Shanghun village. Liu Yu reached into his pocket and retrieved two slips of paper. At first glance, the two slips appeared identical, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that the one in Liu Yu's left hand bore slightly more inscriptions than the other. However, the inscriptions were of such faint color that they were nearly imperceptible. The slip with inscriptions was the specially crafted paper crane he had encountered in the moon god temple upon entering the portal. Both slips of paper had spontaneously unfurled to their original forms. Liu Yu placed the two slips and the round jade stone into the system space. If the system could shield his mental power, it stood to reason that the system space could also obscure the gaze of the figure in the mirror. If Liu Yu's conjecture was correct, the figure must require the special paper crane as a medium for surveillance. Otherwise, it would not have gone to such lengths to create an identical paper crane. After completing these actions, Liu Yu concentrated his thoughts, and a set of black and gold armor instantly enveloped his entire body. The next moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Illusion detection has been lifted. Host is currently in a safe state. Alarm deactivated. Assessing host's physical condition. Host physical functions restored by 5. Liu Yu turned around only to find that the massive stone was gradually becoming ethereal, before vanishing entirely, as though it had never existed. Even the grass on the ground appeared indistinguishable from that in other areas. The black divine armor and the system were both functioning normally. It seemed he had truly escaped the illusion of the moon god temple and returned to the real world. That a refreshing breeze swept through, and as it brushed against his skin, Liu Yu couldn't help but shiver. He adjusted his clothing and headed toward the village. Little did he know, at that moment, within a mirror of the ethereal moon god temple, a figure softly uttered, The figure then lifted its head and murmured, Strange, the connection to the eye of the moon has been severed. That face bears an uncanny resemblance to Liu Yu's, as if carved from the same mold. Truly an intriguing young lad, concealing such peculiar methods. It appears I underestimated him. As the moonlight faded, it remained uncertain whether it was observing the myriad of things in the shadows. With the dawn of a new day, the warmth unique to morning returned to the earth. Liu Yu opened his eyes, sat up, threw off the covers, and walked to the window. Feeling the sunlight lavishly caress his skin, he felt an immense sense of comfort. Unable to resist, he stretched his arms wide and yawned. Brother Yu, waking up so early, a black-haired figure pushed open the door, carrying a basin of water. Liu Yu closed his eyes, relishing the warmth of the sunlight, and replied without turning, Xiao-san, you've worked hard this early in the morning. It's no trouble. I've been waking up early for practice every day, so I'm used to it. Brother Yu, hurry and wash your face. Let us go have breakfast. The Fa Kai and Fu Gui brothers just delivered breakfast. Freshly made by Aunt Zou.at this. Lu Yu turned his head. Zhou Fa Kai and Zhou Fu Gui? Yes, it's them. What is the matter? Tang Sen responded that I recall that they both awakened their martial spirits and possess soul power. Right? Indeed, but everyone in the village knows their situation. They simply cannot afford the cost of schooling. Tang Sen seemed to have guessed what Lu Yu was about to say. Xiao San, after breakfast, let us visit Uncle Zhou. Huh? Why are we going there? Tang Sen asked curiously. Lu Yu washed his hands in the basin, and while Tang San wasn't looking, he playfully ruffled his hair and said with a grin, "You'll find out when we get there. Now, let us eat first." Tang San was left speechless by Lu Yu's childish antics. Get lost. If you gamble again, I'll pretend you're not my brother. After breakfast, Tang San and Xiao Wu followed Lu Yu to the village carpenter's shop. As they reached the entrance, they heard a furious shout, followed by a figure stumbling out of the shop. A brand new sign hung outside the shop, with the words Carpenter's Shop intricately carved by Zhou Qingping himself, the village's renowned carpenter. Zhou Qingping's craftsmanship was exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by the residents of Notting City. Given Zhou Qingping's skills, it would have been effortless for him to become wealthy in the village. Interestingly, after Lu Yu helped the village with several profitable ideas a few years ago, every household's standard of living improved. Yet, the Zhou family still lived in poverty, with Zhou Fa Kai and Zhou Fu Gui often wearing tattered clothes patched with repairs. The issue lay with Zhou Qingping's brother, Zhou Qingyan. Originally, he too was a carpenter, having learned the trade alongside his brother from their father. However, during an outing to craft furniture, he was drawn into the gambling world and became irreversibly addicted. He squandered the family fortune and lost not only his acquired skills, but also caused their elderly father to succumb to despair, ultimately passing away. Zhou Qingyan accrued a mountain of debt as well. Fortunately, Zhou Qingping was a good brother. Without his continuous support, Zhou Qingyan would have surely perished from starvation long ago. Over the years, Zhou Qingping had tried every means to help his brother, beating him mercilessly or starving him. But Zhou Qingyan remained unable to break free from his gambling addiction. His actions even dragged his brother's family into a life of hardship, with creditors relentlessly pursuing Zhou Qingping for repayment. The figure they had just witnessed being expelled was Zhou Qingyan. At that moment, Zhou Qingping spotted the trio. Xiao Yu and Xiao San have arrived. Come in quickly. Fa Kai and Fu Gui will be back soon. Please have a seat and enjoy some water. Once inside, Lu Yu observed the humble wooden house and settled onto a bench. Zhou Qingping poured 3 cups of water and placed them before them. It was then that Lu Yu spoke up. Uncle Zhou, I'm actually here today regarding Fa Kai and Fu Gui. Zhou Qingping smiled upon hearing this. I know. They'll be back shortly. No. Uncle Zhou, I actually wish to discuss something with you. Lu Yu realized Zhou Qingping had misunderstood his intent and waved his hand. Discuss with me? What would you like to talk about? Zhou Qingping inquired, puzzled that we want to discuss the schooling situation for Fa Kai and Fu Gui. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering. He then set the cup down with a sigh. Xiao Yu, I don't mind you laughing at our situation. Everyone in the village is aware of it. Having such a brother, and with the mother unwell, our family's finances rely solely on me and this carpenter's shop. Merely surviving is a blessing, let alone affording schooling. Even for a working student, we can't manage. Moreover, those 2 children's martial spirits and talents are nowhere near yours or Xiao San's. Rather than becoming soul masters, it would be best for them to learn a trade like I did. Chapter 51. The return of the dark-clad man. After Zhou Qingping spoke, he took a hearty sip of tea. Uncle Zhou, what I meant is, I can help cover Fa Kai and Fu Gui's tuition fees. Zhou Qingping shook his head at this, smiling. Uncle Zhou knows you're a good child wanting to help. But there's really no need. Uncle, I'm not joking. Just have Fa Kai and Fu Gui come to me tomorrow. This bag contains their tuition for an entire school year. Having spoken, Liu placed a coin pouch on the table. Rising to depart with the 2 companions as they exited, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of the figure that had just been expelled by Zhou Qingping. Eavesdropping by the window, the individual noticed Lu Yu as well, but said nothing and stealthily retreated into the room. On the way, Tang Sen seemed hesitant, remaining silent until they returned home. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Lu Yu looked up at Tang Sen. Tonight is the night the mysterious figure returns. Aren't you concerned? To this, Lu Yu simply chuckled and replied, You have witnessed the opponent's strength, haven't you? Preparing is futile. It's better to go with the flow. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you made a fair point. It seemed they were resigned to fate. He raised his gaze to the blinding sun, which made it difficult for him to see. However, it was still too early for a midday nap. The youth ahead wore a faint smile, humming a gentle tune, exuding an air of ease that, oh dear, little darling, do not fret, this life is solely for you to hold my red sleeve. Time flowed swiftly. And before long, night enveloped the land. Liu lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in deep slumber. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood vigil at the door, cautiously observing their surroundings. Although Lu Yu had mentioned that resisting with their current strength was futile, Tang San remained uneasy. Yet, as time passed, the figure in black did not show any signs of appearing. Soon, the night was half gone. And still, there was no indication of anything amiss. Xiao Wu, utterly fatigued, yawned repeatedly and eventually dozed off at the edge of the bed. Tang San, too, found his eyelids growing heavy and soon leaned against the doorframe. Succumbing to sleep. At that moment, the space around them suddenly distorted. That a figure clad in black robes materialized within the room. Strangely, upon appearing, the cloaked figure merely stood still, making no further movements. All right, since you are awake. Rise, and no need to pretend. A voice, androgynous in tone, resonated. Lu Yu, who had been lying in bed, opened his eyes, threw off the covers, and approached the figure in black, clasping his hands in gratitude. Lu Yu, humbly thank you for saving my life. Esteemed one. The figure in black ambled over to a nearby chair and sat down, pouring a glass of water. Then, they retrieved a small jade vial, dispensing a single drop of liquid. Drink this, they instructed, presenting a bowl of green liquid before Lu Yu. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yu accepted the bowl and downed its contents in one go. As he drained the bowl, he noticed it was refreshingly cool, without any unusual taste. Unexpectedly, the figure in black spoke again. Boy, are you not afraid that what I gave you is poison? Lu Yu replied calmly. If you wished for my demise, you would not have gone through such trouble to pull me back from the brink of death. Moreover, with your capabilities, you need not resort to such underhanded and laborious means. The figure in black burst into laughter. Indeed, you are worthy of being chosen by the ancestral gods, daring to confront the aberrant splitting ape alone. Quite commendable. Subsequently, the cloaked figure produced another jade vial. Take a drop daily, dissolve it in cold water, and within 5 days, your injuries will heal. Your two friends are merely affected by a special fragrance. They will awaken by morning, so there is no need for concern. For the next few days, refrain from sneaking out and instead focus on recuperating. With that, the figure turned to leave. May I inquire? Esteemed one, what exactly is the sacred domain? At that moment, Liu suddenly asked. That is not for you to worry about. When the time is right, you shall know, the figure replied, and with a distortion of space. They vanished. Liu picked up the jade vial left behind by the figure, and as he opened it, a delightful fragrance filled the air. Just a whiff revitalized him, as if his mental faculties had been invigorated. Turning his gaze to the two slumbering figures, he shook his head in exasperation, lifting them onto the bed before sitting cross-legged to attempt cultivating his soul power. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within him, akin to a warm flame igniting in his dantian. This warmth spread rapidly, enveloping his entire being in mere moments. This is, he exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, his mind swirling with questions and disbelief. Could this be the miraculous effect of the potion he had just consumed? This thought flashed through his mind, plunging him into contemplation. As the warmth coursed through his body, he could distinctly feel every cell awakening, his previously exhausted body gradually regaining vitality. This unprecedented experience filled him with both excitement and trepidation, leaving him uncertain of what unexpected changes might occur next. Liu immediately entered a state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the soul power of the heavens and earth with a mere thought. He delved into his sea of consciousness. Liu closed his eyes tightly, focusing his mind as he sank into the depths of his sea of consciousness. After thorough exploration, he was delighted to discover that in the center of that vast expanse, a soul power vortex was gradually forming. Though its current scale was insignificant compared to before, it was undoubtedly exhilarating news for Lu Yu. Since suffering that grievous blow, his path of cultivation had become exceedingly arduous, nearly stagnant. The emergence of this soul power vortex felt like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, rekindling his desire and courage to cultivate anew. Liu understood well that restoring his former glory would not be an easy task. But as long as he could once again embark on the path of cultivation, anything was possible at this moment. He was filled with anticipation and determination, silently vowing to seize this opportunity and strive to augment his strength. As time passed, the soul power vortex gradually stabilized and began to rotate slowly. Each rotation seemed imbued with a mysterious force, captivating Liu Yu's attention that he observed the vortex intently. It was indeed the hope of regaining his footing on the path of a soul master. Although challenges still lay ahead, Liu Yu firmly believed that as long as he persevered and pressed forward, one day he would overcome the obstacles and reclaim his pinnacle. Chapter 52. The Open Journal. As the sun rose high in the sky, morning descended once more upon the golden carpet of dawn. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, excitement bubbling within him. After consuming the potion from the figure in black, he was finally able to condense his soul power vortex again. Following a night of diligent effort, the tiny soul power vortex had stabilized, albeit far smaller than its previous form. However, Liu firmly believed that in 5 days, he would return to his peak and create further brilliance. Rising, he ambled to the window. It was still early. It seemed that Tang San and Xiao Wu would take some time to awaken. Perhaps he should prepare breakfast first, after Liu Yu stepped outside. A while later, the youth on the bed stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Before him lay a rosy-cheeked face, with water-laden, plump cherry lips slightly parted, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyelashes trembled, and her sparkling eyes slowly opened. In that moment, their gazes locked. "Third brother?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes, appearing still half asleep. "Wait, where's brother Yu? Why are we sleeping in the same bed?" Tang San rose alongside Xiao Wu. Quickly sensing something amiss. It seemed that due to someone's restless slumber, Xiao Wu's hair was in disarray, and her clothing was askew, exposing a patch of fair shoulder. Last night, after Xiao Wu had fallen asleep, he had remained on guard by the door, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Yet, when he had succumbed to sudden fatigue, he distinctly recalled that Liu Yu had been in bed. How had he ended up sleeping beside Xiao Wu? "Where has brother Yu gone?" "Xiao Wu, where did brother Yu go? We were supposed to be on watch last night. How did we fall asleep?" At this moment, Xiao Wu too realized the situation, hastily adjusting her disheveled hair. Just then, the door creaked open, and a voice called out, "Xiao Wu, Tang San, you're awake. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. Otherwise, it'll be cold and unappetizing." Liu Yu stood in the doorway, gazing at the bewildered pair. "Brother Yu, where's the figure in black? Did they come?" Tang San rushed forward to check on Liu Yu. "How are you? Did they do anything to you? Are you injured?" "I am perfectly fine, so there is no need for you to worry." Liu Yu found himself both amused and bemused by Tang San's anxious demeanor. That individual harbored no ill intentions. In fact, he even assisted me in mending my wounds. Rest assured, your brother Yu is in good spirits. That's a relief. Upon hearing this, Tang San finally felt at ease. However, the next moment, Liu Yu caught sight of Xiao Wu in disarray and, with a mischievous grin directed at Tang San, remarked, "You rascal. Not only did you bring this young lady to your home during the holiday, but last night you also shared a bed with her, leaving her in this state. You must take responsibility for her from now on." Tang San's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, and he hurriedly protested, No, brother Yu, you've misunderstood. Nothing happened between us last night." "Huh? What are you two discussing?" "Sharing a bed. I have been sharing a blanket with San Go at school." Xiao Wu interjected innocently, approaching them and listening to their conversation. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu shot Tang San a knowing smile. "Oh, so you were just sharing a blanket, little San." "Indeed, I forgot to bring a blanket. And Sanji's was large enough, so we combined our beds. Ahem, let's not linger here. We should head to dinner. Didn't you just say that cold food is unappetizing? We shouldn't waste time. Eating is of utmost importance." Tang San interrupted, clearing his throat. After breakfast, with Tang San and Xiao Wu washing the dishes, Liu Yu ventured alone to a small hill at the village's edge. Sitting cross-legged, the young man savored the gentle caress of the breeze upon his face. He retrieved an ancient spellbook from his bosom. Ever since Liu Yu awakened, Holik and the little fox, Liu Yu, had remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Yet recently, Liu Yu had noticed a remarkable phenomenon. Since Holik fell asleep, the previously blank pages of the book were now densely filled with text that he recalled that when he first encountered Holik, It had mentioned being the diary of the greatest sorcerer on some continent. This piqued Lu Yu's interest, naturally. As a New Age socialist successor and a social worker with progressive ideals, he disapproved of the lowly act of invading others' privacy. However, he was not opening the diary out of mere curiosity. Rather, he sought a way to restore the old mage to consciousness. After all, the Grand Sorcerer had not objected, so one might assume tacit consent, although the text was in a language from another continent. Mo Holic had employed mental magic to teach Lu Yu all the languages of the Austin continent, thus eliminating any language barrier for him. As the pages were gently turned, the characters from another world appeared before Lu Yu's eyes. Year 3 of the Era of 3, September 2 ND, the weather is as splendid as my mood. Ha! I knew it. As the most outstanding genius of the entire family, I, Merlin Clare, effortlessly gained admission to the most prestigious Sorcerer's Academy on the continent. This is merely a small step towards becoming the continent's foremost sorcerer. Today marks the enrollment day at the Klein Magic Academy, the finest institution on the continent, which only admits the 10 most exceptional geniuses from each empire. Indeed, only such an academy is worthy of me. After reading this, Lu Yu could only exclaim that the greatest sorcerer was indeed as bold in youth as he was in maturity. He felt quite modest by comparison. He continued reading. Year 3 of the Era of 3, October 10th. The first outdoor combat class has finally arrived, presenting an interesting lesson. Keeping students confined in classrooms and incessantly stuffing theories into their heads is as foolish as teaching a red-haired baboon to speak. Knowledge that can be gleaned from books does not require instruction. Magic is a profound and elusive discipline. Its mysteries can only be understood through personal experience. I cannot fathom why Madame Crow enjoys clutching a stack of books, studying theories devoid of practical significance. Just look at those who struggle to cast a simple 4th-tier defensive spell during combat class. This exemplifies the shortcomings of purely theoretical education on the battlefield. Such an approach would leave no chance for survival. This educational system must undergo reform. After perusing these 2 diary entries, Lu Yu pondered whether such mundane accounts were ubiquitous everywhere. Chapter 53. Visitors from the Spirit Hall unbeknownst to him. The day swiftly passed. That night, Lu Yu lay in bed, closing his eyes as his consciousness once again entered the system space. Ding! System update complete. This update includes enhancements to the system store, price adjustments, and new product categories. Host, Lu Yu, Spirit, Star Calling Lotus Staff, Time-Space Angel, Variant. Spirit Power, Level 30, Great Spirit Master. Points, minus 25,000. Check-in tasks. Check-in at the Franda Grocery Store, 3,000 points. Check-in at the Rose Hotel, 3,000 points. Previously mistyped, corrected now. Physical functionality, 30 restored. Frustrated, Lu Yu stared at the negative points displayed on the panel, cursing the system for its debt feature. System, open the Random Item Gift Pack. Opening Random Item Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8 Gates of Duenjia. Suddenly, Lu Yu's attention was drawn to a line of small text. 8 Gates of Duenjia. The ultimate technique of Guy from Naruto, who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the series. This is a man recognized even by Uchiha Madara. He never anticipated that the system could yield such a remarkable item. As his consciousness returned to the real world, Lu Yu found himself holding a scroll, the method to cultivate the 8 Gates of Duenjia. After stowing it in his spatial ring, he promptly fell asleep. Intending to study it diligently the next day, morning arrived. Lu Yu sat cross-legged by the stream, drinking a bowl of green medicinal liquid. Feeling warmth spread throughout his body, he closed his eyes, gradually guiding his spirit power through his limbs and bones. Observing the vortex of spirit power beginning to form in his sea of knowledge, Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. After several days of rest and recuperation, his physical functionality had restored to 60. And his spirit power had already returned to level 35. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the young man's tightly shut eyes, as if he were merging with nature itself. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of determination and resolve shining within. That he slowly rose, legs slightly bent, gathering strength. With a powerful push against the ground, his calf muscles tensed like bowstrings, filled with tension. With this explosive force, the young man soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow in midair. His body was light and agile, akin to a swift leopard. Each leap was imbued with unparalleled speed and strength. Leaving onlookers in awe, he swiftly navigated through the dense woods, his figure flickering between the branches. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation. Occasionally, he would sidestep robust trunks or gracefully leap over intertwining branches. His steps were light and steady, as if the wind itself propelled him, leaving only a trace of a gentle breeze in his wake. That in this tranquil forest, the boy resembled a free-spirited, ethereal bird, showcasing his extraordinary skills and remarkable courage as he boldly ventured into the unknown. Wisps of smoke appeared in the distance. The youth leapt gracefully, using the branches for support, akin to a bird spreading its wings in flight. His body traced a perfect arc in the air before landing softly. Liu rolled up his pant legs and casually tossed several sandbags to the ground. Though seemingly inconspicuous, they struck the earth with a resounding thud. Clap, clap, clapped out. A series of crisp applause echoed from behind. Three figures slowly emerged from the woods. Indeed, a genius with innate full spirit power, diligently training. Your future is bound to be limitless. Liu turned to look, only to discover that two of the three individuals were familiar faces. The two individuals standing before him were none other than Su Yuntao and the Lord of Nodding City, Matthew Nua. At this moment, however, they stood on either side, clearly indicating that the individual in the center was the one of significance. Though Nodding City was merely a remote outpost, the presence of the city lord himself as an escort suggested that the visitor's background was indeed formidable. Both Matthew Nua and Su Yuntao were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, leading one to conclude that this individual was undoubtedly associated with the Spirit Hall as well. The person was clad in an orange robe, and his dark eye makeup exuded an air of aggression. Although on a man it appeared somewhat incongruous. Su Yuntao, steward, it has been a long time. May I ask who this is? Lu Yu inquired. It has indeed been a while. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Elder Yu Guan, an envoy dispatched by the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Elder Yu has come expressly for you, Su Yuntao elaborated. Yu Guan. Lu Yu thought back to the moment he awakened his twin spirits, anticipating that the Spirit Hall would send someone, especially since his second spirit was the angel spirit, a legacy spirit of the Spirit Hall. It was unthinkable for them to allow it to languish outside their control. Yet, Lu Yu had not anticipated that the Spirit Hall would send a titled level elder. Yu Guan extended his palm, and with a sudden burst of force, he summoned the heavy weights that Lu Yu had previously discarded on the ground. After weighing them in his hand, a look of appreciation crossed his face. Such weights would pose a challenge for any adult. Yet he had witnessed Lu Yu's agility as he navigated through the forest at such a tender age, possessing such awareness, especially with innate full spirit power, made him highly valued by the Spirit Hall. Should he join, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. You are Lu Yu, correct? I presume Steward Su has already shared the pertinent details with you. You must have guessed my purpose in coming here, Yu Guan said, his uniquely soft voice resonating. Elder Yu, I have already registered as a Soul Master at the Nodding City branch. Does that not count as being a member of the Spirit Hall? Liu replied. Yu Guan burst into hearty laughter. You are a clever little rascal. Registering as a Soul Master at a Spirit Hall branch and actually joining the Spirit Hall are two entirely different matters. The Spirit Hall has always been responsible for the awakening of spirits across various empires, and registering Soul Masters is merely a procedural formality to enable these masters to receive governmental subsidies. If it were as simple as registering at a Spirit Hall branch to be considered one of us, then what would be the purpose of the empires? After a brief pause, he continued. To truly become a Soul Master of the Spirit Hall, one must fulfill additional commitments and participate in missions. Of course, this applies to the average individual. However, for a talent such as yourself, the Spirit Hall offers exceptional treatment and benefits. You will be sent to a dedicated academy for training. So, what do you say, young one? Are you willing to accompany me to the Spirit Hall? Yu Guan slightly bowed, clearly awaiting Lu Yu's response. Lu Yu, the Spirit Hall is the most powerful and influential force on the continent, Matthew Nua interjected. Elder Yu is correct. The Spirit Hall is indeed the most formidable and impactful Soul Master organization on the continent. And its legacy spirit is the Angel Spirit, which will significantly benefit your future cultivation. Before Matthew could finish, Yu Guan raised a hand to silence him. Liu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it to declare, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall. A satisfied smile spread across Yu Guan's face, while Matthew Nua and Su Yuntao both exhaled in relief. You have made an exceptionally wise choice. Young one, however, I have one condition. Lu Yu suddenly stated. "Do. What condition? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it," Yu Guan replied. "You mentioned that joining the Spirit Hall would entail being sent to a dedicated academy for training." "Yes, indeed." "What of it?" Yu Guan inquired. "I wish to choose the school I will attend in the future," Lu Yu asserted. "What? Are you certain?" Yu Guan responded, somewhat taken aback. "Young one, think carefully. The schools under the Spirit Hall are the Spirit Hall Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy's teams have consistently performed exceptionally well in various competitions over the years. With your qualifications, the training resources you would receive there would far surpass those available to ordinary individuals. Are you truly willing to forego that opportunity?" Lu Yu shook his head firmly, stating, "While the resources at the Spirit Hall Academy might be unparalleled compared to other institutions, I wish to choose my own path for the future. However, rest assured, Elder Yu, that since I have agreed to join the Spirit Hall, I shall not go back on my word." The reason behind Lu Yu's decision not to attend the Spirit Hall Academy was straightforward. The tasks assigned by the system required interaction with characters from the original work to unlock them, and he was currently burdened with substantial debts to the system, engaging with the original characters of the Shrek 7 monsters. Shrek Academy was the best choice and the quickest way to earn points. Additionally, he still needed to check in at Flinder's shop in the Rose Hotel. Seeing Lu Yu's resolute attitude, Yu Guan realized that no further persuasion would be effective. At the very least, Lu Yu had agreed to join the Spirit Hall, which would suffice for his report. He produced a golden token and handed it to Lu Yu, saying, "This is the token of a dedicated soul master of the Spirit Hall. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, simply present it at the local branch to summon a soul master." Lu Yu accepted it respectfully, replying, "Thank you, Elder Yu." Yu Guan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We shall be family from now on. Given your talents, your position within the Spirit Hall may one day surpass even mine." With that, he turned and departed. At this moment, Su Yuntao and Matthew Nua approached, cupping their hands in greeting. "Congratulations, young brother Lu. The fact that the Spirit Hall sent an elder personally signifies their high regard for you. We shall rely on you in the future," they remarked. Lu Yu responded, "Steward Su, Lord Matthew, you flatter me that I owe my current success to you both, particularly to Steward Su that I must apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. I nearly brought harm upon myself and caused you great worry." Su Yuntao quickly waved his hands, saying, No. If it were not for your determination back then, I would not have witnessed the miracle of a first spirit ring being a 1,000-year spirit ring." With that, the two bid farewell, and Lu Yu turned to follow in Yu Guan's footsteps. He bent to gather the weights from the ground, and, with a slight bend in his knees, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, within a grand and solemn hall, the Spirit Hall, an ancient palace that seemed to have emerged from the annals of time, stood quietly at the core of the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. It resembled a colossal beast in slumber, emanating an unsettling aura, yet simultaneously appeared as a resplendent jewel embedded in the heart of this vast continent. From a distance, the Spirit Hall towered into the clouds. Imposing and magnificent, its architectural style unique, blending various elements that conveyed both an elegant antiquity and a sense of solemn majesty. Massive stone pillars supported the entire hall, akin to giants standing guard over this sacred ground. The walls were adorned with exquisite carvings and runes, each a testament to the legacies of past formidable warriors, chronicling the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, one could feel a palpable surge of energy. Within this grand and magnificent hall lay a throne radiating an air of authority, as if it could dictate the fates of all living beings. At that moment, seated upon the throne was a woman clad in resplendent attire. Her figure was graceful, exuding an aura of noble elegance in every movement. Yet, what captured the eye most was the scepter she clutched tightly in her hand, a symbol of the Spirit Hall's supreme authority. The scepter shone with a mysterious luminescence, adorned with countless dazzling gemstones, each embodying boundless power and wisdom. Undoubtedly, this regal figure was Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Her exquisitely beautiful visage resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a master craftsman, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, her deep, unfathomable eyes betrayed an indescribable coldness and authority that made one hesitant to gaze directly at her. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Suddenly, The space within the hall warped, and a figure clad in black robes materialized. This person appeared to be the very individual Bibi Dong had been anticipating. You've arrived promptly upon receiving the news. Your intelligence network is quite efficient, she remarked on the throne. Bibi Dong slowly spoke, her voice solemn and indifferent, devoid of any trace of emotion. He had already agreed to join the Spirit Hall, yet he had no desire to enter the Spirit Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong continued, "What is the background of that young man? Even if he possesses innate, full spirit power and dual spirit abilities, it hardly warrants such attention from you. These matters fall outside the scope of our collaboration and are of no concern to you. Your Holiness need only manage your subordinates well." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong remarked, "How amusing. The individual you, the sacred domain, have set your sights on, yet you expect my Spirit Hall to play the role of a caretaker. This collaboration pertains to the survival of the continent, and that young man is a crucial link. There can be no margin for error." The figure in the black robe snorted coldly, "That I hope your Holiness will take this seriously. I express my gratitude on behalf of the sacred domain." "Humph, you need not worry about that. I have already bestowed the Pope's decree upon him in this continent. There are but a handful qualified to possess such a decree. As long as he presents it in any branch of my Spirit Hall, no one would dare to act against him." The figure in the black robe leaned slightly forward, offering a half bow. "Thank you, Your Holiness, I take my leave." With that, the space warped once more, and the figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 55. The Extreme North. After the departure of the cloaked figure, Bibi Dong sat quietly upon her throne, closing her eyes and gently massaging her temples. The thoughts of this Pope were as inscrutable as her cold exterior. No one could discern what she was contemplating. Only 4 individuals were privy to the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Sacred Domain. She could faintly sense shadows slowly spreading across the continent. 3 years later, in the extreme north, a frail figure trudged against the blinding snowstorm across an expanse of white. Snowflakes danced upon the youth's hair and brows, rendering him akin to a small snowman. This silver-haired figure was none other than Lu Yu. He had been traversing this snowy plain for nearly 2 months. "Hey, old M.O., are you certain this cursed place will yield ice crystal essence?" A voice emanated from the satchel at Lu Yu's waist. Only in frigid lands could ice crystal essence be found. It was rare elsewhere, but not here. That I have researched and confirmed that the extreme north is indeed the coldest region of Doloa continent. Furthermore, it is sparsely populated, increasing the likelihood of encountering ice crystal essence. Indeed, Lu Yu and Mo Holik had traveled great distances to reach the extreme north in search of this ice crystal essence. A year prior, the comatose Mo Holik abruptly awakened. Yet the illusory star fox, Lu Yu, who had fallen into a coma alongside him, showed no signs of revival. After extensive verification, Lu Yu and Mo Holik concluded that Lu Yu had been infected by the mutated blood of the earth-rending ape during their battle, suffering from a potent toxin. Given the urgency of the situation at the time, no one had noticed any abnormalities, and as Lu Yu belonged to the star-language spirit fox clan, blessed by the stars, the toxin had been suppressed, leaving her in a comatose state. However, as time passed, the toxin had already spread throughout her body, necessitating immediate treatment. Fortunately, Lu Yu retained the crystal embedded in the head of the mutated earth-rending ape. After fully recovering, Lu Yu successfully absorbed the spirit ring from the crystal and officially became a spirit ancestor. However, a 10-year-old spirit master was unprecedented on the continent, a feat beyond comparison, even leaving the innate full spirit power Tang San far behind. Meanwhile, Mo Holik had extracted a substance identical to the toxin that Lu Yu had suffered from the residual blood in the crystal and successfully developed an antidote, with ice crystal essence being the final required material. The ice crystal essence was cold and mild in effect, capable of perfectly neutralizing the fiery toxin within Lu Yu while ensuring her safety. Coupled with several other medicinal ingredients, Lu Yu would soon awaken. Mo Holik's voice quivered slightly in the icy air. "There is an ice cave ahead. Let us take a look. Perhaps it will yield rewards." With a thought, Lu Yu's black gold mask instantly enveloped his entire head. The defensive properties of the Black God armor could adapt to extreme environments, allowing him to wear it throughout the journey. This served the dual purpose of warding off the cold and guarding against any soul beasts that might appear. This vast expanse of white snow was indeed a magnificent sight upon the continent. Yet danger often accompanies beauty, and many skilled hunters thrived in this harsh environment. Those who survived here were not to be trifled with. The defensive capabilities of the Black God armor were impeccable, yet it bore a fatal flaw. The armor around the eyes, if the armor were to cover completely, it would obstruct vision. Yet, if one wished to see, the armor could not fully envelop, leaving the eyes exposed, a significant drawback. However, this posed no problem for Lu Yu. The howling winds propelled the swirling snow directly into the gaps of his armor. Causing his eyes discomfort, he chose to cover the armor around his eyes as well. Achieving true 100% coverage, he then extended his mental energy outward, allowing it to substitute for his vision, enabling him to detect hidden fissures and concealed hunters beneath the snow. The ice cave lay at the foot of a glacier, fortuitously not far from Lu Yu's position. He reached it in merely half an hour at that moment. Emoholic also emerged from the satchel, surveying the surroundings. After confirming that the area posed no danger, the pair entered the cave. The cave's walls were adorned with a layer of ice crystal, and as they ventured deeper, the passage narrowed. From initially accommodating 3 to ultimately allowing only 1 to pass sideways. Furthermore, the temperature within the cave grew increasingly frigid. Due to the cave entrance being perpetually covered in snow, the lighting within was abysmal. In the dim, constricted space nearly suffocated Lu Yu. Yet he could not retreat, for Lu Yu's life hung in the balance that in the darkness. Lu Yu could only feel his way forward. Suddenly, he sensed that his mental energy had collided with an invisible barrier. Unable to advance further, Lu Yu attempted to open the visor of his mask, but in no time, his eyes became unbearably dry, prompting him to close it again. Old Emo, it seems there is no path ahead. In reality, a stone wall obstructed their way. A profound magic array was swiftly inscribed in the air, with runes intertwining and drifting toward Emoholic. In the next moment, the metallic eye of Emoholic emitted a burst of blue light. Move back a bit, Emoholic suddenly instructed, and reinforced the stone wall above. At that moment, Lu Yu found himself wedged between the wall, having nearly scraped against it throughout the journey. Were it not for the Black God armor shielding him, he likely would have been bloodied. Just as Lu Yu struggled to inch backward, he suddenly felt a rapid increase in temperature from the other side. He turned his head in surprise to his astonishment. Emoholic's singular eye now glowed a menacing red, as a magic array slowly took shape before him. Suddenly, the magic array unleashed a red beam as thick as an arm. Lu Yu's shock. The stone wall blocking his path began to melt away. As the temperature within the cave surged, the ice crystal on the walls rapidly melted. Cascading down, Lu Yu hastily summoned his martial spirit, and a brown spirit ring began to rotate beneath his feet, shimmering brilliantly. Second-tier earth magic. Rock pillar. Instantly, several stone pillars emerged, creating a secure area to ensure the falling ice crystal would not obstruct their path. This was the ability Lu Yu gained after absorbing the spirit ring of the earth-rending ape, allowing him to manipulate earth elements. Under Emoholic's meticulous guidance, Lu Yu had mastered nearly all 4th-tier wind element and earth element magic within a year. Moreover, his mental prowess had reached the level of a 5th-tier mage. Under the relentless bombardment of Emoholic's high-temperature rays, the stone wall continued to melt away. In the next moment, a wide passage appeared before Lu Yu. Let us proceed, Emoholic instructed, retracting the magic array and leading the way into the passage. Chapter 56. The enigmatic ice cave. Emoholic took the lead into the passage, with Lu Yu closely following. Upon entering, Lu Yu discovered that the cave walls were teeming with vines that emitted a faint glow. These were Arctic glimmer vines. This obscure plant, which does not yield soul rings, is scarcely known to anyone. However, Lu Yu immediately recognized this species. He devoted nearly all his time to studying in the library during his cultivation, and with his extraordinary mental prowess, he possessed an almost photographic memory. As a result, he advanced rapidly through the academy, ultimately graduating 2 years early, a remarkable precedent at the Nodding City Academy. Consequently, Lu Yu became the favored student among all the teachers, and his classmates regarded him as a relentless achiever. Indeed, it's no surprise that someone could graduate 2 years early. Although it is merely a junior academy, it is still quite impressive, remarked Emoholic, casting an appreciative glance in his direction. The Arctic luminescent vine only grows in the subterranean ice caverns of the far north. With its tendrils adorned with peculiar, luminous patterns that can temporarily store soul energy, it takes 3 years for the vine to mature from a seedling. and it also takes 3 years for the mature plant to wither, during which it cannot provide soul rings. Lu continued. That's right. That's correct, Mo Holik responded. However, you have overlooked one crucial point. What point? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Its growth environment. While it is true that this plant only thrives in the subterranean ice caverns of the far north, it is specifically limited to those caverns inhabited by the black ice worms. The secretions of the black ice worm provide nourishment for the Arctic luminescent vine, and the vine's ability to temporarily store soul energy aids the larvae of the black ice worm in surviving in low temperatures. Furthermore, the black ice worms prefer to build their nests near the ice crystal mother, which can nurture ice crystal marrow. Lu Yu continued. In other words, we are not far from the ice crystal marrow. He exclaimed excitedly. This was an exceptionally promising sign for him, indicating that his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. June would soon be saved, however, as they ventured deeper into the cave. Lu Yu increasingly sensed something amiss. The cave was eerily silent. Although it was the far north, where life was scarce, the presence of Arctic luminescent vines should have been accompanied by signs of black ice worm activity nearby. Yet, upon inspecting several tendrils, he found no traces of eggs, let alone mature insects. This left Lu Yu disheartened, as he had hoped to find evidence of the black ice worms leading him to the ice crystal mother. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from behind. Lu Yu turned to see that the narrow entrance through which they had come was now blocked by a cascade of fallen stones and ice. Looks like we have no choice but to proceed deeper, he said. Mo, do you feel that the silence in this cave is rather unsettling? Lu Yu asked quietly. Mo Holik nodded in agreement. Indeed, generally, places where the ice crystal mother resides are frigid. Yet the further we venture into this cave, the warmer it becomes, which is quite abnormal. Could it be that we have come to the wrong place, and that the ice crystal mother does not exist here at all? Lu Yu pondered aloud. Let us continue further. Perhaps we will uncover unexpected discoveries. We should also search for other possible exits. If we truly find nothing, we can always retrace our steps, Mo Holik suggested. Lu Yu fell silent, preparing his broken kangnu for any eventuality. The dark cave flickered with an eerie glow as the light refracted through the crystalline stones below, casting a dazzling array of colors that was quite enchanting. Yet, beneath this beautiful veneer lay hidden dangers unknown to them. This indeed was the best course of action. Should they find nothing further ahead, they would have no choice but to dig their way back. The dimness of the cave seemed to obscure their sense of time. The two of them walked in silence for an indeterminate period until, at last, a beam of light broke through ahead. Following the light, they were met with the sight of a grand stone hall. Below, rows of neatly arranged structures resembled houses. These edifices encircled a solemn altar at the center, akin to stars surrounding a moon. Arranged in a unique and orderly fashion, resembling a vast flower in bloom, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Each pathway meandered like a winding stream, cleverly weaving between the closely knit buildings, sometimes merging with others, sometimes extending into the distance. These paths varied in width and form, yet collectively wove a complex yet orderly web that intricately connected the entire area. Lu found the arrangement of these structures somewhat familiar. Yet he couldn't recall where he had seen anything like it before. Bright crystals embedded in the stone walls of the hall illuminated the city, and the light that Lu saw emanated from them. After exchanging glances with Mo Holik, they both leaped from the heights. At that moment, a surge of air enveloped Lu, cushioning his landing. As he approached, Lu realized that these buildings were not houses at all. They resembled towering spires. All the windows and doors were intricately carved. Each tower stood nearly 20 meters high, fashioned entirely from an unknown black stone. There were no signs of assembly. Each tower was carved from a single massive block of stone. Such an undertaking would have required a tremendous investment of human resources and materials on the Blue Star, where Lu once resided. Yet here, in the sole master-laden Daw continent, one would merely need to gather a sufficiently large team of soul masters. However, it would still be quite challenging for ordinary individuals to assemble such a vast team. Thus, the force behind the construction of this place must be immensely powerful, especially considering that the ornate carvings were far beyond what a typical wealthy family could afford. Though Lu had encountered references to the custom of constructing tombs in the literature he had perused over the years, these were typically family tombs of nobility, built within the confines of their family territories. Ordinary families would settle for a suitable spot and dig a simple pit. Yet, it is crucial to remember that this location is in the feared far north. Who would have thought that someone would establish their family power in this desolate, barren land? Moreover, this site has stood unchanged since the inception of this continent. It is inconceivable that a once thriving family could have risen here only to be mercilessly consumed and buried by the tempestuous blizzards. After all, in such harsh conditions, mere survival is a luxury, let alone the establishment of a vast and prosperous family. Therefore, this scenario seems utterly absurd and hard to believe. Who could possibly have constructed such a place in this desolate region? Chapter 57. The strange relief with a mind full of questions. Lu Yu summoned a whirlwind to elevate himself to the height of the black towers. It was then that he noticed some of the tower tops were hollow, each housing a series of blank stone slabs. As he flew closer to the center of this architectural ensemble, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon a towering altar base, constructed from the same unknown black stone as the towers. The altar exhibited a tiered design that tapered from bottom to top, resembling the Amazonian pyramids of the Blue Star. Each tier was adorned with peculiar patterns, and the pyramid-shaped altar stood twice the height of those black stone towers. Yet it was still less than one-fifth the height of the cave hall. Mo, do you recognize these patterns? Lu Yu inquired. Focusing on the engravings upon the altar, Mo Holik stepped forward to examine them closely. These patterns are rather peculiar. Their style seems somewhat foreign to the Doha continent. However, look here. In the 2 years that Lu Yu had been diligently competing with his peers, Mo Holik had not been idle either. Apart from teaching Lu Yu magic, he had spent nearly all his free time immersed in the library, feverishly acquiring knowledge about the Doha continent. With a glimmer in his single eye, Mo Holik gradually focused on a portion of the stone carving that appeared to depict a figure. This figure seemed to be surrounded by floating circles reminiscent of soul rings. If I'm not mistaken, this individual appears to be a soul master, one of considerable renown. Look at the people surrounding him. They seem to be worshipping him, he remarked. Lu observed the area Mo Holik had indicated, noting that the figure appeared to be holding 2 blazing flames, and upon closer inspection, he counted precisely 18 soul rings surrounding him. Could it be a twin martial soul? Once again, the soul master possesses the fire attribute. Or perhaps his martial soul consists of 2 flames. Lu pondered for quite some time, but could not recall any soul master on the continent with a dual martial soul of fire. As his gaze shifted, Lu Yu suddenly noticed other figures worshipped in the stone carving. To the right of the flame-holding figure stood a shadow wielding a massive hammer, surrounded by 9 floating soul rings. Further to the right, there was a figure with 6 wings sprouting from its back, holding a weapon resembling a great sword. On the left side of the flame-holding figure, another silhouette stretched its arms wide, adorned with a tower-like pattern above, encircled by 9 soul rings as well. Above these figures, there was a celestial being resembling an angel. Lu. Take a look at this. At that moment, Mo Holik also noticed the scene. The red beam from his single eye gradually moving towards the suspected angelic figure. This relief seems to be strikingly similar to your second martial soul, and in such a peculiar location. Could this possibly be your ancestral grave? Have you excavated your family's tomb? Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Get lost. You must be the one who dug up your family's grave. However, Mo Holik retorted, I am merely a book, with no ancestors, only a creator. Therefore, the notion of excavating a family tomb is utterly nonsensical. Lu, upon hearing this, chose to ignore him. Yet, Mo Holik was indeed correct. The relief bore a striking resemblance to his second martial soul, featuring the same 2 small boy figures and identical half-wings. Beside them, there was a figure resembling an angel, but with only 2 wings. Positioned alongside the celestial being at the top of this relief, the very top of the relief, there was even a scratch that Mo Holik had stared at for quite some time, without deciphering its meaning. Enough, old Mo. Just as Mo Holik was lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Let us not forget our purpose. We must hasten to locate the ice crystal mother and return as soon as possible. Mo Holik acknowledged with a grunt, and gradually distanced himself from the relief. After finding a suitable position, he quietly released a red light from his single eye, reminiscent of the scanning beams from science fiction movies. Subsequently, Mo Holik circled around the massive pyramid-like altar and quickly returned to Lu Yu's side. Old Mo, what are you doing? Lu Yu was somewhat perplexed by Mo Holik's actions. I'm using magic to record the images here. so we can study them thoroughly upon our return. Luu was taken aback by Mo Holik's display of magic. He had never considered such an application before. After completing this task, Mo Holik flew towards a certain direction. Let us go check over there. Earlier, I noticed traces of the black ice insects in that area. Oh, here we go. Upon hearing this, Luu accelerated and swiftly caught up with the leading Mo Holik. After flying for a while, the duo eventually arrived at a conspicuous corner of the stone hall. Then, under Luu's puzzled gaze, Mo Holik led him to the entrance of a small crevice. Describing the object before him as a whole seemed inadequate. Luu estimated that even Mo Holik, as a book, would struggle to fit through it at best. It was merely a slightly larger crack. Yet, blue light flickered continuously from within this fissure, and the temperature there was significantly lower than that of the stone hall. Luu approached and meticulously examined the crack with his mental strength, discovering a vast space behind it. Although it could not compare to the stone hall they currently occupied, it was ample enough to accommodate 5 or 6 black stone towers. Furthermore, Luu detected numerous black ice insects and Arctic luminous vines within. With the flickering blue light emanating from the Arctic luminous vines inside, with the presence of Arctic luminous vines and black ice insects, it was highly likely that the ice crystal mother resided within. Sure enough, as Luu's mental energy gradually enveloped the interior space, he suddenly felt a piercing cold emanating from a fist-sized, translucent stone, the ice crystal mother. Luu's eyes ignited with uncontainable excitement, his entire being trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration that he silently marveled. Indeed, hard work pays off. Who would have thought that in this desolate land, a veritable no-man's land where not even birds dare to linger, I would remain for over 2 months. During this period, Luu had faced countless challenges, endured the ravages of blizzards, suffered the onslaught of extreme cold, and even nearly lost his way several times, teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, with unwavering faith and indomitable will, he had never forsaken his quest. Now, it seemed that heaven had rewarded his perseverance. The object of his desire lay before him. In this moment, Luu felt as though the entire world was rejoicing alongside him, his heart brimming with boundless joy and a sense of accomplishment. Now, June will be saved. However, an issue loomed before Luu. How to extract this ice crystal mother? As previously mentioned, the crevice was too small for even Mo Holik to enter, let alone Luu. Chapter 58. The peril of extracting stones and slaying insects. Furthermore, Luu had noted that the stone wall was over 2 meters thick when he had probed the crevice with his mental power. If he were to forcefully breach it, the commotion would undoubtedly awaken the black ice insect swarm within, which was a creature even typical Soul Emperors preferred to avoid. These black ice insects, known as the extreme northern locusts, posed no threat when alone, but they thrived in swarms and could easily form a formidable army in no time. More critically, the mandibles of black ice insects were exceptionally sharp, capable of shredding steel plates that a swarm of these insects could devour an entire village in a matter of moments. Earlier, when Luu had explored the cave behind the crack, he had felt his scalp prickle at the sight of the densely packed black ice insects. Fortunate that they were currently in a state of dormancy, they would remain undisturbed as long as no strong external stimuli occurred. However, if roused, both Luu and Mo Holik would find themselves in grave danger. What to do? The entrance is too small for me to squeeze through, but if I force my way in, the insects will be stirred. Mo Holik inquired from the side. Luu had contemplated using a spatial ring to directly retrieve the ice crystal mother. But the problem was that the ring's storage range was limited, and the ice crystal mother was located just beyond its reach that he couldn't possibly tie a string to the ring and toss it inside. Such an action would certainly alert the black ice insects that a string. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luu's mind. He hastily removed the ring from his finger and compared its size against the crevice. He found that the ring could indeed fit through the opening. Concentrating his thoughts, he cast a third-tier mental magic, mental grasping. The ring seemed to be connected by an invisible thread, gradually drifting towards the crack. Luu cautiously maneuvered the spatial ring closer and closer to the ice crystal mother. The deeper he ventured, the more numerous the black ice insects became, with their distribution growing increasingly dense. Despite the majority of the black ice insects remaining dormant, a small number were sluggishly wriggling their bodies. as if demonstrating their faint vitality to the outside world. The unsettling sound of countless black ice insects crawling sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine, akin to a multitude of sharp knives incessantly pricking at his nerves. This sound carried a peculiar, uncanny allure, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Nevertheless, Lu Yu successfully positioned the spatial ring to the closest point where it could gather the ice crystal mother while remaining near the crack. In an instant, the ring emitted a flash of light, and the ice crystal mother, along with the surrounding scattered ice crystal essence, vanished, absorbed into the spatial ring. Upon completing this task, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief, while Mo Holic cast an approving glance in his direction. Lu Yu then carefully maneuvered the spatial ring back along the same path. Returning it to his hand, he redonned the spatial ring. Let us go. We've got what we came for. However, just as they prepared to leave, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them. The intensity of the shaking increasing. Mo Holic's instincts kicked in. Not good. Run, he shouted, quickly pulling Lu Yu away from the area. Yet, an unexpected event transpired. At the very moment they turned to flee, the mysterious crevice suddenly expelled a thick cloud of black smoke without warning. This black smoke surged forth like a violent torrent, rapidly engulfing the surrounding air in darkness. Lu Yu's heart raced. He keenly sensed that something was amiss with the black smoke. That he halted and focused his gaze, attempting to discern the situation. As his vision gradually clarified, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. It turned out that the so-called black smoke was not smoke in the conventional sense, but rather an innumerable swarm of black ice insects. These black ice insects resembled a dense, dark cloud, clustering together in a tightly packed formation, their minuscule yet dense bodies writhing in the air, as if they were forming an indomitable black barrier. Lu Yu's eyes widened, his heart brimming with shock and fear. The simultaneous appearance of such a multitude of black ice insects was indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. Moreover, the aura emanating from them clearly indicated a formidable aggressiveness and danger. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Lu Yu was momentarily at a loss regarding how to respond. What did you do with the stone mother earlier to provoke so many black ice insects? At that moment, the fleeing Mo Holic cast a glance back, his scalp prickling in response to the sight of the densely packed swarm. The only exit from this cavern was the path they had taken, which had long since been blocked, and they could not find any other escape route, especially now that they had to contend with such a massive horde of insects. Old Mo, look over there. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly pointed at the towering altar and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mo Holic glanced upwards. It was at that moment that everyone, in terror, discovered that the eerie black smoke was swirling in the air like a colossal black dragon, persistently circling the altar, refusing to depart. What was particularly spine-chilling was that the surrounding towering black stone towers were utterly covered by countless insects. These insects surged like a tide, eliciting an involuntary shiver in stark contrast. However, the mysterious altar stood devoid of any insects, appearing desolate and empty. This peculiar sight seemed to suggest that some unknown power was safeguarding the altar, instilling a sense of awe and fear within the insect swarm. Lu Yu pondered to himself. Could it be that the altar concealed a secret weapon capable of restraining the swarm? Or was there some formidable restriction in place? The more he contemplated, the more he felt the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he shouted, Old Mo, let us charge towards the altar. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yu employed his wind step technique once more. In an instant, a powerful whirlwind erupted, propelling him towards the altar like an arrow released from a bow. The others, witnessing this, summoned their courage and closely followed, hoping to reach that place which might offer a glimmer of hope. Just at that moment, the hovering black dragon suddenly noticed the two and dove straight down towards them. The black stone tower enveloped in black smoke was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Seeing this, Lu Yu hastened his pace. While the black dragon drew ever closer, he could almost hear the sounds of the insects colliding and the vibrations of their wings. The dragon was closing in, seeming poised to consume Lu Yu at any moment. Chapter 59, Fire Spirit Pearl. With the black dragon looming ever nearer, Lu Yu felt as though he would be devoured in the next instant. Old Mo, can't you think of something? Use some spatial magic to teleport us out? Lu Yu shouted anxiously. I wish I could. My powers have not fully recovered, and to initiate a spatial teleportation, I would need a teleportation stone to set up a formation. Then go set it up? I'll buy you time, Lu Yu cried out. Without a teleportation stone, I can't set it up. Let's first head to the altar and think of something there. At that moment, the black dragon opened its gaping maw. Just as Lu Yu was about to be engulfed, a sudden burst of crimson light erupted from the altar, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat. The black ice insects emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the red light. Strangely, however, Lu Yu, who passed directly through the red light, felt no adverse effects. It seemed that the red barrier bore him no malice. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu could afford no distractions. He was racing towards the altar's pinnacle, his instincts telling him that only there could he find safety, standing at the edge of the altar. He glanced back to see that the black dragon had already transformed into a cloud of black smoke. Swirling ominously around the altar in the oppressive heat, Lu could sense the overwhelming hostility of the black ice insects, as if they might consume him at any moment. However, the swarm appeared to regard the altar with trepidation, merely circling around it without daring to approach. Could it be that they feared this barrier? But what force had released it? The top of the altar was not very large, easily visible at a glance, perhaps only the size of a classroom. Lu, look over there, came Mo Holik's voice from beside him. Lu Yu noticed that at the center of the altar's apex stood a stone platform, seemingly the source of the luminous barrier. Let's go check it out. Perhaps we can find a way to escape. Lu Yu replied, hastening towards the stone platform. There, resting upon the pitch-black stone, was a fist-sized crimson pearl, quietly emanating a faint red glow. Radiating from the pearl were intricate, mysterious runes that covered the entire altar. Curiously, Lu Yu reached out to touch it, and in the next moment, a warm sensation coursed from his fingertips to his brain. Just then, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Fire Spirit Pearl energy fluctuations detected. Hidden task triggered. Eternal flame. Task description. The flame that never withers in the frigid expanse. A seed of hope for thousands of years. Awaken in the darkness. This task is divided into 4 stages. Completing each stage grants rewards. Please proceed to the task checkpoint to obtain the token and complete the task. Completion reward. God level Martial Soul 1. 40,000 points. Task progress. 14. Ding. Hidden task detected. Eternal Flame Stage 1 Fire Spirit Pearl Altar Checkpoint Success. Acquired Random Teleportation Scroll 1. Points 400. Random Teleportation Scroll. A one-time consumable item. Complete the system's hidden checkpoint task or purchase from the system store. Effect. Can randomly teleport specified items or beings to completed checkpoint locations. Note: the destination of the teleportation cannot be chosen. Use with caution. Upon reading the system's introduction, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. It was precisely what he needed in this predicament. Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? Think of a way to get us out of here. Mo Holik exclaimed, snapping Lu Yu out of his reverie. It was astonishing that he could still smile in such dire circumstances. As the glow of the red pearl began to wane, who knew how much longer this red barrier would hold? If they did not devise a plan to escape, they would soon find themselves at the mercy of the black ice insects. Old Mo, don't panic. I have a plan. Lu suddenly declared. You found the teleportation stone? Mo Holik asked, his eyes lighting up. No, then why are you so pleased? Mo Holik's excitement dimmed upon hearing Lu Yu's resolute response. However, I have this. Lu brandished a black scroll before Mo Holik's eyes. What is that? Wait, a teleportation scroll. You actually have one of those, Mo Holik exclaimed, suddenly animated. Teleportation scrolls were exceedingly rare on the Austin continent due to their association with advanced spatial magic and the high demands for materials, making them incredibly difficult to preserve. Furthermore, they required almost no preparation time, proving invaluable in critical moments. Hence, every appearance of a teleportation scroll would incite a frenzy. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that we can escape this wretched place. With that, Lu Yu approached the stone platform, one hand unfurling the teleportation scroll while the other grasped the Fire Spirit Pearl, even in a state of energy depletion. The Fire Spirit Pearl could generate such an extensive protective barrier. Its full power must be formidable, and he could not afford to overlook such a treasure. Mo Holik quickly discerned Lu Yu's intentions and swiftly floated to his waist pouch. The once resplendent glow of the Fire Spirit Pearl began to fade as if suppressed by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the red barrier, akin to a protective shield, appeared to be drained of vitality. Its color growing ever paler, and the intense heat it radiated continued to diminish. The black ice insects, which had previously circled apprehensively at the edge, seemingly sensing a shift, no longer feared the barrier above and began to unfurl their wings. Charging towards the barrier like a tempest of darkness, the black ice insects seemed to sense impending victory, densely clustering together to form a surging torrent of darkness, recklessly charging towards their target. The cacophony of the swarm's shrill cries incessantly assaulted Lu Yu's ears. The relentless thuds echoed around him. As the luminous barrier trembled, fissures beginning to appear, as if the black ice insects would shatter it at any moment. At that critical juncture, Lu Yu, standing cautiously beside the stone platform, reached out with care and gently grasped the fire spirit pearl radiating with an enigmatic glow. Then, at the very moment, he lifted the pearl. The crimson barrier enveloping the entire space seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace, without any forewarning. Almost simultaneously, countless black ice insects surged in like a tidal wave from every direction, frantically pouring in. These insects, densely packed and overwhelming, brandished their claws and emitted piercing shrieks, as though they intended to devour everything in their path. Lu stood dumbfounded by the suddenness of the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Just then, the scroll in his hand erupted with a blinding white light. Chapter 60. The general store. At that critical moment, the scroll in Lu Yu's hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. In the next instant, the boy's figure vanished from sight. The primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. The bell signaling the end of class rang, marking the arrival of lunchtime. The students within the classroom surged out like trapped beasts, rushing eagerly towards the cafeteria. At this moment, a young boy dressed in blue rose slowly from his seat, with 24 gleaming jade beads adorning his waist. His unhurried movements stood in stark contrast to the frantic rush of his classmates. "Third brother, aren't you going to eat?" A voice called from the doorway, surprisingly belonging to Wang Hu. Since Xiao Lai's graduation, the students who once followed him began to rally around Lu Yu. Although there were dissenters, many were moved by Lu Yu's philosophy of harmony and friendly coexistence, especially after witnessing his virtuous ways. Go on. Do you think Xiao San is like you lot, only thinking about food all day? At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice echoed from the back of the classroom. Although Tang San had acknowledged Xiao Wu as his sister, she only called him third brother in private, while in public she still referred to him as Xiao San. On the surface, Xiao Wu remained the leader of the academy, with Tang San as her second-in-command. However, everyone tacitly understood that Tang San was the man standing behind the leader. Seeing that it was Xiao Wu, Wang Hu greeted her and wisely stepped aside to leave the two alone. Just as Tang San was about to speak, a sudden burst of brilliant light erupted within the classroom. Following this, Tang San heard a loud thump. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a figure had appeared in the classroom, rising gradually. As he beheld that familiar face, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Brother Yu?" Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Lu Yu turned with curiosity, only to find Tang San and Xiao Wu staring at him in bewilderment. "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Wait, where am I?" Lu Yu looked around, recognizing the familiar desks and podium, and finally realized he had been transported to the academy. Once he confirmed he was out of danger, Lu Yu sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground. "Brother Yu." 2 years later, in the center of the Limai Plains, there stood a city known as Soto City, part of the Balak Kingdom, often referred to as the Balak Granary, its status second only to the capital. Balak City, both heavily fortified, Soto City even housed a third-tier Soul Master Academy. The Balak Kingdom was one of the 4 kingdoms and one principality that had emerged from the Dou Empire. If it weren't for the Dou royal family holding a strong military, the empire might have long been lost to the annals of history. The neighboring Xinghua Empire faced similar turmoil, illustrating the internal strife within the empire. At this moment, 2 figures, a boy and a girl, appeared at the gates of Soto City. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The boy wore simple, practical blue attire, with a jade belt adorned with 24 gleaming stones, presenting a clean and sharp impression. Although the boy was somewhat handsome, overall he seemed quite ordinary. In contrast, the girl beside him radiated brilliance. Her long, scorpion braid fell elegantly to her calves. She wore a form-fitting pink top that perfectly encapsulated her developing figure, her slender waist provoking envy among many. With her sparkling large eyes, fluttering eyelashes, and a rosy complexion, the word adorable seemed crafted just for her. The girl raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. complaining, "Master is truly something. There are several Soul Master Academies eager to accept us without conditions, yet he insists we report to this Shrek Academy, which doesn't even have a proper ranking. And the journey is so long." The boy chuckled at her words. "Did Shrek Academy? Master only instructed me to report here alone. You insisted on coming along. Thankfully, Soto City isn't too far away, or you would have turned into a little grumbler. Come on, brother, you set off a week earlier than us. He must have arrived first and said to meet at the Rose Hotel. He might already be waiting for us." Xiao Wu stretched out her words in response. "You listening to Master is one thing, but brother, you has graduated so long ago and still comes here. I really don't understand what you both are thinking." These two figures were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had graduated not long ago. Despite several Soul Master Academies willing to accept them unconditionally, Tang San resolutely followed the Master's advice and came to report at Shrek Academy. Tang San was surprised to find that Lu Yu, after graduating early, had not chosen to attend a Soul Master Academy directly, but opted to train in the Soul Hunting Forest. Just 2 weeks ago, he suddenly approached Tang San, expressing his intent to join him in Soto City and report to Shrek Academy, agreeing to meet at the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, in front of a dilapidated general store in Soto City, a figure cloaked in a hood stood before the shop, gazing up at the worn sign that read Flanders General Store. A faint smile gracing his lips, the young man slowly removed his hood, revealing a face that seemed meticulously chiseled, clean and handsome. His silken, silver hair shimmered like the stars in the Milky Way, reflecting a faint, captivating glow. The hair, unstyled and simply tied back into a long ponytail, cascaded naturally down his broad back. This seemingly simple hairstyle perfectly showcased the boy's carefree and unruly nature, exuding a unique charm that was both fresh and appealing. The youth standing before the general store was indeed Lu Yu. 2 years prior, after bringing back the ice crystal stone to heal Lu Yu, he had remained in the Soul Hunting Forest to master the 8 gates of Duanjia. And now he could skillfully open the first 4 gates. Just a week ago, feeling it was time, he bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao Wu, arriving in Soto City a week early. However, upon his arrival, Flanders' general store was closed, so he first went to the Rose Hotel to complete his check-in task. Finally, today, the general store opened its doors. Lu stepped inside, greeted by a disarray of goods that gave the impression the shop might close any day now. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing a soul, he wondered if Flanders, the money-loving owner, was still asleep, and began to meander through the store. Chapter 61. Dai Mubai. As Lu Yu wandered aimlessly through the general store, his gaze fell upon a crystal encased in a rough stone that, if he wasn't mistaken, this was likely a hair crystal. In the original story, Tang San seemed to have used this to create dragon whiskers, which gave Zhao Wujia quite a bit of trouble. Ling Mo Huoli Ku. A voice suddenly resonated in Lu Yu's mind. "What's up? Do you see that piece of iron in the corner?" "Yes, I see it." Lu looked over and indeed spotted a dark, unremarkable iron block behind the hair crystal. "That's a good item. Take it down." The dark, unremarkable iron lump lay shrouded in dust, tucked away in a corner, almost imperceptible to the casual observer. Beside it, a bracelet on the shelf caught the eye. "I purchased it for a mere sum." The voice of Mo Huoliku echoed once more. "Old Mo, are you certain there's nothing amiss with these 2 items? They appear to be mere trinkets. A common bracelet and a piece of iron, with nothing extraordinary about them." Lu Yu queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Trust me, acquiring them will not lead to regret," Mo Huoliku insisted, his tone resolute. "Boss." Lu Yu called out several times, yet received no response. This Falanda is truly the epitome of laziness. Glancing around, he spotted a silver-haired youth with a ponytail standing before the shelf, clad in simple attire and draped in a tattered cloak, entirely devoid of the appearance of wealth. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you seek?" Falanda approached, his greeting lackluster, his voice hoarse and lethargic. Had it not been for the small size of the shop and the absence of others, Lu Yu might have missed his words entirely. Noticing the situation, Lu Yu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Though it was quickly suppressed, he gestured toward the crystal on the table, inquiring, "How much for this?" Falanda cast a lazy glance at the crystal. 100 gold soul coins. No negotiation. Lu hesitated at this. "What? Are you short on funds?" As he retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and placed it before Falanda, he remarked, "There are precisely 100 coins here." The sight of Lu Yu's spatial ring, a rarity among soul-guiding artifacts, stirred a sense of surprise within Falon. He internally speculated about this seemingly ordinary youth, whose fair features belied his true lineage, suspecting he hailed from a prestigious family. No, that's not sufficient, Falonda replied lazily. Not enough. I have exactly 100 gold coins here. How can that be insufficient? I do not doubt the quantity of coins you possess, but for this crystal, 100 coins will not suffice. It is 200. Though Lu Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Falonda's audacity. 100 coins, Lu Yu countered. 300 coins. Take it or leave it. Do not waste my time. Falonda's raspy voice rang out again. 200 coins. I will take both the crystal and the other 2 items. Falonda scoffed derisively. Young man, do you truly conduct business in such a manner? I am selling you a piece of information, a master's information. Falonda's interest piqued at this, his previously dull eyes now alight with intrigue. How can I trust you? The master's disciple will arrive in Soto City today, adorned with a soul-guiding artifact set with 24 gemstones that, of course, you may choose not to believe me, Lu Yu stated nonchalantly. A master's disciple? Very well, I believe you. Take your items, and I shall part with them for 100 gold coins. Lu Yu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, sensing a twinge of guilt. In the original story, Tang Sen had simply given away such items without expectation of payment. Exiting the general store, Lu Yu made his way directly to his next destination, the Rose Hotel, judging the time. He concluded that Tang San and Xiao Wu should soon be arriving to meet Dai Mu Bai. Indeed, upon reaching the hotel entrance, he spotted 2 figures, a boy in blue and a girl in pink, entering the establishment. As Lu Yu stepped into the Rose Hotel, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, instantly uplifting his spirits. The hotel's decor, primarily in shades of rose red, white, and silver, created a warm and elegant ambience that was immediately pleasing to the senses. Tang San approached the counter. Good day, we are here to find someone. The attendant behind the counter quickly rose, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, an expression of envy crossing her face. However, upon hearing Tang San's request, her demeanor shifted slightly. I apologize, sir, but our guest registration information is confidential. I cannot disclose any details. However, if you are waiting for a friend, we do have a room available where you can rest while you wait. The attendant cast a suggestive glance at Tang San. Is there truly no way you can assist in checking? Tang San pressed. That individual is a very important friend of mine that I regret to inform you. Sir, but we have regulations against revealing guest information. I hope you understand, the attendant replied with a hint of regret on her face. Brother San, we have been traveling for days. I am utterly exhausted. Why don't we stay here for the night and wait for Brother Yu? Who knows, we might run into him, Xiao Wu suggested, finding merit in her proposition. In that case, please arrange 2 rooms for us. Tang San requested. I am sorry, sir. All rooms are fully booked except for 1. However, rest assured, our rooms are spacious enough for 2. The attendant responded, her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Very well. Then, we shall take 1 room. After all, I have been sharing a bed for 6 years, Xiao Wu proclaimed candidly. Just as the attendant was preparing the necessary paperwork, a sudden laughter interrupted her actions. The man, flanked by 2 scantily clad women, approached the counter. The women, clad in black cheongsams with high slits that nearly reached their thighs, moved gracefully, revealing glimpses of their fair legs, while their upper garments left little to the imagination. Xiao Wu glanced at them, then at herself, her eyes reflecting a twinge of envy. Remarkably, the 2 statuesque women bore identical features, revealing them to be twins. The man, standing at around 6 feet tall, possessed a handsome visage with a hint of ruggedness, his golden hair cascading casually behind him. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were heterochromatic. That he reached the counter and coldly remarked, "You must be new. Do you not know the rules here?" The attendant cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Call your manager out," the man snorted dismissively. "Good sir, every matter has its order. It appears we arrived first," Tang San replied coolly. "And what of it? Do you know who I am?" The man turned to mock Tang San. "Brother, you've brought your companions here. You aren't exactly a virtuous person yourself, and who are you? Have the courage to repeat that." The man's words nearly ignited Xiao Wu's fury. Chapter 62, Dai Mu Bai, Part 2. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. Dai Mu Bai's words were enough to incite Xiao Wu's wrath. Tang San was gentle-natured, But Xiao Wu's fiery temperament could not tolerate such disrespect, especially when this insolent fellow dared to insult Tang San in her presence. Unexpectedly, Dai Mu Bai merely regarded Xiao Wu with cold indifference. I see that both of you possess soul power. Why don't we settle this with a duel? You may both attack me. If I lose, this room is yours. If I win, you will vacate the premises. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept? At this moment, Xiao Wu's fists clenched tightly. Unable to contain her rising anger, she was determined to teach this rogue a lesson today, or she would no longer be Xiao Wu. All right. Before Xiao Wu could finish, a voice from outside interrupted. All right. I accept your challenge. Everyone turned to the door to see a cloaked figure approaching. The newcomer, dressed in black combat attire and appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age, stood about 5 feet 7 inches tall. His striking silver hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, flowing behind him. His silver eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a blade, resolute and unwavering. His fair skin resembled that of exquisite jade, eliciting envy even from the girls. Brother Yu! Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the newcomer. This individual was none other than Lu Yu, who had been waiting outside the hotel for a considerable time, finally entering just as tensions began to escalate. His joy. At the moment he stepped inside, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Detected key plot character, Dai Mu Bai, unlocking related tasks. Task 1. First encounter, defeat Dai Mu Bai. Completion reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Defeat Dai Mu Bai after completing Task 1. I accept your challenge. And who might you be? Dai Mu Bai retorted disdainfully. Upon witnessing Dai Mu Bai's demeanor, Lu Yu, even without the system's task, felt compelled to teach him a lesson. The expression and tone were simply too infuriating. No. What I mean is, let us duel one-on-one. Lu Yu stated calmly that one-on-one. Us? Dai Mu Bai appeared to have heard the most preposterous joke imaginable. Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance that if you regret it now and choose to join forces. My previous words still stand. Why you go? Quickly teach this insufferable wretch a lesson, so that he can never rise again to commit his misdeeds. Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger, only to be restrained by Tang San. We must place our trust in Yu Gu. Are you not aware of his prowess? Dai Mu Bai cast a cold glare at Lu Yu. The twins beside him displayed no hint of concern. Instead, they looked on with admiration, wisely stepping aside. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mu Bai's eyes. His right fist suddenly rose, surging forward straight toward Lu Yu's chest. A punch so unadorned, so straightforward, Lu Yu felt the impact travel through his arm. The power and speed of Dai Mu Bai's punch were impeccable, a feat unattainable without extensive combat experience. That's more like it. Lu Yu pushed off the ground with his calves, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Raising his own right hand to deliver a simple yet unembellished punch. With a resounding thud, Dai Mu Bai's forward momentum abruptly halted, and he staggered back 3 or 4 steps before barely regaining his footing. The disdain and indifference in his eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unimposing boy possessed such formidable strength. This time, he had underestimated his opponent. Well, you managed to take my punch, which indicates you are worthy of being my adversary, Dai Mu Bai declared coldly. If you cannot withstand even my single blow, how could you ever hope to be my rival? Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. This statement provoked Dai Mu Bai. In an instant, he transformed his approach, no longer merely charging forward, but leaping high into the air like a tiger pouncing on its prey, descending upon Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. This technique was Dai Mu Bai's signature move. His limbs, seemingly full of openings, were in fact executing subtle movements every second. With his robust physical capabilities, he could react instantly to any move his opponent made. And to this day, few had managed to withstand his assault with ease. Faced with the incoming foe, Lu Yu remained unfazed. Instead, he planted his legs firmly, slightly bending his knees, his hands raised to shoulder height. Pressing downward. Observing Lu Yu's actions, Dai Mu Bai smirked dismissively. His technique could transform his limbs into lethal weapons at will, regardless of how his opponent attempted to defend. He had methods to counteract. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, he was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force emanating from below. The pressure was not overwhelmingly forceful, but it was thick and tenacious. In midair, Dai Mu Bai found no leverage. Feeling his body being deflected off course by the peculiar force generated by Lu Yu's strange movements. What kind of power is this? Even the battle-hardened Dai Mubai was taken aback by the scene before him. Nevertheless, relying on his extensive combat experience, he twisted his body and executed a full rotation in midair. Landing steadily on his feet. Is this the crane control and dragon capture? Tang San, watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished by Lu Yu's maneuver. If he were in Lu Yu's position, he would have employed the same technique to counter the assault. No, wait. Uge's move merely bears a resemblance to crane control and dragon capture. But the underlying principle is fundamentally about using minimal force to yield maximum results. Suddenly, Tang San recalled witnessing Lu Yu practice a peculiar martial art in the Grove of Holy Spirit Village, where each of Lu Yu's punches appeared languid and effortless, seeming weaker than even the daily punches of Grandpa Zhou, who sunbathed at the village entrance. Yet, despite their seemingly feeble nature, each punch harbored immense strength. Just as Dai Mubai landed, Lu Yu made his move. Instantly engaging his leg muscles, Lu Yu propelled himself forward with a single step, swiftly arriving before Dai Mubai, and then, with both palms thrusting outward, executed the Tai Chi Yang hand. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Dai Mubai had barely landed when he was caught off guard by Lu Yu's full-force palm strike. The impact struck Dai Mubai's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying backward 4 or 5 steps before he barely managed to regain his stance. In the next moment, a gleam of malevolence flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes, his dual pupils seeming to shine momentarily. With a low growl, he clenched his fists tightly, and his legs surged with power, launching toward Lu Yu at breakneck speed like a cannonball. As his fist swung out, a series of explosive sounds erupted through the air, indicating the sheer force contained within. At the same time, Dai Mubai's right foot sprang up, aiming directly for Lu Yu's chin from such close proximity, showcasing his incredible flexibility. Dai Mubai, confident in his follow-up attack, believed that both his punch and the kick aimed at Lu Yu's chin possessed enough force to render his opponent incapable of resistance. However, reality did not unfold as he anticipated. Lu Yu advanced rather than retreating against the oncoming barrage of fists and feet, his hands meeting Dai Mubai's strikes with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, his hands swiped downward, guiding the attacks aside. The sticky sensation Dai Mubai had previously experienced resurfaced, as both of his fists were redirected off course, causing him to lose his target. Just as Dai Mubai's right foot swung out, Lu Yu swiftly stepped forward, his body shifting to collide with Dai Mubai's chest, causing the kick to miss its mark. In that moment, Dai Mubai found himself precariously balanced on one leg, losing equilibrium and unable to evade. His offensive thrusts had been entirely nullified, leaving him at a disadvantage. With a resounding impact, Lu Yu's shoulder collided with Dai Mubai's chest, propelling him backward in a flurry. Yet Dai Mubai, demonstrating remarkable bodily coordination, managed to execute a backflip mid-air. In this exchange, Lu Yu had not gained much of an advantage. Upon colliding with Dai Mubai, he felt as though he had struck a wall forged of steel. Yu Gu is truly impressive. I thought that golden-haired dog possessed some strength, but it seems he is nothing extraordinary. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai being thrust backward by Lu Yu's sudden charge, Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. However, Tang San observed something peculiar. Although Dai Mubai appeared to be at a disadvantage, he had effortlessly neutralized the force of Lu Yu's attack with a simple backflip. In contrast, Lu Yu's right hand trembled slightly as he clenched it, suggesting that the situation was not as favorable as it seemed. Lu Yu subtly moved his slightly numb shoulder at the moment of impact with Dai Mubai. He had felt the latter's chest harden like iron. Although it seemed that he had gained the upper hand in sending Dai Mubai flying, his shoulder now tingled, indicating he had not emerged unscathed either. Has he finally resorted to using soul power? Lu Yu speculated inwardly. Dai Mubai's expression grew grim. He had underestimated his opponent, failing to anticipate that this seemingly youthful boy possessed such strength, compelling him to draw upon his soul power. The next moment, Lu Yu raised his right hand and sneered dismissively. Is this all the strength you possess? Dai Mubai, unable to tolerate such provocation, responded with determination. Very well. Forcing me to utilize my soul power is no small feat. I concede the previous contest, but encountering an opponent tailored to my taste, I cannot let you slip away easily. Regardless of the outcome, this room is yours. The malevolent glint in Dai Mubai's eyes faded, replaced by a unique radiance, his gaze reminiscent of a mischievous child encountering a woman in a secluded village. Lu Yu's eyes mirrored a flicker of excitement. Finally, he was prepared to put into practice the ultimate technique he had recently mastered. Finding a perfect target in Dai Mubai, White Tiger. Possession. Dai Mubai's form was suddenly enveloped in a pale glow, his arms extending to either side, his chest puffing out as his bones cracked and popped. Muscles bulging dramatically, straining against his clothing. His golden hair transformed into a mix of black and white, a faint royal emblem appearing on his forehead, his hands swelling to twice their normal size. White fur covering his palms, and sharp claws replacing his nails, glinting ominously with a chilling light. Dai Mubai leaned slightly forward, his dual pupils shifting to a deep azure, as if the being standing before Lu Yu was no longer human, but a ferocious beast. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath Dai Mubai's feet. 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. The yellow rings represented 100 years, while the purple signified a millennium. The golden-haired individual before them seemed merely 3 or 4 years their senior, yet wielded the strength of a soul respect with a 1,000-year soul ring. However, that was not the end of it. There was no hint of surprise in their eyes. Had it been them facing Dai Mubai, they might have felt apprehensive, but now standing before the golden-haired youth was Lu Yu, who had obtained his 4th soul ring several years prior. Moreover, Lu Yu's 1st and 2nd soul rings were both 1,000-year rings. Witnessing Dai Mubai, such a prodigy, seemed trivial in comparison. Dai Mubai, martial spirit. White Tiger. Level 37 Battle Soul Respect. I look forward to your guidance. Dai Mubai, with an air of dominance, boldly declared his name, signifying the formal initiation of a challenge between soul masters. Lu observed the 3 soul rings beneath Dai Mubai's feet. A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Was this truly the strength of a soul master at the soul rank? Wasn't the task assigned by the system merely a generous gift? He had intended to experiment with a new skill, but it seemed prudent to hold back for now. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, and a finely crafted staff materialized before him, with a lotus at its apex unfurling gracefully, while 7 resplendent gemstones adorned its shaft. 4 soul rings slowly ascended from beneath him. 2 purple, 1 blue, and 1 brown. Lu Wuhuan Qixing Lianzhong, a level 41 support-type soul master. Please offer your guidance. Dai Mubai gazed at the 4 luminous soul rings beneath Lu Yu, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. 2 purple soul rings indicated that the 1st and 2nd were of a millennium level, but what could the blue and brown rings possibly signify? Were these the soul rings one would expect from an ordinary person? Even soul beasts would be hard-pressed to possess such extraordinary rings. This youth, appearing to be 3 to 4 years his junior, was a soul master of the soul rank, and what astounded Dai Mubai even further was that he was merely a support-type soul master. In the next moment, amidst the gazes of astonishment from the crowd, Lu Yu's soul rings and staff vanished in an instant. To ensure fairness, I will refrain from using my Wuhuan soul skills. Lu raised his right hand and beckoned lightly. You must consider carefully. Young man, while you possess a greater soul power than I, you are merely a support-type soul master, whereas I am a powerful assault-type soul master known for my formidable offensive capabilities. Should your 2 companions join the fray, I would stand no chance, but with only you to contend with, victory is not a foregone conclusion. Are you truly determined to press on? Besides, regardless of the outcome, this room belongs to you, so there is no need for such stubbornness. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the onlooking crowd, noticing Tang San and Xiao Wu standing idly by, showing no inclination to assist. His gaze then returned to Lu Yu. To his surprise, the latter merely shook his head, wearing an expression of indifference. Very well. This is your own choosing, Dai Mubai exclaimed with a fierce shout. Despite Lu Yu's level 41 soul power, Dai Mubai had participated in numerous battles against those of higher ranks before. Winning against a support-type soul master was hardly a feat worthy of boasting, yet Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor thoroughly provoked him. Especially infuriating was Lu Yu's assertion of not using soul skills, which he perceived as a blatant disrespect. How could Dai Mubai possibly swallow such an affront? Chapter 64. Physical Technique. 8 Gates of Duanjia, Dai Mubai shouted, his legs surging with power, arms outstretched, charging at Lu Yu like a true ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. His 10 claws, glinting ominously, seemed to slice through the air, tearing apart space itself, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Lu Yu. Beside them, Tang San's eyes glimmered with purple light as the purple extreme demon eye quietly activated, Only then did he catch a glimpse of their movements, though he knew Lu Yu would be unharmed. The ferocity of Dai Mu Bai's assault still made him break into a cold sweat for Lu Yu. To be honest, the strongest individuals Tang San had encountered thus far, aside from the two before him, were only the Lord of Nodding City. Matthew knew he had only witnessed the latter's level 42 weapon soul master's soul power by chance. Yet, while Matthew Nua was in his 40s, the two youths before him were barely in their teens. Excluding Lu Yu, who was an extraordinary anomaly, Dai Mu Bai was merely 16, and if Tang San were to enter the fray, he doubted he could maintain the composure Lu Yu displayed. He might not even last a few rounds. Dai Mu Bai's claws lunged toward Lu Yu, who swiftly retreated without hesitation, narrowly evading the attack. Simultaneously, Lu Yu channeled his soul power in a peculiar manner, enveloping himself in a surge of white energy. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate. Open, Lu Yu shouted, instantly unlocking the full potential of his bodily functions. He felt every pore and cell within him come alive with exhilaration, eyeing the astonished gaze of Dai Mu Bai. Lu Yu seized his wrist with astonishing speed. However, this time, instead of the expected elastic resistance, Dai Mu Bai felt as though his hands were caught in merciless steel pincers, leaving him no room to struggle. Accompanied by a whistling sound in his ears, in a moment of disbelief, the onlookers beheld as Lu Yu grasped Dai Mu Bai's arms and, with a sudden exertion, lifted the taller youth overhead as if he were a mere sack of flour. Dai Mu Bai's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust billowed, and the ground was gouged into a deep pit. Dai Mu Bai lay at the bottom, his expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he had been tossed aside by Lu Yu as if he were nothing more than a bag. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence, eyes wide as they gazed at Lu Yu, as if they were beholding a monster. They could hardly believe the events unfolding before them. The seemingly frail Lu Yu possessed such terrifying strength. In the instant Dai Mu Bai hit the ground, he deftly rolled to the side, his wrist slightly reddened, a tingling sensation coursing through him, making him question whether this truly was the strength expected of a support-type soul master. The transformation in Lu Yu's state was akin to that of a different person entirely. It was worth noting that as an assault-type soul master, Dai Mu Bai was renowned for his power and speed. Yet he felt palpable pressure while facing Lu Yu. The seemingly delicate frame of his opponent concealed astonishing strength, capable of not only withstanding his assaults, but also retaliating in kind. This revelation ignited a profound intrigue within Dai Mu Bai, who began to realize that this striking youth might be harboring undisclosed abilities. Could it be that the transformation he had just witnessed stemmed from soul power? However, upon closer examination, he found no such indication. Lu Yu's Wuhuan and soul rings had been retracted, leaving no trace of soul power. Yet, astonishingly, a torrent of potent soul power surged around him, as if boundless in nature. This overwhelming soul power exuded a staggering pressure, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Dai Mu Bai quickly recalibrated his stance. He was never one to exhibit patience, and his competitive spirit ran fervently that a brilliant white light erupted, his second pair of pupils transforming into a bright white hue. His first soul ring blazed forth, forming a radiant white barrier that enveloped his entire being, rendering him untouchable. Following this, the second soul ring shone brilliantly, and with a resounding roar, he expelled a sphere of white light from his mouth. Was this Dai Mu Bai's first soul skill, White Tiger's protective barrier, combined with his second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave? Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk, finding the display somewhat intriguing. However, he deemed it impossible for such meager power to inflict harm upon him. In an instant, Lu Yu vanished, only to reappear several meters away, a resounding explosion marking the spot he had just vacated, which was instantly obliterated by the white sphere. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lu Yu had merely stepped aside, but through Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, a different reality unfolded. Lu Yu had executed a rapid succession of steps, alternating with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. This was the result of Lu Yu's arduous trials and explorations within the soul-hunting forest, culminating in his unique insights and creativity regarding martial arts, ultimately culminating in the creation of a transcendent movement technique known as ghost steps. This technique was as elusive as a specter, confounding his enemies and making it challenging for them to pinpoint his whereabouts. Not only did it allow Lu Yu to traverse the battlefield with remarkable swiftness, evading attacks, but it also enabled him to launch unexpected counterattacks. One could say that Ghost Steps were the culmination of Lu Yu's countless brushes with death and a crucial factor in his enhancement of strength, especially while in the state of 8 gates of Duanjia. Even opponents of equal rank or those slightly superior found it exceedingly difficult to perceive Lu Yu's movements, having missed his strike. Dai Mu Bai's muscles tensed, propelling him forward like a cannonball discharged from its chamber. A series of explosive sounds resonated in the air as his 10 claws sliced through, aimed at Lu Yu from a myriad of cunning angles. With a soft thud, Dai Mu Bai's tiger claws struck Lu Yu, piercing through his form. Yet, to his astonishment, no blood flowed. This revelation startled Dai Mu Bai. Had he truly misfired? Such a blunder was inconceivable, given his strength and experience. Just then, he noticed Lu Yu's body beginning to dissipate slowly. As if it were merely an illusion, it turned out that he had struck nothing but a shadow left behind by Lu Yu. Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He could hardly comprehend that Lu Yu's speed was so extraordinary that he could leave behind an afterimage in the blink of an eye. Evading his attack, he silently thanked his quick reflexes. Had he not been alert enough to sense the anomaly, he might have fallen victim to Lu Yu's ambush. With this realization, Dai Mu Bai's gaze sharpened. Focusing intently on Lu Yu's figure, bracing himself for the next assault, "But why you go?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm at the moment Dai Mu Bai's claws made contact. Chapter 65. The Hotel Manager You Go. Upon witnessing Dai Mu Bai's claws pierce through Lu Yu's body, Xiao Wu gasped in shock. But to her astonishment, Lu Yu's figure began to dissipate into the air. She cast a shocked glance at Tang San beside her, only to discover that his eyes had inexplicably transformed into a faint shade of purple. Yu's movements were peculiarly captivating, akin to a wraith, gliding with an unpredictable grace that bore a resemblance to the elusive ghost shadow steps of the Tang sect. Yet distinctly different, the ghost shadow steps were a unique and unparalleled skill, as light and nimble as a specter, making it difficult for others to decipher. Typically, disciples of the Tang sect would employ it in conjunction with hidden weapons, allowing for more cunning angles of attack that could deliver a fatal blow to their foes. However, each step of the ghost shadow steps contained profound principles. A solid foundation in the Tang sect's internal cultivation was essential to fully unleash its power. Yet, Tang San observed that every movement of Lu Yu was almost entirely reliant on his formidable physical prowess. Furthermore, the trajectory of his steps was even more enigmatic, with angles that shifted in perplexing ways. Even with the enhancement of the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San could barely catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's figure at this moment. Dai Mu Bai's patience had worn thin, despite the tremendous force behind each of his attacks. He always fell just short of grasping the hem of Lu Yu's garment, as if the latter had been toying with him all along. That a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and he said to himself, "Very well, let me show you the skill of my third soul ring." In an instant, the third soul ring at his feet shone brightly, and the soul power surrounding Dai Mu Bai surged violently, distorting the very air itself. His ghostly eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and then, astonishingly, Dai Mu Bai underwent a second transformation. As Tang San sensed the raging soul power around him, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the effect of a millennium soul skill? Under Lu Yu's taunts, Dai Mu Bai finally unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. In that moment, his appearance changed dramatically in the eyes of the onlookers. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and his once tight clothing burst apart, revealing a terrifying muscular outline, covered in dark stripes, rendering him almost indistinguishable from a true tiger. Save for the lack of fur, Dai Mu Bai was enveloped in a shimmering light of gold and pale white, and his once sharp claws had morphed into silver blades, his heavy eyes radiating a bloodthirsty ferocity, as if he were the king of all beasts. Beside him, Xiao Wu, sensing the overwhelming soul power, summoned her martial spirit, her adorable rabbit ears standing erect. Tang San's palm also sprouted a small blue grass in an instant. Each blade was slender, yet covered in serpentine patterns, transforming from flat to cylindrical, and even sprouting numerous barbs beneath the leaves. That a surge of white light emanated from Tang San, causing several thick blue-silver grasses to erupt from the ground, coiling around the two like living serpents. This was the mutation of the blue-silver grass that Tang San had absorbed under the master's guidance from the Mandala Snake Soul Ring. At this moment, Liu finally revealed his form. "What? Are you not planning to continue hiding?" Dai Mu Bai smirked contemptuously. Though your soul power far exceeds mine, I am now utilizing my third soul skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation, to acquire this skill. I paid a heavy price, slaying a millennium-old Vajra tiger. In this state, both my strength and defense speed are significantly enhanced, and I can maintain this form for half an hour. Moreover, I achieved my first ever challenge beyond my level with this skill. Standing in the battered hall, his eyes gleamed with a terrifying ferocity that I hope you take this match seriously. Suddenly, he emitted a low, thunderous roar, reminiscent of the king of beasts from the jungle, filled with authority and power. Leaving one in awe, his robust physique shot forth like a cannonball, targeting Lu Yu directly. Dai Mubai unleashed his claws in a flurry, creating a series of explosive sounds. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. While it appeared that Lu Yu made no overt movements, the air around him shifted dramatically. He clenched his right fist tightly and swiftly swung it. This seemingly ordinary punch produced a resonant explosion in the air. Just as Dai Mubai's white tiger claw was about to strike his chest, Lu Yu opted to face Dai Mubai's lethal claws head-on. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, in the instant of their clash, a figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dai Mubai. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His upper garments had been torn apart, leaving only tattered remnants hanging from him. His lower attire was similarly in tatters, and his once bulging muscles rapidly returned to their original state. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the tattered fabric to flutter, as if on the verge of falling away completely. In stark contrast, Lu Yu remained composed, his black attire only gathering a touch of dust, his silver hair casually tied in a ponytail, swaying in the wind. One hand casually tucked in his pocket, gazing at Dai Mubai with a faint smile. We have come to report to Shrek Academy. We shall meet again soon. Wait, how did you know I was from Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground, realizing that the fierce clash had been more controlled than it appeared. Otherwise, he would not be standing here speaking, but bringing 2 girls to a hotel at such a tender age. One can only say that young Master Dai is living rather luxuriously. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Lu Yu didn't respond directly, casually teasing a few remarks, before handing a package wrapped in black cloth to Tang San and turning to leave, leaving behind a bewildered Dai Mubai and the disheveled hotel front desk staff, along with the tardy hotel manager. That moment, the manager felt a wave of despair. He had just received news of someone attempting to rob a room from young Master Dai at the Rose Hotel, which startled him. After all, Dai Mubai was their hotel's golden goose, a genuine cash cow. If he offended him, how could they continue their business? Thus, upon receiving the news, he rushed to the lobby only to witness the 2 figures locked in fierce combat. Leaving him with no opportunity to intervene in his presence, the hotel was left in ruins. Chapter 66. Shrek Academy. What sent a shiver down his spine was that the combatant was none other than young Master Dai. Now in such a state, if he were to blame the hotel for this, there would be no escaping the consequences. Manager Wang. A voice called, snapping the manager back to reality. Young Master Dai, are you all right? It could only be said that Manager Wang, having navigated the hotel industry for over a decade, swiftly regained his composure. Young Master, what can I do for you? He was diligent in his duties. Yet he was merely an employee. Everything here is on my tab. Give the room to those 2. Despite appearing quite disheveled, Dai Mubai waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding a relaxed charm, especially in Manager Wang's eyes. Dai Mubai raised his hand, and the twin sisters observing immediately stepped forward to support him, unfazed by the close contact between their ample bosoms and his arms. You 2 are also here to report to Shrek Academy. Correct? We shall meet again soon, and it will be quite soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai had already departed. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Wu snorted, what a strange person, even after being beaten by Yu Go. He still dares to threaten us. He only bullies the weak. It seems he is merely 3 or 4 years older than us, and yet brings girls dressed like that to a hotel. He is undoubtedly up to no good. Sengu, let us make sure we have nothing to do with him at Shrek Academy. Tang Sen smiled faintly, gazing in the direction Dai Mubai had left. I actually find him rather interesting. Moreover, it was us who needed the accommodation, and it was us who fought him just now. Besides, you witnessed his strength. Had it not been for Yu Go, I would have been no match for him. His combat skills and awareness are impeccable among his peers, indicating that he holds other secrets. Interesting. Xiao Wu retorted. Bringing girls to a hotel at such a young age can only mean he has ill intentions. Regardless of his talent, his character is certainly questionable. The black package that Lu Yu had entrusted to Tang San before leaving had already been received under the bright moonlight of the 24 bridges. Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of its contents and was astonished. He never expected such things to exist in this world, and that Yu Gu would acquire them. Tang San surveyed the mess in the hall. Chuckling, Yu Gu is truly something. After the fight, he just leaves without a care. Manager, how much will it cost to repair this place? Manager Wang quickly shook his head. No. Young Master Dai just said that all expenses here will be charged to his account. He is our esteemed guest, and it can simply be billed that I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier and for keeping both of you waiting. This was a regrettable oversight on the part of our hotel, which not only wasted your valuable time, but also nearly placed you in a perilous situation that on behalf of the hotel, I am pleased to waive the room charges for the past 4 days. Furthermore, should you choose to dine with us for the next 3 days, your meals will be complimentary. You need not concern yourselves with any expenses. He then handed a golden key to Tang San and instructed the nearby waiter to promptly escort the esteemed guests to their room. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Previously, it was Lu Yu and Dai Mubai who had been embroiled in conflict, and there were certainly losses on his side as well, with Lu Yu's departure. He felt compelled to assist in resolving matters. However, Dai Mubai exuded an air of affluence, and the waiver of their accommodation fees clearly indicated Manager Wang's apprehension towards Yu Gu. After this tumultuous episode, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt somewhat weary and chose to follow the waiter upstairs to rest. Watching the duo depart, Manager Wang let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they had finally left. He had been quite intimidated by these young individuals, whose tempers seemed to flare too easily. The earlier encounter with the silver-haired individual had left a significant impression on him, especially given that they had just witnessed a hotel VIP being assaulted. Astonishingly, Dai Xiao not only appeared unperturbed, but also took it upon himself to cover all losses, which was exceedingly unusual. The young couple clearly had ties to the silver-haired individual. They were not to be trifled with and deserved to be treated with utmost respect and hospitality. Upon entering the room, Tang San and Xiao Wu were immediately captivated by the opulent decor. The air was infused with the delightful fragrance of roses, uplifting their spirits. Esteemed guests, this shall be your room. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to summon me, the waiter said respectfully before taking his leave. Once inside, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her excitement, leaped onto the large bed and began to roll around. Tang San couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. She was, after all, still a girl at heart. He closed the door and moved to the living room, eagerly unwrapping the mysterious black package, revealing a golden crystal encased within a rugged stone. Yet, rather than hastily attending to the crystal, he chose to sit cross-legged and meditate, channeling his Shintian skill. Days later, an important day had arrived. Tang San and Xiao Wu packed their belongings and departed the hotel. Arriving at a quaint village, this village appeared to have only a few hundred households, smaller in scale than Shenghun Village. The perimeter was encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly to ward off wild beasts. Though it served more as a decorative feature, as it would hardly deter soul beasts, today, the village seemed unusually bustling, with a crowd gathered at the entrance. Third brother, look, have we arrived? There are so many people ahead. Xiao Wu exclaimed, a lollipop in her mouth, her words slightly muffled as she licked the drool trickling down her chin. Hearing the sound, Tang San chuckled. Xiao Wu, next time you should remove what S in your mouth before speaking. I can barely keep my head dry. Oh, it's nothing. She waved dismissively, playfully nudging Tang San with her legs. Hurry, third brother, let us go take a look. Shrek Academy might just be ahead. Tang San sighed. She had initially expressed disdain for Shrek Academy, yet now, on the day of enrollment, she was more eager than he was, having pulled him from bed early this morning, insisting they leave promptly. Yet, halfway through their journey, she began to complain of foot pain, exclaiming she was exhausted. In resignation, Tang San carried her along to Shrek Academy. We still wait for you, Gu? We haven't seen him yet, Xiao Wu mumbled, her lollipop still in her mouth. Given the long line ahead, we won't reach our turn anytime soon. Let us wait in line. Perhaps Yu Gu will arrive shortly, Tang San replied, observing the queue ahead. As they waited, Tang San shook his head, pondering how long it would take for their turn to come. He was uncertain of Yu Ji's whereabouts. and whether he would miss today's enrollment. Time passed swiftly, yet for those in line, it felt torturous, especially under the scorching sun. Xiao Wu, having finished her lollipop, leaned against Tang San, burying her face into his sturdy back. Finally, they were nearing the front. A wooden table had been set up in the village, where an elderly man sat. Strangely, Tang San sensed no fluctuation of soul power from this man. Was he merely an ordinary person? Tang San found it perplexing that Shrek Academy, a prestigious soul master institution, would employ someone devoid of any soul power for enrollment purposes. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that the registration area was indeed quite rudimentary, with a dilapidated wooden archway displaying a weathered plaque inscribed with the characters for Shrek Academy, complemented by the visage of a green monster. The simplicity of the setting blatantly suggested a lack of funding. Tang San's attention was drawn to a familiar figure seated beside the elder, a golden-haired individual dressed in a white uniform. Though his face was bandaged, Tang San recognized him instantly. It was Dai Mubai, who had been bested by Lu Yu days prior. Currently, he lounged on a recliner, his feet propped on the table, appearing to be in a state of feigned slumber. Tang San sensed that Dai Mubai was nonetheless vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the queue. Next, the elder called out loudly, "Esteemed elder, I implore you for another chance. Our child's martial soul resembles the creature on your plaque. It is green and surely meets Shrek Academy's standards." A middle-aged man pleaded, supporting a snot-nosed boy with a watermelon-shaped head. The elder shook his head, and before he could speak, Dai Mubai abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly moving to stand before the father and son. "Sir, Shrek is renowned for its monsters. While yours is indeed green, it bears no comparison to a frog. Please step aside and do not hinder those behind you." The father attempted to protest, but was interrupted by his son. "Dad, there are so many Soul Master Academies on the main road. Why must we come all this way to a dilapidated school with no proper entrance? Is becoming a Soul Master the only path to success?" "Be quiet," the father snapped in anger. "What do you know? A Soul Master is the most esteemed profession on the continent. If any other academy would accept you, would I have brought you all this way?" With that, he stormed off, dragging the boy with him. "The registration fee is 10 gold coins. Please place them in the box beside you," the elder declared. "If you do not wish to enroll, do not delay those behind you." At this moment, Dai Mubai noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu, offering them a friendly nod, to which Tang San acknowledged in return. The next boy stepped forward, depositing his gold coins into the box and showcasing his martial soul, a longbow adorned with intricate golden patterns. That a pale golden soul power emanated from him, and a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. "Unqualified. You may leave," the elder stated flatly, merely glancing at the boy. "What? My son's first soul ring is a century-old one, and his martial soul is of the highest quality. How can he be deemed unqualified?" The boy's father exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, the first soul ring is of a century's age, but he is merely an ordinary individual. His martial soul is commendable, yet the title of top-tier weapon martial soul is not one he can claim." The elder replied, "Ordinary? What do you mean?" The boy's father questioned, bewildered. His child's first soul ring was derived from a 100-year-old Qingyu eagle, far surpassing his peers. How could the elder label him as ordinary? Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Any candidate under 12 years of age with soul power below level 21 must leave immediately. Do not waste any more time here," the elder stated, his tone growing increasingly impatient. The father was about to retort when he was silenced by an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from the elder. Rising from his seat, the elder's powerful aura enveloped the area, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, the elder radiated a brilliant light, and a long staff covered in intricate patterns materialized in his hand, 6 soul rings ascending beneath his feet. White, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Tang San was taken aback. The elder was a soul emperor. At this moment, not only the father but everyone in line was astounded, realizing that their visit to Shrek Academy had not been in vain. To have a 6-ring soul emperor overseeing the registration process suggested that the other instructors must possess extraordinary strength. If their children were to join this institution, they would undoubtedly become formidable soul masters in the future. However, recalling the elder's earlier words, all heads bowed in resignation. They knew their children's capabilities all too well and could only lament the missed opportunity. Bang! The elder's long staff struck the ground with a heavy thud, causing everyone in the vicinity to stagger momentarily. Following the elder's display of might, the queue diminished significantly, with many individuals ultimately succumbing to inner turmoil and choosing to withdraw. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a girl with long black hair remained, along with a girl adorned in a striking blue dress. As Tang San looked further back, he was taken aback to spot a familiar figure. "You go!" Tang San exclaimed, recognizing the last person in line as the missing Lu Yu, albeit in a disheveled state, drenched and with strands of hair plastered to his forehead, his face smeared with dirt. Though he had managed to dry himself somewhat, the haste to meet the registration deadline had left him only partially dry. Tang San wished to exchange a few words with Lu Yu, but the elder's voice interrupted, urging them to hurry with the registration, which required a fee of 10 gold coins. Reluctantly, Tang San turned back and placed the registration fees for both of them into the box. The elder first pinched Xiao Wu's wrist, stating, "Your age meets the requirements." When he moved his hand to Tang San's, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The elder seemed skeptical as he examined Tang San's wrist, inquiring, "Have you practiced any special soul skills before?" Tang San discerned that the elder's intention behind checking the wrist was to assess the applicant's age, a method of bone appraisal. However, due to his years of forging and practicing the Xianyu hand, this method was unlikely to yield significant results for him. Chapter 68, Shrek Academy, Part 3. After the elder's exclamation, he instructed Tang San to reveal his calves. The moment he did, a look of confusion returned to the elder's face upon seeing Tang San's well-defined calf muscles. Even Dai Mubai at this age did not possess such a developed musculature. "Good, the bone age is appropriate," the elder nodded. "Now, display your martial souls." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their soul power. A blue and a pink wave of soul energy erupted forth, accompanied by 4 shimmering century-old soul rings that began to rotate gracefully. Long, adorable rabbit ears sprouted forth, enveloping Xiao Wu in soft white fur as her martial soul. The soft-boned charming rabbit manifested in contrast. Tang San's palm sprouted a simple blue-silver grass, which rapidly grew in size with the infusion of soul power, its cylindrical leaves becoming adorned with intricate patterns. "Is this the blue-silver grass martial soul?" the elder marveled, having never encountered such a unique variant capable of such swift cultivation. "Qualified. You may enter," he said slowly, moving on to the next candidate. The girl with black hair stepped forward and deposited 10 gold coins into the box. "Bone age is no issue. Now, release your martial soul," the elder instructed after confirming her eligibility. The girl nodded slightly, signaling her readiness. She took a deep breath, focused her energy, and instantly, a formidable power surged forth, enveloping her in a shimmering silver soul power shield, akin to an unyielding suit of armor. Simultaneously, a massive silver figure materialized behind her. Resembling a towering mountain, composed of radiant silver light, it emanated an awe-inspiring pressure. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the striking resemblance between the figure and the girl, sharing her features but exuding an air of solemnity. This figure was her martial soul, one of her most potent weapons. The left hand of the martial soul bore a gigantic shield, intricately inscribed with numerous runes that glimmered with brilliant silver light. At the center of the shield lay a translucent gem, radiating a soft glow. In its right hand, it wielded a remarkably sharp spear, its blade glinting ominously, sending shivers down the spine. The entire form of the martial soul was encased in a thick layer of silver armor, embellished with exquisite patterns, each detail exuding nobility and authority. The surface of the armor shimmered with a mysterious light, enhancing the martial soul's imposing presence. The elder, momentarily rendered speechless by the girl's martial soul, seemed to contemplate something ominous. "May I pass?" the girl inquired, drawing the elder back to reality, his previously languid gaze now sharp with clarity. "You have passed. Next." Next in line was the girl in the blue dress, her short hair neatly framing her face. Standing slightly shorter than Xiao Wu, Lu Yu, positioned behind her, noticed the elder's demeanor shift to one of surprise and confusion. As the elder hesitated to extend his hand, the girl withdrew her own, asking, "May I pass?" Her voice, softer and more melodious than the previous girl's, was soothing to the ears. "Does your family know you are here?" the elder inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Education knows no bounds. Since I meet your school's admission criteria, there should be no reason for my rejection," the girl replied. Ultimately, the elder nodded, permitting her entry. From behind, Lu Yu discerned the conversation and the elder's reaction, leading him to identify the girl as Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She seemed to have a bit of gossip with Tang San, though the specifics eluded Lu Yu. Next, the elder's voice resounded again, bringing Lu Yu back to the present. He stepped forward and deposited 10 gold coins into the box. Dai Mu Bai, upon seeing Lu Yu's familiar visage, involuntarily twitched his mouth. Though the bandages obscured his expression from others, when Lu Yu smiled and nodded at him, he could only return the gesture awkwardly. The elder, as before, examined Lu Yu's wrist, only to find it even more delicate than that of the boy with the blue silver grass. "Expose your calves," he instructed. Lu Yu complied, rolling up his pant leg to reveal his smooth, fair calves, which resembled ivory in their purity. The muscle definition was fluid and natural, radiating a healthy sheen. These legs were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also harbored immense strength and agility. They appeared as flawless works of art, each detail meticulously crafted, showcasing Lu Yu's unique charm and charisma. As the elder felt the delicate texture beneath his fingertips, a sense of astonishment washed over him. He had anticipated Lu Yu's legs to be more robust, yet they defied his expectations. Though seemingly slender, they concealed remarkable power and resilience. The contours of Lu Yu's legs flowed seamlessly, the skin taut and elastic. When the elder pressed gently, he sensed the formidable muscle mass contained therein. The density of these muscles was exceptional, typically only found in physically trained soul masters, a rarity on the continent. Yet, how could such a young boy possess such an extraordinary physique? The elder's mind swirled with questions, his curiosity about this enigmatic youth deepening. Perhaps this young man harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. "Very well, showcase your martial soul," the elder commanded. Dai Mu Bai, overhearing, was taken aback. The elder, usually dismissive, was unexpectedly praising someone, a rare occurrence. Lu Yu, upon hearing the elder's words, began to channel his soul power. Enveloped in a cascade of starlight, the staff inscribed with arcane runes materialized in his hand. Adorned with 7 radiant gems, atop which a blue lotus spun gracefully, exuding life energy. In the next moment, the onlookers were left in shock, their mouths agape as they witnessed the spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 69, Shrek Academy, Part 4. At the Shrek enrollment registration area, everyone was astounded by the sight. Apart from Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, all were rendered speechless. In the center of the venue, 4 soul rings glimmered beneath Lu Yu's feet, rising slowly. Purple, blue, and brown 1,000-year soul rings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The elder was taken aback. Having traversed much of the continent in his youth, he had never encountered such peculiar soul rings. But what astonished him even more was that both Lu Yu's first and second soul rings were purple, indicating that the first 2 were indeed 1,000-year soul rings, and he was a 4-ring soul master. Even a genius like Dai Mu Bai has only attained the strength of a soul ancestor at the 3rd ring. Yet, the child before him is still so young. Dai Mu Bai can only be 3 or 4 years older than him. And judging by the bone age he just assessed, he is certainly not over 12 years old. "Senior, I have heard that your esteemed academy only admits prodigies. May I inquire if my situation qualifies me as one?" Lu Yu inquired with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, you absolutely qualify. You are nothing short of the king of monsters," the elder replied, a rare smile appearing on his face. "To be frank." The elder could not help but start to question whether this lad was a prodigy sent out for training by a hidden great clan. Yet, even for a prestigious family, nurturing a talent with a first soul ring of a purple 1,000-year spirit is no easy feat. As it is not something that can be accomplished casually, the age of the soul rings a soul master can absorb is positively correlated with the physical fitness of the soul master. A newly minted 10th level soul master can only absorb soul rings of no more than 100 years in age. Reflecting on the muscle density he just assessed in this boy, the elder shook his head, pondering the sheer terror of such a physique. Lu Yu stepped forward, aligning himself alongside Tang San and the others, awaiting the completion of the admissions process for those behind them. Just prior, a girl clad in black had stood behind Lu Yu, her raven hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her porcelain skin contrasted sharply with her dark attire. Externally, she appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Wu, akin to Ning Rongrong in her azure gown, yet she emanated a chilling aura. This coldness starkly contrasted with her voluptuous form, a frigid presence that seemed to seep from her very bones. a bone-deep characteristic that imparted an innate chill. Her gaze was as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples, life, or emotional fluctuations. Those profound black eyes seemed to harbor boundless secrets, yet they remained inscrutable to any who dared to look. At this moment, Liu surmised the girl's identity. Could she possibly be Zhu Zhuqing? Suddenly, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Following his instincts, he turned and discovered that the source of the gaze was indeed the long-haired girl ahead. Strangely, he detected a palpable fighting spirit within her eyes that, if Liu recalled correctly, this girl was associated with the Valkyrie. Yet, when had he encountered her? After a brief mental whirlwind, he found no trace of memory regarding her. Zhu Zhuqing was the last to complete her registration today. Once everything concluded, Liu noted that the number of successful candidates appeared relatively high, although compared to the long queue from the morning. The remaining applicants were but a minuscule fraction. It was still a significant increase compared to the original narrative. Besides Liu, there was also a girl with a Valkyrie spirit, whose presence had evidently made an impression on the elder earlier. Dai Mubai, please take them inside, the elder said as he slowly rose. Yes, Dai Mubai replied as he stepped forward, offering a smile to Tang San, though his expression became slightly stiff and uneasy upon seeing Liu. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the group swiftly entered the village. Upon entering, they were greeted by a uniform array of wooden structures, reminiscent of the style in the Holy Soul Village. Not a few villagers strolled along the earthen paths, engaged in conversation. Yet, the houses here appeared somewhat more rudimentary compared to those in the Holy Soul Village. Dai Mubai brought the group to a clearing, approximately 500 to 600 meters wide, which served as the heart of Shrek Academy. You will wait here for a moment. A teacher will arrive shortly to conduct your second assessment. Just then, a soft, melodious voice echoed from behind them. Sausages for sale, fragrant and plump sausages, delicious and juicy. If they aren't tasty, you won't have to pay. Hearing that captivating call, Liu instantly recalled the identity of the vendor and some amusing memories, causing his lips to involuntarily curl upward. Brother Yu, what's got you smiling? Tang San, noticing Liu's peculiar expression, could not help but ask, Xiao Wu, do you fancy sausages? I'll go get you one, Liu said. Turning to head towards the vendor, observing this, Dai Mubai promptly followed suit. As they approached the stall, Tang San was surprised to find that the vendor was a bearded uncle whose slender frame was difficult to reconcile with such a soft, melodious voice. Young man, care for a sausage? Oscar's sausages, I guarantee you'll crave a second after the first. No deception here. The taste is exceptional. Tang San smiled politely. Uncle, could I trouble you for 3 sausages? Upon hearing Tang San's address, Oscar's expression stiffened, disbelief etched across his face. You just called me what? Uncle, what's the matter? Tang San asked, puzzled. Oscar took a deep breath. It's nothing. Nothing at all. 3 sausages, right? Just a moment, please. He swiftly began to prepare the sausages. But just as Tang San reached out to take them, a hand grasped his outstretched arm. Oscar, what are you doing? By selling here, you're tarnishing the Academy's reputation. I believe I've warned you more than once about selling sausages on campus. Tang San turned to find Dai Mubai holding his wrist, accompanied by several others who had passed the preliminary test, with Liu leisurely trailing behind. Tang San, you cannot buy those sausages. Just as Tang San was about to voice his confusion, Liu ambled over and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Tang San's expression shifted to one of discomfort, even tinged with anger, and his hand retreated. What are you all doing? Brother San, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why the sudden change of heart? Is it because you're out of money? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and a few other girls approached, finding Tang San's retraction of his hand rather curious. Brother San, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why the sudden change of heart? At that moment, Dai Mubai was still admonishing Oscar. Oscar, make a new sausage. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face changed. Boss Dai, we've been classmates for several years. You wouldn't want to embarrass me in front of the juniors, would you? Juniors? Tang San was momentarily bewildered by Oscar's address. If that were the case, this bearded uncle must be his senior. How many years had he been in school to end up looking like this? Indeed, the seemingly lecherous uncle before you is your senior. Oscar, Dai Mubai remarked with an odd expression. Indeed, I am Oscar, a student of Shrek. Like Boss Dai, I am your senior, but do not be deceived by my dashing looks. I am only 14 years old. 14. Tang San and the others were astonished to be able to grow such a dense beard at 14. Shrek Academy truly deserves its reputation for admitting prodigies. With students so uniquely exceptional, Xiaowu even speculated that the admissions teacher must have been impressed by Oscar's facial hair when accepting him. Boss Dai, why not let me treat you to a sausage? Please don't let me lose face in front of the juniors. Oscar pleaded with a forlorn expression, but Dai Mubai remained unmoved, coldly stating, hurry up, don't force me to deal with you right here. Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately shrank back, realizing he had no means to resist before Boss Dai. Reluctantly, he extended his right hand and, in his soft voice, exclaimed, I have a big sausage. At that moment, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. Slowly rising, simultaneously, a sausage identical to the one he had handed to Tang San appeared in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's face flushed with anger as he glared at Oscar, especially after hearing that particularly ambiguous statement. He couldn't help but think about how close he had come to buying a sausage to give to Xiao Wut this moment. He wished he could swallow Oscar whole. Sensing Tang San's fury, Oscar hurriedly explained, this junior, I am a food-type auxiliary soul master. Activate my soul power. I need to recite a special incantation. Although my incantation might sound a bit odd, I assure you that the quality of this sausage is impeccable. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was left utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what was being discussed. Why did Tang San suddenly get angry after hearing Oscar recite an incantation? It was well known that Tang San had a remarkably good temper. What could have transpired to provoke such ire? Brother San, what's wrong? Why are you angry? Is there something wrong with his sausage? Tang San suppressed his rising anger and turned away from Oscar's lewd face. Leaning closer to Xiao Wu to quietly repeat what Lu Yu had told him, upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed crimson. You boys are insufferable, always jumping to strange conclusions. Oscar, Dai Mubai suddenly shot a fierce glare at Oscar, who instinctively ducked behind the counter, too intimidated to meet Dai Mubai's gaze that it was no jest. Daring to look directly at the boss was akin to courting death. At that moment, Lu Yu stepped forward, greeting, hello, senior. Could you kindly fetch me a sausage? You go. Tang San was taken aback, for Lu Yu was well aware of the dubious origins of the sausage. Moreover, Oscar had just demonstrated its questionable nature. What was Lu Yu attempting to do? Just as Dai Mubai was about to intervene, Lu Yu raised a hand to stop him at this juncture. Oscar cautiously peeked out from behind the counter. Incredulous at what he had just heard, he could hardly believe his ears. In the past, once others learned the source of his sausages, no matter their age or gender, they would invariably retch. Even the children in the village, reluctant to eat their meals, were threatened with tales of Shrek Academy's infamous sausage. Consequently, Oscar's business had been utterly stifled in the village. Yet now, someone dared to face the challenge. Oscar slowly rose, casting a timid glance at Dai Mubai, who seemed inclined to dissuade Lu Yu. Did you truly intend to purchase Oscar's sausage? Lu Yu waved a hand, signaling Oscar to procure one for him, while presenting a gold coin in a flash. Oscar, with remarkable speed, handed a skewered sausage to Lu Yu. You can keep the money. Consider it a gift. After speaking, Oscar swiftly retreated beneath the counter, peeking out with his beady eyes, subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Yu slowly brought the sausage to his lips, taking a gentle bite. Instantly, as his teeth met the meat, juices erupted forth. How is it, you go? Tang San inquired cautiously. It's quite decent, better than the average sausage. Lu Yu mumbled, his words somewhat muffled as he chewed. The moment the sausage touched his palate, Lu Yu felt his soul power and physical strength surge, invigorating him considerably. Just then, a cool voice interrupted. May I trouble you for a sausage as well? Lu Yu turned to discover that the speaker was none other than the black-haired girl of the Valkyrie martial spirit. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lu Yu. What was this? When had he ever provoked her? This behavior left Lu Yu utterly perplexed. Since encountering the girl, she had consistently harbored a palpable animosity toward him, though not an unrelenting one, more akin to a rivalry. Oscar, noticing that Dai Mubai had turned his attention elsewhere and was disinclined to intervene, boldly stood up and handed the girl a sausage, still refusing to accept payment. He then ceased hiding beneath the counter. Standing proudly, albeit casting furtive glances toward Dai Mubai, the girl took a bite and discovered no peculiar taste. The texture was acceptable, and she relaxed as she began to eat. Observing this, Oscar felt a surge of pride as he glanced at Dai Mubai. Seemingly flaunting his business acumen this moment, the group led by Dai Mubai regarded Lu Yu and his companion as if they were monsters, as if they were the true aberrations in this scenario. Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at Oscar, asserting, "If you wish to sell sausages, take it outside, do not tarnish the reputation of the academy." He then turned to the others, stating, "Let us proceed. I will guide you to the next assessment location." As they moved, Dai Mubai elaborated, "Though Oscar's martial spirit is peculiar and his demeanor somewhat unsavory, he is not a bad person. Perhaps it is due to his food-type martial spirit. His hair tends to become unruly if left unattended for a few days." Dai Mubai led the group to a table where a crystal was placed, designed to test soul power. Of course, it could only measure those below level 30. Exceeding that threshold would shatter the crystal. This is the soul power crystal. Before entering the next stage, we must first measure your soul power. If it exceeds 25, you can enroll directly. Otherwise, you will need to undergo further tests. Who would like to go first? You need not bother, Dai Mubai remarked to Lu Yu. This device is only effective for soul masters below level 30, as the crystal will explode if the level exceeds that. Oscar, however, appeared as if he had just heard the most astonishing news. What level are you? He stared at Lu Yu in disbelief, who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. Despite being slightly taller than Oscar, to possess soul power exceeding 30 was astounding. He is at level 41, Dai Mubai interjected. Having had the fortune of experiencing it firsthand, he certainly could not reveal that he had been thoroughly bested by Lu Yu. If that information leaked, his standing at the academy would be compromised at 41. Oscar was utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom that this young boy possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, it seemed from Dai Mubai's tone that Lu Yu had bested him in a confrontation. A mischievous glint sparked in Oscar's eyes, enhancing his already dubious appearance. "That I must say, Junior, if you encounter any difficulties upon entering the academy, feel free to seek me out, and rest assured, Sausage Senior will always have your back." Oscar, Dai Mubai's keen intuition warned him that Oscar was undoubtedly up to no good. Sensing Dai Mubai's dispassionate tone, Oscar stepped forward, puffing out his chest, adopting an air of bravado as he stood behind Lu Yu. Casting a superior glance at Dai Mubai, witnessing Oscar's self-satisfied demeanor, chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the individuals testing their soul power. Lu Yu found Oscar's antics amusing. Had he always been this ridiculous? For reasons unknown, since arriving in this world, he had noticed significant discrepancies from what he had known of Doa continent. The enigmatic village elder, the ruins behind the village, and the mysterious figures in black robes. Had his arrival altered this realm? Lu Yu pondered aloud. Junior, what are you mumbling about? If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Your senior, don't be fooled by Dai Mubai's assertive demeanor. In this academy, the true authority rests with me. Lu Yu could no longer tolerate Oscar's behavior. Senior, the soul power testing is about to commence over there. Let us proceed to observe. He strode directly to Tang San and the others. Dai Mubai handed the crystal to Tang San, instructing him to infuse it with his soul power. Tang San nodded, accepting the crystal and immediately channeling his inner energy into it. Instantly, the milky white crystal transformed, gleaming brilliantly like a diamond, its radiance nearly engulfing the entire surface, a clear indication that his soul power was approaching level 30. He then passed the crystal to Xiao Wu, confident in her abilities. Xiao Wu took the crystal, and once again, a dazzling light erupted forth, revealing her soul power to be 29. The onlookers fell silent, astonished by the sheer talent displayed by a 12-year-old. This was a level of aptitude far beyond their own. Subsequently, Xiao Wu handed the crystal to Ning Rongrong, who also experienced a similar explosion of light, albeit not as brilliant as Tang San or Xiao Wu's. Her soul power appeared to be around 26. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt the crystal lighten in her grasp as a figure clad in black appeared beside her, none other than the strikingly curvaceous girl. The crystal had somehow found its way into her possession. As she infused her soul power, white light once again erupted, not as intense as the previous two, but certainly brighter than Ning Rongrong's, suggesting her soul power to be approximately 27. The crowd was left speechless, astonished at the extraordinary talents emerging before them. Who were these individuals? One after another, their abilities outshone those of ordinary folks, leaving them to wonder if they could even survive the upcoming tests. Then, to the crowd's astonishment, another figure appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing, a girl with long black hair clad in a silver gown. Ning Rongrong observed, "This scene feels oddly familiar." The same process unfolded, as soul power surged into the crystal. It erupted in a dazzling display, signaling that this girl had reached level 30. The onlookers were nearing a state of numbness. Was Shrek Academy truly a bastion for such extraordinary beings? Simultaneously, they felt a surge of relief. Should these prodigies partake in the subsequent tests, particularly the competitive ones, encountering them would spell disaster for any ordinary participant. All right, follow me, Dai Mubai instructed, leading the group onward. Suddenly, a voice of dissent emerged from the crowd. Questioning, those who have demonstrated soul power exceeding 25 can directly participate in the subsequent tests, which we accept. But what about that individual standing beside Tang San? He pointed accusingly at Lu Yu. What gives him the right to proceed? Indeed, he has not undergone a soul power assessment. What if he is merely an imposter? Upon this remark, the crowd erupted in a chorus of skeptical murmurs. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. Why choose someone to provoke who is undoubtedly the strongest? It is as if one is presenting their face for a slap. Very well, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With a wry smile, Dai Mubai shook his head and swiftly made his way to a wooden cabin. Upon his return, he held a crystal in his hand, akin to the white crystal previously utilized by Tang San and his companions. Albeit differing in hue, the crystal in Dai Mubai's grasp was red, indicating a soul power range of approximately below level 60. Exceeding this threshold would cause it to shatter like the 30-level crystal. The individual who had instigated the provocation felt an ominous premonition wash over him as he beheld the crystal, realizing he had committed an egregious folly. Chapter 72, Shrek Academy, 7. Dai Mubai extended the red crystal towards Lu Yu. Offering an apologetic tone, I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please demonstrate your strength to enlighten these frogs at the bottom of the well? Lu Yu met Dai Mubai's gaze and accepted the crystal. Thinking to himself that this young man certainly knew how to navigate social situations, he then slightly activated his soul power vortex, gradually channeling his energy into the crystal. As the soul power flowed in, the crystal began to radiate a crimson glow. This light, while not as dazzling as that produced by Tang San and his group, nevertheless enveloped a significant portion of the crystal. Not a single person dared to utter a sound. Rather, they stood with mouths agape, for this was not merely a crystal with a maximum capacity of 30 levels, but one with a capacity of 60 levels. The light that covered most of the crystal signified that the silver-haired youth's soul power had reached at least level 40. The crowd gazed at Lu Yu with the eyes of those who beheld a marvel. This must be someone who awakened their martial soul from birth. Such prowess was simply extraordinary. Dai Mubai, observing the crowd's reaction, felt a wave of amusement course through him, but he mused that this was merely a gathering of individuals who had never encountered true talent. Lu Yu's elaborate soul rings had yet to be revealed. This was merely the beginning. He then contemplated how Oscar would react upon discovering that Lu Yu was an auxiliary-type battle soul master. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai addressed the crowd. As you can see, the soul power crystal does not lie. Now, does anyone still have doubts? His gaze turned cold as he surveyed the assembly. Or perhaps someone wishes to challenge this gentleman's prowess. Scanning the crowd, particularly the one who had voiced skepticism, Dai Mubai noted the man's desire to vanish from sight. With no one speaking up, Dai Mubai led Lu Yu and the others away. Oscar hurried to catch up, positioning himself beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu recalled that the assessments at Shrek Academy comprised 4 stages. The first was an age test, which they had undoubtedly passed. The second stage assessed the quality of the martial soul. Only those with immense potential and a clear path for cultivation could qualify. Alternatively, individuals like Oscar, possessing extraordinarily unique martial souls, were also eligible. There existed a third scenario, wherein individuals like Lu Yu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the girl in the silver dress, all of whom were merely 13, yet possessed soul power exceeding 25 levels, could bypass the second and third stages and proceed directly to the final assessment. This was a classic case of brute strength triumphing over finesse, as they qualified based on sheer soul power. The third stage examined a soul master's control over their martial soul. Should one pass the first 2 tests, it would demonstrate sufficient strength and potential. However, inadequate control over their martial soul would result in elimination. This stage was designed to filter out those who were unstable and could potentially spiral out of control. Lu Yu was particularly intrigued by the 4th stage, as it tested practical combat experience, effectively weeding out pampered nobles who had been sheltered from the rigors of reality. Those who emerged from this selection process would undoubtedly be extraordinary. I would like to inquire how many students are currently enrolled at Shrek Academy. The girl in the silver dress suddenly interjected, her voice imbued with both vigor and gentleness. Dai Mubai glanced back and replied with a smile. I can assure you that Shrek Academy possesses a unique advantage unmatched by other institutions. We have more instructors than students. The air fell silent for a moment, as the crowd processed the revelation that a school might have a greater number of teachers than students. Was this truly a legitimate academy? Dai Mubai, noticing their astonishment, chuckled wryly. There is no other way. The standards set by our esteemed principal are exceedingly high, far beyond what a typical person could meet. Let me put it this way. This year marks the highest enrollment since the academy's establishment, and in the past 20 years, we have only admitted around 20 students. Moreover, we did not admit any students in the 2 years preceding you. Your arrival as a group of 6 is unprecedented. Currently, counting himself, there were only 3 students enrolled. 3 students. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu too felt a twinge of surprise. Although Shrek Academy had few students, its graduation requirements were undeniably rigorous. How does the academy sustain itself without students? Without funding? Wouldn't it be on the brink of closure? Tang Sin questioned, incredulous that Shrek Academy had managed to endure thus far with such scant enrollment. Dai Mubai sighed. Indeed, Tang San raises a valid point. This is precisely why Shrek Academy is situated in a village. It minimizes expenses. This could also be considered another characteristic of our academy. We are perpetually short on funds. I imagine you are all curious as to why we maintain such high admission standards despite the lack of students, he continued, and the crowd nodded in agreement that I have posed this question to the principal before. And he stated that he would rather have no students than allow mediocre individuals to enroll. Similarly, he declared that he would prefer students to fail to graduate than to permit any inferior talent to tarnish the academy's reputation. Consequently, those who have graduated from Shrek Academy have achieved remarkable success, with one even attaining the position of elder within the martial soul hall, as those of average strength seldom complete their studies. What are the graduation criteria for the academy? Tang San pressed on with his inquiry. Soul power must exceed level 40 before the age of 20, and one must possess at least the strength of a soul master while demonstrating the ability to independently hunt for soul rings. Dai Mubai explained. This elucidation clarified why only a select few students had managed to graduate in the past 2 decades. Achieving level 40 soul power and being capable of independently hunting soul rings before turning 20 was a staggering requirement. The group was left astounded. Typically, even the most prestigious soul master academies required only a soul power of 30 and 3 soul rings for graduation. Yet Shrek Academy had elevated these standards significantly. The latter requirement of independently hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings was particularly daunting, as the process was fraught with peril, and even the slightest misstep could lead to death. Suddenly, the group turned their gaze toward Lu Yu, who appeared to be an anomaly among them. Shrek Academy's graduation standard demanded soul power of 40 before the age of 20, yet Lu Yu, at merely 12 years of age, had seemingly already met this criterion. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yu himself suddenly realized that he might have already fulfilled the graduation requirements set forth by Shrek Academy. Chapter 73, Shrek Academy. 8. Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity. His situation could indeed be classified as exceptionally rare. Admittance upon graduation. Before long, Dai Mubai led the group to a wooden cabin. In front of the cabin lay an open space, where a middle-aged man reclined comfortably in a lounge chair. Sound asleep. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the new students for their assessment, Dai Mubai respectfully announced to the man in the chair. The middle-aged man opened his eyes with a hint of surprise and remarked, "Oh, this year we have candidates for the 4th stage assessment, and 6 of them at that. This may very well break the academy's record," Dai Mubai added. Not only that, but all 6 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd stages to directly participate in the 4th stage assessment. Zhao Wujie rose from his chair. Despite his average height, his solid build exuded the presence of a mountain. Lu couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Wujie's physique. If he were to stand in Blue Star, one would wonder how many kilograms of a certain white powder it would take to achieve such a form. One of his arms was thicker than Xiao Wu's waist, and his impressive stature made him appear like a wall. With a warm smile, he regarded the group. Although his smile was ordinary and amiable, it imparted an unspoken sense of pressure to have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd stages to arrive here. It seems we have quite a few little prodigies this year. Please, introduce yourselves. Zhao Wujia spoke in a deep, resonant voice. My surname is Zhao. I am Zhao Wujia, responsible for the 4th stage assessment. The first 3 stages assess your martial soul talent and potential for cultivation, while the 4th stage evaluates your actual combat experience. That I can assure you, many students have faltered at this stage in previous years. He cast a gentle gaze over Lu Yu and the others, saying, since you have come together, you shall face this challenge together. Now you have the duration of an incense stick to get to know one another and discuss your tactics. While the strength of each soul master is undeniably important, it is oftentimes the synergy of the team that truly matters, as it can determine your very lives in critical moments. Of course, the assessment for the 4th round is rather straightforward. You must endure under my command for the duration of an incense stick. Even if only one of you remains at the end, you shall be deemed successful. However, do refrain from employing any underhanded tactics. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. Rest assured, I will show some leniency and will endeavor to go easy on you. Naturally, you may choose to act cowardly and flee, but Shrek does not accept the weak. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai expressed his confusion. Teacher Zhao, isn't this rather inappropriate? What is there to fear? The dean is not present. I am the highest authority here, so heed my words. Zhao Wujia interrupted, not allowing Dai Mubai to continue. He then produced an incense stick, ignited it, and casually thrust it into the ground, where it stood firmly. The assessment begins now, Zhao Wujia proclaimed with his resonant voice, reclining backward onto a lounge chair. Who devised this contraption? It is exceedingly comfortable to this moment. Dai Mubai, with an air of resignation, stepped forward to address the group. Alas, you have drawn the short straw this time. What is it? Is teacher Zhao akin to that old man at the village entrance, a soul emperor? Xiaowu inquired, puzzled by Dai Mubai's demeanor. Not quite. Dai Mubai shook his head. Then what is there to worry about? Xiaowu asked, her anxiety easing slightly. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage. Lu Yu speculated, observing Dai Mubai's serious expression. He could not quite recall the details of the original storyline at this juncture, only remembering that Tang Xin had once made Zhao Wujia suffer with some sort of needle technique, and that he had later been confronted by Tang Hao in the dead of night. Dai Mubai nodded gravely. Originally, I was supposed to be your opponent in this round, but today, for reasons unbeknownst to me, teacher Zhao has chosen to step in himself. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's reaction, the group's spirits plummeted. A soul sage at level 70. How could they stand a chance? If a confrontation ensued, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and eliminated in due course. Xiao Dai, I have taken note of your disparaging remarks. Zhao Wujia's deep voice echoed from afar, causing Dai Mubai to feel a wave of frustration wash over him. He chose to ignore it and continued. Now, please introduce your martial souls and strengths in turn so that everyone may become acquainted. Tang San, you may begin. Tang San nodded. I am Tang San, a control-type soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul at level 29. Next was Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu, a strength-type soul master with the soft bone enchantress martial soul, also at level 29. Following her was the girl in the blue dress. I am Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul at level 26. Then came Zhu Zhuqing, who emanated an air of aloofness. I am Zhu Zhuqing, a speed-type soul master with the nether cat martial soul at level 27. Next was the girl with long black hair. I am Zhang Qiqi, a strength-type soul master with the Valkyrie martial soul at level 30, possessing only 2 soul rings. Finally, it was Lu Yu's turn. I am Lu Yu, a support-type soul master with the star-offering lotus staff martial soul. At level 40-1.as, Lu Yu concluded his introduction. The rest of the group, except for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, gazed at Lu Yu with expressions of disbelief, as if he were some sort of monster. What? They exclaimed in unison, particularly Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who began to doubt their own hearing. Could you repeat that? What did you say? Oscar asked incredulously. Lu, martial soul star offering lotus staff, support-type soul master at level 41. What of it? Lu Yu reiterated, somewhat exasperated. Oscar was even more baffled. As a fellow support-type soul master, he was younger yet already a soul sect. This was nothing short of monstrous. Ning Rongrong also looked astonished. She had presumed that Lu Yu, who had demonstrated soul sect prowess at the village entrance, was at least a strength-type soul master. Now, to learn he was a support type seemed unfathomable. Her own 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul was among the finest in its category. How had he cultivated to such heights? Zhang Qiqi was equally taken aback, discovering he was a support-type soul master. Cough, cough. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, bringing the others back to reality. Allow me to introduce you to the basics regarding Teacher Zhao. So you may formulate a strategy that he paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 strength-type soul sage, with the beast martial soul, the doughty diamond bear. The hallmark of this martial soul is its formidable defense coupled with significant offensive power, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even soul masters of the same level find it challenging to breach Teacher Zhao's defenses. Owing to his formidable resilience, he is known as the unyielding king. In the past, Teacher Zhao had a run-in with the Spirit Hall's clergy and was pursued. He managed to escape solely due to his overwhelming defense. The unyielding king, pursued by the clergy of Spirit Hall? The group reacted with a mix of trepidation and admiration. If their opponent did not unleash his full strength, they might stand a chance. After all, as long as one of them remained standing at the end, they would all pass. However, if Zhao Wujie were to unleash his full power, the situation would be dire. Among them were Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, both support-type soul masters, Tang San as a control type, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were speed-type soul masters, with Zhang Qiqi as a strength-type. My7 treasure glazed tile martial soul can currently provide 2 enhancements of 30%, but I lack any offensive capabilities. Ning Rongrong stated that My first soul ring can provide a 50% enhancement and possesses offensive capabilities. Lu Yu added. Dai Mubai had no doubts regarding Lu Yu's combat prowess. He was resilient and capable, providing comprehensive support. In that case, Ning Rongrong will handle support, while Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi will be our main attackers. Zhu Zhuqing, please utilize your speed advantage to flank and restrain him. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks to disrupt his rhythm. Brother Yu, remain in the rear to assist Ning Rongrong and act as the situation demands. Lu nodded in agreement. His abilities were versatile and comprehensive, allowing him to provide support from the back. Given the limited time available, they could not devise a more fitting plan. Furthermore, they were about to face a genuine level 76 soul sage. In the face of such overwhelming power, all strategies would be futile. Yet it was certainly preferable to passively awaiting defeat. Have you all reached a consensus? Xiao Wujie's booming voice called from behind them, prompting the group to turn and see that the incense stick was nearly burned out. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhao Wujie, indicating they were ready to commence. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie rose from his chair, stretching his arms overhead. His robust physique and muscular build exuded an aura of boundless strength. This would be a decidedly imbalanced battle, with the two sides operating at entirely different levels of power. Even with Lu Yu's extraordinary capabilities, it would not change the fundamental disparity. Zhao Wujie then produced another incense stick, pinching it between his fingers before igniting it in the next moment. Before he could make his next move, Ning Rongrong took the initiative. 7 treasures glazed tile. First treasure, strength, she declared, her blue gown swirling as she gracefully spun in place. Suddenly, a dazzling array of 7 colors radiated from her, and a magnificent 7-colored pagoda began to materialize above her hands. Slowly revolving. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, rising steadily. The first yellow soul ring shimmered, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda. Ning Rongrong gently pointed her fingers, and 5 beams of light cascaded down upon Lu Yu and the others. Instantly, Lu Yu felt a warm surge of power coursing through his limbs, as his soul power boiled forth. Truly, this was the pinnacle of support martial souls on the continent. This was merely the 30% enhancement from a 2-ring soul master. One could only imagine the terrifying boost that would come from a higher-ranked 7-treasure glazed tile soul master. However, such knowledge was a closely guarded secret of their sect. If given the chance, it would be worthwhile to visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Perhaps a small opportunity awaited. Well, Zhao Wujie remarked, surprised to find a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school among the current students. He casually planted the incense stick into the ground. 7 treasures glazed tile, 2nd treasure, speed, Ning Rongrong announced, her lips parting as the 7-colored radiance erupted once more, enveloping the group. Unlike the previous light, Lu Yu felt as if his body had grown significantly lighter. At that moment, Zhao Wujie made his move. He bent his legs slightly and crouched down before striking the ground with both fists. Not good. Tang San exclaimed in alarm. Soul Masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda are typically prioritized as targets for concentrated fire. And for good reason. Their exceptional support amplification abilities coupled with almost negligible combat prowess. Zhao Wujia's strike was evidently not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. His intention was to disrupt everyone and interrupt Ning Rongrong's incantation. Alas, this is a common flaw of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's martial spirit. The need to recite a spell before casting that if the incantation is interrupted, the spell itself is inevitably halted. In an instant, a black vine lashed out, wrapping around Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air. Meanwhile, Lu Yu swiftly summoned his martial spirit, a resplendent staff appearing in his grasp as four soul rings gradually rose from beneath him. The third azure soul ring burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Utilizing wind magic, wind control, and gale steps simultaneously, his silver-haired figure soared into the air, hovering beside Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, Lu Yu brandished his staff, unleashing a powerful wind spell. A fierce gale erupted, and the spectators realized that they had been enveloped by a cerulean ring, their bodies lifted into the air by the howling winds. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently. A wave of yellow energy radiating outward. After throwing a punch, Zhao Wujia sensed something was amiss. Why had the wind suddenly picked up? Raising his gaze, he was astonished to find the 6 newcomers suspended in midair. His attention was drawn to the 4 peculiar soul rings surrounding Lu Yu. 4-ring Soul Master? This batch of newcomers possessed such an extraordinary specimen, and what was the nature of his soul rings? As Zhao Wujia stood bewildered, Lu Yu's soul rings shimmered once more. The first soul ring flared to life, and the azure lotus petals atop the prayer star lotus staff unfurled, enveloping the 6 in a radiant starlight. The first soul skill of the prayer star lotus staff, Starry Blessing. Everyone felt a warm embrace enveloping them, their soul power surging forth anew. Simultaneously, their mental acuity seemed to be rejuvenated, rendering the environment in their minds clearer and their awareness of surrounding changes more acute. Zhao Wujia was once again taken aback. The silver-haired lad was indeed a support-type battle soul master, the 12-year-old with 4 rings. This was already equivalent to meeting the Academy's graduation standards. Flander would surely be overjoyed to have such a monstrous talent among this year's recruits. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were observing from a distance, were equally astonished by the scene before them. Is this a speed-type amplification? Dai Mubai speculated inwardly as those suspended in the air felt the changes in their bodies. They were astonished to discover that Lu Yu's amplification was all-encompassing. Whether it was soul power, mental prowess, or physical abilities, all had received an enhancement, at least by 50%, with Ning Rongrong's 30% boost combined with Lu Yu's 50%. Their confidence surged. Even if they could not withstand Zhao Wujia's strike, the flying capability provided by Lu Yu should at least allow them to evade for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Quickly adjusting to their current state, they repositioned themselves. Xiao Wu, Tang Xin called out. Responding to his command, she swiftly adjusted her stance, finding her place. Thanks to the tacit understanding cultivated over years, Xiao Wu accurately stepped onto Tang San's hand. And with a powerful push from him, she propelled herself downward like an arrow aimed at Zhao Wujia. At this moment, the group unhesitatingly opted for a proactive assault. Allowing Zhao Wujia to seize the initiative would only worsen their predicament. So they might as well strike first in hopes of buying some time. Seeing the group dodge his attack, Zhao Wujia actually smiled, acknowledging their reaction time as passable, barely acceptable. As Xiao Wu lunged at him, he remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, feigning surrender. Observing this, Xiao Wu swiftly adjusted her posture, bending her legs and curling her body before rolling forward. Just as she neared Zhao Wujia, she activated her martial spirit. Landing both feet on his neck, a dull thud resonated. Yet Zhao Wujia stood unfazed, a grin spreading across his face. Such a feeble assault was mere tickling to him. Little girl, have you not eaten? You possess no strength at all, Zhao Wujia taunted, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. You have more than just me to contend with, Xiao Wu retorted with a huff, her feet seemingly glued to Zhao Wujia's body as she deftly pivoted, her form twisting in midair. While Xiao Wu alone could never hope to shake Zhao Wujia's robust physique, she was not alone. Suddenly, multiple vines erupted from Zhao Wujia's body, each adorned with countless tiny barbs. In an instant, Zhao Wujia felt an intense constriction. Under Tang San's command, The ghostly vines tightened to their utmost, unleashing a barrage of poison from the densely packed thorns. These tiny barbs pierced through his defenses. Surprising Zhao Wujia, this cohort of students possessed some merit. The next moment, he felt his feet lighten. Upon regaining his senses, he was astonished to find himself airborne, tightly ensnared by the ghostly vines, resembling a human-shaped dumpling. Subsequently, propelled by Xiao Wu, his body began to spin in midair, just as Xiao Wu prepared to execute a backflip onto Zhao Wujia. She suddenly felt her body seize up, immobilized. "Little rabbit, you sure love to spin." Zhao Wujia's voice rang out, and in an instant, Xiao Wu felt her ankles ensnared by an iron grip, her struggles proving futile. With a single exertion of force, Zhao Wujia shattered the vines binding him. Swiftly seizing the feet resting on his shoulder, Xiao Wu felt dizzy, her entire being whirled around by Zhao Wujia. Witnessing this, Lu Yu summoned his soul power, waving his staff as a fierce wind erupted, whipping up a storm of sand and debris aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's face. This sudden attack caught Zhao Wujia off guard, filling his mouth with sand. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu exerted herself to break free from Zhao Wujia's iron grip. Using the wind from her ring to return to Tang San's side, spitting sand, you play dirty, don't you?" Zhao Wujia wiped the dust from his face, feeling quite disheveled after Lu Yu's sandstorm assault. Dai Mubai and Oscar, witnessing Zhao Wujia's disheveled appearance, suppressed their laughter, their faces flushed with mirth, for only Lu Yu could bring such embarrassment upon teacher Zhao Dada. "So you can fly, huh? Enjoying playing in the sand?" Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically, his body swelling like a balloon, muscles nearly doubling in size, and his height increasing by nearly a meter. "This is bad." Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged worried glances, realizing that Zhao Wujia was about to unleash his martial spirit. Putting Tang San and the others in grave danger, Oscar's playful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a serious gaze directed at the frayed AT. This moment, 7 resplendent soul rings slowly rose beneath Zhao Wujia, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of power. Those floating in midair sensed a violent surge of soul power wash over them. What an immense sense of pressure! Tang Sen crossed his arms over his chest, desperately attempting to withstand the terrifying weight bearing down upon them. But all efforts proved futile. "Are you done flying? Come down and fight me properly," Zhao Wujia bellowed, the 3rd purple soul ring suddenly igniting. With a resounding boom, the gravitational force around them intensified, and everyone felt as if they were bearing an immense weight, crashing to the ground under the oppressive force. Dai Mubai and Oscar instinctively retreated at lightning speed, not wishing to be caught in the brunt of Zhao Wujia's soul technique. The experience was not one that most could endure. "What is this? Is this all you've got? Already down on the ground?" Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, looking down with disdain at the fallen group. This was the effect of his 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, capable of exerting pressure on multiple opponents simultaneously. However, the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a silver-haired figure, Lu Yuda AT. This moment, Lu Yu had firmly planted his feet into the ground, his right hand gripping the staff tightly. The instant Zhao Wujia activated his soul technique, Lu Yu had swiftly opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. "Damn it," he thought, feeling an intense wave of frustration, while it appeared that everyone else was being suppressed by Zhao Wujia's technique. Lu Yu, as the strongest of the 6, was evidently receiving special treatment. The gravitational force on the others was roughly double, but he was bearing nearly 3 to 4 times that weight. Lu Yu felt as though his soul power had solidified, rendering the use of any soul skills nearly impossible. The next moment, he strained against the oppressive force and swung his staff once more, the purple soul ring beneath him glowing fiercely. This young man is quite remarkable. Even under quadruple gravity, he still possesses the strength to wield his soul power. Zhao Wujia cast a glance at Lu Yu, tinged with a hint of admiration. From the very beginning, Lu Yu left a profound impression on him, not only due to his striking silver hair, but also because of his ostentatious soul rings. Chapter 76. Confrontation, Zhao Wujia. Part 3. What? He is still able to use soul skills. Dai Mubai and Oscar, stationed at the edge of the arena, were taken aback as they witnessed Lu Yu once again brandishing his staff. They were well aware of the overwhelming nature of Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement, having previously attempted to move even a single step under such conditions, which proved to be exceedingly challenging, let alone employing soul skills. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Yu was receiving special treatment from Zhao Wujie. As the air around him appeared to distort under the pressure of enhanced gravity, Lu Yu waved his staff. The purple soul ring beneath his feet suddenly radiated with brilliance, and an immense surge of soul power erupted forth. First soul skill, Starlight Tribute. This time, Lu Yu cranked the amplification to its maximum, achieving a full 100% increase. Instantly, those who had been lying on the ground felt a wave of relief, and the flow of soul power gradually became smoother. Ning Rongrong, feeling the weight pressing down on her body diminish, was astonished. Lu Yu's physical prowess was clearly beyond that of an ordinary support soul master. Ding 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 ding, a flurry of sounds erupted behind Zhao Wujie. Just as Lu Yu helped everyone to their feet, Zhu Qing leveraged her speed to close in on Zhao Wujie. Before he could react, she launched her attack with a silent swiftness, so stealthy that no one noticed her vanish from sight. At that moment, Zhu Qing had already entered her martial soul manifestation state. Her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, one eye blue and the other green, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that dazzled the onlookers, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint her exact location. Zhu Qing's attack was swift and fierce, targeting Zhao Wujie's vital points. The angle of her assault was so cunning, combined with her inherent speed, that it was difficult to detect. However, Zhao Wujie was already in his martial soul manifestation state. Her claws merely grazed him as if they were raking against iron, leaving only a few scratches on his clothing. Beside her was a silver figure, wielding a spear that carved perfect arcs in the air, gathering strength before striking down heavily towards Zhao Wujie. At the same time, Lu Yu sprang into action. Enveloped in a green mist, his legs slightly bent as he unleashed his power, resembling an arrow released from a bow. Bang! In an instant, he left a visible crater in the ground beneath his feet. Lu Yu's left fist coiled with energy, launching a powerful strike towards Zhao Wujie's face. Observing this, Zhao Wujie instinctively raised his hand to counter. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a shockwave erupted like a surging flood, radiating outward. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily dumbfounded. They couldn't help but recall Lu Yu's self-introduction as a support soul master. Not just them, but everyone around, including Zhao Wujie standing before Lu Yu, began to doubt whether this was truly the power expected from a support soul master. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, it should have been sufficient to handle a soul master of level 40. Yet, this young man managed to withstand it. Meanwhile, Tang Sen exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu at the edge of the arena. In an instant, she understood. Xiao Wu exerted force through her legs, leaping onto Tang Sen's shoulders, then pushed off, propelling herself forward with her feet aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's head. At the same time, Tang Sen summoned numerous blue-silver grass vines that surged towards Zhao Wujie. Seeing this, Zhao Wujie suddenly exerted force with his right hand, pushing Lu Yu back, then raised his massive palm to strike at Xiao Wu. However, just as he was about to make contact, Xiao Wu abruptly altered her trajectory, causing his hand to swipe through empty air. Yet, Zhao Wujie's head was undeniably struck by her kick. At that moment, Zhao Wujie noticed that a blue-silver grass vine was tied around Xiao Wu's waist. Realizing that Tang San was using it to control her movements, the principle was akin to a meteor hammer, only substituting the hammer with Xiao Wu herself. Xiao Wu's kick left Zhao Wujie momentarily dazed. As a teacher, he found himself in such a disheveled state, bested by a group of young students who had barely sprouted their first hairs. If this news reached Flinder, that old night owl, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, if he didn't discipline these students now, how could he continue to teach them in the future, after being knocked back by Zhao Wujie's punch? Lu Yu tumbled twice before regaining his footing. He shook his numbed left hand, realizing the frightening power behind that punch. Without time to recuperate, Lu Yu's brown soul ring burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Third-level earth magic, rock-shattering spear. In an instant, the surrounding debris seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, rapidly coalescing into dozens of sharp, elongated spears. They surged forward like a volley of arrows, propelled by an astonishing momentum towards Zhao Wujie's back. These spears sliced through the air with a whistling sound, as if intent on piercing through any obstruction. Concurrently, a beam of cold light shot towards Zhao Wujie like a bolt of lightning. This radiant figure was none other than Zhang Qiqi in her martial soul manifestation state. At this moment, she was clad in a tight-fitting silver battle armor that that accentuated her graceful figure. The armor glimmered with mysterious runes and radiance, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Her right hand gripped a silver spear, its shaft gleaming, the tip sharp and glinting with an intimidating icy light. She emanated an aura of chill and authority, as if a goddess of war had descended upon the earth. Roar! A fierce roar erupted as Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted with cold light. His first soul ring suddenly blazed with brilliant light, and he clenched his fists tightly. That moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Zhao Wujia's body, dazzling and blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at him. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. With Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Qiqi being the most affected, they felt an overwhelming force crashing towards them, causing their bodies to involuntarily fly backward. However, in this critical moment, Lu Yu displayed his agility and decisiveness. He activated his gale steps to the fullest, moving as swiftly as lightning, instantly appearing behind Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Qiqi. He extended his arms, securely catching them to prevent their fall, though Lu Yu successfully caught Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Qiqi. The shockwave from the previous blast was immense, leaving both of them shaken. Zhu Zhuqing, being of lesser strength, could not withstand such a tremendous force and fainted in Lu Yu's embrace, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, clearly suffering considerable harm. In contrast, Zhang Qiqi, thanks to the defense provided by her martial soul, managed to endure some of the damage. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but emit a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, indicating she too had sustained serious impact. Chapter 77, Confrontation. Zhao Wujia, Part 4. At this moment, Xiao was also in dire straits. Having kicked Zhao Wujia, she was the closest to him, although the blue-silver grass around her waist provided some support. Zhao Wujia's counteroffensive was too swift, leaving everyone unable to react in time. Tang San's blue-silver grass was completely severed, and Xiao Wu was sent flying into Tang San's arms, blood trickling from her lips revealing the severity of her injuries. Now, only Lu Yu, Tang San, and Zhang Qiqi remained standing, but Zhang Qiqi was heavily wounded, merely conscious. The only ones capable of continuing the fight were Lu Yu and Tang San, due to the close connection between martial souls and soul masters. The shattering of all the blue-silver grass left Tang San in a precarious position, especially upon witnessing Xiao Wu's grievous injuries. His heart felt as though it were being scorched by raging flames. Lu Yu had just realized that this was merely Zhao Wujia's first soul skill. Although it was only a century-old ability, it was wielded by a bona fide soul sage, with formidable strength and impeccable timing in releasing his soul skills. Zhao Wujia had effortlessly dismantled their coordinated assault. Lu Yu cast a glance at the incense that was still burning, noting that it had barely reached the halfway mark, with 2/3 of their group already down. Ning Rongrong was growing anxious, a support soul master with no offensive capabilities. All she could offer was amplification, lacking even the slightest healing ability. The next moment, specks of starlight suddenly appeared on the arena floor. Everyone looked around, only to discover that Lu Yu was situated in the area most saturated with starlight, his first purple soul ring glowing brightly and spinning slowly. This starlight was indeed Lu Yu's first soul skill, Starlight Tribute. Subsequently, the myriad of starlight transformed into tiny meteors, trailing long tails as they dove into the bodies of the onlookers, expertly avoiding Zhao Wujia's massive form as the starlight continuously flowed into him. Tang San felt a warm current coursing through his limbs, gradually converging towards his wounds, miraculously healing his injuries. What? Zhao Wujia stared at the starlight enveloping everyone, his mouth agape in astonishment. He initially believed that Lu Yu was merely an ordinary assault-type soul master. But it has now become evident that his physical prowess is astonishingly robust, capable of withstanding his own attacks without sustaining injury. Moreover, his first soul skill not only possesses the ability to heal wounds, but also enhances the strength of others. A comprehensive capability that is truly remarkable. This young man's abilities seem almost too versatile. Zhao Wujia silently marveled. He realized that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this year. But it is worth noting that even the 7-treasured Glazed Tile School's inherited martial soul excels primarily in support and amplification. A soul master like Lu Yu, who can fight, resist damage, and heal injuries, is a truly unprecedented existence. What on earth is this fellow's background? Zhao Wujia began to develop a keen interest in Lu Yu. He resolved to observe this youth closely to discover what other hidden abilities and potential he might possess. After all, such a prodigy is a rare find, and if nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become a source of pride for the academy. However, as impressive as he may be, the assessment is not yet concluded. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the half-burned incense, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, with a low shout. The second soul ring erupted in a dazzling glow, and Zhao Wujie moved with a speed that belied his massive stature. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand loomed before Tang San. With a ghostly shadowy step, it struck down. Bang! Given the speed of that enormous hand, and with Tang San cradling Xiao Wu, he had no way to evade the blow and could only brace himself against it. A spurt of fresh blood escaped his lips, and Tang San's face turned ashen as he struggled to maintain his stance. He glanced at Xiao Wu in his arms, and, thankfully, she appeared unharmed. Yet he was certain he had lost the capacity to continue fighting. Zhao Wujie turned to Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, still wearing a faint smile. Hey, do you two still need me to take action? Ning Rongrong lowered her head. Her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda could only provide enhancement, possessing almost no combat capability to withstand a single strike from Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, I want to challenge you one-on-one. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Ning Rongrong to gaze at Lu Yu in disbelief. After receiving treatment from Lu Yu, Zhang Qiqi had awakened, and Lu Yu handed Zhu Zhuqing over to her. At this moment, she too looked astonished at the silver-haired youth. Subsequently, a figure approached Ning Rongrong. Could you please take care of her for a moment? Tang Xin gently said as he passed Xiao Wu into Ning Rongrong's arms. He then stepped over to Lu Yu's side. Count me in, Tang Xin declared resolutely. Zhao Wujie watched this scene with incredulity. You two little brats better think carefully. Just now, all 6 of you couldn't withstand a single blow from me. Now, relying solely on the 2 of you, do you believe you can last half an incense stick's time against me? To be frank, even if these children couldn't endure the incense stick's duration, he would still admit them into Shrek Academy, especially with a talent like Lu Yu, whose exceptional gifts would be foolish to disregard. Moreover, historically, few newcomers had been able to last even a full incense stick against him. The best performer, Dai Mubai, barely managed half that time, and Oscar was even less noteworthy, having entered solely on account of his peculiar martial soul. Each of these 6 individuals was far superior to the 3 academies currently enrolled. Particularly, Lu Yu, who was unlike any human presence that we forfeit this half of the incense, Lu Yu stated, shaking his head. What? Are you declaring your withdrawal? Zhao Wujie responded with a hint of disappointment, having expected to encounter some promising talents. Only to find them quick to concede. No. Please light another stick of incense. We wish to fight for the duration of 1 incense stick once more. Lu Yu shook his head, speaking calmly yet with firm resolve. As if he was entirely confident about the upcoming battle, Tang Xin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's prior disappointment evaporated, replaced by an expression of surprise. Are you certain, kid? While your innate talent is formidable. Achieving the Spirit Master level at just 12 years old, the gap between us cannot be bridged solely by talent. If any unforeseen circumstances arise during the fight, and you sustain hidden injuries, it could significantly hinder your future development. I am certain, but I have a condition. If we can endure for the duration of 1 incense stick, it must be counted as all 6 of us passing the assessment. Liu stated, turning to look at the 4 standing behind him, seemingly seeking their agreement. Chapter 78, One-on-One. Zhao Wujie, Liu turned to the 4 standing behind him, seemingly inquiring for their opinions. Recognizing that while he could represent Tang San and Xiao Wu, he was not as familiar with the other 3 at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing, having regained consciousness after Lu Yu's treatment, appeared pale and could only lean against Zhang Qiqi. The 4 offered Lu Yu a slight nod in response. Zhao Wujie observed the resolute expression in Lu Yu's eyes and nodded. All right, I accept your condition. As long as you 2 can last for an incense stick's duration, you will all be admitted to the academy. Until then, I will grant you some time to recover fully. I will not hold back later. Following this, Lu Yu and Tang Xin settled down in place, Lu Yu unleashing his first soul skill, causing starlight to manifest. Tang Xin closed his eyes, focusing his mind, regulating his internal energy, and clearing his meridians. After a brief period, Tang Xin finally adjusted his state to its peak, taking a deep breath before standing slowly. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Lu Yu had also risen, appearing to be fully prepared. Thus, Tang Xin stepped toward Lu Yu's position. The two exchanged smiles, but the next instant, Tang Xin suddenly found himself in darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Why did Lu Yu strike Tang Xin? Dai Mubai wore a befuddled expression, while Oscar directly questioned, "What is going on? Aren't Tang Xin and Lu Yu from the same village? Do they have a grudge? How would I know?" Dai Mubai replied, equally perplexed. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu calmly withdrew his hand. Unnoticed by anyone as a black short rod concealed beneath his sleeve, a shortened black gold dragon patterned staff had delivered a blow strong enough to keep Tang Xin asleep until the following morning. Just moments ago, a familiar, chilling electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Detecting plot character Zhao Wujia. Unlocking character-exclusive mission, entrance assessment. Mission completion condition. Defeat Zhao Wujia in solo combat, and endure for an incense stick's duration. Mission reward, 2,000 points, Alchemist's essential knowledge. As promised, a one-on-one duel is all I need to Lu Yu spoke evenly, gazing at Zhao Wujia. Good lad, showing some spirit. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Let me see just how much you're worth. No sooner had he finished speaking than, with a resounding boom, Zhao Wujia casually tossed down the third stick of incense. The battle commenced in earnest, the black gold armor enveloping Lu Yu entirely, who decided it was time to cease hiding his true strength. The broken Song bow on his arm was already charged and ready. Zhao Wujia distinctly sensed a complete shift in the aura of the silver-haired youth before him. If previously Lu Yu had seemed like a little soul beast displaying its fangs, now he resembled a hunter poised to deliver a lethal strike. Having concealed his fangs, that he could not comprehend how this little brat had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Zhao Wujia activated his first soul ring, unleashing his first soul skill, the immovable King's body, and strode towards Lu Yu with great strides. While his speed was not particularly swift, each step made Lu Yu feel as if the earth itself were trembling. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light streaked past like lightning, startling Zhao Wujia, who instinctively retreated. Just as he regained his footing, he felt a chill at the crown of his head, a lock of hair drifting slowly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a tuft of his own hair severed by that flash of cold light. At that moment, Zhao Wujia noticed that Lu Yu was unexpectedly wielding a knife, its blade riddled with numerous cracks, as if it would shatter with the slightest impact. What a swift blade, Zhao Wujia instinctively remarked. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, standing at the sidelines, displayed expressions of astonishment, their mouths slightly agape and their eyes brimming with disbelief. However, this astonishment was short-lived, as they quickly regained their composure, having been treated to a plethora of surprises by Lu Yu throughout the day, which allowed them to gradually acclimatize to such unexpected scenarios. Just moments ago, as the crowd's attention had been focused on Zhao Wujia's rapid approach, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, capturing everyone's attention. Almost immediately, Zhao Wujia retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and Lu Yu. Concurrently, Lu Yu had somehow acquired a uniquely crafted knife, its blade shimmering with cold light and its handle adorned with mysterious runes. Its appearance piqued curiosity about what kind of weapon could so effortlessly counter Zhao Wujia's assault, even forcing him to withdraw. Yet, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were also observing, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the top of Zhao Wujia's head, their faces betraying uncontainable smiles. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's head was adorned with a normal fringe of hair on the sides, while the center and front were conspicuously bald, resembling a classic Mediterranean hairstyle akin to that of a monk whose crown had been shorn. This sight elicited barely suppressed laughter from Dai Mubai and Oscar, their faces flushed with the effort of stifling their amusement. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Wuji was wholly engrossed in battle, oblivious to their mirth. It was not until he felt a cool breeze atop his head that he began to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his crown, only to abruptly raise his head. Locking eyes with Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were struggling to contain their laughter, in an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and his face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Oscar, Dai Mubai, report to me for extra training tomorrow night. I shall personally guide you. Zhao Wuji barked at the two, causing their smiles to vanish in an instant. Oscar, with his bushy beard to conceal his expression, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. While Dai Mubai's face resembled one who had just partaken of Oscar's infamous sausage, a visage of sheer discomfort, the two were left in a silent agony, unable to voice their grievances. After all, It was Lu Yu who had sheared Zhao Wuji's hair, not them. Yet, they dared not express their indignation, acutely aware that if Zhao Laoshe were to catch wind of their thoughts, he might very well impose an addition as Zhang Qiqi surmised the situation. But quickly shook her head. Her second soul skill not only allowed her to perceive intricate details, but also endowed her with the ability to discern her opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Wuji's movements appeared grand and sweeping. Yet his body was enveloped by the indomitable golden light of the immovable king, rendering him impervious to even the slightest prick of a needle, coupled with the formidable defensive attributes of his bare martial soul. Lu Yu's most prudent course of action was to leverage his speed advantage to evade until the time limit expired. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu's actions took her by surprise that he deftly maneuvered. The hilt of his blade danced in his grasp, and amidst the swirling fragments, the distance between him and Zhao Wuji diminished rapidly. That instant, a glint of icy determination flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he gripped the hilt tightly and swung with force, causing the previously shattered blade to emit a dazzling cold light, hurtling toward Zhao Wuji like a meteor. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, allowed a smirk of disdain to curl his lips, thinking to himself that these minor shards were akin to a mere tickle and could inflict no harm whatsoever. Yet, when he observed the chilling gleam flickering upon the thousands of fragments, a twinge of unease crept into his heart. This sensation compelled him to activate the immovable king once more, ensuring his own safety. After all, he was a dignified soul sage. How could he be cornered by a mere youth? It was a regrettable predicament. This lad's speed was simply too swift, and his own deficiency lay in inadequate velocity. Damn it! This battle was exceedingly vexing to that moment. Lu Yu beheld the increasingly grave expression on Zhao Wuji's face, as well as the intensifying golden radiance, and a slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Clearly, it appeared that his mental infiltration had begun to take effect. Given his current strength, if he could penetrate the mind of a level 70 soul sage without suffering backlash, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. However, should the specialized mentalist Mo Hoili Ku apply a protective mental shield beforehand, the situation would be markedly different. Although mental infiltration lacked the sheer offensive power of mental piercing, its advantage lay in subtly disrupting the opponent's thoughts. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji was entirely oblivious to the predicament he had unwittingly fallen into. He was merely engulfed by an overwhelming sense of agitation. On one hand, Lu Yu darted about like a nimble monkey, eluding his grasp. On the other, the incessantly bothersome shards of blades buzzed around him like persistent flies that in that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Lu Yu abruptly halted in his advance, as though he had been suspended in place. His figure materialized before Zhao Wuji like a wraith, with no forewarning and devoid of sound. At this instant, the world fell silent, leaving only Lu Yu and Zhao Wuji in existence. They locked gazes, their eyes betraying a tapestry of emotions: surprise, vigilance, confusion, and more. The atmosphere thickened, seemingly heralding the onset of a fierce confrontation. Zhao Wuji, startled by Lu Yu's sudden appearance, soon broke into a smile. "Little imp. What? Are you not planning to continue hiding?" No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward like a cannonball, offering Lu Yu no time to react. In response, Lu Yu swiftly brandished his staff, summoning walls of stone that erupted from the ground, forming a formidable barrier to obstruct Zhao Wuji's path. Fourth-tier earth magic, giant rock barrier. Yet, to Zhao Wuji, these were mere futile struggles. He let out a low growl, his palms radiating a fierce brilliance as the solid rock wall shattered before him like glass, just as Zhao Wuji's mighty palm was about to strike Lu Yu. A blinding light erupted before his eyes. This intense brilliance filled him with a profound sense of dread. Yet it was too late to halt his advance. Lu Yu's staff now floated beside him, his hands clasped before his chest, as a radiant golden lotus began to rotate slowly. With each accelerating revolution of the lotus, beams of golden light emanated forth, illuminating the entire space. These golden rays, akin to the sun's fervor, suggested that an immense power was coalescing to this moment. Lu Yu was enveloped in intertwining streams of golden and green light, creating a surreal and beautiful spectacle. This marked the first time he had so vigorously activated the soul power vortex while in the 8 Gates Duanjia state. A torrent of soul power surged through his meridians like an unstoppable tide, inflicting unbearable agony that caused beads of sweat to beat upon his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Beneath him, The second purple soul ring radiated with brilliant light. Second soul skill, Holy Domain Light. As the soul power was fully channeled, Lu Yu extended the golden lotus toward Zhao Wujia. Although this appeared to unfold at a leisurely pace, in reality, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. It was as if time had slowed exponentially, rendering each motion and detail crystal clear. However, in the realm of reality, these events unfolded with such rapidity that they were almost imperceptible. Zhao Wujia stared wide-eyed. Acutely attuned to the soul power fluctuations emanating from the lotus, his heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment, for he discerned that this seemingly ordinary lotus harbored an immense and pure reservoir of soul power. How could this be possible? Zhao Wujia muttered incredulously, his voice tinged with disbelief. Logically, a level 41 soul master, while formidable, should not possess such an overwhelming reserve of soul power that he furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Was there a secret concealed within Lu Yu? Or did his cultivation method or martial soul possess unique attributes? Such questions swirled incessantly in Zhao Wujia's mind, leaving him perplexed. He recalled their previous skirmish. Although he had appeared to suffer significant injury, the moment the battle concluded and everyone was still recovering, Lu Yu had swiftly employed his soul skill to heal the others. It seemed this Lu Yu harbored many undisclosed secrets. Zhao Wujia mused, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation igniting in his eyes. Perhaps in the days to come, he would have more opportunities to uncover the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic youth. Yet, in this moment, Zhao Wujia could not afford to dwell on such matters. The shards of the Devil's Blade had just breached his defenses. Chapter 81. The dark and windy night as Zhao Wujia attempted to evade the Golden Lotus. He suddenly felt a sharp impact on his left foot, followed by a surge of numbness that shot through his body, rendering his entire leg as if pierced by 1,000 needles, causing him to lose his balance instantly. Attempting to evade was no longer an option given his speed, so he activated his first soul skill, the Immovable King, once more. But at that moment, he sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered that his defenses had developed several minuscule cracks. The culprit behind this was none other than the countless shards of glimmering blades. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap, was the only thought racing through Zhao Wujia's mind. With a thunderous explosion, the golden lotus that had slipped from Lu Yu's grasp detonated directly before Zhao Wujia. The colossal shockwave swept across the arena, and the onlookers immediately sensed something was amiss. Reacting swiftly, Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger barrier, hastily pulling Oscar back, while Zhang Qiqi summoned a massive shield to protect Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and herself. Accompanying the shockwave was an infernal heat, incinerating the grass beneath them into scorched earth. The worst off was Zhao Wujia, who stood at the epicenter of the explosion, absorbing the brunt of the energy. His once healthy complexion turned charred, and even the last tufts of hair atop his head were swept away by the wind. Next in line for misfortune was Tang San, who had been lulled to sleep by Lu Yu and had not awakened. The others, engrossed in the battle, had not thought to rouse him. Fortunately, Tang San's resting place was sufficiently distanced from the center of the explosion. He was merely hurled into the air by the shockwave, landing precariously upon a nearby tree branch. Sangu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, disregarding her still recovering state as she sprinted to the tree, bending her legs to spring into the air and rescue Tang San. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Lu Yu, had executed the ghost step at the moment he released the Golden Lotus, swiftly retreating to a safe zone. Although he was ultimately caught in the explosion's aftermath, he had donned the Black God armor beforehand, sustaining no serious injuries, though his internal organs felt as though they had been jolted from their positions, standing at the center of the battlefield. Zhao Wujia, now shrouded in darkness, muttered, "Good lad. This move suits my taste, but if you think you've won just like that, you're underestimating me." As his words fell, Zhao Wujia's third soul ring illuminated instantaneously. Third soul ring, gravitational amplification. The violet soul ring slowly rotated as it ascended, before abruptly plunging into the ground. Lu Yu suddenly felt a wave of heaviness, as if he were submerged in a quagmire, making even the act of breathing somewhat laborious. It felt as though his body weight had doubled that moment. Zhao Wujia moved once more, striding purposefully towards Lu Yu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted. "Watch me shatter your shell, kid." Under the influence of gravity, Lu Yu's speed diminished significantly, rendering him incapable of vanishing in an instant as he had before. he could barely leave behind fleeting afterimages. But this was sufficient for Zhao Wujie to lock onto his form. The onlookers gazed at the distorted air affected by gravity, which was of an entirely different caliber compared to the gravity enhancement Zhao Wujie had unleashed during the previous six-man battle. He had been holding back, perhaps considering them beneath his notice. With a resounding boom, Zhao Wujie's fist struck the air, producing a thunderous crack. To everyone's astonishment, Liu did not evade this time. Instead, he chose to meet Zhao Wujie's punch head-on. The moment their fists collided, shock waves erupted, rippling outward like concentric circles on a still pond. Liu felt an overwhelming force emanate from Zhao Wujie's fist, as if a mountain were descending upon him. His arm trembled slightly, his bones and muscles straining against the immense pressure. Conversely, Zhao Wujie's fist was as hard as an iron wall. No matter how much Liu Yu exerted himself, he could not breach this formidable defense. Liu Yu's expression grew grave, internally astonished by the sheer strength of his opponent. After a brief stalemate, Liu Yu resolved to alter his tactics. He abruptly withdrew his fist and leaped back, evading Zhao Wujie's striking range. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations. Third-tier earth magic, rock spike. With a thunderous roar, numerous sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground like lightning, hurtling toward Zhao Wujie with fierce momentum. These spikes were exceedingly sharp, glimmering coldly as if they sought to pierce through anything in their path. They approached Zhao Wujie with astonishing speed, leaving him little time to react. As the sharp rock spikes neared Zhao Wujie, they produced a series of crisp impacts, akin to striking an impregnable wall. The tips of the spikes became lodged, unable to advance even a fraction further. What had once been a formidable assault now appeared utterly impotent and fragile, as if stripped of all potency. Meanwhile, the unmoving king's body emanated a brilliant golden light, enveloping him like a steadfast shield, providing him with impenetrable protection, despite the ferocity of the rock spikes. They could inflict no substantial harm upon Zhao Wujie due to this radiant barrier. This scene left the spectators in awe, as Zhao Wujie's immense strength and defensive capabilities were vividly displayed. He stood like an unyielding mountain, unwavering against all assaults, his defenses granting him an undeniable advantage in battle. Liu, witnessing the spectacle, felt no surprise, for he understood that the rock spike's offensive power was insufficient to penetrate Zhao Wujie's defenses. Attempting to do so would be folly. Thus, this maneuver was not intended to slay Zhao Wujie, but rather to ensnare him, rendering him immobile for a brief period. This would afford Liu Yu ample time to execute his next plan. With this thought, a smile of satisfaction graced Liu Yu's lips. He formed seals with his hands, and as his vast soul power surged, the azure lotus at the tip of his staff began to bloom. Subsequently, a radiant golden lotus emerged, its golden petals seemingly imbued with tremendous soul power. Liu positioned his hands as if to lift the lotus. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Zhao Wujie's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Damn it, not again, he cursed inwardly. Incredulous at the prodigious reserves of soul power this young prodigy possessed, he had assumed that after Liu Yu conjured one golden lotus, his soul power would be nearly depleted. Chapter 82, A Dark and Windy Night, Part 2. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this familiar sight, felt his eyes almost pop out. How much soul power does this little freak have? He pondered, sensing that the soul power contained within this golden lotus was significantly greater than the last, at least double. Just as Zhao Wujie contemplated evasion, a familiar tingling sensation spread through his legs. Not just one, but both legs had gone numb that a closer inspection would reveal a black, dragon-patterned staff lodged between his legs. The culprit behind Zhao Wujie's leg paralysis was this ebony staff. While it could not directly induce dizziness in someone of Zhao Wujie's caliber, infusing soul power into strikes on other parts of his body could certainly produce a numbing effect. Effectively restricting his movements, Zhao Wujie could only watch helplessly as the golden lotus drew nearer. This battle has been exceedingly vexing. He thought Liu Yu's myriad of tricks had left him, a soul sage, in such a wretched state, especially against a mere 12-year-old child. If word of this got out, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With a resounding explosion of familiar blinding light and deafening sound, Zhao Wujie expertly activated the unmoving king's body once more. Liu instantly invoked Ghost Step, swiftly distancing himself from the explosion's epicenter. He certainly did not wish to be caught in the fallout of his own technique. In an instant, The entire area was enveloped in the dazzling brilliance and roaring sound of the explosion, with the ensuing heat washing over the onlookers. After the explosion, silence reigned. The center of the arena had been blasted into a deep crater, within which lay a figure clad in darkness, sprawled flat at the bottom. Luu, having executed Ghost Step, appeared at the edge of the crater. Zhao Laosher, shall we continue? He queried, holding a burnt-out incense stick in hand. At that moment, Zhao Wujia, hearing Lu Yu's mocking tone, felt an overwhelming frustration, yet he simply felt drained. Continue? How dare you? Zhao Wujia leapt from the pit, his massive frame giving Lu Yu the illusion of facing a wall, albeit a charred one. You all passed this assessment, Zhao Wujia began, only to abruptly pause, his expression turning serious. Zhao Laosher, you aren't having second thoughts, are you? You promised that if I lasted the duration of an incense stick, the entire group would pass. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Lu Yu deliberately raised his voice at the end. What nonsense. I, Zhao Wujia, am a man of my word that I wouldn't stoop to playing mind games with a child like you. Zhao Wujia retorted, his face darkened. Suddenly, he felt something slide down his cheek and reached out with his large, dark hand to touch it, only to find a sticky sensation on his fingertips that to his shock. He realized he was bleeding. Damn it, I've actually been wounded by a mere child today. Dai Mubai, witnessing Zhao Wujia's bloodied face, struggled to suppress laughter and hollered to Oscar. Hurry up, we need your sausages for Zhao Laosher. Coming, Oscar replied, dragging out his words, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at Dai Mubai. I can hear you, you know. Oscar was thoroughly fed up with Dai Mubai's antics, but upon seeing the icy glare from him, he quickly plastered on a smile and scampered toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Laosher, I heard you need me. Your most considerate student has come to bring you warmth. His soft, saccharine tone, combined with his scruffy appearance, sent shivers down the spines of those present. If Lu Yu's golden lotus caused an 8 out of 10 in terms of damage, Oscar's appearance had inflicted a psychological blow of 9. Or even 10. Oscar, make 2 sausages quickly. Can't you see Zhao Laosher is injured? Dai Mubai urged. Zhao Wujia, overhearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, a genuine soul sage like himself had been thoroughly bested in a battle against someone of such lesser rank. While he could easily defeat Lu Yu using his 5th soul skill, the fact remained that a loss was a loss, and Zhao Wujia still held on to a shred of dignity. Although he had agreed to spar with someone of such differing strength, especially a child, it was somewhat humiliating. Winning would hardly bring glory, but losing was exceptionally disgraceful. Excuse me, esteemed master, may I inquire which monastery you hail from? You seem vaguely familiar. Oscar feigned ignorance while looking at Zhao Wujia. Oscar, are you courting death? Zhao Wujia bellowed, his eyes wide with rage, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. That if you continue to mess around, I swear I'll have you trained separately. His copper-like eyes bore into Oscar, as if he intended to consume him whole. Oscar, observing Zhao Wujia's expression, stifled a laugh, but outwardly maintained a facade of innocence, saying, Oh dear, Zhao Laosher, I thought you had attained enlightenment and were beyond worldly matters. With that, he couldn't resist flashing a sly grin. Oscar, Zhao Wujia suddenly roared. Present. Oscar replied. Upon witnessing the situation, the latter dared not act recklessly any longer. He genuinely feared that Zhao Haipi would impose additional training upon him. 1 sausage and 1 salami for me, Zhao Wujia said, suppressing his anger. Damn it, being beaten to such a state by a future student and then having to rely on that same student for treatment is utterly humiliating. He possessed a large sausage. After Oscar recited that nauseating incantation, a steaming sausage materialized in his hand. Zhao Laosher, 5 copper coins, don't forget to pay me. With that, Oscar glanced towards Lu Yu, who he envisioned as a future ally. If he could establish a connection with him, he would no longer have to endure bullying in the academy. Even Dai Mubai would think twice before attempting to intimidate him. Hey, handsome, would you care for a specially crafted Oscar sausage? Exclusively made, pollution-free and additive-free, and it's complimentary. Oscar chirped. No, thank you. Upon seeing Oscar's lewd demeanor, Lu Yu instantly lost his appetite. Oscar's sausage had undergone enhancement through his 1st soul skill, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries. Disregarding Oscar's antics, it did possess a decent flavor worth trying. Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, he noticed Oscar staring at him with a peculiar expression. This was the first time Dai Lao Da had spoken up for him. And Oscar couldn't help but feel touched. However, the others looked at Zhao Wujia, biting into a greasy sausage, and Oscar's bizarre demeanor, shaking their heads in unison. No, thank you. Chapter 83. A windy, moonlit night. Part 3. I have a small salami. Accompanied by an exceedingly peculiar incantation, a flash of white light appeared in Oscar's hand, producing a small salami, which he presented to Zhao Wujia. For both this large sausage and the small one. That'll be 10 copper soul coins. That don't forget to settle the bill, Oscar chuckled. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujia's iron fist swiftly struck Oscar on the head, and without a backward glance, he strode away. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, looked at the fresh, red bump on Oscar's head with pity, shaking his head helplessly. Did he not see that Zhao Laosher was currently in a foul mood? Was he not afraid of provoking him further? Oscar immediately adopted a slightly aggrieved expression, asking, "Why did he hit me?" It was he who was humiliated by Lu Yu. Before Oscar could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Zhao Wujia's icy glare, swallowing the remaining words back down. Mubai, you are responsible for bringing these new students into the dormitory and preparing for the official start of classes tomorrow. Have Lu Yu fill in all these pits by morning, and it must be identical to how it was before. After tossing out this command, Zhao Wujia walked off into the distance. Hey, do you think Zhao Laosher has lost his mind today? Why is he always picking on the new students? Once he was certain Zhao Wujia had indeed walked far away, Oscar spoke again. Lost his mind. I think it's you who has lost yours. Aren't you afraid of him finding out and giving you extra training? Are you ready to throw your life away? Why must I do all the work and help a guy at that? Lu Yu, who had been helping the girls, retorted as night fell. Lu Yu sat cross-legged on his bed. The room was small, merely a dozen square meters, with Tang San lying unconscious on the other bed. And opposite was the oddly lewd Uncle Oscar. When will this handsome young man wake up? Unable to contain himself any longer, Oscar broke the oppressive silence. The moment Lu Yu entered, he sat in meditation on the bed. Shocking Oscar, wasn't this a bit too intense? They hadn't even started classes yet, but he was already practicing. Then again, it made sense. He had reached the Soul Master level at just 12 years of age, while Oscar was still a mere 30-level Soul Master. Though they both belonged to the support type, why did it feel as if Lu Yu's support abilities were quite different from his own? After a moment of silence, Oscar finally spoke up. Tomorrow morning, I suppose, Lu replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. All right then, let us not worry about him for now. That will be roommates from now on. So let us introduce ourselves. I'll go first. I'm Oscar, a 29th level support Soul Master, with the martial soul of sausage. Others call me the sausage specialist, but you can simply call me Oscar. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Isn't that the lewd sausage uncle? How did it turn into the sausage specialist? What lewd sausage uncle? It must be Dai Mubai slandering me behind my back, ruining my image. Just wait until tomorrow. I'll shave off my beard, and I guarantee you'll be amazed. Oscar leaped off the bed the moment he heard the term lewd sausage uncle. Speaking of which, are you not worried about him holding a grudge against you for what you did today? Lu Yu questioned solemnly. Not at all. Zhao Laosher's strength is far too formidable that if both of us were to engage, the casualties would be even worse. But if it's just me, Tang San would avoid unnecessary harm. However, knowing his character, he would insist on participating, so I had to resort to a bit of extreme measures. Oscar promptly gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, realizing how considerate he was towards his classmate. The real reason was simple. The system had issued a task requiring him to confront Zhao Wujia alone. Thus, Lu Yu had to propose a one-on-one challenge. However, following the original plot, Tang San would undoubtedly want to join, so Lu Yu had to act unreasonably, as Tang San was obstructing his path to earn points. The details could wait until Tang San woke up in the morning. Lu Yu believed that Tang San, being so understanding, would surely forgive him. Turning his gaze to the window, he noticed a brilliant full moon hanging in the night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. Once night fell, the Shrek Academy fell into complete silence. Even though it was located in a village, the night was incredibly tranquil. Zhao Wujia walked alone along a path, returning to his quarters. He poured himself a drink, intending to indulge in a solitary toast, reflecting on the day's events that brought both joy and concern as the vice principal of Shrek Academy. He was thrilled to welcome new students after a 2-year hiatus, especially with 6 of them, including the exceptionally talented Lu Yu, as well as the noble-born Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. This year's harvest was indeed bountiful. However, he was troubled by the fact that he A formidable soul saint, had nearly succumbed to a mere 12-year-old soul master. The thought of being so thoroughly trounced by Lu Yu made Zhao Wujia want to find a hole to crawl into. Damn it, he had lost face in front of both new and old students today. Despite this, he held a favorable view of the new students, particularly Lu Yu, who was nothing short of a prodigy. Yet, aside from Lu Yu, Tang San was also an exceptionally gifted child. Although his martial soul was merely the ordinary blue silver grass, he had cultivated it to such an advanced level, which was truly astounding. With his current strength and talent, he might one day become a top-tier soul master, potentially surpassing Oscar and Daimu Bai. Well, there will be plenty of time to teach these kids in the future. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. They will be staying in the academy for quite some time, Zhao Wujia mused, a smile creeping across his lips, though in the flickering candlelight. It appeared somewhat eerie. Just as Zhao Wujia was lost in his thoughts, a voice from outside called his name. Though he wasn't skilled in soul power detection, as a 76-level soul saint, he still possessed basic sensitivity to soul power. Yet, at this moment, he could sense no soul power fluctuations from the figure outside, and even their breathing was nearly imperceptible. This situation could only mean three things. Either the person was an ordinary individual with no cultivation, hence lacking any soul power, or they were adorned with a soul device capable of perfectly concealing their soul power. The third possibility was that the individual's strength far surpassed his own, allowing them to evade his perception, which would likely indicate they were a soul duel or even a title duel level expert. Chapter 84. A Windy, Moonlit Night, Part 4. Zhao Wujia. The voice outside resounded once more. Yell, yell, yell. Can't you be quiet? In a flash, Zhao Wujia sprang out of the window with agility, completely disregarding the three possibilities he had just analyzed. Fueled by his anger from the earlier humiliation, he could not tolerate being disturbed at night. Upon leaping out, he spotted a shadow standing nearby in the darkness, and as soon as the figure caught sight of Zhao Wujia, they turned and fled, not granting him a chance to speak. Damn it! Knocking on someone's window at this hour and then running off without a word. Where's your conscience? Zhao Wujia pursued his opponent, cursing as he ran. The adversary skillfully maintained a pace that kept Zhao Wujia straining to catch up while still managing to widen the gap between them. This was nothing short of blatant provocation, yet at that moment, Zhao Wujia found himself powerless against this foe. After all, speed was his most glaring weakness. Today, Zhao Wujia was thoroughly vexed. He was the formidable, immovable king, a figure beneath whose hands countless had perished. Now, he was being toyed with by someone merely tapping on windows. Coupled with the pent-up frustration from earlier in the day, his blood surged with indignation. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed the figure clad in black out of the confines of Shrek Academy and into a grove just outside the village. It was here that the silhouette of the black-clad figure suddenly vanished, leaving not a trace of sound. The night was eerily silent within the woods. The evening breeze whispered through the branches, yet at that moment, Zhao Wujia was oblivious to it all. Come out! I see you! He shouted, simultaneously completing his martial soul manifestation. Point 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him, their brilliance stark against the inky darkness of the night. The soul power of a soul sage surged outward, instantly filling the small grove with an overwhelming sense of pressure unique to that ranked AT. That moment, a figure abruptly appeared before Zhao Wujia, dressed in a flowing black robe. The person's face was entirely obscured, leaving only the silhouette of a tall and robust man discernible. Who are you? What do you want with me? Zhao Wujia inquired cautiously, sensing not a hint of soul power emanating from the stranger. This absence of energy, however, only heightened his caution, as it suggested the possibility of the individual being far superior in strength. My identity is of little consequence, replied the black-robed figure, his voice gravelly and low, yet profoundly resonant. I happened to be wandering about one evening and stumbled upon the renowned immovable king, that I thought I might come and witness your prowess. The tone was devoid of any respect, suggesting that the speaker held Zhao Wujia in contempt. Before Zhao Wujia could respond, the black-robed man slowly raised his right hand, a pitch-black weapon manifesting instantly within it. Almost simultaneously, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings appeared, the 5th ring faintly glowing red as it swirled around him. The pressure radiating from the title duel was formidable, making the very air seem to solidify, overwhelming Zhao Wujia to the point where he could barely breathe. Title de la Zhao Wujia nearly gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the 9 rings. The mere utterance of this title sent tremors through his body. Title de represented the pinnacle of combat prowess on this continent. Any one of them could instigate a significant upheaval. Zhao Wujia hastily bowed, his demeanor shifting dramatically from arrogance to reverence. May I inquire who you are, esteemed senior? Please do not jest with a mere junior like me. Jest? Was it a jest when you bullied those children earlier? The black-robed figure scoffed. Earlier? Those children? Zhao Wujia felt a glimmer of understanding, but despite racking his brain, he could not connect this title de la to any previous encounters. I observed you having quite the enjoyable time with those children. How about we share a jest of our own? The black-robed man said coldly, advancing towards Zhao Wujia while brandishing the massive hammer in his hand. You may consider this an exercise in dominance, given that your earlier actions were not dissimilar. Zhao Wujia remained fixated on the approaching figure, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. With each step the black-robed man took, it felt as though he was stepping on the very strings of Zhao Wujia's heart, intensifying his anxiety as the black-robed figure neared. Zhao Wujia could almost hear the wind generated by the hammer's swing, a sound reverberating like distant thunder in his ears, further tightening his nerves. That moment, cold sweat drenched his back, his clothing clinging to him uncomfortably, creating a chilling sensation. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering on the ground. His gaze remained fixated on the black-robed figure and the hammer, his mind swirling with trepidation and unease. His thoughts raced, desperately trying to discern the identity of this black-clad figure. Yet his mind was a blank slate, unable to conjure anything relevant. Suddenly, the black-robed man halted a few paces away from Zhao Wujia. Noticing the cessation of movement, Zhao Wujia raised his head in confusion, only to see the figure placing the massive hammer down, seemingly abandoning any intention to strike. However, as Zhao Wujia turned to inspect the situation, he spotted 2 figures approaching from the distance. Boss! Zhao Wujia exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the newcomers. The individual referred to as boss was none other than the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the black-robed man, even Flinder could not withstand it, summoning his martial soul to manifest as well. Instantly, a layer of feathers enveloped Flinder, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings dancing around him. Greetings under the heavenly crown, Flinder said as he approached Zhao Wujia, respectfully bowing while discreetly nudging the still-dazed Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing Flinder utter the title Heavenly Crown, Zhao Wujia immediately grasped the identity of the black-robed figure. Only a member of that exceedingly mysterious and powerful sect could bear the title Heavenly Crown. And this individual had gained renown across the continent several years ago, heralded as the strongest soul master in existence. How had he managed to provoke such a figure? Boss, what is happening? Why is the Heavenly Crown here as well? Zhao Wujia whispered urgently to Flinder, seeking assistance. To Zhao Wujia's dismay, Flinder shook his head slowly. I fear you may be disappointed. Are you not aware of your own actions earlier today? You cannot escape the Heavenly Crown's jest. Zhao Wujia felt a chill run down his spine at Flinder's expression of helplessness. The owl martial soul, one of the golden triangle of flight. If you have come to plead for this black egg, you needn't be bothered. I am here to stir up trouble. Zhao Wujia, if you can endure my presence for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall take my leave. Should you fail to do so. The black-robed man's tone trailed off, and Zhao Wujia's heart soared to his throat. If you cannot manage that, you will be required to do me a favor. It is that simple, he stated nonchalantly, his seemingly casual words piercing Zhao Wujia's heart like steel. It was evident that Zhao Wujia had no means of escape today. Heavenly Crown, could you enlighten me on where I have offended you? Zhao Wujia, bereft of hope, sought only to understand the reason for his impending demise. Flinder, perceptive as ever, stepped aside to grant space for the Heavenly Crown and Zhao Wujia, though this act seemed profoundly disloyal in Zhao Wujia's eyes. How can you, as a big brother, not assist your sibling when he is in trouble? Instead, you willingly make space for this. With a whoosh, the familiar sound of slicing wind echoed in Zhao Wujia's ears, followed by a resounding thud. This was immediately followed by the painful impact of hammer meeting flesh, accompanied by the anguished wails that emanated from deep within Zhao Wujia's soul as he endured the torment. Flinder chose to avert his gaze from the scene, shielding his ears from Zhao Wujia's cries. As long as he could neither see nor hear the suffering of his brother, he could remain unperturbed. The sounds of impact continued, punctuated by Zhao Wujia's cries of agony. Remarkably, what was supposed to last for an incense stick's duration was effectively concluded in mere breaths, with the black-robed figure pausing his onslaught. The robe fluttered gracefully, appearing impeccably smooth and free of creases, while the black-robed man's breathing remained steady, as if the previous altercation had merely been a casual post-meal stroll, with no sign of exertion from wielding the massive hammer. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujia lay in a heap on the ground, utterly defeated. His once darkened head, previously swollen from a blast of golden lotus, now resembled that of a pig, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Despite the massive hammer employed, he had only suffered superficial injuries, a testament to the black-robed man's flawless control over his martial soul. Flinder cast a glance at the prostrate Zhao Wujia, internally marveling. Truly, the heavenly crown is commendable. Zhao Wujia, do you comprehend now? The heavenly crown remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia quickly scrambled to his feet. Thank you for your guidance, heavenly crown. The black-robed figure appeared satisfied. I hope you will take to heart the task I entrusted to you earlier. I shall take my leave now. With those parting words, he turned to depart. Farewell, heavenly crown. Behind Zhao Wujing stood Flanders, who respectfully addressed the figure in the black robe departing from their midst. Your Excellency, the immutable king. Just as Zhao Wujing thought he could finally exhale in relief, an aged voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Startled, Zhao Wujing pondered the unusual events of the night. What was happening? Was this a relentless series of encounters? Had he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest? Upon hearing that ancient voice, Zhao Wujing and Flanders immediately turned around, only to find another figure in black robes calmly standing a short distance away. Much like the previous Lord Haotian, this individual's face was similarly obscured by his hood, allowing only vague features to be discerned from his silhouette. This new figure appeared considerably frilier than the earlier lord, almost fragile in demeanor. Yet Zhao Wujing dared not underestimate him. Today, he had resolved to be cautious at that moment. Only one thought occupied his mind: whatever tricks or abilities they possessed, let them come forth. Better to meet an early demise than to linger in uncertainty. After all, even if he were to perish today, he would still be a hero in 80 years' time. However, he lowered his voice to inquire of Flanders. Hey, do you happen to know which esteemed individual this is? He had seen the figure accompany Flanders earlier and hoped he might intercede on his behalf. Zhao Wujing asked delicately, though his speech was slurred from the earlier hammering he had endured. To his dismay, Flanders shook his head in confusion, indicating he too was unaware of this elder's identity. This gesture nearly drove Zhao Wujing to frustration. What do you mean you don't know? I just witnessed you come here with him. Why aren't you advocating for me? Is that how you treat a brother? Zhao Wujing's words stumbled out, laced with exasperation. In truth, Zhao Wujing had wrongfully accused Flanders. He genuinely did not recognize this elder. Upon sensing movement in the nearby woods, he had rushed over, only to find Zhao Wujing engaged in conversation with a robust figure in black robes. The presence of the other black-robed individual had eluded him entirely. Which was the most alarming aspect? Flanders was, after all, a legitimate soul sage of level 70 that, while not specialized in reconnaissance, he was certainly more perceptive than the brawn-over-brains Zhao Wujing did if that figure had intended to act aggressively. Zhao Wujing would have been in dire straits long before. Observing their subtle exchanges, the black-robed man let out a hearty laugh. Though it sounded benign, to Zhao Wujing and Flanders, it was chilling. The sudden appearance of such a formidable being laughing heartily at them was a disconcerting experience. Your Excellency, the immutable king, the black-robed man continued in a voice as gentle as that of a kindly elder basking in the sun, you need not be displeased with the director beside you. My apologies, my old age has dulled my memory, so if I have been impolite, I trust you will overlook it that I am but an old man, a relic from decades past. You need not ponder my identity too deeply. I doubt you were more than children in diapers at that time, he said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I shall be brief, and my primary purpose for coming today is to seek a resolution for my grandson. Your Excellency, the sound of that slap you delivered earlier was indeed resounding. The elder's tone grew increasingly frigid, particularly in his final words, sending shivers down Zhao Wujing's spine. May I inquire who your grandson is? Zhao Wujing hesitantly asked, bracing himself for the answer he dreaded. Could it be that fate had brought him to this moment? Oh, let the heavens obliterate me, he silently lamented, filled with trepidation about what the night might hold. Which grandson, you ask? I will soon require your assistance with a matter, and then you shall discover his identity. But for now, let us discuss the matter at hand. The black-robed man's tone remained devoid of emotion, chilling Zhao Wujing further. As if he were a grim reaper pronouncing his own sentence, I am too old to engage in combat like the younger generation, using weapons instead of soul power. Moreover, my frail limbs cannot wield such a massive hammer. The black-robed man paused, creating an air of suspense. This abrupt halt sent Zhao Wujing into a panic. You not possess the tendency to speak half-truths. As is customary for those of your rank, such conversation may lead to one's demise, elder. Very well, the black-robed man replied, extending his right hand, arcs of electricity crackling and swirling around it. Witnessing this, Zhao Wujing's eyelids fluttered nervously, while Flanders discreetly stepped aside, leaving Zhao Wujing alone in the spotlight. Your Excellency, renowned for your defense, surely you can withstand these mere sparks of electricity for a brief moment, can you not? The black-robed man jested as he teleported before Zhao Wujing, effortlessly raising his hand to deliver a seemingly light blow. The impact was thunderous, sending Zhao Wujing's considerable frame hurtling backward, and an unsuspecting tree met the same fate, splintered in two. Stunned, both Zhao Wujing and Flanders were taken aback by the precision of the strike. The force perfectly calibrated to send Zhao Wujing flying without causing him severe harm. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Zhao Wujing struggled to rise, his body racked with agony. What on earth is happening? He thought, desperate to bring this torment to an end. The experience was more unbearable than outright death. In the next moment, a flash of light invaded Zhao Wujing's vision, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He looked up to see the black-robed man raising his hand once more, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, the very source of the illumination Zhao Wujing had witnessed, with a slight motion. The elder directed his finger downward. With a resounding crash, a pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, unleashing tremendous energy that swept through the forest, reducing countless trees to mere dust. Flanders, witnessing the spectacle, was left in a state of shock. The ability to summon such devastating lightning without calling upon a martial soul indicated that Zhao Wujing was in grave danger. Lightning, and this elder claimed to have achieved title Da status decades ago, and has a 12-year-old grandson. Individuals meeting these criteria are exceedingly rare, Flanders mused, narrowing his search drastically. Decades ago? He repeated, contemplating the implications. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. If the elder's words held truth, the ramifications could be dire. Yet, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. The formidable being he had considered had perished long ago, eliminated by a coalition of powerful factions, leaving no trace behind. How could he possibly be here, seeking retribution for a grandson? Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing found himself engulfed in flames of electricity. The dark skin that had been previously scorched by Lu Yu's golden lotus, now glistening with an almost porcelain sheen, reflecting the lightning that was being expertly controlled by the black-robed man. The power was astounding, delivering a lesson without inflicting lasting harm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed outside, startling Oscar from his monologue. What on earth? Why is it suddenly thundering? He wondered, moving toward the window. Outside, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the heavy air pressing down on him. Just as Oscar prepared to close the window, a shadow appeared at the sill. Lu Yu gazed outside at the oppressive weather, his brow furrowing involuntarily by all accounts. This evening should have been the time for Tang Hao to engage in a late-night discussion of cultivation techniques with Zhao Wujing. Furthermore, Tang Hao possessed only the Haoyan hammer as his martial soul, and the dense, ominous clouds did not appear to be a natural occurrence, especially since such a vast expanse of dark clouds was concentrated solely over a small patch of woodland just outside the village, an utter absurdity. It was certainly implausible that Tang Hao had conjured this, unless he had suddenly awakened a second martial soul with a lightning attribute at his age. Lu Yu stared intently at the distant clouds, an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. Chapter 87, A Night of Dark Winds, Part 7. Lu Yu. Oscar's voice broke through Lu Yu's reverie, as he noticed his friend staring blankly out the window, prompting him to call out. What is the matter? Have you thought of something? Or are you feeling homesick? No, Lu Yu was jolted back to reality by Oscar's shout, and he turned towards the bedside. You should get some rest. Today has been exhausting. He feigned weariness as he spoke. Oscar paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, your battle with Teacher Zhao was nothing short of spectacular as he reminisced about the day's fight. He made his way to the bed. Although he was merely a food-type support soul master, who could deny the innate desire for a thrilling clash that resides within every young man? Lu Yu, lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, found himself unable to drift into slumber. Having arrived in Soto City a week early and having searched tirelessly for Shrek Academy, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the item left behind by his grandfather. According to the letter from his grandfather, it should resemble a jewel, glimmering with lightning. Yet, despite turning Shrek and even the surrounding village upside down, he had not uncovered a single object that matched the description. Hey, Lu Yu, among the new girls that arrived today, who do you think is the most beautiful? Oscar suddenly inquired. Well, I think. Lu Yu hesitated briefly before expressing his opinion. Thus, on this night of dark winds, a debate unique to the boys' dormitory commenced. Such debates often began with seemingly casual remarks, like commenting on a girl's beauty or joking about a child wearing open-crotch pants who clumsily poked a candied hawthorn skewer. Regardless of how bizarre the beginnings of these debates might be, they invariably gravitated towards matters of state and historical disputes, culminating in a succinct phrase that encapsulated the essence of national pride. Let us now shift our gaze to the patch of woodland outside the village to this moment. Zhao Wujin, after enduring a baptism of heavenly thunder for the duration of an incense stick, had transformed beyond recognition, rendering him nearly unidentifiable. His skin exuded a deep black hue, reminiscent of charred flesh. This complexion could rival the most sought-after commodities of the 15th and 16th centuries, if not surpass them. Under the terrifying wrath of the celestial thunder, Zhao Wujin's garments had been reduced to ashes, exposing his charred skin. His face bore numerous scars, and his eyes were tightly shut, as though he were enduring excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujin persevered with unwavering determination. Though his body had sustained severe injuries, his willpower grew increasingly resolute. He gritted his teeth, enduring immense suffering while striving to remain conscious. He understood that only by enduring could he witness the dawn of a new day. Even Flander, who had observed the entire ordeal, was rendered speechless by Zhao Wujin's final appearance. Had he not been a witness to the event, he might have failed to recognize the current state of Zhao Wujin. The figure in the black robe approached slowly, one hand rummaging within his cloak, seemingly searching for something. Zhao Wujin lay helplessly on the ground, unable to resist as the cloaked figure drew nearer. He was powerless to act at this moment. Before long, the withered hand of the black-robed individual produced a vial of green liquid and a pitch-black box. Drink this, and by tomorrow morning, your injuries should heal considerably. He then extended the dark box towards Zhao Wujin. This is the task I require you to undertake. Zhao Wujin's eyes fixated on the box before him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The box, entirely black as ink, exuded an aura of profundity and mystery. It appeared to be crafted from some type of wood, though Zhao Wujin could not discern its exact nature. The surface of the box was adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns, intertwining to form a unique design. These patterns seemed to harbor some profound significance, yet Zhao Wujin could not fathom their meaning. They resembled ancient scripts or symbols, but comprehending them was beyond his capability. That I must trouble you, the esteemed lord of the unmoving Ming, to deliver this box along with its contents to my ungrateful grandson. However, do not let him know it was I who sent you. The elder's kind voice resonated once more, this time devoid of coldness. His soul power receding in that moment. The demeanor of the black-robed figure mirrored that of the kindly old man at the village entrance, yet both Zhao Wujin and Flander dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Having acutely felt the elder's formidable prowess during the earlier confrontation, may I inquire, esteemed elder, who is your grandson? Zhao Wujin managed to rise with great effort, cautiously posing the question, though he already harbored a general suspicion. My grandson is. The black-robed man leaned in and whispered a few words into Zhao Wujin's ear, eliciting a look of dawning realization from him. Of course, should you feel aggrieved by tonight's events, you are welcome to seek revenge on that troublesome lad. Rest assured, I will not intervene, the black-robed figure declared before gradually walking away. Strangely, although the elder's pace was unhurried, akin to that of a man in his 70s or 80s. Zhao Wujin and Flander could scarcely blink before the elder's figure vanished without a trace. After his departure, the ominous clouds that had hung overhead dissipated as though erased by an unseen hand, leaving behind a clear and serene night sky. Old man, Zhao Wujin uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one go. Who exactly is this esteemed elder? How come I have never heard of a powerful lightning soul master of this age on the continent? Lightning soul masters are considered a unique class among elemental soul masters. Given that they belong to the elemental category, they share the same limitations as other elemental soul masters. For instance, they require specific environments to unleash their full potential. Much like the elder had summoned the dark clouds while assaulting Zhao Wujin earlier, this was precisely why the clouds vanished after the elder's departure, as they were a means to better control the might of the thunder. Moreover, lightning soul masters possess a flaw that no other elemental soul master encounters. Chapter 88. The start of school. The destructive power of lightning attribute soul masters is indeed unparalleled among elemental soul masters. However, this strength comes at a considerable cost to their bodies, particularly for older lightning soul masters who have accumulated countless old and hidden injuries over the years. Thus, while powerful lightning soul masters are not uncommon on the continent, very few manage to retain their strength for such an extended period. Flanders speculated about the elder's identity, but refrained from making any definitive claims. I have a bold hypothesis. Though you recall the assassination order issued 50 years ago by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with various sects against the title Dolois? The assassination order from 50 years ago? Zhao Wujin's brows furrowed at the mention of this event. He had some understanding of it. It was a story filled with shock and legendary elements. Back then, that formidable individual faced an onslaught from numerous powerful foes across the continent, yet he fearlessly engaged in a fierce battle. Over the course of 3 days and nights, he demonstrated unparalleled strength and courage, ultimately slaying 3 elders of the Spirit Hall, along with dozens of other powerful figures from various sections. Despite facing such formidable adversaries, this elder managed to escape unscathed, sustaining only minor injuries. Such an achievement was awe-inspiring. Yet few had heard of it on the continent, and even later, the elder's exploits faded into obscurity. You aren't suggesting that this is the same lightning cloud Dolois from 50 years ago, are you? Zhao Wujin's dark visage revealed a hint of astonishment. This was a secret tale from decades past, one he had only heard from Flanders. Wasn't that lightning cloud Dolois said to have never married? How could he suddenly have a 12-year-old grandson? I can only speculate. I do not possess absolute certainty. After all, rumors had circulated that this elder had long since passed. Yet, there are so few lightning soul masters who live this long. Flanders replied, shaking his head, that he reached out and took the black box from the figure cloaked in darkness, which had been handed over to Zhao Wujia. Gently opening the box, a fist-sized purple orb appeared before him. It lay silently within the confines of the box, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several delicate arcs of electricity flickering and intertwining across the surface of the orb, as if narrating its extraordinary power and significance. This orb seemingly harbored boundless energy, inciting an irresistible urge to delve into its secrets. What is this? Upon seeing the orb, Zhao Wujia appeared as though he had glimpsed something terrifying. His mouth agape in shock. It seemed that Flanders took a deep breath, his expression grave, as he slowly articulated, "My previous conjectures were not erroneous. You must understand, the legendary thundercloud Dolois once carried a mysterious purple orb with him at all times, which was said to encapsulate immeasurable strength. It was with this very orb that he claimed the lives of numerous formidable opponents in battle, instilling fear in the hearts of many skilled warriors. Naturally, such a precious and potent artifact would provoke avarice in many, who would seek to claim it for themselves. However, the fates of these individuals were invariably tragic. They all met their demise at the hands of the thundercloud Dolois, becoming mere specters under his command. Now, you should return and tidy yourself up. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the new student school year. At a glance, in your current state, you would surely become the subject of mockery among the students. Flanders, exhaling deeply, closed the box and handed it back to Zhao Wujia. The latter, upon hearing this, glanced down at his own disheveled appearance, his body cloaked in an effortlessly dark aura. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and there were not many people around. Yet, the thought of facing the incoming horde of new students filled Zhao Wujia with dread, especially at the mere mention of Lu Yu and Tang San's faces, which sent a chill down his spine. Do not be disheartened. A title de loi is a being that ordinary people seldom have the chance to encounter, and yet you have met two of them in a single night, receiving their personal guidance. How many would envy and resent you for such fortune? Flander, observing Zhao Wuji's woeful expression, could not help but jest. He found Zhao Wuji's current demeanor utterly amusing, devoid of the previous grandeur and authority he once exuded. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him at these words. He would rather not have received guidance from these two esteemed figures, for the ordeal had nearly cost him his life. In the stillness of the night, under a shrouded moon and a gusty wind, the new students of Shrek Academy harbored a flicker of anticipation for the morrow's opening day. None but Lu Yu could fathom the magnitude of the events that had transpired in the woods that night. And even he could not have imagined how absurd the situation truly was. That as for Zhao Wuji's appearance, reminiscent of a long-forgotten fashion from the 15th or 16th century, it would take more than a day or two to restore to its former state. Morning arrived. Liu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed after a night of deep slumber. Upon rising, he discovered that Tang San was already awake. That it was to be expected. In the original narrative, Tang San had a habit of rising early to practice. However, at that moment, it appeared that Tang San had no intention of training outside, but was instead waiting for Lu Yu. Could it be because of the incident yesterday when he knocked him out? Lu Yu surmised as he approached Tang San. Xiao San, up so early? Lu Yu casually greeted him. Brother Yu, it seems my expectations were accurate. Tang San had been waiting for him to address the matter of being knocked unconscious the previous day. Xiao San, I actually... Lu Yu began to explain, but was interrupted by Tang San. Brother Yu, I understand your concerns for our safety and your desire to protect us, but I hope that next time you will allow us to fight alongside you. After all, we are like family. Tang San gazed into Lu Yu's eyes with unwavering clarity, his expression brimming with sincerity. He slightly raised his chin and puffed out his chest, as if to convey his resolve to Lu Yu. Tang San's words flowed like a warm current, soothing Lu Yu's heart. That he grasped the essence of Tang San's message and felt the trust and reliance he bestowed upon him. However, within his heart lingered deeper considerations. He did not wish to expose them to danger, nor did he want to witness any harm befall them. Liu took a deep breath.